Initial awareness. What sensations arise when observing one's corporeal form prostrate and inert upon the earth? Jin Qing, head tilted, stood aside, contemplating her body, rendered asunder by the construction site's tower crane. A grim demise, indeed, among the myriad ways to depart this mortal coil. Thus, it appears that the soul persists beyond the veil of death. Observing the rescue teams move through her remains, attending to the critically injured, evoked a peculiar sensation, akin to being an ethereal breeze, poised to dissipate yet kappa. Belief of coalescing anew. Extending a hand to caress the body she had inhabited for 3 decades proved futile. Yet perhaps it was for the best. Throughout her existence, she had been a solitary figure, unburdened by attachments, finding little to cherish in this world. Her thoughts lingered on the final scene etched in her memory. A mother and child imperiled by the crane's descent. An inexplicable surge of altruism propelled her to thrust them aside, shielding them from harm, while she and several unfortunate souls bore the brunt of the impact. Now, Jin Qing stood, observing the pandemonium around her. Cries of anguish, lamentations, frantic calls to emergency services, and desperate attempts to extricate the living from beneath. The wreckage. In the distance, the developers' despairing wails echoed. This is the end. Certainly, it seems impossible to survive. So many lives have been lost at the scene. If you manage to live, it would render my sacrifice futile. Jin Qing pondered silently. Meanwhile, the mother of the child Jin Qing had rescued had regained her composure and quietly slipped away with her child while everyone was distracted. As the tower crane was gradually moved aside, the workers and rescue teams hurriedly rushed forward to assess the injuries of the victims. At that moment, Jin Qing noticed that her soul began to disperse like pigment diffusing in water. Raising her head to glance once more at the sun, she thought perhaps she would never behold it again. You've completely melted me under your rays. Jin Qing silently complained to the sun. However, the sun appeared increasingly peculiar, growing larger as if it were plummeting towards her. How could it be that throughout the morning, she had been struck twice, and now even the sun was involved? It wasn't until she looked closer that she realized it was not the sun descending upon her, but a white vortex, swirling and engulfing her soon-to dissipated soul, vanishing Ina. An instant as if nothing had transpired. Beep, suitable symbiote detected. Initiating examination for soul-binding compatibility. Wake up, host, it is time to awaken. Jin Qing, eyes closed, reveled in a fleeting moment of tranquility and nothingness, yet the Siri-like voice seemed determined not to relent. Drowsily opening her eyes, she was greeted by a blinding expanse of white. Was this perhaps a hospital? It was utterly astonishing that she could still be alive after being reduced to a state akin to that of an invertebrate. Then, Jin Qing noticed a silver orb joyfully bouncing around. Am I not dead? Jin Qing inquired with a sense of bewilderment, soon realizing that he could indeed articulate words. Raising his hand to inspect it, he noticed that this pair of hands was not the rough and sturdy ones that had been calloused from years of labor. Instead, they were delicate and smooth, slightly pale and translucent, yet undeniably beautiful. In his recollection, his hands had not possessed such a pristine and supple quality since he was 15 years old. You have already passed away. You are now in a state of soul. As your mental default age is 14, your soul manifests in that form. You are a kind-hearted host, and as a redemption system, we particularly favor such compassionate individuals. The luminous orb exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Jin Qing felt increasingly exasperated by the orb's relentless bouncing. He reached out in an attempt to grasp it, fearing that if it continued to jiggle like that, his stomach would surely revolt. However, his hand merely passed through the orb, grasping nothing. Host, you are not a ghost, you are now a spiritual entity. The orb contracted slightly, continuing to bounce joyfully, blissfully unaware of the peril it had just narrowly escaped. The host must be very fond of me. She just attempted to caress me. Could you please refrain from bouncing for a moment? Where exactly am I? Jin Qing struggled to maintain his composure. Greetings, host. I am the Compassionate Redemption System, number 707. You may call me 707, that due to your innate kindness and the selfless act of saving others' lives, your soul emitted a signal that summoned our esteemed mainframe. Given that your circumstances align perfectly with the parameters of our system, we have collected your essence, transforming you into a noble tasker tasked with our redemptive miss. Ion to rescue those ensnared in dire straits. Responded 707 with fervor. I may have encountered a rather dim-witted extraterrestrial being. I wonder how much I could fetch if I were to sell it. This was Jin Qing's initial impression of 707. Host, there are numerous advantages to becoming a tasker. 707 eagerly began to entice. Advantages? A spark ignited in Jin Qing's eyes as she instinctively overlooked the term tasker. Indeed, by becoming a tasker, the host can traverse various worlds, immerse in diverse landscapes, experience different lives, assist myriad individuals, and simultaneously rescue it. Their destinies, fulfilling their wishes and conquering the world to reach the pinnacle of existence. 707 continued to advocate passionately. I am not interested, I wish to reincarnate. Jin Qing scoffed. The notion of being a tasker seemed nothing more than a ruse to ensnare her into arduous labor. Who would save her? From a young age, she had learned that one must rely solely on oneself. Missing an opportunity to collect money was akin to squandering it. The thought of rescuing others while neglecting her own plight was absurd, and a cold chuckle echoed within Jin Qing's mind. However, the host has already bonded with me. Reincarnation is no longer an option. 707 stated, the silver sphere suddenly shifting hues, resembling a heated object turning a vibrant. T-pink. You can change colors too? Jin Qing exclaimed in surprise. Please focus on the essentials. The hue of 707 deepened to a richer pink. What does binding mean? Jin Qing inquired. It signifies that you and I are symbiotic entities, our souls intertwined. We live and die together. When the host grows stronger, I too gain strength. Should the host cease to exist, so shall I. Consequently, reincarnation is no longer an option for you. That my energy is beyond what humanity can endure. If you truly wish to be reborn, both mother and child would perish. 707 elucidated. Who compelled this binding between us? I only wish for death. I have lived long enough. Perhaps we should end our lives together. Jin Qing suggested earnestly, rubbing his nose. Master Brain, save me. This host is impervious to reason, devoid of kindness. I am bound to a madman. This was 707's initial impression of Jin Qing. The once white, now crimson sphere was utterly flustered. Chapter 2. The first encounter. 707 felt somewhat disoriented as he watched Jin Qing gracefully float about, occasionally tearing off a fragment of his own soul before seamlessly reintegrating it into his body, reveling in the whimsical pastime. Where had the promised Navet gone? The individual before him seemed to possess only a semblance of simplicity. Souls are inherently fragile. Yet this individual's seemingly foolish antics did not appear to weaken his essence in the slightest. What could this possibly mean? It was no wonder that he had garnered the attention of the omnipotent Master Brain and had been dispatched here. 707 was reluctant to acknowledge that he had been erroneously bound to this host by the all-powerful Master Brain. The individual before him was not a benevolent white lotus. In fact, he might very well be a carnivorous flower. After several hours of amicable negotiation, a consensus was reached between Jin Qing and 707. They established a cordial agreement in which they would mutually shelter and assist one another, coexisting peacefully while undertaking missions at their discretion. At last, having lost interest in his own soul, Jin Qing redirected his gaze towards 707. What mission shall we undertake? 707. We are a system of compassion and redemption, and thus our missions primarily revolve around rescue. The taskers, at the cost of their own souls, implore us to aid those they wish to save, fulfilling the desires of others and salvaging their unfortunate lives, ultimately bringing closure to their existence. Upon noticing Jin Qing finally focus on him, 707 felt an inexplicable surge of excitement. How do I provide them with assistance? What is my identity within the narrative? Jin Qing inquired, seeking clarity. What attributes does my body possess? Jin Qing inquired curiously of 707. Allow me to first examine your data. With a swift turn, 707 conjured a vast glass screen before her. The data of the Benevolent Redemption System holder appeared. Host, Jin Qing System, Benevolent Redemption System. Codename 707. Experience points, 0 health points, 5 beauty, 15 intelligence, 10 charisma, 2 martial strength. Unknown, left brain development at 55, skills, brick moving profession, senior brick mover mental strength, unknown available gifts, none faith points, 0 soul power, 1000 at present. The host's physical attributes indicate a strength surpassing that of an average individual. The system scan revealed that the host's left brain has developed 55 in the current interstellar realm. The highest level of left brain development, rated at 3S, has barely reached 40. This advancement significantly enhances your strength, motor skills, and recuperative abilities, which has undoubtedly contributed to your prominence in the construction industry over the years. However, due to your intense focus on work, other capabilities have yet to manifest. How does saving others' lives benefit the system? Jin Qing shot a sidelong glance at 707. She was skeptical, believing that no altruistic endeavor exists without ulterior motives. The notion of a genuinely benevolent system preparing for world peace seemed implausible to her. We collect the souls of the clients, 707 replied ambiguously. What purpose do we have for souls? Jin Qing asked, her vigilance peaked, sensing that this was the crux of the matter. The host should simply remember that as long as they can turn the tides of the narrative and fulfill the request of their benefactor, they shall be rewarded by the esteemed AI. Is there anything else the host wishes to inquire? After a brief silence, 707 continued, then let us embark. To the first world, dear host, remember that life is worthy of respect. Upon hearing that Jin Qing had finally ceased questioning, 707 breathed a sigh of relief. Gradually, it extended its form. What was once a spherical shape transformed into a flat disk, and then, like a wrap, it enveloped Jin Qing within its being. Simultaneously, the walls of the room contorted, drawing the light sphere that encased Jin Qing into its depths. Please, host, completely relax and prepare for the transition. Once your essence has been successfully projected, I will reside within the ocean of your consciousness, and you may summon me whenever you require assistance. Jin Qing felt an enveloping warmth surround her, an unparalleled sensation of comfort. Had she not been abandoned to an orphanage in her youth, she would surely express that this feeling resembled the tender embrace of a mother during her childhood. Yet, this comfort was fleeting. 707's form tightened around her, compressing her ethereal self, constricting further and further. Jin Qing was astonished to realize that, as an ethereal being, her head and feet felt as though they were being squished together. Moments later, a chime echoed, signaling the completion of the projection. Do you accept the narrative? 707 inquired. Jin Qing contemplated. Did you think I could not discern that the sound was produced by my own actions? From the moment of the infusion, a searing pain radiated from her toes to the very tips of her hair, an unending agony that seemed to tear at every nerve within her body. 707, reveal yourself. Why did you not inform me that the infusion would be this excruciating? Jin Qing shouted, her fury directed towards 707. Who was hidden within her consciousness. Host, the infusion does not inherently cause such pain. The reason for your suffering is due to the complete severance of your legs and the fracture of 3 ribs. Fortunately, your internal organs remain unscathed, 707 explained with a tone of consolation. Jin Qing, I am lying here in a state of half-life. Could you possibly elucidate what is meant to bring you relief? 707 inquired again, seeking confirmation from the host. Accept the plot now? Do you wish for my demise? Jin Qing cursed 707 in her heart as she surveyed her surroundings. She sighed, realizing that it was futile to argue with a woman consumed by rage. Unlike others who may traverse realms, Jin Qing knew that her current body was indeed a significant burden. She was ensconced in a tattered straw mat, and the foul odor suggested that numerous decaying objects lay nearby. With a gentle turn of her head, she noticed a skull positioned directly towards her. Its eye sockets now mere voids, teeming with wriggling maggots and venomous insects, as if they were poised to crawl onto her face at any moment. Jin Qing found herself in a desolate burial ground nestled deep within the mountains, surrounded by towering trees. The setting sun cast only a faint glimmer of light, rendering the entire forest shrouded in an eerie gloom. Her immediate goal was to find a safe refuge to conceal herself, but the predicament lay in her condition. Both of her legs were broken, and 3 ribs lay fractured, making movement a formidable challenge. Most troubling of all, from the very onset, a voice surged within her mind, frantically urging her to hide, to seek shelter swiftly, lest it be too late. This thought could not possibly originate from Jin Qing herself. It was dusk, and no specters should be lurking about. If not for the whispers of apparitions brushing against her ear, It could only stem from the original owner's profound terror. Chapter 3. The sister of the aspiring matriarch. From the attire and sensations of her body, it was evident that Jin Qing's current patron was a young girl. What could instill such palpable fear in a child? Jin Qing hurriedly reached out to communicate with 707. 707. Could you assist me in retrieving a vine? With a vine, I would have the confidence to drag myself toward a tree. Then, she inquired further, can you ascertain whether anyone is nearby? She sought reassurance regarding how much time she had left. Host, I am unable to assist with that, 707 replied, feeling increasingly ashamed. There are no surveillance systems to access in this vicinity, and you possess no mental acuity to survey your surroundings. Is it truly destined for failure this time? What use are you to me? Jin Qing gritted her teeth, the agony coursing through her body and her fury at the uncertain future causing the veins on her forehead to bulge ominously. Just as she struggled to extricate herself from the straw mat, a rustling sound echoed from a distance, accompanied by the rapid thudding of footsteps approaching. Wolves? A surge of joy flooded through Jin Qing. Perhaps salvation was at hand. Could it be that the dread lurking in her heart was indeed emanating from these wolves? Almost as if to affirm her thoughts, a formidable alpha wolf emerged, leading a pack of 8. The colossal alpha, nearly 2 meters in length, boasted powerful limbs and a glossy, jet-black coat, each hair shimmering with an impressive luster. The accompanying wolves were equally resplendent. Ah, to behold such a well-nourished and vigorous pack. One could only wonder when her own household dog might achieve such a lustrous coat, surely a testament to great virtue. The wolf cubs emitted eager whines, keeping pace with their leader as they drew ever closer. Host, when life and death hang in the balance, perhaps it is unwise to extol the virtues of these wolves, remarked 707 dryly. Jin Qing took a moment to assess her condition. The most excruciating pain resided in her calves and right rib cage, leading her to conclude that her left arm's movements would not significantly impact her right side. Thus, she adopted a posture of relaxation, while stealthily grasping a skull infested with insects beside her. As the first wolf approached, drooling and testing the waters, Jin Qing suddenly exerted her strength, smashing a skull onto the furry head of the wolf, sending it flying over 3 meters, incapacitated for a time. Is it dead? 707 exclaimed in excitement. No, merely unconscious. After all, my intention is to utilize them, not to annihilate them, Jin Qing clarified, tightening her grip on the skull, bracing for the next assailant. Seeing their frontline unit falter, the lead wolf emitted a sharp call, prompting the remaining 7 wolves to charge at Jin Qing in unison. A gang assault was imminent. Jin Qing mentally steeled herself, concentrating her strength in her left hand to prepare for a powerful strike. Cloaked in thick straw mats, she resembled a natural body armor, with her primary concern being the protection of her head. Wolves, after all, are beasts. 5 of them were preoccupied with gnawing at the straw. However, the remaining 2, whether due to superior intelligence or the cramped space below, lunged directly for her neck. As she beheld the 2 gaping maws charging towards her, Jin Qing selected the unfortunate one on her left. You it is, she thought, raising the skull in her left hand. She unleashed a swift blow to the jaw of the wolf, causing its mouth to snap shut upon impact. Subsequently, Jin Qing discarded the skull and seized the wolf by its jaws, using her index finger to press against the hollow of its jawbone as a fulcrum. With great force, she hurled the beast, and the sound of flesh colliding resonated like thunder as the unfortunate creature crashed into several of its brethren, sending them sprawling. In a whirlwind of centrifugal force, the hapless wolf soared away, aligning itself in a perfect circle alongside 6 others, encircling Jin Qing. Observing the dazed expression of the lead wolf, Jin Qing raised the very skull she had just wielded, and with a fierce motion, she crushed it in her fist, gradually tightening her grip until it was reduced to powder. The skull, in its own panic, lamented, "How did I end up as dust? I was hoping for a benevolent soul to claim my remains." Jin Qing maintained an outward calm, but internally, a tempest of frustration surged within her. As she cursed the lead wolf, she had momentarily forgotten that this body was not her own, that it lacked the hardened calluses earned from years of labor at construction sites. Though this young girl's hands bore some calluses, they were still tender, far from matching Jin Qing's formidable strength. This physique is utterly inadequate, Jin Qing silently scoffed, while her gaze remained fixed on the lead wolf. The 2 adversaries locked eyes for an extended moment, as if waiting for the other to make a move. The lead wolf pondered. Facing such an opponent for the first time, I must strategize my next steps. Meanwhile, Jin Qing resolved. I need to gather my strength and wait for the right moment to strike. Suddenly, amidst this stalemate, a voice echoed in her consciousness. Host, the wolves are moving. They're not dead. What should we do? Silence. I am negotiating here. Jin Qing instinctively furrowed her brows and reprimanded. If we are to rely on these wolves in the future, we cannot allow the founding heroes to perish so easily. Nearby, the wolf subordinates had already begun to struggle to rise. At that moment, the alpha wolf noticed Jin Qing's frown, as if perceiving her hidden intentions. Instantly, its tail drooped, tucked between its legs, and it began to retreat, intending to abandon its subordinates and flee. The wolf subordinates thought, what happened to the loyalty we were promised? It appears we have a false leader. Jin Qing discerned the alpha's intent. This was an open confrontation, with both sides fully aware of the stakes. She seized the large thigh bone next to the skull and, taking a deep breath, summoned the precision she had once wielded on the construction site. She hurled the thigh bone forcefully in the direction the alpha was fleeing. With a thud, the bone grazed the alpha's body, piercing through two ancient trees before embedding itself into the trunk of a third. Moments later, the third tree fell, uprooted, blocking the alpha's escape. The alpha, weakened, collapsed to the ground, emitting a low whimper, an emblem of a subordinate's submission to a superior. Jin Qing exhaled in relief, reclining to embrace the pain from her injuries. Finally sensing hope, the alpha wolf, somewhat dazed, thought, what skill is there in threatening a single wolf? As night fell, the 8 wolves swiftly transported the grass mat, their steps remarkably synchronized. Jin Qing lay steadily upon the mat, bracing herself for the unfolding narrative. One must acknowledge the boundless ingenuity of ancient artisans. This grass mat was woven with exceptional sturdiness. The 8 wolves had galloped nearly 4 miles, their grip on the mat unwavering. From the unruly pack of 8 wild wolves to the now well-trained bearers, Jin Qing remarked that she had only utilized a single leg bone. The skull. Never mind. Initially, the wolves' mindset was one of defiance, especially when Jin Qing pointed out where they should grip with their jaws using the leg bone. The wolves exhibited disdainful snarls in protest, yet ultimately, it merely confirmed a profound truth. Violence can resolve any issue. If it cannot, it simply indicates that one's strength is insufficient. After enduring a period of adjustment characterized by collective punishment for disobedience, attempted escape, or unsteady lifting, the 8 subordinate wolves and their alpha became as docile as sled dogs. They obediently grasped the grass mat, perhaps in the primordial dawn of existence. It was in such a manner that the proud wild wolf was transformed into the endearing, foolish creature we now know as the husky. In the beginning, there were some bumps along the way, yet through Jin Qing's relentless training via force and the affectionate guidance of the leg bone, the grass mat gradually became as stable as a grand palanquin. Eventually, Jin Qing took on the role of directing the alpha's movements with the leg bone, and when the alpha dared to resist or covertly challenge her, she would administer a lesson. This gradually led the alpha to accept the reality of its inferiority, leading it to settle down. From the primal instincts of the wild, the alpha perceived the overwhelming malice emanating from Jin Qing. It could neither retaliate nor express its grievances, narrowly avoiding the loss of a tooth in the process. Observing the alpha finally quiet down, Jin Qing felt a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Gripping the leg bone in her hand, she instructed 707, relay the narrative to me. The plot was projected into Jin Qing's mind in a 3-dimensional form, and she swiftly absorbed the entirety of it. Jin Qing now inhabits the body of the entrusted in the Grand Jin dynasty. A catastrophic flood has ravaged the homeland of the entrusted, leading to widespread famine and pestilence. The county magistrate attempts to soothe the populace, opening the granaries and proclaiming that the court will dispatch aid. Yet, the county deputy, gazing upon the desolate back courtyard of the yamen, is left in tears as he implores the villagers to wait. On a moonless and windy night, he discreetly slips away with his family. As the toll of starvation and illness escalates, the plague spirals out of control. The citizens, clinging to hope, endure in anticipation, depleting the rice provided by the yamen. Yet the promised aid from the court never arrives. Ultimately, they are met only by the army led by the great general, along with a decree sealing the city and condemning the populace to devastation. Tong Xin, the entrusted, is a remarkably astute child, orphaned at the tender age of 9. She has been caring for her 3-year-old sister, Tong Yao. With her sweet demeanor and industrious nature, Tong Xin often takes on odd jobs, foraging for wild vegetables and assisting the apothecary in gathering medicinal herbs to earn a meager income, ensuring that she and her sister do not succumb to starvation. Having been self-reliant since childhood, Tong Xian possesses a profound and nuanced understanding of the dualities of human nature, as well as a deep appreciation for life. Upon hearing news of an outbreak of plague in a neighboring village, she hastens to inform the village chief of the urgent need to evacuate. However, the chief dismisses her warnings, intent on using her words against her, planning to confine her in the ancestral hall under the pretext of spreading panic, all the while seeking an opportunity to marry her off to his simple-minded nephew from the adjacent village. That night, when the village chief arrived with the villagers to apprehend the fugitives, they discovered that the house was utterly deserted. The chief and his entourage searched the outskirts of the village for several days without success. The dense mountains were teeming with wild beasts, instilling fear in the hearts of the villagers, who eventually abandoned their search. The two young girls could hardly have gone far. They were likely perished in the wilderness. The chief spat disdainfully on the ground. After residing in the mountains for a month, Tong Xian heard the jubilant cheers emanating from below. It was the county magistrate announcing the release of grain. Each household was permitted to collect provisions from the county office according to the number of family members. While foraging for wild vegetables, Tong Xian was taken aback by the news. She recalled the days when her father, the scholar, was alive, and his esteemed mentor visited their home to engage in discussions about current affairs. The exchanges between her father and his mentor, a man of significant stature, remained etched in her memory. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tong Xian recalled her mentor's words, that relief efforts would only commence after a famine had reached its peak, confirming that households had exhausted their food supplies and that deaths from starvation had occurred. It would be only after estimating the forthcoming year's crop yield that the county office would collaborate with local merchants to establish a relief shelter. Yet, now the famine and plague had only just begun, and the county office was distributing grain. This could only indicate one thing. The plague had spiraled out of control, and the magistrate was preparing to flee. Upon deducing the magistrate's potential escape, Tong Xian swiftly reacted, repacking her few tattered garments. Gathering the scant handful of copper coins she possessed and rousing her sister, who was sleeping in a cave, they fled from the village that had once been their home, managing to depart the county before the arrival of the general. To avoid being perceived as a source of contagion and subsequently eliminated, Tong Xian refrained from heading towards the capital, opting instead for the border city. This region was the domain of the formidable general of the Great Jin dynasty, Prince Xian. Despite the incessant conflicts that plagued the borders, the city thrived with a semblance of prosperity, at least providing a means of sustenance to prevent starvation. After enduring numerous trials, Tong Xian, utilizing her intelligence, safely brought her sister Tong Yao to the border city. Though the border city was vast and sparsely populated, its heart pulsed with life and vibrancy as one ventured deeper into its confines. Various ethnic groups engaged in trade and cultural exchange, creating a flourishing atmosphere, albeit amidst frequent conflicts. Given that they were two young girls without any support in the border city, Tong Xian resolutely sought employment with the esteemed Mao family, signing a 5-year contract to serve as a cook. Her daily tasks mainly involved menial duties in the kitchen, washing dishes, and occasionally preparing fresh, distinctive dishes for her masters. Tong Xian harbored the hope of finding a safe haven for herself and Tong Yao before they matured, envisioning a future where they could establish themselves with a reputable household. She dreamed of securing a suitable match for her sister, thereby fulfilling their parents' dying wishes. However, she had not anticipated that her younger sister would be utterly captivated by the allure of the Mao family's opulence, becoming entrenched within its grasp and never emerging again. If Tong Xian possessed a discerning heart and an early understanding of life's complexities, then Tong Yao was merely a child, shielded by her sister's protection, living in a world of dreams and fantasies, untouched by the harsh realities of life. 5 years have swiftly passed. At the age of 19, Tong Xian is on the brink of a new life, accompanied by her 15-year-old sister, Tong Yao. As they prepare to leave the estate, Tong Yao becomes infatuated with the eldest son of the Mu family. One fateful afternoon, under the pretense of delivering food to him, she illicitly adds an aphrodisiac, intending to seduce him. However, her scheme is abruptly thwarted when the eldest son's fiancé unexpectedly arrives and discovers her. In a fit of rage, the fiancé storms away, threatening to annul their engagement. Witnessing the Mu family's heir rush out to explain himself, only to be rebuffed at the fiancé's residence. Tong Yao realizes the gravity of her misstep. In haste, she seeks her sister's counsel. Upon learning the full extent of the situation, Tong Xin's heart turns to ice. The implications are dire. The two families have maintained a close relationship with mutual business interests, and should her sister's folly lead to a rift, what fate awaits Tong Yao? In a fit of fury, the eldest son of the Mu family breaks Tong Xin's legs, yet he still fails to ascertain Tong Yao's whereabouts. In a moment of unbridled rage, he delivers a fatal kick to Tong Xin, leaving her lifeless. Her body is then unceremoniously wrapped in a straw mat and discarded. At this juncture, Jin Qing remarks on the tragic unfolding of events, particularly the harrowing sight of the Mu family disposing of Tong Xin's remains at a common graveyard. Surrounding her lifeless form and along the path, chicken blood is scattered, ultimately attracting wolves that consume her body, leaving no trace behind. In an attempt to silence Tong Yao, a death contract was signed, and she was personally delivered to her fiancé's residence as a gesture of innocence. However, Tong Yao cleverly feigned madness to escape a dire fate, only to later expose her sanity in a bid for revenge, resulting in her tragic drowning at the hands of the matron at her fiancé's estate. Though Tong Xin possessed great intelligence, she lacked the means to protect herself, ultimately leading to her own demise. As for Tong Yao, she scoffed. Subsequently, she perused Tong Xin's wishes, with the task's assessment standards outlined as follows: the acceptable standard being to ensure Tong Yao survives, the commendable standard involving allowing Tong Yao to live authentically and earn respect, and the perfect standard being the fulfillment of Tong Yao's desires, culminating in her becoming a lady of esteemed rank. A surge of indignation welled up within Jin Qing, her expression twisting into one of fury. What a naive, foolish flower. 707. Host, which standard do you intend to achieve for this task? Jin Qing. Ha. I shall do as I please. Jin Qing could not fathom Tong Xin's mindset, faced with such adversity. Rather than seeking retribution against the likes of the Mu family or chastising Tong Yao for her behavior, she contemplated elevating Tong Yao to a position of nobility, the sole justification being that the young Master Mu was destined for a political career, leading to the assumption that Tong Yao's ambitions were to ascend as a lady of rank. The more Jin Qing pondered, the more incensed she became. If Tong Yao's attempt at a royal bed had failed, would she then be expected to assist in a coup? She longed to extract the original owner's consciousness and discern her reasoning. Host, remain calm. The mind of the client is but an extension of your own, and this client, a person of profound kindness, is precisely the kind of individual capable of invoking our benevolent redemption system. Suddenly, the voice of 707 resonated, implying that you are, in essence, a harbinger of compassion. Jin Qing's anger escalated, and unconsciously, he clenched his fist, causing the thigh-bone weapon in his grasp to emit a dull thud as it shattered. 8 little wolves, witnesses to Jin Qing's tyranny, thought naively how blissful ignorance could be. Boss, from now on, we shall resolutely avoid scavenging at the mass grave, no matter how enticing the prospects may seem. Once he regained his composure, Jin Qing directed the lead wolf to the residence of an elderly doctor located on the outskirts of the city, as indicated by the original owner's memories. This elderly doctor lived in seclusion, and his low-cost herbal remedies attracted those who looked down upon conventional medical establishments. Although Tong Xin earned a decent wage in the Mu family, she meticulously saved to prepare a dowry for Tong Yao, while also aspiring to acquire property in the border city for herself in the future. Whenever either she or Tong Yao suffered from ailments, they would visit this elderly doctor on their days off, despite the inconvenience of traveling outside the city for the sake of affordability. Furthermore, this elderly doctor was somewhat miserly, obsessively fixated on money. He had a penchant for alcohol, often boasting while inebriated about his ancestry as a royal physician specializing in trauma, lamenting how his family was relegated to obscurity due to a misaligned allegiance during a succession struggle. People recognized his decent medical skills and reasonable fees. Thus they listened to his tales with amused skepticism, never taking them seriously. There was a playful jest at his expense once he sobered up, resulting in his vehement denials. At present, Jin Qing's mind was clouded, likely due to fever, and in a flurry, he thought of the old physician, intending to afford him an opportunity to validate his medical prowess. The old physician declared, "I shall no longer boast. Tomorrow, I will relocate my entire family to the city." When the leader of the 9 wolves arrived at the old physician's doorstep, it was already deep into the night, and the village lay in hushed silence. Not even the dogs dared to bark. The dog mused, "Do you think me a fool? A pack of wolves has entered the village. I am merely warning them that food resides here." Gazing at the firmly shut door, Jin Qing gestured for the lead wolf to open it. The lead wolf retorted, "How am I, a wolf, supposed to open the door?" Jin Qing, reclining on the grass mat, remained motionless, merely raising his left hand in a swinging motion, indicating, "If you do not open the door, I shall use you to break it down." Instantly grasping Jin Qing's intent, the lead wolf began to scratch at the door with his claws, producing a jarring screech as they met the wood, rousing the occupant within who had just fallen asleep. The oil lamp inside was lit, and a frail yet commanding voice inquired, "Who is it? Who stands at the door?" As the voice echoed, the light began to sway, and the sound of the door being unlatched could be faintly heard, the illumination drawing nearer to the entrance. "Dr. Zhang, it is Tong Xin, the cook from the Mao family, seeking your medical assistance." At this moment, Jin Qing finally uttered his first words since arriving in this foreign realm. His voice hoarse and grating, reminiscent of shattered porcelain clattering against one another. At this moment, the reputation of the Mao family still held considerable weight, and the incident involving the death of a soon-to-be freed female cook was something the Mao family dared not publicize. Even the death of a contracted servant warranted punishment, let alone the killing of a promising young woman under a living contract. Otherwise, they would not have resorted to coercing her into signing a contract to silence her, taking advantage of the vulnerability of her and her sister. Here she comes. What has happened to you, Miss Tong?" Dr. Zhang, upon hearing that unpleasant voice, discerned it was indeed Tong Xian's. His intuition told him she must have been harmed, prompting him to rush to the door and begin to unlock it. The moment the door swung open, Dr. Zhang encountered a scene that would remain etched in his memory for a lifetime. His thoughts raced, "Oh no, oh no," as 9 pairs of glistening green eyes, sharp with menace, fixated upon him. He pondered what one should think in such a moment. Dr. Zhang felt an overwhelming urge to escape from this world, as if he were a prime cut of meat being scrutinized by these beasts, who seemed to be selecting the most delectable section to devour. The pack of wolves seemed to mock him. "Give it up. Don't overthink it. What delectable meat could you possibly have?" After repeated reassurances from Jin Qing, Dr. Zhang finally accepted that the 9 wolves before him posed no threat. He then roused his 2 sons and instructed them to carry Jin Qing inside. Before entering, Jin Qing glanced back at Dr. Zhang, who was about to close the door. He inserted the door bolt into the solid stone ground, nearly a meter long, which sank deeply into the earth, leaving only a copper hoop of less than 10 centimeters visible. With a raised eyebrow directed at the lead wolf, she seemed to convey, "Do you understand?" The alpha wolf let out a low howl, obediently squatting on the ground, perfectly conveying its willingness to comply. Dr. Zhang and his son exchanged bewildered glances. "What have I just witnessed? What has this girl been nourished on?" The wolf pack chuckled, accustomed to such displays. After issuing a warning to the pack and observing them dutifully seated in the courtyard, Jin Qing felt reassured and allowed Dr. Zhang's sons to carry her onto the bed. It was imperative to instill fear in them. Otherwise, if they were to lash out violently, her condition would remain untreated, and she could not permit their escape, lest she lose her future protectors. The wolves murmured, "You do not intend to let us go, do you?" Upon examining Jin Qing's injuries, the elder physician furrowed his brow deeply. This young woman often came to collect medicine, and he had developed a certain rapport with her. He had always perceived her as astute and perceptive, but today, he realized she was extraordinary. Despite sustaining such grave injuries, she remained undaunted, effectively intimidating the wolf pack, truly fearless and unyielding. Her ribs were largely intact, with no damage to her organs. However, the most severe injuries were to her legs. The fibula of her left leg had completely fractured, piercing through the skin, while her right leg, although not broken through the surface, was grotesquely twisted. The entire foot turned backward. The assailant was exceedingly malicious. How could one inflict such harm upon a gentle young girl? Dr. Zhang silently cursed the perpetrator. Noticing the deep lines of concern etched on Dr. Zhang's face, Jin Qing too felt a surge of anxiety as her legs began to throb painfully, accompanied by a swelling sensation. Jin Qing had once severed a finger, a matter he did not regard with much concern at the time. However, when the entire finger began to swell, the skin glistening with inflammation, he was taken to the medical facility. The physician there warned that had he arrived any later, amputation would have been inevitable. Thus, In Jin Qing's mind, swelling was undoubtedly a dire sign. Is there no hope for my legs? Jin Qing quietly inquired of old Zheng. There is a possibility for treatment. I can assist in realigning the bones of your legs. But since they have been fractured for over 6 hours, even if they are mended, you may not regain the ability to stand, old Zheng responded gravely. Do not fret. Host, your left brain hemisphere has developed 55, and your recovery will be significantly swifter than that of an average individual. This means that once the bones are healed, you will be able to move about energetically within 15 to 20 days. 707 interjected unexpectedly. Why reveal this information all of a sudden? Jin Qing asked, skeptical of 707's newfound concern. The host must hasten the recovery process. The mission objectives await your rescue. 707 elucidated. I have no interest in rescuing that troublesome sister of Tong Xin. Let her wait it out. Jin Qing scoffed at 707's words. That bothersome sister of Tong Xin was likely indulging herself in the sanctuary Tong Xin had arranged for her. I shall prioritize my own well-being. Thank you, Dr. Zheng. Please focus on mending my legs. The rest I shall leave to fate. Jin Qing stated with utmost sincerity. Adopting the manner of speech he recalled from the original owner of his body. However, the bone setting will require the use of our family's ancestral ointment, which is rather costly. Old Zhang stroked his beard and spoke once more, his tone languid. For reasons unknown, the imposing image of the elder in Jin Qing's eyes suddenly morphed into something rather sordid. While it is entirely reasonable to pay for medical care, Jin Qing's client had been discarded after being fatally assaulted, their form marred with blood-soaked burlap garments, devoid of even a single valuable item to offer the physician. Jin Qing inwardly lamented her predicament. I find myself bereft of possessions. Might I trouble you, old Zheng, for a promissory note? She inquired cautiously. Miss Tong, I operate on a modest scale myself, old Zheng retorted, his demeanor becoming increasingly lascivious. The recipe for my ointment has been lost to time, and each application diminishes my supply. Perhaps you could provide some collateral? His face grew ever more grotesque, as if each whisker on his chin clamored for coins. Very well. Should you succeed in treating me, all that lies within this courtyard shall be yours, Jin Qing brazenly proposed, gesturing towards the alpha wolf and her 8 pups. Old Zheng responded with a disapproving silence. Miss Tong, your tactics are quite unscrupulous, but should you fail to heal me, you shall belong to them, Jin Qing coldly threatened, revealing her true cunning. Gazing through the window at the wolves in the yard, their mouths watering as they eyed her abode, old Zheng capitulated. The potency of her words far surpassed the tyrannical emperor's decree. Should you fail to cure me, you shall accompany me to the grave. The implications were far more immediate, promising swift and dire consequences. 9 robust wolves, if unleashed upon the inhabitants of the courtyard, would leave not a trace behind. The individuals within the courtyard trembled in fear, their eyes reflecting the eerie green glow of 9 wolves, leaving no doubt that, should a person go missing, it would be a clear case of inviting danger into one's home. 707 found it unbearable to witness this. The esteemed reputation of the client was at stake. I urgently seek advice on how to deal with such a brazenly selfish tasker encountered by the saintly system. This young woman must have been utterly detestable to have met such a fate, thought old Zheng. Old Zheng's skills in bone setting were truly remarkable. Within the span of 2 tea brews, he adeptly mended 2 shattered legs. After the bones were rejoined, he applied his ancestral ointment, which indeed possessed some remarkable qualities. Once the initial coolness of the ointment faded, Jin Qing's legs began to move gently after half a month, and the areas of flesh that had suffered damage gradually developed a tingling sensation. Moreover, during this past fortnight, old Zheng had also recognized the advantages of having several wolves at home. Each day, under the coercive influence of Jin Qing, the younger wolves ventured into the mountains to hunt, with only the alpha wolf remaining behind to keep her company. The alpha wolf, I am, in fact, a hostage. Keeping them around as guardians of the home did not seem like a bad idea after all. At the very least, they enjoyed a daily supply of game. Old Zheng, stroking his beard, cast a calculating and somewhat lecherous grin towards the alpha wolf left to guard the courtyard. The alpha wolf was already quite displeased with the female tyrant's forceful detention of him and the threats made to his brethren to hunt. He had attempted several surprise attacks on Jin Qing when she was off guard, but each time, he was met with a fierce and merciless beating from her. As Jin Qing's wounds gradually healed, the alpha wolf sensed that her punches were becoming increasingly powerful. Upon realizing that Jin Qing was slowly regaining her strength, He had attempted to flee. However, whenever his subordinates came and went, Jin Qing paid them no mind. Yet, the moment he dared to approach the entrance, that fierce woman would seize any object within reach to strike at him. For her, anything nearby could serve as a weapon. Thus, he found himself trapped with no escape, neither in heaven nor on earth. Chapter 8. The sister aspiring to be a madam as time passed. In order to maintain his dignity as a leader in front of his subordinates, the alpha wolf resolved to endure, even if it meant biting down on broken teeth. He could not allow his subordinates to witness him being beaten. The crux of the matter was that he simply could not overpower her. Initially, when she could only use one arm, he had still been the one subdued. Now that she could move about freely, one had to question the fairness of the heavens. Most alarmingly, he had witnessed her effortlessly lifting her massive wooden bed to retrieve a chicken leg that had fallen beneath it. Consequently, after undergoing numerous lessons under Jin Qing's tutelage, the alpha wolf finally capitulated. After arranging hunting tasks for his subordinates each day, he would despondently lie in the courtyard, awaiting Jin Qing's commands. At that moment, sensing an unfriendly gaze, he turned to meet the eyes of old Zheng, only to find the man's lecherous grin. Instantly, the alpha wolf's fur stood on end as he bared his white teeth in a warning growl directed at old Zheng. A month later, Jin Qing was fully capable of moving about, though she was still unable to run or jump swiftly. Her mobility had essentially returned. Remarkably, the development of 55 of her brain's capacity was indeed impressive. She had never realized her own potential before. In the courtyard, Jin Qing practiced the Tai Chi she had learned from the elderly gentlemen and ladies during morning exercises at the square. Although she could not claim mastery, she managed to mimic their movements with a semblance of grace. The slow and deliberate nature of this martial art allowed her blood to circulate freely without risking her recently healed bones and tendons. At that moment, old Zheng circled around her, clicking his tongue in astonishment. What a little marvel! To recover from such a severe injury in just a month, truly. My ancestral ointment is as legendary as they say. 707 scoffed dismissively. Humph, that worthless salve. In another world, they wouldn't even deign to smell it. If it weren't for the host's high attributes, she'd be bedridden by now. Jin Qing had no fondness for 707's post-factum criticism, so she chose to ignore the comment. She was profoundly grateful for old Zheng's assistance, yet her foremost concern was acquiring money. Not only did she have a sister in distress awaiting her rescue, but she could hardly afford old Zheng's medical expenses. Thus, the most pressing matter at hand was to earn money. Jin Qing assumed a posture indicating she had finished for the day. What methods could she employ to swiftly accumulate wealth? She furrowed her brow in contemplation. From Tong Xian's memories, she learned that this place was a border town adjacent to the Yi tribe. The Izu, a nomadic people with a small population, possess a martial spirit that encompasses all ages and genders, excelling in livestock husbandry. Residing in the grasslands, they are blessed with the most fertile pastures, capable of raising the strongest steeds. However, this is contingent upon an ample food supply. As autumn approaches its end, the Izu find themselves deprived of sufficient sustenance and lacking warm, permanent dwellings. It is during this time that their fierce nature becomes apparent. Each year, at the close of autumn, the Izu launch large-scale incursions into the Great Jin dynasty, plundering passing merchant caravans, slaughtering its citizens, and seizing food, wealth, and winter garments. Reflecting on this, Jin Qing could not help but feel a deep sense of reverence for the emperor of the Great Jin. Thanks to Prince Xian's vigilant defense at the borders, the Izu have been unable to breach the city. The emperor, however, seems to favor diplomacy, readily engaging in negotiations upon the Izu's overtures and even sending them substantial gifts. It is no wonder that the Izu return each year to instigate trouble. The underlying reason is straightforward. Regardless of the outcome, the Izu benefit from their incursions. A victorious campaign could lead to the occupation of the Great Jin, while a defeat would still yield monetary compensation from the court. With advantages on both sides, why wouldn't they wage war? As autumn draws near, the Izu are once again stirring restlessly. At this time of year, the local authorities issue bounties, offering 10 taels of silver for every Izu head brought to the county office. It seems that my first fortune in this world is destined to come from the Izu. With a sense of determination, Jin Qing proceeded to the kitchen, where he severed his long black hair in the middle, gathering the remaining strands into a high bun atop his head. Once again, a handful of soot from the bottom of the pot was mixed with a bit of corn flour and evenly applied to her previously pallid face. resulting in a complexion that was both coarse and a waxy yellow tinged with darkness. The garments she wore were remnants from the younger son of old Zheng. Yet in the border town, there was little emphasis on appearances. At that moment, the image of a common female ranger emerged. Hearing a commotion, old Zheng approached, nearly collapsing in shock. You, how could you bear to do this? His heart ached at the sight of the long hair strewn on the ground. He feared the little creature had lost her sanity. She had inflicted injuries upon herself for no reason and, in a fit of madness, had severed her hair. Glancing at her ranger attire, old Zheng nearly choked on his breath. What was a female ranger, if not a person of the lowest status? Even beneath that of a courtesan? In the Grand Jin dynasty, only those forsaken by their families or orphaned women who could not find a husband would choose the life of a ranger. Consequently, the reputation of female rangers was endlessly vilified, and society shunned them. However, having spent time in the palace, old Zheng, after a moment of astonishment, fell silent. It was evident that Tong Xin had suffered serious injuries, likely due to some grave incident. He had also seen Tong Xin's sister. Yet no one had come to seek Tong Xin during her prolonged stay in his guest room, nor had she mentioned her sister. Coupled with the blood that had drenched her and her destitution, old Zheng felt as though he had pieced together the truth. Interpreting Tong Xin's current appearance as a manifestation of her traumatic experiences, with her eyes fixed intently on Jin Qing, the elder spoke earnestly, Miss Tong. We have known each other for a while. There is no obstacle in life that cannot be overcome. The essence of existence lies in living. Having said this, he turned on his heel and departed. Jin Qing was momentarily taken aback, thinking to herself, has this old man taken leave of his senses today? Little did she know that the seasoned Zheng, having been immersed in palace intrigues, had concocted an elaborate drama in his mind, sisters turning against one another, with the younger sibling gravely injuring the elder and eloping with her lover. Reflecting on the harsh realities of life, Zheng summoned his two sons and imparted a stern lesson on the significance of brotherly love and respect, insisting that beyond their studies in medicine, they should each copy the family motto daily. The two sons responded, but we haven't done anything at all. Unaware of the impending turmoil at Zheng's household, Jin Qing was preparing to step out with a roll of her eyes. After 707 informed her of her boundless potential, she dedicated herself to honing this aspect of her abilities. The lead wolf's fur bristled. He felt as though Jin Qing had not just torn into a deer, but rather had inflicted pain upon him. Under Jin Qing's menacing smile, the lead wolf bowed his head, and from that moment forth, he was bestowed with a name. While the other subordinates also acquired their own monikers, Wolf 1, Wolf 2, Wolf 3, all the way to Wolf 8. Jin Qing nodded in satisfaction. Obedience was paramount. For without instilling fear in these young wolves, her leadership would falter. Had she known the value of strength earlier, she would not have toiled away in her past life merely hauling bricks. Nevertheless, her earnings from bricklaying had been quite substantial. After contemplating her demise, she imagined her colleagues toasting with beer in celebration, for during Jin Qing's tenure, no one else's salary was worthy of consideration. The realization that she had no friends left her with a profound sense of sorrow, almost yearning for a comforting embrace. She procured a leash and muzzle from the elderly Zheng's wife, Zheng Lisher, and, despite the latter's disdainful resistance, she resolutely fastened the leash around Bai Yan's neck and snout. Thus, she led Bai Yan out of the courtyard. After all, this was her very first subordinate, and she needed to keep a vigilant watch over him. The last thing she wanted was for him to flee, especially considering the potential embarrassment should Bai Yan bark out in the marketplace. Bai Yan offered a token struggle before resigning to follow Jin Qing, as the absence of any other companions rendered his escape inconsequential. He had long since grown accustomed to being bullied. In the border town, a female ranger accompanied by a dog typically attracted little attention, often met with disdain or avoidance. As rangers were a marginalized group, only those unscrupulous individuals seeking to exploit the vulnerable might approach, yet even they would hesitate to provoke a ranger. For the title of hero implied a certain level of skill. Thus, Jin Qing ventured into the city with relative ease, arriving at the walls of the Mu family's courtyard. Regardless of her feelings towards Tong Xin's tragic fate, which she chose not to vocalize, the anguish of possessing another's body weighed heavily upon her. The agony of broken bones was hers to bear, and she felt compelled to act, lest she betray her own sense of self. 707, she mused. What are the odds that I can scale this wall? Gazing at the towering 2-meter wall, Jin Qing called out for 707 in her mind. The host had not acquired any martial arts skills, making the likelihood of sneaking in without detection as improbable as her sudden transformation into a martial arts leader. 707 continued to express its discontent. However, the host need not fret. Within Tong Xian's memories, there existed a dog hole through which she had previously led Tong Yao to buy food. After a moment of contemplation, 707 continued, "Is that true? Where is it?" Jin Qing eagerly inquired upon hearing of a possible entrance. "But that is a dog hole." Initially intending to relish Jin Qing's flustered reaction to her own humiliation, 707 was instead taken aback by Jin Qing's response. "So what?" Jin Qing mused, pondering whether the system had malfunctioned. Tong Xian's slender physique allowed her to successfully climb into the Mu residence after tying Bai Yin to a tree. As for the possibility of someone stealing Bai Yin, that was utterly inconceivable. Bai Yin was not lifeless. Whoever attempted to take it would be courting disaster. Following the route etched in her memory, Jin Qing deftly evaded the watchful eyes of the Mu residence workers and stealthily found her way to Mu Da's study without arousing any suspicion. Inside, Mu Da's voice resonated. "What? Still not found? I refuse to believe that a mere girl could vanish into thin air. Does she not need to eat or dress?" Upon hearing this, Jin Qing stood up, approached the nearest wall to Mu Da, and forcefully kicked it 3 times. As the saying goes, kick 3 times whether there are dates or not. Ouch, that still hurt. Jin Qing winced in pain. The recently restored leg could not bear full weight yet. Had I known, I would have used my fist instead, but I could not bear to part with my delicate fingers. Turning around, I retraced my steps towards the dog hole and successfully crawled out. Just as I unfastened the white-eyed creature tethered to the tree, a resounding crash echoed behind me. It turned out that the study of the Mao residence had collapsed along with the adjoining guest chamber. Cries of urgency filled the air as the servants shouted, "Come quickly! The young master has been buried alive." Satisfied upon hearing this, Jin Qing departed. The host's recovery was rather slow. It took 3 kicks for the building to finally yield. And even then, it did so at a languid pace. 707 suddenly remarked, "Do not speak. Let me revel in this moment." Jin Qing chose to ignore 707's complaints and directly address the situation. This system, which can only offer sarcasm, ought to take a rest. The marketplace of the border town was exceptionally lively, bustling with small vendors, traders exchanging goods with foreigners, and numerous snack stalls lining the streets, their aromas intertwining and wafting into Jin Qing's nostrils. The border town was established by the convergence of individuals from various counties of the Jin dynasty, resulting in a sparse indigenous population, largely replaced by outsiders. These newcomers brought with them the distinctive delicacies and crafts of their homelands, leading to a diversification of the town's economy. Furthermore, the most formidable local power, Prince Xian, maintained strict governance over his territory, which contributed to the town's commendable economic and security status within the vast expanse of the Jin dynasty. Alas, Jin Qing's purse was rather meager. Thus, he had to stifle his desire for indulgent feasting and hasten his way to the county office. As the enticing aroma of street food wafted through the air, Jin Qing clenched her fists tightly, murmuring, "Just wait until I have money." Navigating through the deliberate avoidance of the crowd, she successfully arrived at the county office. Once again, she marveled at the utility of her identity as a female adventurer. At the very least, the people around her seemed to treat her as if she were something unsavory, instinctively steering clear of her presence, and no one paid her any particular attention. The bounty list had already been posted, and many gathered around the notice board, eager to witness the spectacle. Reflecting on the unchanging nature of the Chinese populace throughout history, Jin Qing managed to squeeze her way to the front amidst the crowd's intentional evasion. Raising her head, her eyes twitched in disbelief. To her astonishment, she could not recognize a single character. Although Tong Xian was literate, this skill was her own and not shared with Jin Qing. Due to certain circumstances in her past life, Jin Qing had not received a formal education. Her understanding of Chinese characters was limited, and the intricacies of the small seal script before her were beyond her grasp. Thus, at that moment, Jin Qing was undeniably illiterate. What did the 707 say? Jin Qing called out in her mind, seeking a response from the silent 707. Wasn't I supposed to keep quiet? Reluctant to engage with a host who demanded immediate transactions, utterly inept, yet with quite the temper, Jin Qing raised an eyebrow. At that moment, someone nearby began to read aloud, prompting Jin Qing to abandon her attempt to communicate with 707 and instead perk up her ears to listen. The barbarians have repeatedly trespassed upon our borders, encroaching upon our homeland, and thus, all are called to exact retribution upon them. A proclamation has been issued, offering a bounty of 10 taels of silver for the slaying of a single foe, and for 10, a reward of 100 taels. With the promise of a military commission, for 100, 1,000 taels and the title of a cavalry captain. Jin Qing felt her heart race at the prospect, as if a cascade of glimmering silver had begun to rain down upon her. Though she was uncertain of the significance of a cavalry captain, her ardor for wealth remained undiminished. As she was departing, she brushed past a young servant, who, upon noticing her, gasped and rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. How strange, he mused. Wasn't Tong Xin supposed to be dead? How could this person bear such a striking resemblance to her? Surely, he must have been too flustered to see clearly. This young man was, in fact, the personal attendant of the esteemed Master Mao, who had ventured out to seek a physician for his elder son, recently extracted from the ruins. The injuries sustained by the eldest were indeed severe. Shaking his head in self-deprecating amusement at his earlier bewilderment, he continued on his way to the medical hall. Though Old Zheng also resided in the outer city of the border town, this particular area was relatively closer to the royal capital. In contrast, the outer city occupied by the barbarians served as a junction between their territory and the border town, resulting in a stark disparity in security between the two regions. After exchanging a few brief words with Old Zheng, indicating her intention to seek work, she refrained from revealing her forthcoming plans. Aware of Jin Qing's astute nature, Old Zheng chose not to press further. At the break of dawn the following day, Jin Qing ventured into the deep mountains accompanied by several wolves. After 3 days of navigating around the border town alongside the pack, he arrived at the desolate frontier inhabited by the foreign tribes. Perched upon a large stone, Jin Qing began to contemplate the course of his life. Aware of his host's discontent, 707 maintained an absolute silence. Bai Yin, together with his subordinates, lay obediently to one side, his massive wolf head resting on his paws, basking in the warmth of the sun, utterly disinclined to move. Am I being impulsive? Jin Qing mused, cradling his chin in his hands. 707, preferring to remain taciturn, offered no response. Having journeyed for nearly 7 days beyond the frontier, Jin Qing's attire had become a disheveled mess, and more troubling was the fact that he had yet to catch a glimpse of the foreign tribes. Initially, he had vowed with great fervor to venture outside the city to slay the invaders and claim the bounty. Yet now he found himself at a loss as to what to do in the absence of any targets. It felt as though all his lofty ambitions had been squandered. He wondered if Old Zheng might suspect him of having absconded with debts unpaid. Jin Qing found himself situated just outside a village on the fringes of the border, a settlement established to evade the burdensome taxes of the city. Even though the border town was under the control of the Prince of Xian, and various tax expenditures had been significantly reduced, many newcomers from the Jin dynasty still found it impossible to establish themselves. In their quest for survival, they had no choice but to seek refuge in the crevices of the frontier. Given the proclivity of the foreign tribes to invade villages and plunder passing merchants, Jin Qing targeted a relatively prosperous local village, lying in wait along the essential route leading to it. Every day, Jin Qing ascends the mountains to hunt alongside the wolf pack during daylight, while at night, she seeks refuge beneath a grand tree, ever vigilant of the village's movements. However, after a week of observation, the foreign invaders have yet to make an appearance. Instead, her disheveled appearance has terrified those who venture into the mountains, giving rise to rumors of wild men lurking in the vicinity. As she runs her fingers through her tangled hair and catches a whiff of her own odor, she realizes the mountain's distance from a water source makes even the most basic hydration a challenge. Having spent years dining in the construction site's cafeteria, Jin Qing struggles to distinguish between wild vegetables and mere weeds, leaving her with no choice but to subsist on roasted meat amidst the smoky haze, which has rendered her both grimy and deprived of essential chlorophyll, leading to considerable difficulty during her visits to the restroom. Moreover, she possesses but a single set of clothing, leaving her no option for change. To do so would mean parading through the mountains in the nude, a thought that invokes a sense of modesty within her. Bai Yin quips, "Are you sure you possess such sentiments?" Reflecting on her days hauling bricks at the construction site, Jin Qing has never felt so wretched. She feels an incessant itch, likening herself to a wild person. As the days draw closer to the time when her younger sister foolishly sought her demise at Mafu, a surge of anger wells up inside Jin Qing. Having at least claimed the soul of another, she believes her sister should be allowed to live. Why must she endure such torment? Ah, 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 ah. Jin Qing's anguished cries echo through the woods, startling a flock of birds into flight. Bai Yan's ears perk up momentarily as he shifts his position, continuing to observe the unfolding scene. The female harbinger of chaos has once again lost her composure. Bai Yan and the numbered wolves, from Wolf 1 to Wolf 8, raise their heads to gaze towards the source of the commotion. Faintly, the anguished cries of the villagers echoed. Quickly, retreat into the mountains. The outsiders have arrived. The foreign traders, accustomed to a life of constant motion, often found themselves in tumultuous circumstances, preferring freedom over constraint. Thus, they let their hair flow freely, eschewing the confines of binding it, thereby alleviating the weight upon their heads. Consequently, the local villagers affectionately dubbed them the outsiders. Amid the chaotic flight of the villagers, the words that reached Jin Qing's ears were like a divine melody. Silver has arrived. A surge of elation coursed through Jin Qing's heart. It had finally come. Unlike the frightened villagers fleeing in disarray, Jin Qing joyfully leapt from the stone, exuberantly racing towards the village entranced down the mountain. Eager not to let the opportunity slip away, the village boasted a lookout post. Upon sighting a significant number of outsiders, the sentinels would promptly alert the patrols, issuing warnings to the villagers. The outsiders' incursions into the village could be classified into several categories. The first involved villages with which they maintained relations, offering tributes annually in exchange for protection. Such villages were generally spared from harm, as the outsiders would send only a couple of representatives, entering quietly without disturbing the villagers. The second category was far more menacing, consisting of those who plundered not only gold, but also grain and, tragically, women. These raids typically targeted the more prosperous villages. To prevent their growth from posing an obstacle to future plundering schemes, the raiders would abduct the young women and capture the able-bodied men, leading to the village's decline. Finally, there existed a particularly nefarious type of outsider, whose sole purpose in entering a village was to enact a massacre. They would ride in, trampling any living creatures in their path, their objective being to kill first, seize grain second, and ultimately set the village ablaze. Jin Qing was, in truth, rather unfortunate. The village she had chosen was under the protection of the barbarian chieftain's third son, Ari Lu, and Ku, which had thus far spared it from any incursions. However, today, the villagers evidently faced dire trouble. Barbarians were descending upon them with murderous intent. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed as a dozen majestic steeds galloped forth, carrying the marauding invaders. Leading them was a barbarian wielding a large blade, vociferously shouting commands in his native tongue to rally his comrades behind him. The following riders, too, were mounted, and trailing behind each horse were several corpses clad in the attire of Jin people, their bodies so ravaged by the ground that some had already revealed stark, white bones, while others had their innards scattered along the way. Clearly, these were not amiable adversaries. The village chief was urgently directing the villagers to abandon their possessions and flee towards the mountains in varied directions, recognizing the fierce resolve of the approaching marauders. As the barbarians drew nearer, the chief's anxiety intensified. He had once narrowly escaped a similar slaughter. At that time, he was the sole survivor, having been rendered unconscious by his own mother and concealed in a cellar while the village was left desolate, with not even the newborns spared. These ruthless marauders had truly embodied the phrase "not a single soul remained." Thus, the chief was acutely aware of the fate that awaited the villagers should the barbarians unleash their wrath. Gritting his teeth, he observed that most of the villagers had already taken flight. Resolutely, he seized the token bestowed upon him by Prince Ari Lu and Ku, and rushed towards the village entrance, calling out as he ran, "My lords, we are the villagers of Ari Lu and Ku." Upon reaching the village entrance, a cacophony of bizarre cries echoed from the mountains, intermingled with the feral howls of wild beasts, the sounds drawing ever closer. The village chief, haunted by recent rumors of wild men, felt a deep sense of foreboding. His fate seemed sealed. As he stood in a daze, the chief of the invaders swiftly approached him. A chill coursed through the chief's heart, prompting him to exclaim, "My lord, we are the people of Ariel and Ku." Before he could finish, the leader sneered, "I am here to slay that wretched soul." With that, he raised his weapon and struck down towards the village chief. In that moment, The chief thought, "It is over. My end has come." Unable to bear the sight, he shut his eyes. With a thunderous roar, he collapsed to the ground, memories flooding his mind in vivid scenes. His final thought lingered. "I have yet to marry. Farewell, old Lady Wang. May we meet again in another life." The image of old Lady Wang twirled before him, spinning endlessly. Yet, aside from the swelling at the back of his head from the impact, he felt no other pain. He smacked his lips, surprised by the absence of the anticipated metallic taste of blood. The invader's blade had struck swiftly, and he had succumbed without feeling a thing. Yet, the voice of the invader's leader cursed in his ears. Could a dead man still hear? Confused, he reached up to touch his head. It remained intact. Slowly, he dared to open his eyes, revealing an unforgettable sight before him. Before me stood a disheveled savage, panting heavily, flanked by 9 creatures that bore a striking resemblance to wolves, confronting the indigenous chief. The village elder's gaze remained fixated on this peculiar assembly, the foremost beast. Robust as a young calf, could easily be mistaken for a bear cub were it not for its vivid green eyes and its coat of grayish-white fur. The others, though slightly smaller, appeared equally formidable. Should a wolf calamity ensue with such specimens, even 5 county guards would struggle to contain the chaos. In the moment the blade descended, one of the wolves lunged forward, severing the neck of the chief's steed with alarming swiftness. The horse collapsed without warning, leaving the chief to tumble unceremoniously to the ground, inadvertently striking his own thigh with the blade in his hand, which immediately gushed with blood. Struggling to regain his footing, the chief was met with the ravenous stares of the wolves before him, sending shivers down his spine. Meanwhile, the horses of the dozen or so men behind him began to stir restlessly. True to the meticulous breeding of the indigenous people, the horses were well trained. Their agitation subsided quickly, preventing any panicked flight. Observing that the wolves merely salivated without advancing, the chief noted a frail young man standing amidst the pack. Realizing that these wolves were likely domesticated, he felt a flicker of hope and, clutching his wounded thigh, attempted to communicate. "Hero, I am a general under Prince Daiqin. We harbor no ill intentions." As he spoke to Jin Qing, he discreetly signaled his subordinates to prepare for a surprise attack. During the conversation, the leader of the foreign tribe gradually moved towards his companions. "Do not trust him, my lord." The old village chief, in a state of urgency, quickly scrambled to his feet, fearing that the wild man had convinced Jin Qing, and hastily warned him, drawing the ire of the tribesmen. Meanwhile, Jin Qing remained unfazed by the palpable tension before him, engaged instead in a verbal spar with 707 within the sea of consciousness. The host is moving far too slowly. Had it not been for the old man's interference, he would likely have met his demise just now, compelling us to undertake a task, 707 remarked disdainfully. His soul is of a yellow hue, and I certainly do not wish to claim it. Does a soul possess color? Jin Qing pondered, intrigued by this newfound information. Please, host, focus on the essential. 707 expressed confusion regarding his host's tendency to fixate on peculiar details. What does a yellow soul signify? Jin Qing pressed further. On the other side, observing Jin Qing's lack of reaction to the village chief's words, the foreign leader assumed that Jin Qing had been swayed by his rhetoric and continued to address him. "Hero, if you command your pack to retreat, we shall withdraw from the village." As he spoke, he gestured for his men to draw their concealed crossbows. Meanwhile, the village chief grew increasingly anxious. This wild man appeared rather untrustworthy. Just as he intended to place a reassuring hand on Jin Qing's shoulder, he suddenly noticed that Jin Qing had moved. Jin Qing bent down to caress the horse's head on the ground, then lifted it slightly, as if assessing its weight. Seemingly displeased with the heft, he discarded the horse's head and strode towards a robust steed. With a surge of strength, he hoisted the entire horse and flung it towards the chieftain of the foreign tribe at an angle. Jin Qing thought, "There is no weapon at my disposal." Meanwhile, the village elder felt a surge of trepidation. What manner of creature is this? The onlookers gasped, "Chieftain." The wolves snickered, "Tremble alongside us." With a resounding thud, the chieftain was struck down before he could utter a sound, except for the head, which Jin Qing deliberately avoided. The rest of his body was left in a state of catastrophic fracture, crushed beneath the weight of the horse, resembling a mere puddle of flesh. All present stood in stunned silence. After a prolonged pause, Jin Qing's voice, gravelly and sinister, sliced through the air. "It's best to speak less. Haven't you heard that villains perish from too much chatter?" The exasperated 707 thought about crashing into a wall. "Host, That expression is misapplied. After dispatching the chieftain, Jin Qing admonished the onlookers not to partake of the chieftain's body, fearing that the wolves would become uncontrollable if they savored human flesh. His gaze then shifted to the remaining foreigners as he mentally counted. 10 tails, 20 tails, 30 tails, 180 tails. Jin Qing's heart soared with joy at the ease with which this wealth had come to him. Meanwhile, the foreigners felt a twinge of apprehension in their calves, as Jin Qing regarded them with a glint in his eye akin to that of the wolves, one filled with ravenous desire. As the grim fate of their leader lingered in their minds, a dozen individuals exchanged glances, momentarily disregarding the lifeless body of their commander. In an instant, they mounted their horses and prepared to flee. Upon witnessing the imminent loss of their treasure, Jin Qing dashed forward, seizing the barbarian leader's formidable blade with the intention of hurling it in their direction. Suddenly, a voice echoed in her mind. 707 cried out in alarm. "Host, please don't." Startled, Jin Qing responded reflexively. "What madness are you exhibiting now?" In a state of urgency, 707 continued, as the bound host of the compassionate system. "You are forbidden from inflicting harm upon those who pose no threat or malice towards you, nor can you slay individuals who have not initiated an attack against you. Otherwise, the world consciousness will detect it and obliterate us." Jin Qing was taken aback by this revelation, pondering whether she had ever thoroughly read the employee handbook. It dawned on her that she had, in fact, neglected to provide it to her. "Is this the case for other systems as well?" Jin Qing inquired, her curiosity piqued by an unsettling sense of peculiarity. Certainly not," 707 replied. "The other systems do not appropriate the souls of the world consciousness." A silence fell as 707 grappled with how to elucidate the matter to Jin Qing. The fleeing barbarians posed no immediate threat, leaving her at a loss for a solution. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, an idea struck Jin Qing. For the sake of the silver, she was willing to take the plunge. Instructing the village chief to safeguard the corpse of the barbarian leader, Jin Qing commenced her pursuit of the fleeing tribesmen. To her astonishment, she discovered that she could indeed run swifter than a horse, just as 707 had claimed. In no time, she arrived before the group of fleeing savages, accompanied by a pack of wolves, effectively obstructing their escape. The tribesmen, their scalps tingling with dread, gazed at this harbinger of doom, who had effortlessly closed the distance and intercepted their horses, revealing a somewhat menacing smile. While the onlookers speculated about Jin Qing's intentions, she opened her mouth and softly uttered a few words. "Come on, come and strike me." The crowd was immediately taken aback. What is this coward saying? Am I hearing things? Noting the tribesmen's bewildered silence, Jin Qing grew anxious, waving her hand toward them while enticingly continuing, "Come on, come and hit me." The collective murmur echoed. Is this fool truly insane? When the barbarians still did not take the bait, Jin Qing's frustration mounted. "Come on, strike me. If you win, you may leave." The tribesmen collectively inhaled sharply, realizing with dismay that their leader had succumbed at the hands of a fool. Is there any justice left in this world? Under Jin Qing's relentless coaxing and taunting, the tribesmen finally engaged, only to meet their inevitable demise in unison. Observing the lifeless bodies strewn on the ground alongside the spoils of war, Jin Qing's heart blossomed with joy. She was pleased that she had earlier instructed the wolves not to attack the horses. Surely, this bounty would fetch a handsome sum. At that moment, 707 interjected. The host could have commanded the wolves to attack, so why sacrifice your own allure? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that the host possesses no semblance of charm. These foreign individuals may very well perceive the host as a delicate, effeminate figure. Jin Qing's body stiffened momentarily before he spoke. "I have my own considerations. This is a strategy. Am I to jest that I had not anticipated this?" At the village entrance, the village chief knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the corpse of the foreign leader. Was it truly resolved so effortlessly? The village chief felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. At that moment, he beheld Jin Qing, accompanied by a pack of wolves, casually herding a group of horses as they approached the village. Jin Qing's visage and attire were smeared with dirt. The tie securing his hair had snapped, leaving his medium-length hair tousled across his face. Yet, his eyes remained strikingly clear and bright, while a band of wolf cubs, each no larger than a bear cub, trailed behind him, their eyes radiating a soft green glow. Recalling the formidable martial prowess of these creatures, the village chief overcame his trepidation and scrambled to Jin Qing's feet. Prostrating himself, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, my lord. I shall never forget this kindness. Please, do share your name. I am willing to lead the entire village in erecting a longevity tablet in your honor. A line of black lines appeared on Jin Qing's forehead. Do you have any contact for Mousie? A single character, under the enthusiastic screams of 707, was deftly transformed into Mousie's contact information. At this juncture, 707 continued to exclaim excitedly, "Hurry, agree to his request. The longevity tablet symbolizes faith, which is a boon for us." Jin Qing chuckled inwardly at 707. Is there anything you desire that you do not wish to have? What is Mousie's contact information? The village chief's expression was somewhat vacant. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he still could not comprehend what Jin Qing was articulating. It appeared that the disparity in their races posed an insurmountable barrier to communication with the seemingly wild Jin Qing before him. The hoarse timbre of Jin Qing's voice sent a shiver through the village chief, yet it also confirmed that this individual, who bore the semblance of a savage, harbored no ill intentions towards him. Observing the chief's continued bewilderment, Jin Qing chose to remain silent, prioritizing the matter at hand. To guard against wolves pilfering his spoils, Jin Qing ordered Bai Yin to lead the pack of numerical wolves to lie in wait at a distance, prohibiting them from approaching the horse convoy. After enduring a lengthy period of domestication, Bai Yin had resigned to his role as subordinate and no longer entertained thoughts of fleeing. He felt assured in his ability to outrun them should the need arise. Bai Yin mused, "Regardless of whether you believe it, I certainly do." Jin Qing methodically dismounted the corpses of the foreign and Jin individuals from the horses. The remains of the Jin people were mostly dismembered, and while the village chief lamented the brutality, Jin Qing carefully placed the bodies near him. In contrast, the corpses of the foreigners were laid alongside their leader's body, evenly spread out upon the ground. Although distinctions between foreigners and Jin people had long since faded in Jin Qing's era, he still abhorred such cruel acts of torment for amusement. Thus, when dealing with the foreigners, he exhibited no hesitation. The principle of survival favored the strongest, dictated by the might of one's fist. The once tranquil and harmonious village now resembled a battlefield, strewn with lifeless bodies. The village chief's emotions were intricate and profound. Witnessing the lifeless body of a Jin individual evoked an indescribable sorrow, while the sight of the barbarian's remains brought an inexplicable sense of relief. Struck by these conflicting sentiments, the chief felt as though he were on the brink of madness. Ultimately, after calming his tumultuous thoughts, he approached the Jin bodies, resolved to tend to his kin and ensure they could rest in peace. However, Jin Qing harbored no empathy for the chief's state of mind. The edict stated that only the barbarian's head was required, so after arranging the body of the barbarian, she weighed the knife in her hand, seeking a suitable angle to strike before descending upon the barbarian's neck. As anticipated, the familiar voice of 707 interrupted. "Stop. No." Jin Qing halted mid-motion, feeling a sharp pain in her shoulder as a muscle strained. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter a few words to 707. "This is the third time today. You had better provide me with a reasonable explanation." With a sardonic chuckle, she remarked, "What a grand edifice of chastity this is." Disregarding the incessant shrieking of 707, Jin Qing turned her attention to the old village chief, who was now bowed in sorrow, meticulously tending to the remains of the Jin. Memories of his past flooded back, reminiscent of the times he had collected the bodies of former villagers. Overcome with grief, he labored to piece together the scattered fragments of his fallen kin, ensuring they returned to the earth from whence they came. At the same time, he mourned for the tragic demise of these unfortunate souls, equally ensnared by the chaos of the world, quietly weeping for a fate that could very well be his own come tomorrow. Immersed in his own turmoil, the village chief had completely overlooked the calculating gaze of Jin Qing. With a knife in hand, Jin Qing approached the village chief, her hoarse voice resonating once more. "Could you do me a favor?" The tear-filled eyes of the village chief lifted to meet her gaze, and in the sunlight, Jin Qing's grimy face appeared to be cloaked in a golden hue, rendering the chief momentarily blinded. "Esteemed one, what is your command? Speak freely, for I am willing to offer my humble assistance." The village chief rose from the ground, bowing deeply to his savior. Upon hearing the chief's willingness to assist, Jin Qing's eyes narrowed with joy as she extended the large curved knife towards him. "Come now, aid me in severing their heads." The village chief stammered. "Am I mistaken?" He pondered Jin Qing's words, allowing them to circulate in his mind, before glancing at the formidable blade she offered. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, realization dawned on him, and he plopped back onto the ground. Noble one, I dare not. Grandfather, what is this address? Jin Qing wondered, oblivious to the fact that the old chief referred to her as a wild noble. You may call me Miss Jean or simply Jin Qing. She generously shared her name. As it pertained to the later matters of the longevity tablet, faith, the old chief replied, I would sooner believe that this fierce individual before me is a true wild person than accept that you are indeed a maiden. After an extended stalemate, the old chief still did not take the knife from Jin Qing's hand. Growing impatient, Jin Qing furrowed her brow, contemplating what steps to take next. As Jin Qing furrowed her brow, the old village chief trembled and scurried to the side, fearing that the wild girl before him might, in a moment of impatience, take him down alongside her. Jin Qing, you are overthinking. The village chief, noticing the two young men's eyes brighten, pointed at them and exclaimed, My lord, allow them to assist. They come from families that slaughter pigs. Their experience is quite similar, and they will surely be of help to you. The two young men, utterly oblivious to the chief's disregard for his own life, stood dumbfounded at the scene before them. On the ground at the village entrance lay several rows of corpses. On one side were those dressed in attire reminiscent of the Jin people, their bodies mangled and their deaths gruesome. On the other side, those resembling the Yi were neatly arranged in a row, each face contorted in agony, as if struck down in a single, fatal blow. Among the Yi, two individuals remained alive. One stood, disheveled and dirty, as though he had fled from some disaster, gripping a large curved knife and pointing it directly at the seated figure across from him. That seated individual was none other than their esteemed village chief. Village chief. The two young men rushed to his side, just in time to hear the chief recommend to Jin Qing, My lord, let them take action. They have long assisted my father in butchering pig heads. They possess experience in dispatching the heads of E. The young men's hair stood on end, and the once respected image of the village chief crumbled before them. This foul old man. In truth, when one did not dwell on the humanity of their target, the act of taking a life felt less burdensome than butchering a pig's head. Gradually, memories of the atrocities committed by the Russians resurfaced, and an unsettling sense of satisfaction began to stir within them as they contemplated their impending actions. It appears that within every individual lies a latent brutality, merely awaiting the right circumstances to be unleashed. As they gazed at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, a sense of bewilderment enveloped the crowd. The village chief seized the moment to elucidate the preceding events, prompting the villagers to express their gratitude profusely towards Jin Qing. Sensing the adoration emanating from the crowd, the two young men who had just assisted Jin Qing experienced an inexplicable thrill, feeling as though they had transformed into genuine heroes. With the villagers' aid, all the remains of the Jin people were laid to rest. Meanwhile, the bodies of the foreign invaders were gathered together, surrounded by ample kindling, prepared for incineration. The Jin dynasty esteemed burial traditions. Thus, the act of cremating the enemy's corpses starkly illustrated the villagers' profound disdain for the invaders. A fierce blaze erupted, consuming the malevolence of these foreigners and the anguish of the Jin people. As the acrid scent of charred flesh and singed hair wafted through the air, an odd sensation of hunger stirred within Jin Qing, likely a conditioned response from his recent indulgence in barbecued meats. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air. Wolves. Wolves have entered the village. Some villagers, emboldened, grasped their weapons, preparing to confront the perceived threat. Yet, the wolves seemed unfazed, reveling in the discomfort they incited. This was the reaction humanity ought to display upon encountering them. Jin Qing cast a casual glance at the pack and calmly declared, Do not be alarmed. You have misjudged the situation. These are my pets. Pets. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, bewildered that their benefactor would claim these wolf-sized creatures as dogs, despite their unmistakable wolfish traits. Jin Qing, with eyes wide open, glanced at the wide-eyed creature squatting before her. Wide-Eye, give a call to everyone. Recalling the sound she had taught it just days prior on the mountain, White-Eye bared its teeth in displeasure. However, upon noticing the hint of menace in Jin Qing's gaze, it timidly let out a low, ow-woo. Indeed, it was a dog, albeit of a different breed. Jin Qing continued to elucidate to the villagers, jesting that she would need assistance in chopping off heads and burning bodies in the future. How could she possibly frighten them away now? Declining the villagers' invitation to reside in their midst, she felt a pressing need to accumulate more wealth. With so many individuals and horses now at her disposal, the foreign invaders would undoubtedly return to seek trouble. This presented a continuous source of income. How could she afford to squander time in this small village? She carefully wrapped the heads of the foreigners in an old sheet provided by the village chief and secured them on her horse's back. With the lifeless horse slung over her shoulder, accompanied by a pack of wolves and a herd of steeds, she departed the village despite the villagers' fervent attempts to dissuade her. Following the path indicated by the village chief, which was said to be the sole route for communication between the border town and the foreigners, Jin Qing knew that any invaders would traverse this very road. She sought a spot near a water source, lowered the severed heads from her horse, and hung them on a tree to dry, preventing decay before the bounty could be claimed, instructing her wolf companions to graze the horses. She then plunged into the water for a thorough cleansing. Afterward, she donned the male attire gifted by the villagers. Though somewhat patched, it was at least clean. Finally, I have acquired a change of clothes. It is entirely my fault for acting impulsively. I forgot that we do not live in a convenient modern society. And I left without even packing my luggage. Now, having satisfied my hunger, I, Jin Qing, suddenly realized that since arriving in this ancient era, the white eyes have indeed assisted me greatly. Yet, aside from beating them, I seem to have done little in return. Acknowledging my indebtedness to the white eyes, I called one over and, gently stroking its fur, I said with heartfelt sincerity, "You have helped me immensely. So I intend to take care of you for the rest of your days." The white eye responded, "Oh, whoa, there's no need for that. Please just let us go." Oblivious to its sentiments, I continued to plan our future together. No need to be so moved. In a couple of days, I will find you a mate. And once you have little wolf cubs, I shall help you raise them. The white eye, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, "Do you not have any shame? You are planning to ruin us for 18 generations." This massacre of the villages was, in truth, a strategic game between Dai Qin, the second prince of the Yi King, and the third prince, Yi Lu, and Ku. However, recently, Dai Qin's power has been significantly diminished. The Yi people are few in number. Though brave and skilled in battle, they are inherently carefree and dislike being constrained. Thus, trained and loyal generals have become increasingly precious. The Yi King, now advanced in age, is in the process of selecting his successor. Adhering to the principle of fighting outsiders rather than one's own kin, Dai Qin's strategist proposed a plan to periodically slaughter the Jin villages that provide tribute to Yi Lu and Ku, thereby severing their external support and inciting rebellion among Yi Lu and Ku's elite troops. This method can maximize the preservation of one's tribal strength and consolidate it for personal gain. As for the innocents among the Jin people who were slain, Dai Qin expressed no sense of guilt whatsoever. Much like a tribe that raises sheep, once they have grown, they may be slaughtered for sustenance. Who would lament the demise of mere livestock? The crux of the matter lies in the fact that these individuals were his most trusted allies. The military strategist who initially advised Dai Qin, upon sensing the unfavorable turn of events, had long since fled, leaving Dai Qin alone in the military tent, seething with indignation. Meanwhile, Jin Qing, stationed by the river, remained blissfully unaware of these developments, as she busily counted her spoils, exhilarated to the point of flight. Over the past 6 days, Jin Qing had amassed a total of 183 heads, all belonging to those barbarous foes who possessed horses. Consequently, her cavalry now approached nearly 170 steeds, with a few more having succumbed to the bites of the white eyes, though she had previously warned white eyes not to harm the horses. Skirmishes with the barbarians inevitably led to injuries. Initially, a few horses, emboldened by their strength and size, attempted to flee after delivering a kick to Wolf 8, only to have their necks bitten through by white eyes in the blink of an eye, and thereafter devoured by the pack before the eyes of the remaining horses. Following this incident, the other steeds settled down, illustrating that the instinct of animals to seek advantage and evade danger is, in fact, often more pronounced than that of humans. After taking satisfaction in her cavalry, Jin Qing began to tally the treasures seized from the barbarians. As early autumn approached, pelts were naturally scarce, and one might as well forget about silver. In truth, these individuals' pockets were cleaner than their faces. 707 expressed profound disdain. Who would carry money after slaughtering a village? We are not here for charity. The host has lost their mind again. What remained were merely water bags and other mundane items, along with necklaces and earrings. However, following 707 scrutiny, it was determined that these trinkets were crafted from bone and held little value. Jin Qing felt a tinge of melancholy. Lamenting the plight of these impoverished souls, with a mocking tone, 707 chided Jin Qing. You scorn their poverty, yet still collect their belongings. Jin Qing, with earnest gravity, retorted, You fail to comprehend. Even grasshoppers are flesh. Meanwhile, Jin Qing's notorious reputation as a man-eater had begun to spread. The events unfolded as autumn descended and news of the foreign invaders began to circulate. The number of travelers along the road where Jin Qing was stationed gradually dwindled, as villagers sought refuge in the mountains to escape the impending threat. During this time, the village chief from a neighboring hollow traversed the mountains, inviting the old chief to join him in the hills for safety, as they had done in years past. The two villages could support one another, ensuring a relatively easy passage through the winter. However, this year was different. The old chief waved his hand joyously, proclaiming, No need to go this year. We shall not suffer in the mountains. Miss Jean has instructed us to construct a dwelling by the river. This winter, we shall guard our village entrance. The neighboring chief, puzzled, inquired, Who is this Miss Jean? The old chief proudly recounted Jin Qing's remarkable deeds, basking in the admiration of the adjacent chief. After returning to his own village, the neighboring chief promptly dispatched his clever young son, Zhuzi, to investigate the situation. As the pillar reached the riverbank, Jin Qing was busily preparing a meal for herself. Above her, a great tree bore the grim spectacle of over 100 severed heads of the indigenous people, some of which had already dried in the elements. Jin Qing's morbid act of preservation had once startled the two young lads who had come to assist her. From a distance, the tree appeared relatively innocuous. Yet as one approached, it felt as though entering a realm of horror, a nightmarish world unwittingly crafted by Jin Qing herself. However, out of profound respect for their benefactor, the two boys refrained from commenting on her actions and never ventured close to the tree. They thought to themselves, Do they expect us to draw near? We hardly dared to raise our eyes. What a peculiar taste Miss Jean possesses. When the wind blew, the head swayed ominously, as if the tree were haunted. Each head stared wide-eyed, creating a chilling tableau reminiscent of an underworld scene. Did Jin Qing not feel a twinge of fear? What if one were to fall? It could be said that the two boys possessed an uncanny knack for foreboding. After the old village chief received the weapons sent by Jin Qing, the villagers deliberated and concluded that it was inconvenient for her to live alone by the river. However, with the increasing number of indigenous people arriving, and construction materials yet to be prepared, they decided to send her a large pot with a 1-meter diameter, along with some bedding and vegetables. By the time the pillar arrived, Jin Qing was using that very pot to cook her meal. From a distance, the pillar observed. Although the white-eyed wolves had detected human presence, they remained relaxed on the ground, basking in the sun, as Jin Qing had not issued a command. Meanwhile, the herd of horses stood obediently nearby, their eyes closed in restful slumber. Due to the multitude of spoils collected by Jin Qing, they were entirely obscured by the treetops, leaving only the sight of Jin Qing cooking beneath the trees in the distance. The scene, bathed in sunlight, resembled a serene pastoral painting. However, beauty is often ephemeral, and perhaps the ominous predictions of the two small crows came to fruition, catching one unawares with an unexpected twist. The heads of the foreign foes had been secured to the trees by their own hair, courtesy of Jin Qing, as a gust of wind swept through. One of the earliest victims, whose head had dried for too long, detached from its hair and fell directly into Jin Qing's pot. Having feasted on roasted meat for over 10 consecutive days, Jin Qing had developed a layer of tiny blisters on his tongue, each sip of water igniting a searing pain. In a previous life, he never imagined he would reach a point of being weary of meat. Yet now, he found himself somewhat cowed. The ancient forests, though somewhat diminished, were not as severely impacted as those of modern times, and the deep mountains rarely saw human intrusion, thereby maintaining a commendable ecological balance. Even the culinary creations of a master chef, when consumed daily, could become intolerable. How much more so for Jin Qing, whose cooking could only be considered rudimentary. The crux of the matter was that Jin Qing's roasted meat was often undercooked. Thus, with each meal, he consumed merely the outer layer, while discarding the bloodied interior to the white-eyed beast. Nonetheless, the charred exterior and blood-rich interior of the game he prepared were met with enthusiastic approval from the white-eyed creatures and the numerical wolves. Upon receiving the pot and fresh vegetables sent by the village chief, Jin Qing was profoundly moved, her eyes glistening with tears as she gazed at him. With heartfelt sincerity, she invited the village chief to stay and share a meal. The chief lifted his gaze to the towering tree above and then glanced at the pack of wolves nearby, tearing into their prey. After bidding farewell to the chief, Jin Qing eagerly washed the vegetables and tossed them into the pot, refraining from tasting a single bite, eagerly awaiting their completion to savor the dish. At that moment, the pillar of the village arrived, and just as the dish was perfectly cooked, the unfortunate head tumbled into the pot, rendering the meal inedible. Having learned from the previous scalding experience, Jin Qing adeptly used the spatula to retrieve the head. However, due to the high temperature within the pot, the features of the foreigner's visage had become grotesquely fused. With no alternative, Jin Qing held it up before her, fanning it vigorously to cool it down. What a waste, after all, this was a valuable commodity. Just as she was in a flurry of activity, two anguished cries echoed from a distance. Jin Qing looked up to see the pillar and a youth clad in the garb of the Jin, both rolling and scrambling in terror as they fled in opposite directions. It turned out that this Jin youth was a spy sent by Dai Qing's strategist to gather intelligence. Unbeknownst to Jin Qing, who had her back to the river, the youth in the pillar had stealthily observed her from the opposite side. Initially, upon seeing the head of his kin hanging from the tree, the youth felt a surge of righteous indignation. However, the subsequent scene transformed his fury into sheer terror, as he and the pillar witnessed Jin Qing swiftly tossing the foreigner's head into the pot after the vegetables had nearly cooked through. Then, she reached in and grabbed a few, tasting their flavor. In the end, unable to wait for them to cook, she directly pulled them out and gnawed on them. Consequently, the two concluded that she was a cannibal. It turned out she needed so many heads for consumption. Moreover, she couldn't wait for them to be cooked and simply reached out to eat them. Have you heard? Miss Jean does not reside in our village because she consumes the heads of outsiders. Villager A, have you heard? Miss Jean has a preference for outsiders and does not live in the village due to the inconvenience of finding them. Villager B, have you heard? Miss Jean's home was raised by outsiders, and she vowed to devour every outsider she has encountered. The bodies of those outsiders have indeed been consumed by her, with the heads kept for her feasting. Villager 58, have you heard? Miss Jean is the embodiment of the mountain deity who descended to protect us, leading her wolf pack to the mortal realm. However, her divine powers are limited, and she survives only through human sacrifices. She cannot consume us, so she resorts to outsiders. If it were not for the sacrifices, why would she burn those bodies? Villager 130, have you heard? Miss Jean, within just 2 days, the deeds of Jin Qing had spread to several nearby villages, as if discussing her was essential to any conversation. Yet, amidst these dialogues, there was a common thread. In their hearts, Jin Qing was the embodiment of justice. Conversely, the outsiders perceived a different reality. When Ha Cha sought information, he discovered that the ones who had slain our kin were, astonishingly, a cannibal. Hacha was struck with fear upon encountering the ominous presence of the ogre. Hacha, the name of the young scout tasked with gathering intelligence, stumbled upon the creature who was feasting on the flesh of our kin. Engaging in a fierce battle, Hacha sustained injuries. The first foreigner spoke of a monstrous being that had emerged during the Jin dynasty, one that specifically preyed upon our people, leaving Hacha with a grievous bite. Another foreigner recounted how, during Hacha's quest for information, he discovered an ogre consuming our brethren. Enraged, Hacha fought valiantly, only to lose a piece of his flesh in the struggle, and he has yet to awaken from his ordeal. Rumors among the foreigners grew increasingly sinister, and in their eyes, Jin Qing transformed into a figure of dread. Upon hearing these tales, Dai Qing finally decided to refrain from action, opting instead to observe Jin Qing's movements. However, no one was willing to venture forth to gather information. It was no jest. One could be valiant in battle but not foolish enough to charge at a known monster. Such an act would be sheer folly. Meanwhile, oblivious to the unfolding events, the ogre, Jin Qing, possessing a single eye, 6 arms, 3 legs, a multitude of mouths, and a body saturated with poison, sat idly on a large stone by the lake, pondering why business had declined so significantly of late. On the official road outside the border town, a caravan was making its way toward the residence of the foreign king. At the forefront rode 2 mounted guards, followed by a spacious and unremarkable carriage, though a closer inspection would reveal that this carriage was crafted entirely from ebony. Following closely behind were dozens of large wooden crates, escorted by a contingent of guards. From the steadfast strides and composed breaths of these attendants and guards, it is evident that they are all seasoned practitioners, well trained in their craft. A gentle breeze fluttered the curtains of the carriage, revealing the silhouettes of 2 figures within. One was an elderly man, likely in his 40s or 50s, with a well-groomed beard. The other, a young man clad in a deep green robe adorned with purple trimmings. His hair was sharply styled, his brows painted like ink, and his fox-like eyes, elegantly arched, conveyed both mischief and allure. His face, reminiscent of a peach blossom, bore a playful yet affectionate expression, evoking admiration for such a strikingly handsome gentleman. At that moment, the young man leaned languidly in the carriage, engaging in a casual conversation with the elder. "Old master, our preparations seem quite sufficient. There should be no issues with the foreign merchants, correct?" The young man inquired. "Young master, we have already established contact with the subordinates of King Cyril of the foreigners. We are bringing along 30,000 pounds of grain seeds and several 100,000 taels in silver notes. I wonder how many horses we can acquire in exchange," the elder, referred to as the old master, reported on the current situation. Hiss. The old master inhaled sharply. "Young master, please refrain from smiling. My heart cannot endure it. Even under normal circumstances, this impeccably handsome face leaves me momentarily dazed. Now, with your smile, my heart felt as though it momentarily ceased to beat. Your charm is indeed becoming increasingly potent. Perhaps next year, we could attempt to exchange uncooked grain seeds instead?" the old master suggested after regaining his composure. Though inwardly he muttered to himself, "The actions of the foreigners are undoubtedly contemptible, yet the young gentleman before me is not one known for his integrity either." The foreign merchants excel in the art of horse husbandry, while the Han people are adept in agriculture and handicrafts. From the very first year of establishing trade relations, the second master decreed that all grains intended for exchange should be scalded with boiling water. He intended to inform the foreign king of their improper methods of cultivating rice when inquiries arose regarding the lack of germination. Remarkably, this aligned perfectly with the foreign king's practices, leading him to exchange the problematic horses from his tribe. Consequently, a considerable number of horses perished before even reaching the border town, and the remaining ones, for various unspeakable reasons, proved unsuitable as breeding stock. When the second master sent emissaries to the royal court to question the matter, the foreign king had the audacity to claim that it was the Jin people's method of horse rearing that was flawed. Thus, under an unspoken agreement, this trade persisted for nearly 5 years. Throughout this period, both parties harbored hopes that the other would experience a pang of conscience. Even if the exchanges were not entirely of superior quality, but rather a mix of good and bad, or even if a few worthwhile items slipped through, it would mark a positive beginning. However, reality proved this notion to be nothing more than a fleeting wish. In truth, as neither side wished to incur losses, this transactional dynamic remained one of mutual detriment. Did they truly expect to receive uncooked grains, then learn to cultivate them, achieve abundance, expand their kind, and ultimately invade the great Jin? The second master let out a cold scoff. Each year, he brought a large contingent to trade for horses, occasionally encountering bandits along the way. Although there were no casualties, the endeavor bore the weight of burdening the populace and wasting resources. It was truly puzzling what the second master was clinging to. The second master was not oblivious to the current situation. However, his annual exchanges with the foreign merchants regarding horses were motivated by personal considerations. The foreigners excelled in livestock husbandry, and despite the efforts invested in breeding horses in the Jin dynasty, none possessed the robust qualities of the horses bred by these merchants. He had previously dispatched individuals to seize horses, yet the foreigners were cunning, and most horses that found their way to the border towns had been processed, lacking any breeding potential. Each year, he ventured deep into the foreign king's court, accompanied by those skilled in horse rearing, with the intent to observe their grazing practices. Nonetheless, he had yet to discern any meaningful insights. He remained optimistic that one day he would reap rewards. It was said that recent happenings in Daijin had been rather tranquil. The second master languidly closed his fox-like eyes. "I have heard as well," the elder remarked. "It seems that a contingent of elite troops from Daijin met their demise while invading a village, and since then, there has been no further activity." The elder's information was already 4 days old. Oh, were not Daijin's forces regarded as the most elite among the foreigners? Which village could possibly possess such prowess? This piqued his interest. The second master opened his eyes again, unable to conceal his curiosity. It is said that a passing hero was responsible for this. The elder recounted the most credible version of events he had heard to the second master. "Ah, you should look into this further. If it involves our own people, it could be worth considering for our own use," the second master mused, addressing the elder with a contemplative tone. Upon seeing the elder nod in agreement, he once again closed his eyes to rest, leaving the elder to gaze in astonishment at his face. The journey continued in silence as the carriage moved forward. Unbeknownst to the oblivious Jin Qing, who was grappling with her own despair, her pot had met an unfortunate fate. After the last dish had been tainted, she had not managed to clean the pot in time. Consequently, the charred remnants of vegetables clung stubbornly to its bottom. In her attempt to dislodge the burnt leaves with her hand, she applied too much force, resulting in a puncture in the pot. In a fit of rage, Jin Qing transformed the iron vessel into a mere ball of metal, leaving her without any means to prepare food. Once again, she found herself subsisting solely on roasted meat. With a heavy sigh, she grasped the nearly 1-meter-long roasted horse leg from the grill. She had no choice but to eat, for the pangs of hunger were unbearable. The roasted leg was tough and sinewy, its flavor sour and unpalatable, yet it was the only sustenance available to her. As she mindlessly tore into the meat, stretching her neck to swallow, a sudden furious shout pierced the air. "Damn it! Do you even know what you are eating?" At that moment, the mood of the second master was peculiar. Having just instructed his subordinates to set up camp by the riverbank, he had ventured alone to explore the area. To his astonishment, he discovered a small wooden cabin emerging in the previously desolate riverside, with the faint glow of a fire nearby, piquing his curiosity. However, what he beheld before him was shocking. A woman fiercely tearing at the meat of a nearly 1-meter-long roasted horse leg. Scattered in the distance were several saddles and bridles, alongside the grotesque remains of a massive horse, its body ravaged by an unknown force. Judging by the condition of its head, this horse was in the prime of its life. According to contemporary algorithms, the legs of horses during the Jin dynasty measured no more than 70 centimeters. However, the legs of foreign horses typically reached 90 centimeters. Moreover, the foreign steeds were generally taller, sturdier, possessed greater endurance, and could run faster than their Jin counterparts. This was precisely why the second master was so preoccupied with the allure of foreign horses. Yet, to his dismay, he discovered that the magnificent steeds he had long yearned for had become the feast of others. It appeared that not just one horse had been consumed. Did this woman truly comprehend what she was devouring? It could be said that a handsome man, even when contorted in rage, remained a handsome man, and the distortion of his features did not diminish his striking beauty. However, this exquisite visage held no allure for Jin Qing. She clutched the meat in her hands tightly. Watching the second master with caution, "What do you intend to do? Are you here to snatch my meat?" Jin Qing calculated how she might swiftly eliminate him should he attempt to seize her belongings. At that moment, 707 reappeared. The host must not harm him. The individual before you is the male protagonist of this world, as well as the favored son of its consciousness. The crucial point was that this person's soul emanated a dark aura, causing her immense discomfort and a desire to flee. Once again, 707 retreated. "Do not engage with an enraged woman." Observing Jin Qing's vigilant gaze, the second master felt his heart shatter. Only two matters in the world could inflict such devastating blows upon him, and both had emerged simultaneously to deliver a dual strike. The first strike, having been exceptionally handsome. The second master had been cherished and pampered throughout his life. With merely a visage, one can navigate through life's challenges effortlessly, compelling others to acquiesce to their every demand. Even a furrowed brow from him evokes a profound sense of guilt in others. Yet today, gazing at the warily guarded Jin Qing across from him, the second master felt an overwhelming sense of defeat. "I rely on my looks for a living," he lamented. The second devastating blow came as he beheld the peculiar sight before him. This androgynous creature indulging in a feast. To his utter dismay, this individual was feasting on roasted horse meat. The second master felt as though his heart had shattered into 1,000 pieces. "My horse." The elder, unable to watch any longer, remarked, "You truly have the audacity to say that. I feel embarrassed for you." From the robust leg of the horse that Jin Qing held, it was evident how vigorous it had been in life. Could it be unfit enough to send a wolf tumbling? Jin Qing retorted. Noticing the second master staring at him like a fool, his complexion shifting dramatically, Jin Qing remained silent, clutching the roasted leg while vigilantly watching the second master, prepared to swiftly eject him should he attempt to seize the meat. Before his eyes could be dazzled by the approaching horse herd, he caught sight of several conspicuous wolves among them. Observing Jin Qing's calm demeanor as he continued to gaze intently at him, the second master managed to suppress the impulse to flee, recognizing that such an action would lack grace and tarnish his image. Suppressing his growing trepidation, the second master reminded himself to maintain his composure and inquired, "Are these wolves?" The notion that someone could herd wolves left him bewildered. pondering how she managed to tame such creatures. Yet Jin Qing, with a smirk, boldly declared, "No, these are dogs." Having already nestled beside Jin Qing, Bai Yin felt too lethargic to resist, instinctively acquiescing to Jin Qing's commands. Upon hearing Jin Qing refer to her as a dog in conversation with others, she languidly lifted her head, letting out a soft "awoo" in the direction of the second master, affirming her identity as a canine. The second master, taken aback, remarked, "Is that how dogs sound? Moreover, can a dog grow so large?" Realizing that the second master would not attempt to seize the meat, Jin Qing lowered her head to continue her tussle with the horse's leg, declaring, "This is a milk dog." The second master's beautiful visage contorted once more as he gazed at the imposing figure of Bai Yin and the numerical wolf. "You dare tell me this is a milk dog?" At that moment, Bai Yin sensed the second master's scrutinizing gaze and raised her head once again, emitting a low "awoo." The second master chuckled, "Well, as long as you find joy in it." Meanwhile, the numerical wolf regarded the leader's actions with disdain. It's a sight too grim to behold. What future could possibly await one who follows such a leader? Jin Qing had no desire to engage in further conversation with the offspring of this world's consciousness. The second master's confidence shattered into fragments. Observing Jin Qing's slender form, he assumed she was merely jesting. This girl appeared so fragile, as if a gust of wind could whisk her away. What chance did she have against the fierce barbarians? The barbarians perched in the trees taunted, "If you dare, lift your head and look at us." The border city was home to many extraordinary individuals, and in the second master's eyes, this unremarkable female ranger might just be a capable rogue. Unaware that she had been mistaken for a horse thief, Jin Qing coldly watched the second master, keenly observing his movements. These horses were the finest specimens, meticulously bred and selected by the barbarians. Each horse possesses an unparalleled robust physique and a strikingly elegant appearance. Standing tall and well-proportioned, with a plump body and rounded back, complemented by sturdy limbs. Their coats glisten with brilliance, and their hooves are large and round. The most prominent feature is the flowing long mane cascading from their necks, some dark as night, exuding strength and majesty, while others shimmer in fiery golden hues. Gazing at the over 100 fine steeds before him, the second master began to envision a splendid future, his gaze gradually intensifying with fervor, akin to an old rogue starved for female company. Observing the second master's fixation, Jin Qing felt a surge of delight. Business was about to unfold. The two exchanged glances by the lakeside, each waiting for the other to speak first, eager to seize the advantage. Finally, the second master could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Given your attire, you must be from the great Jin, am I correct?" The second master pondered how to continue the conversation, wondering if the young woman was adept at dialogue. With resolve, he pressed on, "Since you are a citizen of the great Jin, do you know what our greatest weakness is in the annual battles against the barbarians?" Jin Qing furrowed her brow, contemplating, "Is it too much bear?" The second master was momentarily taken aback, struggling to respond. Can she not hold a conversation? Clearing his throat, he continued, "It is the horses. The barbarians possess steeds of superior quality, capable of outrunning ours and bearing heavier loads. Thus, they hold a considerable advantage. At times, when the barbarians raid a village and intend to retreat, our horses cannot even keep pace with theirs." Upon concluding his words, Yi gazed intently at Jin Qing, yearning to discern a glimmer of righteous indignation upon her visage. However, all he perceived was a look of disdain directed towards him, as if to say, "Are you truly this cowardly? Let us not even mention it. These horses are slower than I am." Yi, utterly exasperated, muttered to himself, "Where are my bodyguards? Have them eliminate her?" Jin Qing nonchalantly gestured towards the horse brigade with the roasted leg of lamb in her hand. "Is it these horses you desire?" Regaining his composure, Yi donned a commercially polished smile. "They are passable, average quality at best." Recognizing that appealing to emotions bore no fruit, he resolved to discuss price. Calculating in his mind how to negotiate downward. Unimpressed by Yi's fade, Jin Qing cast him a sideways glance. "Don't bother calculating." A wave of defeat washed over Yi, as he reluctantly acknowledged that his once unfaltering smile had met its match in this unassuming, roguish maiden. After considerable self-reassurance, he inquired, "Might I ask how you intend to proceed, my lady? Perhaps I could be of assistance." With a cool demeanor, Jin Qing retorted, "I shall not sell. I intend to keep them for my own, given their mediocre quality, are they not?" A sardonic smile played on her lips as she added, Do not presume I am oblivious to how desperately you covet these horses, seeking to haggle with me. Dream on. Having faced repeated setbacks, ere ye hastily retracted, I misspoke earlier. Please forgive my impudence, my lady. I am prepared to offer 5,000 taels of silver for these horses. Jin Qing replied, I will not sell. I shall keep them. Huh. Each horse is worth less than 30 taels of silver. Do you truly think me a fool? Moreover, I demand an additional 30,000 pounds of grain. Though it had been boiled, the second master silently added a remark in his heart. Huh. Jin Qing, too indolent to utter a word, merely cast a cold smile at the second master. Hailing from a once world-renowned grain-producing nation, Jin Qing held no particular fondness for food. Observing the smug expression on Jin Qing's face, the second master felt a renewed sense of frustration. At this moment, he began to mentally tally his expenses, annually trading 100 horses with the foreigners, requiring 30,000 pounds of grain seeds and 20,000 taels of silver. Once he had calculated the costs, the second master gradually escalated his offer from 5,000 taels to 10, then to 15, and ultimately 18,000 taels. Enraged, he found himself on the brink of desperation, weighing the possibility of resorting to murder and theft. Although the man before him might possess remarkable talent, the Jin dynasty was never short of capable individuals. As the second master's mind spun in circles, contemplating countless methods of killing and horse theft, he envisioned his subordinates swarming in. Meanwhile, during the second master's reflection, Jin Qing had already devoured the entirety of the horse leg and began to contemplate the marrow within the bones. He snapped the thigh and calf bones together, seizing both ends firmly, and with a forceful pull, the thick bones shattered simultaneously. Savoring the marrow with satisfaction, Jin Qing remained blissfully unaware of the second master's shifting gaze. The fleeting thoughts of murder and theft dissipated, and the second master resolved to endure a while longer. The wide-eyed creatures preferred their meals bloody and raw, and the impeccably gnawed bones before them sparked little interest. However, the horse bones, being remarkably sturdy, served as excellent tools for grinding their teeth. Jin Qing finally assumed a negotiating stance, wiping his mouth before rising to face the second master. Everything that transpired today was appending the second master's long-held perceptions, as if the gateway to a new world had swung wide open before him. Fixating on the second master's expression, Jin Qing spoke. You may take these horses. I only require 30,000 taels of silver. However, I need you to assist me with a favor. Upon learning that the individual before him was the world's leading man, Jin Qing felt he was the most fitting ally to help him realize his plans. The second master paused momentarily. What favor? Internally, he mused that while he could certainly accept the silver, the notion that someone of such martial prowess would request his assistance piqued his interest. The second master replied, Let the gossip come forth with greater fervor. Jin Qing clarified, I need you to save someone. The second master regarded Jin Qing, a highway robber, a murderer, or a flower thief. Surely, a female wanderer would seek to rescue such individuals. Jin Qing's expression darkened. I need to save a woman. The second master inquired. Is it a case of seduction? Jin Qing retorted, I intend to eliminate him. Additionally, I want you to secure Tong Yao's freedom from the Mao family and establish my own identity as a woman, thus completing my mission. As for the noble lady, Jin Qing scoffed, I could send her to the heavens, if you believe it. Before returning to the city, he needed to ensure that his spoils were taken with him, as they represented wealth. It was rumored that the tally of heads could accumulate. Perhaps in the future, he might exchange them for a minor official position. At that moment, after the previous head had dried too long and separated from its hair, another head's locks succumbed to the burden and detached from its owner. The distinction lies in the fact that one fell into the pot, while the other fortuitously landed in the embrace of the second master. As the wolf pack vigilantly guarded the horses, the second master, still somewhat apprehensive of the wolves, could only admire the cavalry from a distance. When the head dropped, he instinctively caught it with his hands, only to look down and exclaim, WTF. A shiver coursed through him, and his grip slackened, causing the desiccated head of the foreigner to roll onto the ground. In a state of sheer terror, the second master instinctively looked up, wondering where this object had fallen from. It surely could not have descended from the heavens. That fleeting glance etched an indelible memory in his mind. Hanging from the tree above him were over 100 sun-dried heads of foreigners, each seemingly glaring at him with ferocious intensity. Unable to contain himself any longer, the second master let out a primal scream and fainted. Protect the master. The distant attendant trailing the second master, oblivious to the unfolding horror. Merely witnessed his master collapse beside the tree while screaming. In a panic, he called for help and rushed towards him. The second master's guards quickly converged, their eyes widening at the gruesome sight above. "Have we stumbled into the lair of a monster?" they exclaimed. The second master was roused from his faint, just in time to defuse the tense standoff between his guards and Jin Qing, who wore an expression of discontent. Jin Qing, frustrated, pondered what had transpired during the brief moment he had stepped away to retrieve a bed sheet. Anyone would be unsettled when confronted by a group wielding sharp weapons. And although he held no fear of these individuals, an uncomfortable feeling lingered in his heart. The guards were engulfed in a sense of panic, perceiving Jin Qing as a figure of malevolence. The recent events had left an indelible mark on their minds. Meanwhile, the second master felt that today was decidedly not his fortunate day. The adage, "the enemy of my enemy is my friend," rang true. Although they all harbored suspicions regarding Jin Qing's nature, the fact that she targeted only the foreign invaders quelled their fears, prompting them to accompany her. Thus, the convoy commenced its return, turning towards the border town. Bai Yin and the numerical wolves remained tasked with guarding the horse team, while the guards regarded these obedient, capable wolves with curiosity, pondering how this female demon had managed such a feat. Yet within the carriage, a palpable tension lingered among the three occupants. The second master, filled with intrigue towards Jin Qing, sensed no ill will from her and resolved to observe her closely. The elder, having recently gathered various accounts from nearby villagers regarding Jin Qing's exploits, tales that had morphed beyond recognition, approached her with a sense of wariness. Coupled with the ominous tree that resembled a cannibalistic lair, the elder surmised that the young woman before him could indeed be a transformed demon. His gaze towards Jin Qing was laden with caution, apprehensive of any potential threat to the second master. Once aboard the carriage, the second master examined himself in a copper mirror, ensuring he still appeared the paragon of exquisite beauty that he was, finding satisfaction in his reflection. It seemed that the female ranger merely possessed poor eyesight, as there was nothing amiss with his visage, he mused. Conversely, Jin Qing's fascination with the ancient carriage overshadowed her interest in the two individuals seated beside her. Though understated on the exterior, the interior of the carriage was remarkably comfortable. The side of the carriage was adorned with 2 rows of small cabinets, with a petite table nestled in the middle, surrounded by soft cushions that allowed one to recline comfortably within. It seems that from the moment of their birth, humans have always been inclined to seek greater comfort. And there is nothing wrong with that. The 3 individuals remained locked in a tense stalemate for quite some time. Suddenly, the second master broke the silence. "Do you know how to play chess?" "I do not," replied Jin Qing, glancing at her fingers. She could hardly recognize all the characters, let alone find the time to learn chess. It appeared there was much for her to absorb. However, with an abundance of time and an endless life ahead, it seemed she could indeed learn many things. "That's all right. I can teach you. This way, we can also pass the time," the second master insisted, revealing his preference for playing with those who were inexperienced. In the past, whenever he played against someone, a mere smile from him would send them into a flurry, causing them to make erroneous moves, particularly among his sycophantic entourage, who could do little more than flatter him. Thus, the second master possessed virtually no skill in chess, earning him the notorious reputation of a poor player, lacking in both ability and etiquette. Meanwhile, the elder sitting nearby straightened his posture, his expression growing more vigilant, unwilling to allow the second master to engage further with what he suspected to be a malevolent entity. Would a normal human hang a tree of heads out to dry in the wind? Unable to resist the second master's insistence, Jin Qing could only watch as he retrieved a Go board from one of the cabinets and began to explain it to her. The second master commenced his teaching, and Jin Qing began to learn. In truth, Jin Qing was not lacking in intelligence. However, her childhood experiences had afforded her few opportunities for earnest study. Yet, it has been proven that individuals with a well-developed left brain often possess a right brain that is not far behind. Jin Qing possesses a remarkable characteristic. Once he focuses intently on learning something, he acquires it with astonishing speed. Such formidable learning prowess is a trait typically found in individuals with highly developed left brains. Initially, during the early rounds of their competition, the second master maintained a steady advantage, reveling in his victories. However, after a series of losses, Jin Qing seemed to grasp the nuances of the game. Gradually, both players found themselves locked in an evenly matched tug-of-war. The essence of comprehension truly varies significantly. The journey is long, and time is abundant. Remarkably, within fewer than 20 games, Jin Qing mastered the strategies of Go, turning the tide and beginning to dominate the second master. The second master, initially elevated by the praise of others, turned out to be a poor player, and the incessant flattery hindered his growth in the game. More disreputable than his lack of skill was his abysmal conduct, which led many Go experts to shun playing against him. After suffering his 10th defeat, the second master could no longer contain his frustration and suddenly overturned the board. In that moment, Jin Qing, fresh from learning the game and brimming with enthusiasm, was caught off guard as the pieces were flung at him. The black and white stones struck his head, face, and body, not painfully but laden with provocation, inciting Jin Qing's fury. In retaliation, he seized a plate of red bean cakes from the table and hurled it, along with the dish, directly at the second master's face, burying him in the dessert. At that instant, a thunderous clap resonated overhead, striking Jin Qing with such force that his hair stood on end. In that surreal moment, he felt as if he had transformed into a bewildered character from a cartoon. Jin Qing was momentarily dazed, questioning the absurdity of the situation. Please, host, do not provoke the world's male protagonist. Such actions may alert the world's consciousness. At present, it remains unaware that we are the redemption system, merely assuming we are agents tasked with mending the world's fractures. Thus, this lightning strike serves merely as a minor reprimand. After Jin Qing was struck, 707, the proverbial afterthought, immediately emerged to comment. Observing Jin Qing with her hair frizzed and a face darkened, smoke billowing from her mouth and nose, 707 silently lamented. A fugitive pursued by the world's consciousness daring to challenge its favored child. How reckless. It seems the employee manual must be expedited for her. With her hair transformed into a chaotic nest, Jin Qing exhaled, questioning whether anyone could allow her a moment's peace. Just as the second master was about to assess his own visage in a mirror after dislodging a plate and some pastries from his face, he unexpectedly encountered the disheveled Jin Qing. Meanwhile, the thunderous sound was heard by none other than Jin Qing herself. The second master exclaimed, "What is happening? Has she transformed?" Nearby, an elder, who had witnessed the second master overturn the table and was about to rush forward to protect him, found himself bespattered with pastries by Jin Qing. He, too, observed in bewilderment as Jin Qing's hair erupted, her complexion darkened, and a faint mist reminiscent of legendary creatures began to emanate from her. The creature had revealed its true form. The elder, petrified by fear, fainted, frothing at the mouth. After being revived by his accompanying physician, he stared intently at Jin Qing, silent and motionless, as if attempting to discern the nature of her transformation. After instructing the servant to fetch water, the second master meticulously arranged his appearance, then retrieved a bronze mirror to examine himself closely. Once assured that his visage remained unblemished, he settled into a contemplative posture. The second master pondered whether it had been rather impulsive to allow this enigmatic creature to share his carriage, ostensibly to clandestinely observe her behavior. Meanwhile, Jin Qing, having washed her face, bore remnants of singeing from lightning, with her formerly scorched hair now cropped to a mere 3 centimeters. In contemporary society, one might deem her a striking punk girl. However, in the context of the Great Jin Dynasty, she had unmistakably transformed into a figure that defied conventional gender distinctions. The 3 individuals within the carriage were ensconced in their own thoughts, yet unanimously resolved to remain passive, awaiting the other's next move. The second master fixated on the immobile Jin Qing, reflecting on the peculiar circumstances that seemed akin to divine retribution. But why would such a phenomenon occur? Was it due to her previous intent to harm him? This suggested that any malicious intent from a demon would invoke divine punishment. 707. You nearly unraveled the truth. Yet, the reality diverges from your deductions. Contemplating the grand tree resembling the Tower of Shura, the second master dismissed this line of reasoning. After all, this creature had dispatched numerous foreign individuals yet remained unharmed, suggesting that his earlier hypothesis was flawed. Perhaps this divine punishment was not intended to protect the foreign populace, but rather was a manifestation of the deities of the Great Jin Dynasty. The second master's thoughts grew increasingly muddled, his imagination running wild, ultimately leading him to the conclusion that the female ranger harbored a secret. As for the precise nature of this secret, he resolved to observe her closely. Oblivious to the 2 individuals staring at her with blank expressions, Jin Qing was engaged in a dialogue with 707 within her mind. You had better furnish me with a satisfactory explanation as to why I was struck by lightning. and why this lightning was imperceptible and inaudible to everyone else. Otherwise, I shall strangle the male protagonist forthwith, driving the world consciousness to madness. And we shall all perish together. Jin Qing, in her extreme fury, had paradoxically regained her composure, considering that the two individuals before her had not witnessed any lightning, but rather attributed her recent state to her involuntary transformation in a fit of rage. She felt particularly vexed. Thus, she issued a severe warning to 707. This wretched system, she mused, was only concerned with urging her to expedite her missions, yet it divulged nothing about itself. Jin Qing suddenly realized that her recent hardships were likely due to 707's withholding of information. This realization drove Jin Qing to even greater distraction. 707 paused, and upon perceiving no reaction from Jin Qing, continued, however, the world's male protagonist is the world consciousness's favored son. Even the female protagonist is chosen by him. Therefore, the world's male protagonist possesses absolute dominance within this world. The world consciousness stipulates that no task performer may harm the world's male protagonist. Otherwise, they shall be punished with a light lightning strike or, in more severe cases, be annihilated by the world consciousness. Jin Qing inquired with perplexity. Do all world consciousnesses have favored sons? Jin Qing fell into silence, feeling utterly constrained by her own circumstances. After a brief pause, 707 hesitated, contemplating whether to gauge Jin Qing's reaction before continuing. Yet, to his surprise, the previously silent Jin Qing suddenly spoke up, urging him to proceed. She refused to believe that other taskers were burdened with as many restrictions as herself, and instinctively felt that what 707 had to say next was of paramount importance. Upon hearing this, a cold smile graced Jin Qing's lips. You truly have the audacity to call yourself a benevolent salvation system. Unfazed by Jin Qing's sarcasm, 707 organized his thoughts. Since he had already broached the subject, he decided to press on without reservation. Because we extract the purest souls from this world, the world's consciousness will attempt to eradicate us upon discovery. Thus, for each of our missions, we must disguise ourselves as ordinary taskers within the realm. During this time, we must meticulously conceal our identities until the very last moment, when we escape with the soul of the client. Jin Qing pondered for a moment before addressing 707. So, the so-called benevolent salvation system, I have misunderstood. What it actually implies is the consumption of those noble souls who, out of compassion, would willingly sacrifice their eternal essence to redeem the lives of others, correct? With a sardonic chuckle, she continued. To reduce such a morally deficient act to a name that adorns itself with self-righteous grandeur, 707, you truly excel at this. Finally realizing her predicament, Jin Qing resolved to maintain a distance from the male protagonist, fearing that an inadvertent touch might lead to her being torn apart by the world's consciousness more ruthlessly than minced meat. The second master, perceiving Jin Qing's deliberate evasion, became increasingly intrigued and sought to provoke her further, employing every conceivable method to elicit her ire once more. However, Jin Qing, having received a warning from 707, adopted a feigned ignorance towards all the second master's provocations, resolutely treating him as if he were nothing more than air. The elder observed the second master's self-destructive antics with a pained expression, questioning what the second master truly intended. Was he unaware that the individual before him could potentially be a malevolent entity? Yet, Jin Qing's intentional avoidance only encouraged the second master to escalate his antics. When the second master, for the 14th time, deliberately tossed a fruit peel onto Jin Qing's short hair, she could no longer contain herself and, in a fit of rage, seized the table to strike him. The fruits and pastries laid upon the table scattered, showering the elder, who was quietly recuperating nearby, catching him off guard and rendering him unconscious before he could even call for assistance. At that moment, a thunderclap, even louder than before, loomed ominously above Jin Qing, poised to strike, and the prickling sensation of static electricity sent a shiver down her spine, allowing her to regain her composure. Meanwhile, the second master, engulfed in profound regret, discovered that the table had miraculously halted just an inch before him, sparing him from impact. With a sigh of relief, he silently congratulated himself for not having cried out earlier, lest he lose all semblance of dignity. Stealing a glance at Jin Qing, he was taken aback by the expression on her face. At this moment, Jin Qing's expression was one of sheer ferocity as he fixed his gaze upon himself. his face contorting grotesquely before finally parting his lips to reveal a mouthful of teeth. The second master felt a pang of dread. Was this monster about to devour him? Unbeknownst to Jin Qing, the smile he had forced upon his face inflicted profound psychological distress upon the second master. In an attempt to evade the looming thunder, Jin Qing, after offering a smile to the second master, discovered that the storm clouds still hovered ominously above him, as if deliberating from which angle to strike. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Qing laid the entire table flat upon the second master and squeezed out a few words he deemed gentle. "It's cold. Cover up a bit, lest you catch a chill." The second master was left speechless upon witnessing the thunder finally dissipate. Both Jin Qing and 707 exhaled a sigh of relief. What an excruciating ordeal. Following this incident, the second master calmed down. The elderly man, upon regaining his composure and realizing the second master had not sustained any injuries, felt a sense of relief, yet his gaze upon Jin Qing grew even more vigilant. Under the elderly man's subtle guidance, the party hastened their journey towards the border town day and night. The three of them continued to share the carriage, each harboring their own thoughts. Although the border town was not as stringent as the capital regarding the interaction between men and women, as night fell, none of them exhibited any intention of allowing Jin Qing to alight from the carriage. Despite the second master becoming somewhat restrained after his fright, his fascination with Jin Qing remained unabated, as he yearned to observe her every movement. Meanwhile, the elderly man had fundamentally forgotten that Jin Qing was a girl. Rather than letting her disembark to roam freely, he preferred to keep her close at hand for surveillance. In a tacit understanding among them, Jin Qing sat steadily in the carriage, continuing to engage in a silent stare-down with the elder and the second master. The carriage was enveloped in an oppressive silence, with none of the three feeling the slightest inclination to sleep. The only sound was the occasional crackling of the small lamp on the table as its oil sputtered. Suddenly, the second master broke the silence. "You previously mentioned needing my assistance to rescue a woman. What exactly transpired?" "I cannot fathom that there exists a creature incapable of saving someone." Oblivious to the second master's thoughts at that moment, Jin Qing began to recount the tale of her original self and Tong Yao. After narrating the story of Tong Xin and Tong Yao, she added thoughtfully, "It is as simple as that. We merely need to rescue Tong Yao." Upon hearing Jin Qing's account of Tong Xin's ordeal, the second master felt a profound sense of having been deceived. "Miss Jin, if you truly desire my help in this rescue, we must engage in complete candor." He straightened his posture, fixing a serious gaze upon Jin Qing, whose previously playful demeanor now bore an air of gravity. "What is your intention?" At the mention of complete candor, Jin Qing instinctively crossed her arms to shield her upper body, vigilantly scrutinizing the second master, while her right foot subtly hooked around the leg of the table, poised for any defensive action. 707. Encountering an unrefined host indeed evokes a twinge of sympathy for the male protagonist of this world. What misconceptions might the host harbor regarding her own beauty? With a single statement prompting Jin Qing to perceive him as a lecher, the second master suppressed his rising indignation. After a brief silence, he continued, "There are several aspects of your narrative that I find rather unclear. I would appreciate your elucidation." Having realized that her actions might have constituted excessive self-defense, Jin Qing sheepishly lowered her hand and addressed the second master. "Speak your mind." The second master then began, "Firstly, since you claim that Tong Yao is your biological sister, why does she bear the surname Tong, while you are named Jin?" Jin Qing, "Because it sounds pleasing to the ear. I only sought convenience when declaring my name, never anticipating that it would become a point of contention." Jin Qing, "Because it suits my purposes. Were it not for fulfilling Tong Xin's wish, who would willingly rescue a sibling who is prone to causing trouble? Moreover, our indentures are still held by the Mao family. Given Mao Da's nature, Tong Xin might still be considered an escaped slave. Ironically, Tong Xin's escape proved to be quite extensive, leading her directly into the halls of the dead." The second master exercised considerable restraint, mindful that the person before him possessed considerable talent. He then spoke gently, "My surname is Ding, my given name is Zian, and I am the second in my family. You may address me by my courtesy name, or Ding Er." Jin Qing blurted out, readily complying. The second master felt as though his heart had been pierced by an arrow. "I intended to suggest Ding Gongzi." Composing himself, the second master continued, "Thirdly, I find it implausible that anyone within the Mao estate could have beaten you to the point of near death." He then cast his gaze upon Jin Qing's legs. "Furthermore, based on the severity of your purported injuries, you should still be confined to bed, recuperating. Considering the horses outside and Jin Qing's spoils of war, every detail seemed to indicate that he had been deceived by Jin Qing. Jin Qing, I recover quickly. Is that my fault? At this moment, the elder had also awakened, lying beside them, silently applauding the second master's reasoning while simultaneously fearing that Jin Qing, if exposed, might lash out in anger and harm the second master. Hence, his facial expressions shifted rapidly. Jin Qing pondered for a while and, unable to find an appropriate response, weakly inquired, "What if I were to say that after being abandoned in a mass grave, I encountered a transcendent being? This being discovered my remarkable bone structure, deeming me a prodigious talent, and subsequently imparted their lifelong skills to me, enabling me to become so formidable. Would you believe that?" Such tales abound in martial arts films. The elder and Ding Er exchanged glances, then, in unison, shook their heads, resolutely expressing disbelief. Jin Qing replied, "In truth, I do not believe it either." The 707 covered its face, exclaiming, "Host, you are exceedingly talented." A flustered and somewhat indignant Jin Qing retorted, "Regardless, I have never fought against those from the Mao family and was nearly beaten to death by them. Believe it or not, it is of no consequence to me." With that, to substantiate her claim of honesty, Jin Qing boldly rolled up her pant leg, revealing the spot where her bone had protruded earlier, indicating it to the elder and Ding Er. The elder, being a scholar, closed his eyes, muttering phrases of modesty, unable to bear witness to such an indiscreet display. Meanwhile, Ding Er's pupils contracted sharply. Jin Qing's ability merely expedited the healing of her flesh without any enhancement of beauty. Consequently, her leg bore ghastly scars, which, by their length and shape, vividly conveyed the severity of the original injury she had sustained. Through the experiences of the past 2 days, Ding Er, having gained a certain understanding of Jin Qing's formidable martial prowess, found himself ensnared in contemplation. How could the Mao family clandestinely amass a cadre of such exceptionally skilled fighters? Moreover, the strikingly powerful female ranger before him was merely a kitchen maid within the Mao household. What, then, could their true intentions be? Ding Er had become deeply immersed in a web of conspiracy theories. Little did Jin Qing realize that her inadvertent actions would inspire such a plethora of conjectures in Ding Er's mind. While the top-tier experts, Mao De and the matriarchs, were unwittingly ensnared by Jin Qing's subtle machinations. After a journey fraught with obstacles, the group finally arrived at the border town in the early morning. Throughout the journey, Ding Er remained lost in thought, refraining from disturbing Jin Qing, much to her relief. Although the carriage was comfortable, the confined space, shared with 3 others, was rather cramped. Reflecting on how the elder had been lying flat for 2 days, it seemed difficult for him to rise, while Er Yi remained motionless in his seat. Jin Qing couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, imagining Ding Er must be too numb in the legs to dare move. "You think everyone is as unrefined as you, having never traveled by carriage?" Despite Jin Qing's uncertainty about Ding Er's capability to rescue Tong Yao from the clutches of the Mao family, who were intent on silencing her. From Ding Er's perspective as a world-conscious son, his status should not be far from the mark, as long as Ding Er consented to save her. Even if he lacked the ability, the world consciousness, in its desire to protect his protagonist aura, would likely facilitate Tong Yao's escape. Jin Qing felt quite pleased with her assessment. She had indeed learned to navigate the intricacies of the world consciousness. Having received Ding Er's renewed assurance that she could rescue Tong Yao, and having declined Ding Er's invitation to accompany her into the city, Jin Qing hoisted the spoils of war placed upon the horse and prepared to depart with the wolf pack. At that moment, the second master, peering out of the carriage window at Jin Qing, was immediately struck by a rather startling sight. Those who have played basketball would understand the sheer enormity of 183 balls gathered together. While the multitude of heads was not particularly conspicuous atop the horse, it became rather disconcerting when they were positioned on Jin Qing. It was indeed a remarkable feat for the village chief to procure such an oversized blanket for her. For the sake of convenience, Jin Qing had perched the entire package upon her head, leaving only a small opening through which to see the road ahead. The pungent odor emanating from the air-dried heads caused Jin Qing to wrinkle her nose slightly. "For the sake of money, I shall endure." Jin Qing was quite tall, measuring approximately 170 centimeters by modern standards. However, the sheer bulk of the package enveloped her upper body entirely, giving the distant observer the impression of a package with legs. Observing this scene, Ding Er pondered for a moment and inquired from the window. Are you certain you do not require me to find a horse to assist you in carrying these items? I fear this appearance might frighten the townsfolk. It seemed as though Ding Er had suddenly realized he had purchased too many horses and was now reconsidering his decision. Jin Qing, however, felt a surge of joy at Ding Er's words, finding him increasingly agreeable. He truly was a splendid benefactor. Carefully placing the package on the ground, Jin Qing rushed to the carriage window, beaming as she informed Ding Er, "Then I shall choose one that is particularly meaty." Ding Er, oh. In an instant, I recalled the moment I first encountered Jin Qing. "No, hurry and leave," Jin Qing exclaimed. "Did you not just say you would lend me a horse? How can one be so untrustworthy?" Ding Er chuckled. "There is no horse, not even a hair of one. You must leave quickly. The county office will soon begin exchanging silver. If you arrive late, there will be no money left." He offered, "Here, take this to sustain yourself." Urging Jin Qing to depart, he added, "Be off with you." Through these past 2 days of interaction, Ding Er had garnered some insight into Jin Qing's character. He mused, even if this woman possessed 30,000 taels of silver, she would still be a miser. Upon hearing that there might be no funds if she delayed, Jin Qing grew anxious and was reluctant to engage in further banter with Ding Er. Casting him a disdainful glance, she hoisted her heavy bundle once more and, with a roll of her eyes and a pack of numbers, sprinted up the mountain, intent on traversing the dense forest to reach the border town again. Observing Jin Qing carry a load 4 times her own size, while keeping pace with the wolves was remarkable. Most importantly, he resolved that he would one day establish a stronghold deep within the mountains, challenging anyone to venture from the wilderness into the city. 707. The male protagonist is overthinking. Do you believe everyone can run into the wilderness unarmed and emerge unscathed? Lost in contemplation, Ding Er absent-mindedly tapped his fingers against the table beside him, producing a series of crisp sounds. Gradually, a semblance of a smile, tinged with irony, emerged on his face. This is rather intriguing. To the elder resting nearby, however, this statement took on an entirely different connotation. Young master actually finds this creature amusing. No, young master is intrigued by this monster, unable to withstand the intense stimulation. The elder felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. It was over. The second master had fallen under the spell of this enchantress. Having previously suspected that Jin Qing might be a supernatural being, the revelation of her having a sister was tantalizing gossip he could not afford to overlook. Moreover, with the Mu family amassing such a multitude of skilled individuals, one could only wonder what their intentions were. The elder, upon hearing the second master's solemn elaboration, promptly set aside his inner turmoil regarding Jin Qing, his expression turning grave. Although the elder remained unaware of the second master's discoveries, it did not impede his commitment to his responsibilities. Faced with the second master's serious demeanor, the elder bowed deeply and replied, "Understood." Jin Qing and her companions sprinted swiftly through the deep mountains, stirring up a multitude of animals that were hoarding food in preparation for hibernation. However, due to their rapid pace, they did not create any significant disturbances in the jungle. During their flight, Jin Qing spotted a small brown bear attempting to chase them, agitated by the intrusion into its territory. Yet, pressed for time, she and the digital wolf did not halt their stride, merely noting the bear's whereabouts. With no time to observe the astonished expression of old Zheng, Jin Qing hurriedly dashed toward the city after shooing Bai Yen into the courtyard. Old Zheng glanced at the courtyard entrance and then instinctively sought out Bai Yen, who was curled up in a corner. If it weren't for this wolf, I would never have realized that the long-legged bundle just now was none other than Miss Tong. Speaking of which, it has been nearly a month since I last saw this little creature, and she seems to have recovered remarkably well. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from sight. Alas, I am growing old. In the days of my youth, it seems I could not run as swiftly. Observing the contemptuous glances cast upon him, old Zheng shook his head and retreated indoors. In truth, this wolf posed no threat, and there was little reason for concern. Only the harmless disdain lingered in the shadows. Hidden in the corner, silently lamenting, I remain of wolfish nature. Yet, I find myself devoid of the courage to flee. The gates of the inner city had swung open, and Jin Qing sprinted at full speed towards the heart of the town. As the gatekeeper stood ready to inspect the goods of incoming and outgoing travelers, he felt a rotund figure swiftly pass before him, scarcely registering the sight before it vanished in an instant. The guard mused internally, "Perhaps I imbibed too much last night. Had I known, I would not have indulged in debauchery at the Yihong Tower. That little sprite, Xiao Chui, nearly took my life, leaving me in a state of delusion. Upon entering the bustling marketplace, it was precisely the hour of Chun, as the shops began to prepare for the day's trade, and the roadside stalls gradually emerged. Due to Jin Qing's remarkable speed, onlookers merely attributed the fleeting figure to a trick of the eye, causing no disturbance. Jin Qing successfully reached the county office, where a considerable gathering had formed at the entrance, comprising men eager to collect their rewards and curious spectators drawn to the spectacle. These men appeared fierce and formidable, proudly displaying their spoils while recounting the perilous encounters with the foreign invaders. Some among them, brutal in demeanor, had gruesome trophies hanging from their waists, with remnants of dried blood still evident upon their trousers. Jin Qing gazed at them, scratching the back of his head, feeling an unsettling resemblance to being drenched in menstrual blood. He pondered whether it was truly uncomfortable to have it clinging to one's legs. What if he had to relieve himself with his head dangling at his waist? Casting a glance at the sturdy men in front of him, muscles rippling beneath their skin, Jin Qing instinctively scrutinized his own slender arms and legs. He quietly positioned himself at the end of the line, yearning to swiftly exchange his spoils for silver and depart. Yet, there are times when one's desire for discretion is thwarted. Typically, what one fears most tends to manifest, and Murphy's law ever silently asserts its presence. Directly ahead of Jin Qing stood a robust middle-aged man with an injured left arm, a large blade conspicuously hanging by his side, evidently claimed from an enemy. As Jin Qing approached, the man was boasting to those before him about how he had vanquished the foes he had encountered. However, what caught Jin Qing's eye was an enormous bundle, beneath which two slender legs emerged. The middle-aged man momentarily froze. Incredulous, had the bundle taken on a life of its own? Others gradually fell silent, their gazes shifting toward Jin Qing. Noticing the sudden hush that enveloped the once boisterous courtyard, Jin Qing lifted his eyes from the crevices of the bundle and found everyone's attention fixated upon him. At that moment, the middle-aged man in front of Jin Qing meticulously appraised him from head to toe. Once he confirmed that Jin Qing was indeed the bearer of the bundle, he jovially inclined his body in a gesture of respect. I am Wan Chongshan. May I inquire your esteemed name? It appears that this bundle is rather hefty. Does it not weigh you down? With a smile, he cautiously placed the burdensome package upon the ground, revealing her short hairstyle and a delicate visage. Jin Qing nodded in greeting to the middle-aged man, introducing herself. I am Jin Qing. As her melodious voice graced the air, the men present simultaneously entertained a singular thought. So she is merely a young girl. Before the crowd could unleash their scornful remarks, the clerk of the magistrate's office emerged, followed by several officers who bore large chests. Once the chests were securely placed, the clerk settled beside the desk at the entrance of the office, denouncing the various misdeeds of the foreign invaders while extolling the virtues of the imperial reward policy. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, he proceeded to open the chests brimming with silver coins. At that moment, all attention shifted to the glimmering wealth, with only brief glances cast at Jin Qing as the men instinctively formed a line, awaiting their registration before claiming their rewards. As one after another man departed with their silver, the queue for rewards gradually diminished, and Jin Qing, along with her large bundle, slowly advanced forward. Those who had already received their rewards did not disperse. Instead, they joined the throng of onlookers, eagerly observing as the clerk documented the bounties and handed the records to the captain for public display. Finally, the line reached Jin Qing. Anticipating the imminent acquisition of silver, she felt a flutter of excitement, for coins held a tangible allure that paper notes could not match. Approaching the desk, Jin Qing greeted the clerk softly. The clerk frowned slightly, taken aback. What brings a female wanderer to this magistrate's office? Truly, anyone dares to venture here. Unaware of the clerk's discontent, Jin Qing proceeded to unfurl her enormous package. A multitude of heads crowded together, the glaring light dazzling everyone's eyes. The onlookers collectively gasped. What is happening here? Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Jin Qing felt quite uneasy and turned to the steward, inquiring, Can we exchange for silver now? The steward remained silent, rising instead to approach the bundle. He scrutinized the dried human heads within, resembling orange peels, and upon confirming their authenticity, he exclaimed in astonishment, Have you desecrated the graves of the foreigners? Observing the clean, precise incisions, he noted that the two young men from the butcher's family had executed their task with remarkable efficiency, each blow delivered with a single stroke. However, the steward could not fathom that Jin Qing had accomplished this alone. You must have poisoned the foreigner's food. The saying, the most venomous is a woman's heart, truly rings true. Jin Qing furrowed her brow at this accusation. I won this fair and square. For the sake of silver, I must endure. Upon hearing her words, the steward regarded her with skepticism, retreating a couple of steps with a tense expression. Could it be that this female ranger had, in pursuit of a reward, treacherously eliminated her own companions? Convinced he had uncovered the truth, the steward contemplated shouting for capture. Jin Qing, unable to contain her frustration, retorted, what is wrong with being a woman? Can't a woman possess extraordinary combat prowess? As she surveyed her surroundings, the disdainful and wary gazes of the crowd only fueled her indignation. Ultimately, Jin Qing's gaze settled upon the stone lion at the entrance of the yamen. At the entrance of the official residence stood a pair of imposing stone lions, each towering at 2 meters, their fierce, bulging eyes exuding an air of majesty and chilling authority that deterred any would-be intruders. Ignoring the secretary's loud inquiry of what do you intend to do, Jin Qing strode directly towards the stone lions. She grasped the right leg of the lion on the left with her left hand while pressing down on its base with her right. Taking a deep breath, she exerted a sudden force, and amidst the secretary's startled scream, Jin Qing effortlessly detached a leg from the statue. With both hands, she began to knead the stone leg as if it were dough, and within the span of a few moments, the stone limb was reduced to powder in her grasp. Onlookers were left in disbelief, thinking, surely, I must be mistaken. Yet, as the scene unfolded before their eyes, all doubt dissipated. If Jin Qing proclaimed she could chew on the stone lion, no one would question her. In that moment, the crowd began to reflect anxiously on whether they had uttered any inappropriate remarks moments prior. Meanwhile, within Jin Qing's heart, a cacophony of frustration erupted as she discreetly tucked her hands into her sleeves, gently rubbing them. Her youthful hands bore only slight calluses on her fingertips, and after showcasing her remarkable talent, they were now marred by numerous tiny scratches. Jin Qing silently cursed, this is excruciating. My delicate and tender hands. Resolutely, she vowed to charge a fee before any future performances. The secretary, now completely convinced of Jin Qing's extraordinary abilities, felt that the formidable woman before him was beyond his ability to manage. The gaze directed at Jin Qing had transformed from initial disdain to a palpable wariness. Fearful that Jin Qing might suddenly recall her recent actions and reduce him to mere dust, akin to a carved stone lion, he felt an urgent need to divert her attention. Perhaps she thought the scattered orange peels on the ground were too monotonous and wished for his company instead. The steward, nearly frightened to tears, dared not ponder any further. He hastily dispatched someone to the rear office to inform the magistrate, merely stating that there were individuals causing a ruckus and imploring the magistrate to intervene. Meanwhile, observing that Jin Qing showed no signs of further action, he seized a nearby ruler and began counting the heads on the ground. Just as he completed his second count, he spotted the magistrate wobbling out from within. Instantly, the steward felt a sense of reassurance, contemplating that if the magistrate did not emerge soon, he would have to undertake a third count. The atmosphere had grown too peculiar. He would rather confront the dried heads of the foreign men than engage with this formidable woman. The county magistrate, a man of about 40, slender and possessing a glimmer of cunning in his refined gaze, sported a pair of handlebar mustaches. He smiled before uttering a word, effortlessly garnering a modicum of goodwill, resembling a charming middle-aged gentleman. While Jin Qing appraised the magistrate, he too was scrutinizing her. She was clad in a short jacket, slightly soiled from her journey, yet still appeared presentable. Compared to her attire, Jin Qing's figure is slender. Although she deliberately obscured her complexion with shades of black and gray, her delicate features, particularly her pair of eyes, remain evident, clean, clear, and bright, evoking a sense of fondness. However, her hair. The county magistrate instinctively gazed at Jin Qing's hair, which was barely half a finger in length, puzzled by the fact that she was supposedly a young woman. Noticing the magistrate's silence as he stared at Jin Qing in a daze, the clerk promptly stepped forward to recount the recent events once more. Upon hearing of Jin Qing's accomplishments, the magistrate was momentarily taken aback. When the clerk pointed towards the stone lion, the magistrate's gaze fell upon the three-legged lion, now a mere relic, and his eyebrows knitted together in frustration. She must be made to compensate for this. He signaled the clerk to expedite the settlement for Jin Qing while he engaged her in conversation. Aware of the magistrate's status and the reliance she would need on him for her future dealings, Jin Qing was fully cooperative, and the two exchanged pleasantries with great enjoyment. If the second master were to witness this scene, he would surely lament, feeling that his sincere efforts had been met with disdain. As the magistrate began to grasp Jin Qing's capabilities, he also contemplated the broader implications. The official hierarchy of the great Jin dynasty favored the capable, with less pronounced distinctions between genders. The young woman before him, dressed as a wanderer, possessed talents that would undoubtedly elevate her beyond mediocrity. Thus, with mutual intentions to foster goodwill, the two engaged in conversation, drawing the attention of onlookers. The magistrate, with his charming little mustache, smiled warmly at Jin Qing. "Miss Jin, are you a local? Which part of the prefecture do you hail from?" The crux of the matter lies in the inability to fathom which family could possibly rear such a fierce young lady. Upon hearing this, the county magistrate became even more intrigued. "I wonder where the young lady's household registration is at present. If she is interested, she could indeed settle here. If the young lady has no issues regarding her background, establishing residency in the border town would be most advantageous. She is, after all, a veritable human weapon." The magistrate mused, his good-natured amusement growing at the straightforwardness of the young lady's demeanor. As he readily agreed to her request, Jin Qing suddenly realized that the magistrate had learned her name, yet she, an outsider, remained unaware of his surname. Recalling how the foreman on construction sites would often ease tensions with suppliers by initiating conversation, she mimicked that approach and clasped her fists, inquiring, "May I ask your esteemed surname, sir?" The magistrate replied, "I am surnamed Zhou." This young lady's candor was indeed excessive. She had conversed at length without even discovering his surname. At that moment, the system remarked, "The host's mind has once again taken a whimsical turn." Meanwhile, the clerk had already brought the constables to tally Jin Qing's spoils. After bowing respectfully to the magistrate, the clerk announced, "Sir, the count has been completed." With both the magistrate and Jin Qing's gaze fixed upon him, the clerk continued, "Sir, Miss Jin has slain a total of 183 foreign foes." What an astonishing figure! Upon hearing this figure, the surrounding spectators emitted subdued gasps of astonishment, while some engaged in hushed discussions. However, Jin Qing paid no heed to the whispers around her, choosing instead to focus intently on the steward. "Surely, we are about to discuss the rewards." The county magistrate glanced at Jin Qing's eager expression and cleared his throat. "Master Ji, according to the bounty regulations, what reward should Miss Jin rightfully receive?" The steward spoke again. "To slay 100 men earns 1,000 taels of silver and the title of 1,000 cavalry leader." The crowd responded with awestruck exclamations of wow. After a brief pause, the county magistrate beamed with an even more amiable smile. Reminiscent of the cunning grandmother in the tale of Little Red Riding Hood, to vanquish 1,000 men grants the rank of a 6th-grade deputy general. Jin Qing thought to herself, "Goodness, he must be enticing me, yet here I am, falling for it." She had never before realized how enamored she was with the allure of officialdom. The voice in her head remarked, "Host, you never had this opportunity before." At this juncture, the county magistrate ceased his chatter and signaled to the steward to present the silver to Jin Qing. However, before the steward and the clerks went to retrieve the silver, the magistrate's gaze subtly drifted towards the three-legged lion several times, unnoticed by Jin Qing. Having worked closely with the magistrate for some time, the steward quickly grasped his superior's intent. Shortly thereafter, the steward and his associates returned, bearing the silver for the exchange with Jin Qing. Once the box was set down, the steward respectfully addressed her, "Miss Jin, here are 800 taels of silver. Please accept them." Upon hearing that figure, Jin Qing was so astonished that it felt as though her eyes might fall out. "Although my education is limited and my mathematical skills are lacking, I can certainly calculate money accurately. Do not deceive me. I had long heard tales of the corruption in ancient government offices, yet I never anticipated it to be of such a magnitude." Jin Qing had prepared herself for a slight deduction, expecting to be swindled out of 100 or so taels, but to her shock, the deduction was far more egregious, amounting to a theft of 1,000 taels. Is there no humanity left? For Jin Qing, any matter concerning money is of utmost importance. Observing the rapid changes in her complexion, it was evident that she was on the verge of a breakdown. At this moment, Master Ji hastily interjected, "Jin Qichong, please allow me to explain." A master of his craft, he adeptly seized upon the crux of the issue. Addressing her as Jin Qichong effectively extinguished her fury. The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment, recognizing why he held the esteemed position of a master. Just moments ago, this fierce woman had clearly acted with intent. Yet she was now portrayed as having made an error. Master Ji seemed unperturbed by the notion that speaking too freely might invite misfortune. Meanwhile, Jin Qing's spirits were somewhat lifted by the commotion, aware that she was indeed culpable. Beside her, Lord Zhou remained silent, gazing vacantly at a tree on the verge of shedding its last leaf, as if it possessed some profound significance. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Qing resolved that since the financial loss was now a reality, it would be prudent to negotiate. After all, surely a stone lion could not possibly cost 1,030 taels. Now grasping the situation, Jin Qing was determined to bargain. What is imprisonment, really? It is hardly something to fear, for I have endured it before. The advisor was perplexed, pondering how this individual could act so unorthodoxly. Observing the resolute expression on Master Ji's face, Jin Qing finally realized that the matter of her financial loss was irrevocably settled. Undeterred, she proposed, could we not summon the original craftsman for repairs? Or perhaps prop it up with a stick? Upon hearing her words, Master Ji, County Magistrate Zhou, and the onlookers simultaneously conjured an amusing image in their minds. A three-legged stone lion propped up with a crutch at the front gate of the dignified yamen. The absurdity of this vision was enough to incite laughter among some, causing one to burst out in mirth. The magistrate furrowed his brow and approached Jin Qing, stating, Miss Jin, the penalty of 800 taels, along with the 200 taels for remolding the stone lion, is indeed your responsibility. To disgrace the court's reputation warrants a severe admonition. However, considering your recent significant contributions to the border city, this shall serve merely as a small reprimand. The crux of the matter lay in the uncertainty of which of his constables could possibly subdue this formidable woman. Principles must be upheld, otherwise, anyone could come to the yamen and wreak havoc. In truth, I could serve time in jail, Jin Qing earnestly suggested. The magistrate could hardly maintain his composure, his face twitching. Serving time does not exempt you from paying. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Qing felt the weight of her losses. She wondered if others would face similar penalties. Despite her musings, she sensed an underlying discord, yet could not articulate it. At this moment, unable to tolerate any further, Jin Qing, with a furrowed brow, spoke up. The hosts mentioned that you were fined 1,000 taels, yet you only received 800 taels, leaving you short by 30 taels. Jin Qing suddenly grasped the situation. Not only had he been deceived out of 1,000 taels, but now he had also lost a small sum. Raising his head once more, Jin Qing felt invigorated and inquired of Magistrate Zhou, what about the remaining 30 taels? It seemed that Magistrate Zhou had been prepared for this question, as he promptly responded, that 30 taels is allocated for the removal and destruction of a damaged stone lion. In that instant, Jin Qing perceived that this Magistrate Zhou and Zhou the usurer must be of the same lineage. The previously kind demeanor he had exhibited was likely an illusion born from his prolonged absence. With a sardonic smile and a discerning gaze, Jin Qing regarded the duo of the magistrate and his clerk, who seemed to conspire against him. He imagined that behind them appeared two tails, swaying like mocking eyes. Desiring to spare further pleasantries, Jin Qing decisively stated, hand over the money. I shall handle the stone lion myself. Magistrate Zhou, taken aback for a moment, ultimately acquiesced, as he wished to maintain a favorable relationship with Jin Qing. Jin Qing instructed the clerk to convert the funds into 800 taels of silver notes and 30 taels of small silver coins. He secured the credentials and insignia of the cavalry commander and pressed his handprint in the ledger documenting the number of bounties he had collected. Once this array of tasks was completed, Jin Qing intended to hastily depart from the territory of this usurious magistrate. 707 interjected with a chuckle. Are you certain anyone would desire a damaged stone lion? Old Zheng's eyes brimmed with tears. He lamented that his home had yet to reach the status where a 2-meter-tall stone lion could be placed. Contemplating this, he graciously declined the offers from Master Ji and County Magistrate Zhou to summon assistance. Jin Qing approached the stone lion, encircling its base with her arms, only to realize that fully embracing it proved to be quite a challenge. Thus, she shifted her stance, wedging her hands into the crevice where the lion met the ground. At that moment, onlookers regarded Jin Qing with bewilderment, suspecting that this female warrior must have suffered a significant blow to her psyche. Meanwhile, the master and the magistrate exchanged glances, questioning whether they might have been excessively harsh. Perhaps they should enlist the constables to aid her in moving the stone lion. Just as the two were contemplating this, a gasp surged through the crowd. They turned to find that Jin Qing had indeed lifted the stone lion with her hands, raising it triumphantly above her head. Both men were taken aback. What had this girl consumed to grow so strong? The stone lion, towering over 2 meters, now loomed nearly 4 meters high in Jin Qing's grasp, casting an imposing gaze upon all present, its eyes wide open as if to pierce through the world's malevolence. The crowd stood in stunned silence, holding their breath, fearful that this valiant lady might lose her grip, sending both herself and the lion crashing down upon them. As she hoisted the stone lion, Jin Qing did not forget to nod farewell to the master and magistrate, exclaiming, "Farewell," before sprinting towards the direction of the Mu residence. The county magistrate, taken aback, momentarily forgot his official demeanor. He hastily gestured in the direction that Jin Qing had hurriedly departed, exclaiming, "Brave warrior, tread carefully. The bounty remains valid, and do remember to report to the camp." He then watched as Jin Qing vanished from sight. Upon reaching the bustling city center, Jin Qing was momentarily startled by the throngs of people. Lacking life experience, he was unprepared for the traffic congestion typical of rush hour. His previous visits had always been during the quieter early morning or evening hours, leaving him oblivious to the vibrant hustle of the border city's marketplace, which was so lively that he found it impossible to push his way through. Observing the crowded food stalls lining the street, he realized it would be prudent to take an alternate route. At that moment, a crowd had gathered around Jin Qing, who was holding a stone lion aloft. Gasps of amazement erupted as onlookers quickly formed a semicircle around him. Some tall individuals, eager to investigate, reached out to touch the stone lion, exclaiming, "This lion appears remarkably lifelike. It must be the latest version of the chest-crushing stone." A child, munching on his fingers, tugged at his father's clothing, pleading, "Father, I want to see the performance." To add to the spectacle, someone noticed Jin Qing's face, which twitched slightly, and led the crowd in applause, shouting, "Bravo." As the applause reverberated around him, Jin Qing's face darkened with irritation. "I am not a performer." Standing amidst the street, feeling as though he were being trampled by countless metaphorical horses, Jin Qing remained blissfully unaware of the absurdity of his situation. In the Mu residence, located 2 streets away, a group of individuals knelt on the ground, shivering as if they had been reduced to mere dogs. Through a haze of recollection, Jin Qing gleaned from Tong Xian's memories that Tong Yao had been captured during the twilight hours. However, Jin Qing and Ding Er had commenced their separate endeavors at dawn, while Tong Yao's apprehension had occurred just as night fell, inadvertently subjecting the Mu residence's occupants to a day of torment. Now, the time was approaching the hour of Wu, and all the people of the Mu residence had gathered, trembling collectively on the floor, too fearful to even breathe. The once proud main hall, which typically boasted a highbrow atmosphere, had been cleared out to accommodate a movable soft couch, upon which lounged a remarkably handsome young man. This figure, lazily reclining against the couch while fiddling with a double fish pendant, was none other than Ding Er. A guard remarked, "To demand someone from another's residence and bring along a bed, truly, there is no one like our master." After toying with the jade pendant for a while, Ding Er languidly spoke, "It has been 4 hours. You still refuse to speak? Today, if you hand over Tong Yao, I shall leave immediately." Ding Er had entered the Mu residence at the hour of Mao, and upon his arrival, the residents had showered him with insincere flattery. Yet, when Ding Er mentioned Tong Yao, the expressions of several masters of the Mu residence shifted dramatically, followed by a series of denials regarding Tong Yao's presence in their household. Ding Er retorted, "Do you truly believe me to be a fool? Perhaps I should take you to see that surety. If such individuals are spies, then I would gladly welcome an entire battalion of them. It seems they would bring about the annihilation of the foreign invaders." Increasingly convinced that there were issues within the Mafu estate, Ding Er erupted in frustration, directing his entourage with fervor, "Bring forth every individual from the Mafu estate. Today, I shall ascertain whether I can indeed take away this nursery rhyme." The people of Mafu were utterly bewildered, unclear as to what had provoked this tempestuous figure, and more perplexed by the arrival of such a formidable presence related to the nursery rhyme. However, this did not impede their promptness in offering apologies. As they swiftly sank to their knees, clamoring in disarray, "Please, noble heir, temper your wrath." Indeed, Ding Er was the esteemed heir of the Prince of Xian. Rumors spoke of his 3 passions, admiring his reflection, seeking magnificent steeds, and indulging in thrilling escapades. The residents of Mafu were confounded, pondering what peculiarities within their estate had drawn the attention of this troublesome heir. Did their abode harbor some form of excitement? Before long, the entirety of the Mafu populace was ushered forth, including the rough servant responsible for cleaning and the elderly gatekeeper. Even the unfortunate young master of Mafu, who had suffered a grievous fate after being buried alive due to the rage of Jin Qing, resulting in a shattered leg and disfigurement, was dragged forward by the guards. The young master was at a loss as to why misfortune had befallen him. He had been peacefully seated at home when the structure had suddenly collapsed. A beam had plummeted directly towards him, but fortunately, he had the wit to seize his attendant, using him as a cushion. Otherwise, he would have met an untimely demise. Despite someone attempting to shield him, young Master Mu was still struck by falling debris, resulting in a shattered leg and a disfigured visage. His right cheek bore 2 gashes, each the length of a finger, inflicted by sharp fragments, and the scabs that had formed were hypertrophic, creating 2 prominent red ridges that distorted the symmetry of his face. Originally, young Master Mu aspired to embark on a political career, yet the stringent aesthetic standards for civil officials in the Great Jin dynasty rendered him unqualified. Even a facial mole adorned with hair would disqualify one from service, let alone his condition, which appeared as though 2 stripes were etched across his countenance. These scars severely curtailed his prospects for the imperial examinations, effectively obliterating his path to public office. Upon learning of these misfortunes, the matriarch of his betrothed swiftly annulled their engagement. In this moment of despair, feeling as though his life had lost all hope, young Master Mu languished in his chambers, nursing his wounds. Since the incident, his father had grown increasingly distant, while his half-brothers secretly mocked him, and even the servants had begun to neglect him. Though his mother continued to visit daily, expressing concern, he could not help but notice her involuntary shudder whenever she glanced at his face, quickly averting her gaze. Lying in bed, consumed by self-pity, young Master Mu resolved to feign suicide to garner attention. Just as he contemplated whether hanging or wrist-cutting would be more conspicuous without causing bodily harm, he was abruptly seized and dragged away by the guards of Ding Air. Mao was dragged by the guards from his chamber to the main hall, kneeling on the cold floor. His body, still weak and not fully recovered, succumbed to unconsciousness several times during the ordeal. Each instance met with the merciless splashing of cold water by the guards to rouse him. As this torment continued, not only did his wounds worsen, but the chill of the water, coupled with the biting breeze, began to elicit symptoms reminiscent of a fever. In a moment of desperation, kneeling on the ground, Mao subtly leaned against his young servant for support, oblivious to the shivering that ensued from the cold water soaking the servant's clothes. And the others witnessing his plight abandoned any thoughts of feigning unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to Mao Laoi, who remained baffled by the situation, the purpose of the young lord's visit to the Mao residence was to abduct Tong Yao. He was genuinely unaware of the whereabouts of that troublesome girl. Not only was the young lord searching for her, but he himself had also been seeking Tong Yao. The thought that if word spread of his legitimate son having killed a respectable youth, and should the matter reach the magistrate, the notorious diligence of the county magistrate would surely bring ruin upon his household, filled him with dread. Regretting not having suffocated Tong Yao when he had the chance, Mao Laoi glared fiercely at the half-collapsed figure of his son, Mao Da, who he deemed a useless disgrace responsible for this predicament. Among those kneeling in the hall, apart from Madame Mao, who silently wept for her son, the others harbored a wish for Mao Da's swift demise, hoping to avoid further entanglements in this dire situation. Realizing his own rudeness, and observing that none of the skilled individuals from the Mafu dared to resist, Ding Er narrowed his eyes. It appears that those who had grievously injured Jin Qing in the past were deeply concealed. This implies that the current pleas for mercy from the Mafu are merely a facade, a calculated display of humility to deceive him. What then was the purpose behind their assault on Jin Qing and the confinement of Tong Yao? Had they inadvertently stumbled upon something significant? Ding Er watched as the guards forcibly escorted the Mafu members, dragging and kicking them at intervals. Despite the cruel humiliation they endured, the Mafu showed no signs of resistance, further fueling Ding Er's conspiracy theories. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos in the Mafu, Jin Qing found herself in the bustling marketplace, feeling as though her delicate spirit had been trampled by 100 mythical beasts. To navigate through the crowded streets with grace, Jin Qing skillfully manipulated the stone lion in her hands. She tossed the stone lion high into the air, catching it effortlessly with one hand, then swiftly transferring it to the other, making it appear as light as a balloon as she performed with vigor. The crowd, mesmerized by Jin Qing's captivating display, instinctively parted to allow her a clear path, facilitating her progress toward the end of the street. As she approached the street's conclusion, the audience grew larger, cheers erupting, even attracting the attention of the nearby magistrate's office, which had just been disturbed by Jin Qing's antics. At this moment, Zhang Yadu, already in the bustling area, longed for someone to prepare a bucket of calming tea, eager to soak in its soothing effects with his subordinates. As Jin Qing tossed the stone lion in a flamboyant display, spurred on by the cheers of the crowd, Zhang Yadu felt an overwhelming urge to claw at the walls in frustration. This girl, already a bit dim-witted, seemed to grow more animated with each taunt. Casting his gaze towards the raucous onlookers, Zhang Yadu was tempted to shout at these ignorant souls, "Do you realize that this lion is real, truly real?" Did they comprehend the weight of this lion? If the newly appointed Jin Qing were to fumble and fail to catch it, given the current density of the crowd, it would be no surprise if 10 individuals were injured or worse. Most alarmingly, this stone lion, once an emblem of the yamen, was now being used for street performances by Jin Qing. What would come next? Might Jin Qing resort to begging with this one-legged, disabled lion? Suddenly, reflecting on his initial encounter with Jin Qing today, he realized that given her nature, such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Fearing that Jin Qing might notice his distraction and cause an accident, Zhang Yadu, with his subordinates in tow, discreetly retreated to the second floor of a nearby eatery, observing Jin Qing from a distance. To be honest, her performance was indeed captivating. Zhang Yadu suppressed a whistle. It's nothing. Just wanted to feel my pipe and take a couple of puffs." His subordinates glanced at him, choosing not to call out his fib. Yet they rushed to the window where Zhang Yadu was seated, cheering for Jin Qing. Zhang Yadu rubbed his nose, muttering, "These little rascals." At this moment, Jin Qing successfully reached the end of the street, experiencing a sense of dawn breaking. She had finally arrived at her destination. Her arms felt as though they belonged to someone else, utterly exhausted. The stone lion remarked, "Have you considered how long you have been swinging me around?" Realizing that there was no one blocking her path, and that those behind her had yet to react, Jin Qing seized the stone lion and ran off, leaving a group of onlookers exchanging bewildered glances. What a conscientious juggler, not even charging for the performance. Indeed, the border town is quite exceptional. Overwhelmed by a significant sense of indignation, Jin Qing resolved to seek trouble at the Mu residence, preparing to deliver 3 kicks to the grand house. She intended to gauge the disparity in her strength compared to that time and to check on the task she had entrusted to Ding Er. Fortunately, the individuals she encountered afterward were rather ordinary, not provoking her to showcase acrobatics. They merely cast curious glances at her unusual behavior of holding the stone lion aloft before stepping aside to grant her passage. Thus, Jin Qing successfully reached the rear wall of the Mu residence. Meanwhile, Zhang Yadu, who followed closely behind, noticed Jin Qing's lack of further action and breathed a sigh of relief, departing with his subordinates without realizing that Jin Qing had halted at the back wall of the Mu residence. Upon reaching this spot, Jin Qing confronted a significant issue. The dog hole appeared rather small, and the stone lion seemed unable to fit through. Hidden in the shadows, the members of Dark 7 observed a young figure approach the rear wall of the Mu residence, holding a stone lion and standing rigidly against the wall. Before arriving at the Mu residence, the elder had already briefed Dark 7 on Jin Qing's monstrous identity. Moreover, Dark 7 informed the group that they must remain vigilant and prevent any demons from approaching the second master. The young man before them, in both appearance and peculiar demeanor, perfectly matched the elder's description of Jin Qing. Observing her current state, Dark 7 surmised that she intended to enter the Mao residence, yet appeared to be facing some sort of predicament. As she stood motionless before the back wall, Dark 7 pondered whether she was attempting to execute the legendary art of wall passing. However, weren't demons typically capable of flight? Unbeknownst to Dark 7, Jin Qing was in a quandary. If she abandoned the stone lion, she could easily slip inside, but what if the stone lion were stolen? It was worth 1,000 taels. To safeguard her valuable asset from potential loss, Jin Qing resolved to enlarge the dog hole, reasoning that this area of the Mao residence was seldom traversed. Without hesitation, she meticulously began to scrape away at the back wall, entirely unaware that if the opening became large enough for the stone lion to enter, it would effectively become a backdoor. Dark 7 watched as Jin Qing bent down, cautiously appearing to pry something loose. Just as Dark 7 was about to squint for a closer look, she witnessed Jin Qing remove a brick from the wall. Before Dark Seven could express her astonishment, Jin Qing's movements accelerated, and the dog hole before her gradually morphed into the semblance of a grand entrance. Startled, Dark Seven gestured to Dark 10, who was hiding in a nearby tree and had also witnessed the scene, asking, "Can you manage this?" Dark Seven felt a pang of frustration. Had not the elder claimed that she was a flawed fox spirit? Why did she seem more akin to a monstrous bear instead? At last, through Jin Qing's relentless efforts, the rear entrance of the Mufu was completed. The main gate took shape, measuring over 2 meters in width, with the walls entirely separated, standing in distant view. Jin Qing once again raised the stone lion and tested its passage, discovering that she could effortlessly bring it into the Mufu. Thus, she gleefully dashed along the wall, brandishing her prized possession. Upon witnessing Jin Qing successfully enter the Mufu with the stone lion, and she could not help but lament the misfortune of the Mufu. It truly was a calamity to have such a master. Now, the Mufu had become public property, and with such a large rear entrance, anyone could enter with ease. The guards of Ding Air had gathered in the main hall, and the remaining shadow guards had also received and Chi's orders. No one dared to confront Jin Qing, allowing her to traverse the Mufu unimpeded. As Jin Qing entered the Mufu, she intended to find a secure place to hide her stone lion. However, she was taken aback to discover that the usual gathering spots for the servants were completely deserted, not a soul to be found, even within the master's quarters. Jin Qing, perplexed by the strange happenings within the Mufu, began to search room by room, determined to swiftly retreat with her belongings should she sense any danger, confident in her speed. Traversing without hindrance, Jin Qing made her way to the main courtyard, where she finally heard faint sounds of weeping and pleas for mercy emanating from the front hall. Could there be a spectacle unfolding? Sensing the tantalizing aroma of gossip, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. She resolved to set down the stone lion and stealthily crouch by the back window of the main hall to eavesdrop on the commotion. 707, her loyal companion, sighed in exasperation at his master's penchant for gossip. "You're just too idle." However, as Jin Qing surveyed his surroundings, he felt an undeniable sense of insecurity regarding the placement of his stone lion. Alas, upon acquiring something of significant value, one immediately begins to perceive others as potential threats. Casting a glance around, he finally noticed that the roof of the Mu family's main hall was flat, and at this height, it would pose a challenge for anyone attempting to steal his prized possession. With a flicker of hope, Jin Qing exerted a slight effort and gently tossed the stone lion onto the roof of the main hall. In the distance, the observant Chi, who had been clandestinely monitoring Jin Qing's every move, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this act. Brave soul, it could collapse. Jin Qi was taken aback by the thunderous sound that erupted when the stone lion made contact with the roof, startling the guards within. A group of them emerged, swords drawn, scanning the vicinity with heightened vigilance while shouting, "Who goes there? Who goes there?" Jin Qing had not anticipated causing such a commotion. Rubbing his nose, he sheepishly stepped out from the shadows behind the building. "No need to be alarmed. It's just me." The guards recognized Jin Qing and internally lamented, "We would rather face an assassin. You are far more perilous." As the guards approached the entrance of the main hall, the servants of the Mu family, kneeling at the doorway, discreetly lifted their gazes toward the newcomer. The more they observed, the more familiar Jin Qing appeared. Ultimately, a firewood attendant recognized him and, trembling, pointed at Jin Qing while exclaiming in shock, Tong Exine, you were supposed to be dead." With this revelation, others in the Mu household, prompted by the attendant's words, also recognized the young woman who had once navigated the complexities of the household with finesse, only to be tragically beaten to death and discarded in a mass grave. In an instant, the crowd erupted into chaos, each person convinced they had encountered a ghost. The guards swiftly advanced, delivering a flurry of kicks and strikes, ultimately restoring silence to the crowd. A sharp pain pierced Jin Qing's heart, as if something were tightly gripping it. She quickly realized this must be the lingering consciousness of Tong Xian. It became evident that everyone in the Mao residence was aware of Tong Xian's tragic demise. They simply chose to ignore it. This meant that all the residents of the Mao household had witnessed the horrific deaths of Tong Xian and Tong Yao without intervening. Ding Er's pupils dilated momentarily. It dawned on him that Jin Qing was indeed speaking the truth. There were formidable individuals in the Mao household capable of inflicting harm upon him. The members of the Mao family trembled in fear, pleading for mercy, with some so terrified that they lost control of themselves. Disgusted by the farce unfolding before her, Jin Qing was perplexed as to where the courage had vanished that allowed them to bring about Tong Xian's death. Though she could not fathom why the Mao family exhibited such reverence towards Ding Er, to the extent that they knelt submissively despite their terror. She understood that the male protagonist of this world must possess a status of considerable significance. Meanwhile, Ding Er furrowed his brows in irritation. Enough of this commotion. I am weary. Hand over Tong Yao at once, and cease your claims of ignorance regarding her whereabouts. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to send you to the Northern Cavalry's prison to clear your minds. The Northern Cavalry was comprised of the personal troops of the Prince of Faith, complete with its own prison. This facility was specifically designed for spies, and it was said that very few who entered ever emerged, and those who did were often left severely altered. At that moment, Ding Er truly wished to dispatch the Mao family members to the Northern Cavalry, for these hidden masters among the crowd posed a ticking time bomb in his midst. Upon hearing these words, Master Mao could no longer endure the distress and entered the interrogation chamber, contemplating the safety of his entire family. In a fit of sorrow and indignation, he cried out, "Your Highness, I truly do not know where that nursery rhyme has gone. I beseech you to see clearly." After uttering this, Master Mao prostrated himself deeply towards Ding Er, performing a grand gesture of reverence, and the trembling members of the Mao household followed suit in their bowing. Ding Er observed Master Mao and his family putting on this dramatic display, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. One could not deny that at this moment he exuded an air of regal dominance. However, this imposing demeanor was short-lived. Just as Ding Er was about to utter another commanding remark, he felt himself suddenly grasped by a pair of slender, slightly tanned hands, lifting him from the comfort of his soft couch. Looking up towards these hands, he unexpectedly encountered the darkly handsome face of Jin Qing. "You are the Prince of Xian?" Ding Er towered over Jin Qing by a full head. At this moment, his upper body was firmly held while his lower half remained draped over the couch. Ding Er found himself momentarily bewildered, unsure of what he had done to provoke Jin Qing. Jin Qing, instantly realizing he was being looked down upon, thought to himself, "How could I possibly know?" Meanwhile, Ding Er remained perplexed, pondering whether this was indeed a normal reaction to discovering one's identity or if this was simply Jin Qing's unique way of expressing his excitement. The members of the Mao household stood in a daze, observing the interaction between the two. They had come to accept the fact that Jin Qing was alive, and their hearts were filled with a complex mix of emotions. Why had they not ensured her demise back then, allowing her to become entangled with the Prince of Xian? Observing her current unreasonable demeanor towards the young lord, it is evident that the prince still indulges her with a tender smile. Furthermore, her peculiar attire raises the question of whether her head was somehow damaged by the eldest son during their encounter. One cannot help but remark on the prince's rather peculiar taste. However, it also suggests that Tong Xian has come to seek vengeance alongside the young lord, indicating that her own household is in peril. Jin Qing, on the other hand, feels as though she has endured a trifecta of indignities today. First, she was deceived by the scheming county magistrate. Second, she performed without receiving any remuneration. And third, if the individual before her truly is the young lord, it implies that she has sold her horse at a regrettably low price. Just moments ago, she had seen the bounty posted by the prince's residence, offering 50 gold for each meticulously nurtured steed, provided they bore no injuries, while 1 gold equated to 10 silver pieces. Initially, Jin Qing had consoled herself, thinking that Ding Er might have been unaware of the market value and had not intended to deceive her. However, upon learning of Ding Er's noble status, it became clear that he had indeed sought to ensnare her deliberately. As Jin Qing's expression grew increasingly menacing, a small storm cloud quietly gathered above her head. Jin Qing thought, "Is there no room for a swift retribution?" The guards surrounding Ding Er observed the tension as Jin Qing confronted the young lord, perplexed by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, the members of the Mao household were equally astonished, expressing disbelief at the drastic change in Tong Xian's temperament. Ding Er's mind was a chaotic whirlwind. "Although you have struck me within the confines of the carriage, could you not afford me a modicum of dignity in front of so many witnesses? I am left with neither substance nor semblance." Outside, the hidden guards remained ever vigilant, poised to rescue Ding Er from Jin Qing's grasp. In that moment, both the occupants inside and those outside the residence harbored their own thoughts, while Muda, upon recognizing Jin Qing, had already succumbed to fright. Just as Jin Qing contemplated how to deal with Ding Er without inciting divine wrath, A series of ominous cracking sounds reverberated from above, the unmistakable noise of bricks and timber splintering. Instinctively, Jin Qing glanced upward, noticing that the beams appeared to be bowing under some unseen weight. The ceiling manifested cracks resembling a spider's web, slowly expanding in various directions. With the epicenter precisely where Ding Er and Jin Qing stood, the house was about to collapse. A small concubine of the Mu household shrieked. Lately, it seemed, newly constructed structures had been falling one after another. At the sound of her cry, panic ensued, and everyone began to flee outdoors. The guards and hidden sentinels, who had intended to rush in and save the second master, watched in astonishment as Jin Qing, dragging the unconscious Ding Er, leapt through the shattered window with astonishing speed. The guards, feeling utterly ineffectual, sighed internally and followed suit, neglecting the unconscious Mu Deo on the ground. As the crowd reached the courtyard and momentarily steadied themselves, a thunderous crash echoed, the entire roof collapsed, leaving only 4 walls and a massive stone lion facing the earth. Where did this come from? Is this some form of divine retribution? A trembling maid exclaimed in shock. Without waiting for the crowd to cast their disdainful glances upon her, a young servant suddenly shouted, "Oh no, the eldest son has been buried alive again." Ignoring the raucous laughter of those from the Mu family who rushed to rescue Muda, Jin Qing's hands remained firmly grasped around Ding Er's collar. At that moment, Ding Er was covered in dust from the debris that had fallen from the roof. And after being violently dragged by Jin Qing, a tear appeared in his silk trousers, rendering him a picture of utter disarray, far removed from his former handsome visage. Meanwhile, aside from the dust, Jin Qing bore a fresh wound, a streak of blood marring her appearance. When Jin Qing seized Ding Er and leapt through the window, her swift actions came at a cost. As they burst through, a shard of wood from the shattered window grazed her scalp, causing blood to trickle down through her short hair and onto her face, creating a rather terrifying spectacle. Paying no heed to the blood streaming down her face, Jin Qing's thoughts were consumed with how to deal with the black-hearted swindler in her grasp. The thunderclouds that had loomed disappeared the moment Jin Qing was injured in her attempt to save Ding Er, prompting her to mentally devise countless methods of punishing him. Just then, a soft and melodious voice chimed in her ear. "Sister, is that you?" Despite her efforts to disguise herself, she had not anticipated that her younger sister would recognize her solely from her silhouette. Releasing Ding Er's collar, Jin Qing took a couple of deep breaths, deciding to first observe her sister, whom Tong Xian had described as exceedingly pitiable. Upon her first encounter with Tong Yao, Jin Qing could not help but think, what an eyesore. Before her stood Tong Yao, who evidently had been enjoying a prosperous time recently. Her complexion was rosy, and she appeared well-nourished. Even her dress seemed newly tailored. At that moment, Tong Yao spoke again, her voice tinged with tears. "Sister, what has happened to you? Why do you no longer speak to me? What about your hair? You appear injured and in need of care. Why have you taken so long to visit me? Do you no longer want me?" Her words poured forth, laced with a hint of reproach, yet she remained rooted in place, seemingly fearful that the dirt on Jin Qing and the blood on her head might soil her. Jin Qing chuckled inwardly, reaffirming that Tong Xian was utterly foolish, sacrificing herself for such a person. She harbored serious doubts that Tong Yao sought out Tong Xian merely because she had squandered the substantial savings Tong Xian had accumulated over the years. With no money left, it was only natural that she would come to her sister for assistance, only to be apprehended by the people of the Mao family. If she truly cared for Tong Xian, why not rush forward to embrace her long-lost sister? Reflecting on Tong Xian's demands, Jin Qing scratched the back of her head, finding it all rather uninteresting. Approaching the second master, who was being assisted by the guards in tidying himself, she felt a sudden disinterest in even pursuing compensation from him. Amid the watchful vigilance of the guards and the confusion of Ding Er, Jin Qing swiftly tore off the already neat sleeve of Ding Er's attire, flipping it inside out to wrap around her bleeding head. She had noted the pleasant texture of the fabric when she had first grasped it. Disregarding Tong Yao, who continued to follow her from a distance, Jin Qing inclined her head towards Ding Er, indicating Tong Yao's direction, and said, "That is my younger sister. I entrust her to you." Having spoken, Jin Qing disregarded Tong Yao's incessant cries of sister from behind and proceeded alone towards the main hall, which had been reduced to rubble. Tong Yao, seemingly lost in thought, halted near second master, refraining from pursuing Jin Qing. Instead, she stood there, gently sobbing, murmuring, "Sister, why do you no longer want me?" Appearing utterly forlorn, Feigning deafness to Tong Yao's weeping behind her, Jin Qing, having entrusted her to Ding Er, had no intention of leaving a single copper coin for Tong Yao. Ridiculous. Give her money? Let her cease dreaming. She would rather purchase a set of garments for Bai Yin and the digital wolves, who had consistently aided her with unwavering loyalty, unlike Tong Yao, who exuded an aura of feigned sincerity. A younger sister who, knowing full well that she had caused trouble, could hide for nearly 2 months. Taking such good care of herself, even making new clothes, was beyond her means to support. Tong Yao's character was a product of Tong Xian's indulgence. Tong Xian had always felt that her younger sister, orphaned as she was, deserved pampering, which resulted in raising a thankless wretch. Were she to be disciplined thrice daily, Tong Yao would have no inclination to climb into someone's bed. Bai Yin, who was resting on the ground, felt the fur on the back of his neck bristle instinctively. He abruptly raised his head, looking around warily. Why do I sense the female fiend's murderous aura? As Jin Qi was mentally berating Tong Xian, she suddenly heard a ding sound. 707 was already exulting in her sea of consciousness. Congratulations, host, on completing the task. The task evaluation is satisfactory. Must the host continue to ascend to the next level? Jin Qing's expression darkened at the inquiry. When you chime in next time, could you please pay a bit more attention? Don't think I can't discern. That was unmistakably the voice of 707 himself. With a sigh, 707 lamented. When will the host ever grasp the crux of the matter? Jin Qing pondered for a moment before inquiring. Wasn't it said that my soul attribute is exceedingly high? Then why do I suffer injuries? 707 elucidated. This is perfectly normal. While your soul is formidable, your physical body remains as fragile as that of an ordinary person. You haven't practiced any protective arts, so it is only natural to sustain injuries from external harm. Jin Qing exclaimed in astonishment. So, I've been exposed all this time. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Qing remarked to 707, I believe I should acquire a weapon. What type would suit me best? I shall seek one. Yet, uncertainty lingered regarding the choice of weapon. A sword exudes elegance, while a knife commands authority. However, considering the host's tendencies coupled with the peculiar whims of the mainframe, 707 felt that this endeavor might encounter unforeseen complications. Jin Qing remained silent. 707 continued. This task has parameters of satisfactory and exemplary completion. Do you wish to proceed further? 707 sighed. Very well, as long as it brings you joy. Since embarking on this mission, Jin Qing had tirelessly endeavored to fulfill Tong Xian's wish. Now that the task was complete, he felt as though he had attained his freedom, allowing him to pursue the life he desired. With this realization, the shadows of his recent encounter with Tong Yao gradually faded from Jin Qing's heart. Disregarding the situation with 707, Jin Qing first made her way to the collapsed house to retrieve her stone lion. Mr. Mu had already been rescued from the rubble. Sent for emergency care amidst the wails of Mrs. Mu and the indifferent gazes of other members of the Mu family, Jin Qing soon found her stone lion. But to her dismay, the upper tooth had been knocked off. Holding her imperfect, limping stone lion aloft, Jin Qing's heart brimmed with sorrow and indignation. What a fragile structure this wretched house was. As she departed, proudly bearing her stone lion, Ding Er found his perspective on life evolving yet again. Meanwhile, the Mu family discovered that the true culprit behind the collapse was none other than the arrival of Tong Xian. Out of respect for the young master, no one dared confront her. Now that Tong Yao had appeared, their sole desire was to hastily send these troublesome guests away. After watching Jin Qing leave, the Mu family could only gaze at her retreating figure, tears unspilled. Why not take these people with you? Ever since learning that she had been entrusted to the distinguished young man before her by her sister, Tong Yao ceased her weeping, gazing at the second young master with wide, watery eyes. Ding Er, noticing her gaze, responded with a sudden smile, causing Tong Yao's breath to catch momentarily, her cheeks flushing a delicate hue. Ding Er felt a sense of satisfaction. This was the proper demeanor one should expect from a young lady upon meeting him. This sister was certainly far more composed than her sibling. Upon returning to the residence of the esteemed Dr. Zheng, Jin Qing placed her imperfect stone lion at the entrance, while she, with the assistance of Mrs. Zhang, took a bath, changed her clothes, and rebandaged her head wound. Having left behind 200 taels of silver notes and 30 taels of silver coins for the old man Zhang, he was finally persuaded by Zheng's persistent pleas to depart under the cover of night, accompanied by a disdainful glance, venturing into the mountains to rendezvous with the digital wolf. This left the Zheng family and the lion in a silent stare-off. Zheng's eldest son, observing his father, spoke up. "Father, leaving this here will surely invite ridicule upon us. Moreover, our family is not yet at a level to harbor a lion. Could this not provoke calamity?" Receiving sympathetic glances from others, the eldest son inwardly lamented. "Please do not unleash your ire upon me." Zheng, with a scoff, retorted, "If you lack the capability, refrain from complaining. Am I unaware that we cannot keep this creature at present? Back in the capital, Oh, do not flee yet. One must understand that possessing a house in modern times is an arduous feat, yet now he finds himself with a riverside villa. Settling by the river, Jin Qing commenced a 2-month endeavor of pursuing and besieging the foreign entities. Meanwhile, their father, Butcherman Zhang, was consumed by melancholy, perplexed by the dwindling number of individuals coming to his home for slaughtering pigs. In these 2 months, Jin Qing led a life that was simple, fulfilling, and orderly. When funds were low, she would seize from the foreigners, and when in need of steeds, she would do the same. Surplus food was graciously provided by the village heads from several neighboring villages. In fact, some of these villages had even erected a longevity tablet for Jin Qing. The crowd at the county office, awaiting their rewards, would part ways whenever Jin Qing approached. The crux of the matter lies in the notion that without comparison, there can be no pain. Observing what she has brought forth, one feels a sense of shame in presenting their own meager possessions. However, as time progressed, the incursions by outsiders into the village diminished significantly. What once encountered several waves daily has now dwindled to mere days without a single encounter, leaving Jin Qing perplexed. Unbeknownst to her, her unabashed acts of plunder had directly compelled the outsiders to retreat their activities by several hundred miles. As Jin Qing fervently endeavored to amass military accomplishments for herself, she remained oblivious to the turmoil engulfing the Mu residents. Initially, everyone had dispatched the second master and his entourage as if sending away a plague, and before they could even breathe a sigh of relief, calamities began to besiege the manor. The second master, suspecting that formidable individuals were concealed within the Mu residence, commanded his covert group, the Dark Seven, to initiate subtle machinations, intent on revealing the hidden schemes of the Mu household. Should they persist in their concealment, it would indicate that their family harbored far more sinister designs regarding the border town. Adhering to the principle of sparing neither a thousand nor a single individual, the second master resolved to ensure that no one within the manor remained unscathed. Upon receiving the directive, the Dark Seven commenced their operations. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, followed by a cry of distress. How is there a pit here? My leg is broken." Several young servants tumbled into a hole that the Dark Seven had excavated overnight. Another exclamation rang out. Who spilled oil on the ground? My back is broken." A few maids had slipped on the oil that the Dark Seven had carelessly poured earlier that morning, skidding several meters before they fell. A brick suddenly flew in from the shadows, striking the strongest servant of the Mu household, who collapsed, bloodied and unconscious, without uttering a sound. In recent months, the Mu family has suffered grievously. Not a single soul, from the master to the servants, remains unscathed, concealed among the branches. And she secretly pondered whether the injuries inflicted upon these individuals were mere ruses, and if so, the price they paid seemed excessively steep. Particularly concerning was the burly servant, who now lay lifeless, his breaths reduced to mere exhalations. If, as the second master claimed, these individuals were indeed formidable experts, the demise of such a master would evoke a profound sense of sorrow. However, sympathy aside, orders must be followed. Thus, and she executed his task without hesitation. Since the departure of the young master, both masters and servants within the Mu household have suffered frequent injuries, instilling a pervasive sense of unease. Yet, inexplicably, every time he attempted to leave the estate, he would face far graver harm than he currently endured. Even the local physicians began to speculate that the Mu household had committed heinous acts, and now retribution had come knocking. Citing this belief, they refused to attend to their ailments. The midwives in the vicinity also shunned the household, for they were not heartless enough to push individuals into the abyss of despair. With so many affluent families around, who would not prefer to sell their services elsewhere, there was no reason to disrupt the natural order, and the thought of being implicated in such misfortune was daunting. Consequently, the Mu steward, having lost both arms, could only drag his ailing body to negotiate with nearby vendors, offering thrice the usual price for them to leave prepared meals at his doorstep each day. However, due to the injuries sustained by both the master and servants of the estate, the premises lay neglected, overrun with refuse, and permeated by a pungent stench. Meanwhile, Lying in bed, Muda seemed to exhale a breath of relief, having been forgotten in the hall, where a fallen beam had shattered one of his arms and 3 ribs, inflicting damage upon his lungs as well. Despite his struggle to survive, he had become a mere shadow of his former self. Upon witnessing the injuries of those around him, Muda felt a perverse sense of satisfaction. At this juncture, the second master, unable to find an opening in the Mu household, turned his gaze towards Tong Yao. He and the elders had long suspected that Jin Qing was a demon, and after several tests, Tong Yao consistently claimed that she and Jin Qing were indeed biological sisters. If one sister could potentially be a creature of the supernatural, it stood to reason that the other might share the same fate. While the second master hesitated to act against Jin Qing, he felt no such qualms about confronting the delicate Tong Yao. He resolved to use her as a means to ascertain what truly frightened the entity. In stark contrast to the plight of the rest of the Mu household, Tong Yao's circumstances had evidently improved, although she remained unaware of how her sister had come to know the prince of the Xiong kingdom. This development was undeniably fortuitous for her. Upon entering the royal residence, Tong Yao felt as if she had stumbled into a granary, filled with joy. Though Ding Er had merely assigned her to a modest room in a corner of the auxiliary courtyard, she had been granted the company of a small maid, Xiao Tao. Unbeknownst to her, this maid would bring endless hope. Perhaps, just perhaps, she had finally found a chance to ascend to greatness. The grandeur of the royal residence is truly remarkable. Even a modest side chamber is meticulously crafted with exquisite detail. As I pondered this, a young maid named Xiao Tao entered, delicately holding an intricately carved soup bowl. Upon seeing Tong Yao awake, she beamed a sweet smile and said, "Miss Tong, the young master has noticed your pallor of late. This is pig's blood porridge meant to nourish your health." It is said that the second master had specially prepared this porridge for her. With a sense of delight, Tong Yao accepted the offering and mimicked the mannerisms of the young ladies in the Mu household, taking small sips. However, upon tasting the porridge, Tong Yao furrowed her brow, discovering an odd flavor. She raised her gaze to Xiao Tao, who was observing her every expression, and inquired, "What ingredients have been added? Why does it taste so peculiar?" Despite hearing that it was ordered by the second master, and under Xiao Tao's watchful and caring gaze, Tong Yao managed to finish the entire bowl. The strong metallic taste made her stomach churn. Xiao Tao stood by, attending to Tong Yao for a while longer before collecting the bowl and departing. Left alone, Tong Yao repeatedly rinsed her mouth, pondering the peculiar palate of the royal household and why the porridge was so unpalatable, her face contorted in dismay. Meanwhile, Xiao Tao had gone to report to the second master, stating, "Sir, the black dog blood was ineffective." She consumed the entire bowl and showed no reaction after some time. Ding Er, seated at his desk, nodded slightly, signaling for Xiao Tao to withdraw. He then retrieved a small booklet from his table and struck through the words black dog blood. Ding Er mused to himself, "It appears that the demon is impervious to black dog blood." In the house of Tong Yao, such scenes frequently unfold. Xiao Tao brings a bowl of bird's nest. "Miss Tong, come and enjoy this delicacy. It has been specially prepared for you by the young master in consultation with the princess." After tasting a spoonful, Tong Yao furrows her brow. "Why does it have a slightly burnt flavor?" Xiao Tao explains, "It might be that the kitchen staff grew lazy and scorched it. I shall reprimand them. Such waste is truly unfortunate." After Tong Yao finishes, Xiao Tao lingers in her chamber for a moment before turning to leave. In the study, Xiao Tao continues to report to Master Ding. "Sir, the talismans are ineffective." Observing the second master striking out the Taoist symbols in the booklet, Xiao Tao initiates her next course of action. "Miss Tong, this is a new dish from the kitchen." Tong Yu replies, "Why does it have such a strong earthy taste?" Xiao Tao responds, "Indeed, it may be due to the inadequacies of the new chef, which has marred your appetite. I shall have him dismissed." From a distance, the second master casts a glance at Tong Yao, whose once plump figure now appears so emaciated that it seems the wind could easily carry her away. One cannot recover when the nourishment is inadequate. He shakes his head with a sigh. Hearing this, Xiaoxi turns to him with surprise. "Sir, how can you utter such words?" Meanwhile, Xiao Tao gazes adoringly at the side profile of the second master, nodding vigorously. "What you say is so true." In her illness, Tong Yao had once confided to Xiao Tao her desire for her sister Tong Xin to come and take her away from the residence. Yet Jin Qing has not made an appearance. With her own legs beneath her, if she truly believes the prince's residence to be unsatisfactory, she can simply depart. Or perhaps Ding Er was sent to find her, making a fuss to summon her, as if she were some saintly sister. Observing that Jin Qing was not particularly invested in Tong Yao, Yi felt emboldened to continue his experimental endeavors. Autumn had deepened, and the once formidable forces of the foreigners remained unusually still this year, which caused Jin Qing some unease. Remembering that County Magistrate Zhou had discreetly informed her a few days prior that slaying 1,000 foreign foes would grant her the rank of a 6th-grade deputy general, Jin Qing felt a stirring ambition within her. Though she had never held an official position, the absence of a decree prohibiting women from becoming generals in this dynasty did not deter her aspirations. Thus, this news ignited a flicker of excitement in her heart. However, she had only managed to accumulate 968 kills so far, leaving her with a mere 32 more to achieve her goal. Recently, the foreigners she encountered were mostly traders from the border towns, known for their amicable nature and love for peace. Some were elderly, weak, or women and children. Jin Qing could not bring herself to prey on the vulnerable, as she believed that life, even in chaotic times, deserved respect. Would she truly stoop to desecrate the graves of the foreigners to fulfill her count? Pondering the feasibility of such a plan, she sat before her cherished wooden cabin. Meanwhile, County Magistrate Zhou feigned innocence, asking her how she could bear to deceive him. In her moments of irritation, the village chiefs from nearby settlements quietly celebrated. For since Miss Jin's arrival, their villages had noticeably become safer than in previous years. If this trend continued, the prospect of saving enough to relocate to the border town seemed increasingly plausible. While Jin Qing found herself engulfed in anxiety, two others also exhibited signs of distress: Iwang Su Ryle and Ku, who had recently been consumed by rage, causing those around them to retreat in fear. The warriors of the Yi people were capable of facing 10 foes at once, and the king himself was exceptionally valiant. This time, the Iwang's personal campaign was spurred on by Jin Qing's provocations, intending to send a clear message to the great Jin dynasty. Indeed, the Iwang was infuriated by Jin Qing's relentless onslaught, as this time of year typically saw his own people stirring up trouble along the borders of Jin. However, this year, rumors spoke of a monstrous woman from an unknown origin who had not only slain his dispatched men but also seized their weapons and commandeered their horses. In an audacious display, she hung the severed heads of his warriors from trees as a taunt, instilling fear among his kin. The Yi people were already few in number, and the tribe was actively encouraging procreation, yearning for each birth to yield 10 or 8 offspring. Yet, with nearly 1,000 of their finest genes eradicated, the Iwang's fury reached a boiling point. Before laying siege, the Iwang led his people to Jin Qing's wooden cabin by the river, intending to slay the creature of Jin for a sacrificial offering. At that very moment, Jin Qing was racing with her pack of wolves along the path from the border town to the cabin, leaving Su Ryle and Ku in vain pursuit. In their wrath, Su Ryle and Ku trampled the wooden structure and ignited it, along with the nearby grand trees, reducing them to mere ashes. Only then did they feel a slight alleviation of their anger. Meanwhile, word of the approaching Yi warriors had already reached the mountain villages, and the villagers, upon seeing the flames in the direction of the river, watched from a distance in trepidation. Chapter 36. The desire to become the sister of the noble consort. 34. This year, the barbarian tribes launched a war against the great Jin. No longer engaging in mere skirmishes as before. Instead, all the valiant warriors surged forth, advancing directly towards the borders. At the foot of the border city, the two armies faced each other. Su Ryle and Ku, in their prime, brandished long blades while mounted on magnificent steeds, standing resolutely at the forefront of their ranks. Opposite them were the 3,000 stationed troops led by the Prince of Faith, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. Su Ryle and Ku, once celebrated figures who won the hearts of the people from horseback, felt no trepidation in this standoff. An elite force of 8,000 faced off against 3,000 border soldiers. The barbarian king was determined to seize the border city, to slay the Prince of Faith, who nurtured the monsters beneath his steed, avenging his brave warriors. The Prince of Faith beheld Su Ryle and Ku clad in battle armor, astride their imposing steeds, their long blades glinting ominously. The hilts and scabbards of their swords were adorned with a multitude of dazzling gems. Under the sun, the gems sparkled brilliantly, creating a dazzling display that severely hindered the prince's vision. This blade was Su Ryle and Ku's cherished possession, masterfully forged and priceless. More importantly, it was a token won from his father in his youth, serving as a testament to his lifelong battles. Thus, in leading this expedition, Su Ryle and Ku unsheathed this sword that had accompanied him through half a lifetime of warfare. Conversely, the Prince of Faith harbored disdain for Su Ryle and Ku's treachery. In such blinding brilliance, one could easily fall into a blind spot. Indeed, this old beast remained as treacherous as he had been in his youth. As Su Ryle and Ku began to challenge each other, Ding Er, serving as the deputy commander, hastily intervened, eager to confront the situation. "Father, allow me to fight in your stead." The prince looked at Ding Er's face, which, despite its sternness, retained an exquisite beauty, and could not help but feel a twinge of frustration, pondering how this lad bore no resemblance to himself whatsoever. Observing the prince's determination to advance, Ding Er felt a surge of anxiety. His father's old injuries had not yet healed, rendering him incapable of contending with Su Ryle and Ku. Upon witnessing the prince's advance, Su Ryle and Ku exchanged malicious grins as they pointed the tips of their long blades downward, thinking to themselves, "This is fortuitous." Just as they prepared to charge forth into battle, a sudden gust of wind swept through, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Su Ryle and Ku found themselves unsettled, for someone had seized the blades by their tips. And despite their attempts, they could not dislodge them. Alarmed, they thought, "What immense strength!" In that moment, the figure slowly lifted their head, revealing an unremarkable yet slightly soiled visage, and calmly addressed Su Ryle and Ku, saying, "This belongs to me." Su Ryle and Ku were taken aback, exclaiming internally, "What on earth is this creature that has suddenly appeared?" The newcomer was none other than Jin Qing, as the village chief had anticipated, and Jin Qing was genuinely infuriated. "Your dwelling was set ablaze because of these things. Do you not realize that?" Seeking an outlet for her pent-up emotions, Jin Qing learned from the village chief, who resided deep in the mountains, that it was Su Ryle and King Ku-yi who had set fire to her cherished possessions. Under the chief's embellished recounting, Jin Qing resolved to seek vengeance for her trees and home. Thus she pursued the entourage of the Yi King with fervor. However, as she drew near, she could only behold the dazzling weaponry wielded by Su Ryle and Ku, particularly a knife encrusted with jewels that captivated her attention. 707. With sympathy for Su Ryle and Ku, remarked on their folly, "You have brought this upon yourselves. Why create such ostentatious weapons?" Despite several attempts, Su Ryle and Ku struggled to extract the knife, leading to confusion among their ranks regarding Jin Qing's sudden appearance. Ding Er, in disbelief, pondered how she seemed to be everywhere. Jin Qing, with a good-natured intent, hoped Su Ryle and Ku would consider the knife as compensation for her modest wooden cottage. Yet she soon realized they misconstrued her goodwill. Not only did they continue to attempt to draw the knife, but they also glared at her menacingly, igniting her anger. "Is there no recompense for the destruction of one's property?" she exclaimed, and seizing the blade as hilt, she hurled Su Ryle and Ku over her head with a swift motion. With a thud, Su Ryle and Ku landed upon the raised weapons of the Yi people, meeting an untimely demise without uttering a single word. The Yi warriors exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the turn of events, before hastening to Su Ryle and Ku's side in an attempt to render aid. Yet, Su Ryle and Ku had accomplished nothing and had met their fate, while Jin Qing and 707 awaited the impending storm. After all, this individual was merely thrust onto another's weapon by Jin Qing before drawing blood. Although Jin Qing did not directly strike, one cannot help but wonder if the world's consciousness might whimsically choose to cleave Jin Qing into chips. Yet, the heavens remained silent, offering no rumble of thunder in response. Indeed, he is not the protagonist. Even the celestial forces seemed disinterested in his affairs. Both 707 and Jin Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Ignoring the frantic attempts of the foreign people to rescue their king, Jin Qing stood contentedly, admiring the gems encrusted upon his weapon. A sudden thought struck him. If even the impoverished leader of the foreign tribe, Su Ryle, could wield such an ostentatious weapon, what of the Prince of Faith, who could procure a horse for 500 taels of silver? Observing the foreign ranks in utter disarray, Jin Qing appeared blissfully unaware of the chaos, still fixated on the jewels of his weapon. The Prince of Faith felt a headache coming on, pondering the origins of this peculiar creature. As he watched Jin Qing gaze languidly at his own weapon, the prince's discomfort grew. From which side did this little monster emerge? Nonetheless, the prince instinctively showcased his own weapon, devoid of any adornment or embellishment. It seems that a weapon's ostentation is not necessarily a boon. Unbeknownst to him that he was being looked down upon, the prince watched in disbelief as Jin Qing twisted the hilt off his sword and tucked it into his bosom, casually discarding the blade forged by a renowned general, deeming it unnecessary. The prince felt as though he were witnessing a live rendition of Buying the Case while discarding the jewels. At that moment, a wail erupted from the foreign ranks, a piercing sound that shattered the tranquility of the skies. It was the anguished recognition of their king's demise, igniting a furious resolve among the foreigners to avenge their sovereign by annihilating those before them. As the foreigner raised his sleeve arrow, prepared to shoot at Jin Qing, Prince Xian immediately mounted his horse and galloped out of range upon noticing the movement. Jin Qing felt provoked and instantly exhilarated. Come on, I relish a good battle. These aggressors before me are mere opportunities. Effortlessly evading the incoming arrows, she charged toward the enemy ranks like a locomotive, fist poised. The foreigners, typically opportunistic, relied on their stature to bully the forces of the Central Plains, often prevailing with fewer numbers. However, when faced with equal numbers, they would achieve overwhelming victories. It would be a grave mistake to underestimate their tactical prowess. Having evolved from hunters, they mastered formations to minimize their own casualties while maximizing the defeat of their foes. Yet, this slender youth charging forth seemed deceptively fragile. Her movements were swift, akin to a dog being thrown into a fray, elusive and impossible to capture. With a single punch from her delicate yet powerful hands, chaos erupted within the foreign ranks. As Jin Qing dashed through, she left a trail of foreigners airborne. Some fortunate enough to escape direct hits, their mouths agape in silent terror, while others, less fortunate, were sent soaring into the ether, their lives extinguished in an instant. Jin Qing's speed was astonishing. Even the most alert among the foreigners, upon realizing her presence, swung their weapons only to miss, their dense formation posing a risk of friendly fire. As if a swift and elusive mole, Jin Qing darted through the ranks of the foreign troops, the air filled with anguished wails and cries that echoed like thunder. Faced with such formidable adversaries, not even the might of a Gatling gun spitting blue flames could guarantee safety. Wang Xian and his soldiers observed the scene before them, akin to a farcical spectacle, and could not help but feel a sense of relief that this individual was on their side. As the casualties among the foreigners escalated, a sudden cry erupted from their ranks. Stop fighting, we surrender. The defeat was as catastrophic as a landslide. Morale, akin to a plague, spreads rapidly in times of despair. One voice called out, prompting others to join in, we surrender. Jin Qing replied with a sardonic chuckle. Oh, I did not hear you. When you were slaying others, did you hear them plead for mercy? 707 interjected with a sarcastic remark. You only care about the money. Must you speak with such feigned righteousness? Meanwhile, the soldiers of the Jin dynasty felt a sense of vindication. Although there were regulations against killing surrendering foes on the battlefield, the heinous actions of these foreigners in the past were truly appalling. Among them were survivors of families brutally slain, rendering them indifferent to the cries of surrender. As the foreigners' ranks disintegrated, the third prince, who had been left behind due to advocating for negotiations, finally galloped forth, shouting fervently, Stop! We surrender. We will leave immediately and shall not set foot in the Central Plains again. Upon seeing the third prince approach on horseback, Ding Er revealed a satisfied smile. For he had awaited this moment. The king of the Yi had a daughter and 2 sons. His eldest daughter was remarkably valiant during her military campaigns. She encountered the eldest son of the Xian king. Their fierce duel on the battlefield ended in a draw, resulting in both their deaths, which had long been a source of contention between the Yi king and the Xian king. The second prince who accompanied the Yi king on his expedition was struck down by a single blow from Jin Qing while attempting a sneak attack. Consequently, the third prince, as the sole heir, possessed a formidable maternal clan, ensuring that his words carried significant weight. Upon hearing the third prince vow to relocate his entire family, Ding Er suddenly cleared his throat and called out loudly in Jin Qing's direction, Miss Jin, the bounty has been revoked. Jin Qing immediately abandoned the Yi man she was grappling with and dashed like the wind to stand before Ding Er, seizing the horse's reins from his grasp. When did this happen? She demanded, her intent clear. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, she would not hesitate to toss both horse and rider aside. Jin Qing furrowed her brow. What about those I just killed? Please do not tell me my efforts were in vain. Ding Er, with a smile, reassured her. Those still count. After a moment's contemplation, Jin Qing inquired further, shall I then sever their heads? If necessary, I can fetch those 2 miscreants from the pig farm. Ding Er, exasperated, replied, no need for that. Please take a moment to rest. Satisfied at last, Jin Qing stood aside, admiring her gem-encrusted long knife. calculating its worth in silver and whether it might compensate for the losses of her modest dwelling, unaware that the most valuable part of the weapon had already been discarded. Observing that her opponent had suffered no losses while her own side had endured significant casualties, she recalled the moment when the second master had called for a halt. The third prince, exasperated, muttered, "I can only extend my gratitude to your entire family," as the figures of the foreign men faded into the distance. A wave of confusion washed over the crowd. Could it truly be that the disputes of so many years had come to an end? Why did they feel an unsettling sense of something amiss? Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look! Wolves! The wolves are coming!" The crowd hastily raised their weapons once more, preparing for battle. Yet, they beheld the valiant warrior who had just single-handedly vanquished the foreign men, now standing defiantly before the pack of wolves, glaring fiercely at them. There was still a lingering sense of something being awry. The warrior seemed to disdainfully regard them, as if to say, "What are you still doing here after I've already dealt with them?" Jin Qing, relentlessly pursuing, was frothing at the mouth with frustration, glaring menacingly at Jin Qing. "If you have the ability, slow down a bit." Jin Qing's physique had already reached an impressive state, having substantially developed its limits. Such speed was clearly beyond the reach of a mere sidelong glance. Ding Er had been observing Jin Qing with a sidelong glance for quite some time, increasingly convinced that such a dangerous individual should be kept close at hand for safety. This person was truly a formidable weapon. After some contemplation, Ding Er addressed Jin Qing. "How about I make you a Dongi lieutenant?" "Lieutenant? Isn't that a rank for generals?" Jin Qing inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing's spirits lifted. "Wonderful. My career is finally set to embark." 707. It is truly disheartening to acknowledge that this unremarkable being is my host. After all, we are destined to conquer all realms. Regarding Ding Er's evident attempt to win over Jin Qing, Prince Xin expressed no objection. He had long asserted that this lad was suited for the art of seduction, as managing to retain such a talent with mere charm could indeed be considered a skill. Since the premature demise of his exceptionally talented eldest son, Prince Xin has devoted himself to nurturing his capricious yet cunning younger son. Previously, he found little to admire in his younger son beyond his appearance, but now, gazing upon Ding Er's visage, he is suddenly filled with great satisfaction regarding his looks. At this moment, Prince Xin is keenly aware that Jin Qing has been captivated by Ding Er's beauty. Chapter 38. The sister aspiring to be a noble consort. 36. Within the Prince Xin's residence, Bai Yin languidly basked in the sun outside a pavilion adorned with meandering waters, while Jin Qing sat within, contemplating the intricacies of life. However, these musings held no allure for Jin Qing, who, after assuming the role of a military officer, felt decidedly unhappy. Due to Ding Er's assertion that Jin Qing's current knowledge was quite superficial, essentially, she could not even recognize a single character, he refrained from hastily assigning her duties in the military camp. Instead, he kept her at Prince Xin's residence, allowing her to study under the elders, thereby facilitating their close observation of her. Jin Qing's daily existence was exceedingly monotonous, compounded by the occasional visits from Tong Yao, who sought to assert her presence. Under the guidance of 707, who emphasized the importance of not harming the target of their mission, Jin Qing felt a suffocating frustration. Was there truly no one in this world capable of taking initiative? It seemed as though she was being compelled to target only the weak and vulnerable. The most disheartening aspect was that as a military officer, she was entitled to a monthly salary of 2,000 coins and 16 hu of grain. At this juncture, the foreign tribes had all migrated to the northwest, leaving Jin Qing without opportunities to earn extra income. She calculated that relying solely on her salary to sustain herself would allow her to eat well for the first 10 days of the month, while the subsequent 20 days would necessitate sending Bai Yin out to perform for a living. Upon this reflection, Jin Qing cast a sidelong glance at the white-eyed figure lounging outside the pavilion. Perhaps it would be better to have it perform daily in the bustling market, jumping through hoops of fire or standing on its head, begging for alms. The white-eyed creature, sensing the disdainful gaze, could scarcely muster the energy to lift its head, instead shifting to present its rear to Jin Qing, disinclined to engage with the madwoman. As Jin Qing sighed deeply, Ding Er emerged from the study and strode directly toward her, noticing her lost in thought within the pavilion. With a smile that revealed his teeth, Ding Er inquired, "Are you accustomed to life in the Wang residence? How are your studies faring?" A silence enveloped them, as both exchanged glances, each lost in their own musings. Ding Er, feeling inexplicably overlooked in his own pride, could no longer contain himself and posed the question, "What do you think of my appearance?" Unattractive. The word struck Ding Er like a blow, and in that instant, he felt his confidence shatter. A dark resolve brewing within him as he contemplated reciprocating the insult. Jin Qing, overwhelmed, could only exclaim in disbelief. Moments later, the two found themselves seated in the pavilion, sharing a smile that concealed their true intentions. Heh, Ding Er smirked, envisioning the moment when the master would uncover Jin Qing's secret, undoubtedly sending her to her demise. Meanwhile, the princess of Xinjiang, taking a leisurely stroll through the garden, happened upon this scene of mutual mirth and felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. In the gentle afternoon sunlight, the two sat together, their laughter resonating with an intensity that drew the eye. With Ding Er's exquisite features as a backdrop, the surrounding blossoms seemed to pale in comparison, and the sight of the striking duo, accompanied by the silver wolf reclining nearby, painted a picture of beauty so captivating that it lifted the spirits of all who beheld them. However, the princess of Xian felt a tinge of despair. She could not possibly accept such a daughter-in-law. Even if Jin Qing were indeed a talented individual worthy of cultivation, she must not be allowed into her son's inner sanctum. To the princess, even having her as a concubine would be a disservice to her son. How could such an ambiguous figure be presented at social gatherings, destined to become the subject of ridicule among the ladies of high society? Yet Xian, having spent a lifetime on the battlefield, held a particular fondness for capable individuals and seemed to greatly admire Jin Qing. He even expressed his belief that she and Ding Er would undoubtedly produce exceptional offspring. Reflecting on this, the princess felt her legs weaken, but then she remembered Jin Qing's sister, who resided in the Wang residence, and made a resolute decision. She would not interrupt the two engrossed in their mutual gaze in the pavilion, but instead turned to leave in haste. At that moment, Ding Er had already subdued the surging anger within him and began to discuss serious matters. Clearing his throat, he spoke with solemnity. "In a couple of days, I shall journey to the capital. You should accompany me." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing countered, "Will it be just the two of us?" Ding Er replied, "Of course not. The elders, Xiao Shizi, and Enchi will also be joining us, but officially, it will only be the four of us. Enchi and the others will remain in the shadows. If I were to go alone with you, what if your fierce temperament were to flare up, leaving me as a mere corpse in the wilderness?" Ding Er, despite his disdain for Jin Qing's lack of common sense, patiently explained, "This time, we are entering the capital discreetly, as we are being closely monitored. It is unwise to attract too much attention. Officially, you and Xiao Shizi will serve as the young master's attendants, Xiao Tao will be a maid, and the elders will be the scholars. The essence is that with you by my side, I am entirely sufficient. There is no need to bring an excessive entourage that would only attract attention." This thought lingered in Ding Er's mind, unspoken. Upon hearing the latter remark, Jin Qing felt a flicker of anger. "Do you think I resemble a eunuch?" Jin Qing, infuriated, felt her cheeks swell, contemplating over 100 ways to torment Ding Er. Just then, she noticed Xiao Shizi, trembling, approaching with a group of individuals carrying trays of food. The aroma of the dishes disrupted her train of thought, and as she lifted her gaze, it met Xiao Shizi's, who trembled even more violently, akin to a sieve, the bowls and lids clattering in his hands. Jin Qing furrowed her brow. After all, she had no intention of consuming him. What was his issue? Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Shizi, catching Ding Er's discontented glare, silently lamented, "Please don't drag me into your self-destructive antics." Aside from Xiao Shizi's incessant shivering, the other maids holding trays appeared entirely composed. Observing them, Xiao Shizi couldn't help but think, ignorance breeds fearlessness. After the servants arranged the food on the table, they gradually departed at Ding Er's behest, with Xiao Shizi leading the way, as if propelled by flames at his backside, sprinting towards the garden. Hearing the promise of delectable dishes, Jin Qing readily nodded. After all, one must eat well to muster the strength to deal with Ding Er. Chapter 39. The sister aspiring to be the noble lady. Gazing at the array of dishes on the stone table in the pavilion, the surrounding vegetarian dishes were inconsequential. In the center lay a dish resembling a medley stew, yet it was evidently distinct from any stew she had previously encountered. This one appeared as though the entire bowl of food had melded into a single mass. A lingering doubt gnawed at his heart regarding the culinary skills of the new chef. Yet, adhering to the principle of respecting food, Jin Qing reluctantly picked up his chopsticks under Ding Er's earnest persuasion. At that moment, the voice of 707 echoed in his mind. I advised the host against consuming the food before him. Jin Qing, alarmed, inquired of 707, is the food poisoned? Is Ding Er attempting to kill me? No wonder Xiao Shizi was so frightened, but I haven't provoked Ding Er recently. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the veins on Jin Qing's forehead threatened to burst. It seemed Ding Er was seeking self-destruction. Unbeknownst to Jin Qing, who had already grasped the full truth, Ding Er, with a jovial demeanor, raised his wine glass and cheerfully asked, why not sample this soup dish? Although its appearance is lacking, it does possess a pleasant aroma. Jin Qing's fury intensified. Unable to contain himself any longer, he rose abruptly. Before Ding Er could react, he seized the top knot of Ding Er's hair and forcefully plunged his head into the warm soup. Why don't you taste it first? With Jin Qing's actions, accompanied by 707's shrill exclamation, the divine punishment of the world consciousness descended. The maids and servants of the residence had already been ushered away by Xiao Shizi, who had instructed that no one was to enter the garden from the moment the dishes were served, fearing that Jin Qing's true nature might be revealed. Ding Er believed this to be an expression of his thoughtfulness. However, at that moment, immersed in the soup basin, he could not help but feel a profound sense of relief. Thankfully, the humiliating scene of his punishment had gone unseen. Otherwise, he would have lost all semblance of dignity. However, Jin Qing, who had been struck by a powerful bolt from the heavens, grew increasingly irate. She yanked Ding Er's head out of the basin, carefully gauging her strength, and raised her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Ding Er's handsome face. As Jin Qing's slaps became more vigorous, the intensity and frequency of the thunderbolts escalated as well. Although when she and the others had long heard of Jin Qing's transformation ability, witnessing it firsthand was still profoundly astonishing. Jin Qing's speed was unparalleled, and she observed as the young lady pressed their master's head into the soup bowl, only to subsequently transform into a shadowy figure, smoke billowing from her head. As Jin Qing unleashed her furious slaps upon Ding Er, her transformed appearance grew increasingly terrifying. It became evident that a person could indeed instantaneously morph into an entirely different form, leading one to believe that if someone claimed Jin Qing could fly in the future, they would accept it without question. And she remarked that the girl had unleashed her internal energy, overwhelming them to the point of unconsciousness. What a formidable practitioner she was. Meanwhile, Jin Qing, who had fainted the moment she seized her, continued to strike while questioning 707. Why did they also lose consciousness? Does this mean that in this world, harming the male protagonist results in being struck by lightning? 707 felt a twinge of frustration, noting that they had merely come to mediate. Host. Only when a tasker harms the world's male protagonist will they incur the wrath of the world as consciousness. Lightning strikes have no effect on the male protagonist whatsoever. However, the punishment of lightning that the host endures can be transmitted to anyone other than the male protagonist. This principle will apply similarly when the host encounters a world with a female protagonist in the future. It is merely a matter of gender transformation. Jin Qing felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. Truly, it was as if she were the only one raised by a stepmother. However, the actions of his subordinates were marked by unwavering determination, resolutely committed to carrying out their retribution. After the last encounter with lightning, Jin Qing discovered that, aside from the irreversible damage to his hair, his bodily injuries swiftly healed of their own accord. He soon realized that this divine punishment was merely temporary. As long as the tasker refrained from uttering or performing actions that would harm the male protagonist, the world's consciousness would actively assist in restoring the tasker's body. For Jin Qing in his current state, the residual effects of the lightning strike would eventually dissipate with time. At worst, he would endure a change of skin, resulting in no fundamental harm. As he rendered Ding Er as dazed as a pig, observing the transformation of Ding Er's eyes into mere slits and blood streaming from his mouth and nose, yet remaining silent, Jin Qing finally ceased his actions. Satisfied, you are indeed a man. Though he himself had been scorched and was experiencing excruciating pain throughout his body, his head throbbing to the point of dizziness as if his skull had been cleaved open, Jin Qing's psyche was nonetheless filled with contentment. Having been almost charred by the lightning, Jin Qing finally relinquished his grasp, causing Ding Er to gracefully succumb to unconsciousness. Just before losing consciousness, as he glanced at the fallen shadow guards strewn across the ground, a thought suddenly struck him. So this is how divine punishment can be wielded. Meanwhile, The released Ding heir, trembling with agony, shed silent tears of despair within his heart. Upon witnessing the fainting of the Shadow Seven, I knew I was beyond salvation. Why bother summoning others to witness this shame? That would truly be akin to parading in one's nakedness, spinning in circles, and exposing oneself to ridicule. I must endure this humiliation with fortitude. But why must this woman strike my face? Trembling, suppressing the immense pain etched upon his visage, Ding heir extracted his portable bronze mirror, resolving to examine the extent of his injuries. His anguished scream startled a flock of birds, and finally roused Xiao Shizi, who was outside fervently praying to the deities. However, by the time Xiao Shizi hurried into the garden to investigate, Ding heir had already fainted from the shock of his own grotesque reflection. The other participants in the garden, the injured Ding heir, Jin Qing, and Enqi, had all succumbed to unconsciousness. This incident drew the attention of the Prince of Faith, and Enqi, having received Ding heir's instructions, remained tight-lipped even under the prince's persistent interrogation. Noticing Enqi's silence and the palpable fear in the eyes of him and the other shadow guards, the prince felt he had unraveled the truth. After offering some words of comfort to the shadow guards, the prince turned to the still speechless Ding heir, who was ensnared in the shadows of his ruined beauty. After sitting in Ding heir's chamber for a spell and witnessing his despondent gaze fixed upon the bed's canopy, the prince shook his head with a sigh and departed to visit Jin Qing, who was gravely injured. Her body charred, yet resolutely refusing to allow the household physician to tend to her wounds. Unexpectedly, the prince encountered Tong Yao, who was in tears beside Jin Qing, who was tearing at her scorched skin. Observing the scene, the prince opted not to enter the room, choosing instead to return when Tong Yao was absent, musing that this girl could certainly learn a thing or two from her sister about fortitude. Chapter 40. The sister aspiring to be the noble consort. Upon returning to his study, Prince Xian shattered his beloved incense burner. He clenched the official notice from the capital, which had summoned him to celebrate a birthday, tightly in his palm, his nails digging into the flesh, causing blood to seep and stain the yellowed document. Anguish filled Prince Xian's heart as he cursed aloud. I have relinquished my pursuit of that position, retreating to the most desolate northern wilderness with my wife and children. Despite your persistent public humiliation and covert oppression over the years, I have offered no resistance. Why will you not let me be, even to the detriment of my son? Since I can no longer evade this fate, let us engage in one final contest. This time, I shall not yield. Unbeknownst to him, Jin Qing, who had inadvertently taken on the blame for the Emperor of Jin, wished to exclaim, "Imagination is a malady. You must seek a cure. If you intend to rebel, do not use me as your pretext." Meanwhile, Jin Qing was on the verge of being driven to distraction by Tong Yao's incessant weeping. It is often said that women are made of water, and indeed, Tong Yao had not ceased her tears since entering her room. Jin Qing thought to himself that mastering the skill of articulating thoughts through tears was essential. It proved immensely useful. Not a single word went unspoken as tears flowed freely. Yet there was no trace of a runny nose, evoking a deep sense of pity. Jin Qing marveled at how Tong Yao achieved such a feat. If only she lacked the scent of onion rings, as the aroma wafting from her sleeves only served to amplify his hunger. "Sister, after months apart, how have you changed so dramatically?" As she gazed upon Jin Qing's charred, blackened skin, Tong Yao felt a surge of revulsion and fear. Yet, the thought that her future honor and disgrace were intertwined with Tong Xian's fate compelled her to weep softly. She was still fragile, and her sister could not simply be abandoned in this state. Jin Qing chuckled darkly. "Do not dare call me sister. You might not even know how you perish. Your foolish sister sacrificed her very soul to save you, understand? Sister, why do you ignore me? Are you in pain from your severe injuries?" Noticing that her sister was no longer cradling her in comforting embrace, Tong Yao's tears flowed anew. Jin Qing retorted, "Stop your incessant whining and be quiet. You are as burnt as skewered lamb. Do you not feel the pain? Sister, please, do not tear at your wounds. It will only exacerbate them." Tong Yao cried incessantly, fearing that Jin Qing might rend her flesh even further. However, the corner of her eye caught a glimpse of what appeared to be a delicate new layer of skin emerging beneath Jin Qing's charred exterior. Tong Yao paused. Perhaps she had misjudged. Such grievous wounds could not possibly heal so swiftly. Jin Qing, exasperated by the incessant cries, lamented, "Who brought this foolish child here? Does no one understand that the patient requires rest? Sister, I noticed that your table was laden with meat. Given your injuries, you must avoid greasy foods. I have already instructed Xiao Tao to remove them. I will have the kitchen send you something lighter to eat." Realizing that Jin Qing was utterly disregarding her, Tong Yao's cries intensified. Jin Qing has completely exploded with anger. "I wish to rest, yet you weep here, and now you even attempt to seize my flesh. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Trying to feign a bond of sisterly affection, you might as well wash your sleeves first." At this moment, the white eye, resting beneath the window, was also thoroughly annoyed. It raised its large head and glared discontentedly at Tong Yao's position. "Is that creature beneath the window a wolf? How could you raise such a terrifying beast? Why is it staring at me?" Upon realizing that the white eye was glaring at her with a fierce expression, Tong Yao's heart raced, and she finally burst into tears. Seeing Tong Yao trembling under the white eye's menacing gaze, Jin Qing's mood unexpectedly lifted. She decided to reward the white eye with a chicken leg later. "You smell of food. Can't you even detect it yourself?" Observing Jin Qing smiling, Tong Yao felt as though her sister had finally forgiven her past mistakes and no longer blamed her. Gaining courage, she rose from her stool to sit at Jin Qing's bedside, cautiously tugging at Jin Qing's sleeve while avoiding contact with her scorched skin, declaring her resolve. "Sister, seeing you like this pains me deeply. I truly wish I could take your place." Disgusted by Tong Yao's sentimentality, Jin Qing extended her ungrasped, charred hand and roughly ruffled Tong Yao's hair, smearing her palms blackened flakes all over Tong Yao's head and face. Satisfied with Tong Yao's upon hearing the words, Tong Yao was immediately filled with dread, as if a wolf's paw had been placed upon her head, coupled with the terrifying black flakes on her face. She could no longer contain herself and burst into tears. Dodging the saliva and snot that Tong Yao expelled, Jin Qing's mood lightened considerably. This is how a 15-year-old girl ought to weep. Meanwhile, the princess of the Xian Wang, who had come to express her gratitude to Jin Qing for saving Ding Er in the garden, was taken aback by the sight of Tong Yao in such distress over her sister's injury. The princess was already aware of Tong Yao's unfortunate circumstances, having lost her parents at a young age and being raised solely by Tong Xian. Standing at the doorway, she gazed affectionately at the weeping Tong Yao, her heart swelling with admiration. What a truly devoted and filial child. It seems my decision was indeed wise. With this thought, the princess quietly slipped away, much like she had done in the garden before. Jin Qing cast a glance at her retreating figure. Is she merely here for a casual visit? Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Jin Qing was now lively and vibrant, her newly grown skin fair and delicate, possessing a touch more femininity than before. The group known as the Dark Seven, who had regained their composure the day after being stunned, looked on in astonishment, remarking how Jin Qing seemed to embody an even more youthful spirit after her injury. While Jin Qing practiced Tai Chi in her courtyard, a sudden chime rang out. Ding. Following that, the voice of 707 echoed again. Congratulations, host. You have successfully met the commendable standards for this mission. Please continue your diligent efforts. Jin Qing's heart skipped a beat, nearly twisting her waist. What just transpired? Aside from lying in the house to recuperate, I have done nothing. While the carefree and somewhat foolish Ding Er has remained secluded indoors, not having stepped outside even once. What, then, is the peculiar matter surrounding Tong Yao? Jin Qing pondered. Why has Tong Yao been accepted as a goddaughter? This situation seems rather strange. Jin Qing questioned. If that is the case, why was Tong Yao chosen as a goddaughter and not me? It appears I haven't expressed any particular regard for Tong Yao. Jin Qing exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 41. The desire to be the sister of a noble consort. 39. The speculation of 707 is indeed aligned with the thoughts of the princess of Xian Wang, who, fearing that her son might form a bond with Jin Qing, resolved to take Tong Yao as her goddaughter. This decision was intended to provide them with support while simultaneously severing Jin Qing's aspirations of entering the estate. The princess of Xian Wang's husband, without much thought, raised no objections to this matter, as his sole intention was to win Jin Qing's favor, indifferent to the means of doing so. Although Ding Er was aware of this development, he continued to confine himself to his room, gazing at his reflection, likely overwhelmed by the impact of his disfigurement being seen by others, vowing never to emerge until his appearance improved. Meanwhile, Jin Qing showed little interest in Tong Yao's affairs. The princess of Xian Wang even organized a small recognition banquet to introduce Tong Yao to the noble women of Biancheng. On the day of the banquet, Jin Qing attended. Harboring no particular fondness for Tong Yao, yet unwilling to shatter the dreams of a young girl, Observing Tong Yao, spirited and adored by the ladies at the banquet, Jin Qing scratched the back of his head. One must rely on oneself. Well, it seems Tong Yao is indeed doing just that. At the very least, she earned the favor of the Prince of Xian's consort through her own efforts. Although Jin Qing may currently be oblivious to the intricacies of domestic strife, Tong Yao possesses a clear understanding of the situation. Tong Yao is acutely aware that, without her remarkably peculiar yet exceptionally capable sister's presence, the prince's consort would have scarcely acknowledged her, let alone offered her any genuine affection. Yet, Jin Qing remains in the prince's residence, awaiting a summons to the capital. The prince's consort muses, "Why does it seem that something is amiss?" Before departing, Jin Qing discussed future matrimonial prospects with Tong Yao. Having already earned respect through her own endeavors, Tong Yao is unperturbed by Jin Qing's inquiries, viewing them as a way to fulfill Tong Xian's final wish. Reflecting on this, Jin Qing sighs for Tong Xian. Oh, this foolish girl. Observing the timid Tong Yao before her, Jin Qing speaks candidly. Did you not once aspire to marry Muda? He is now eagerly awaiting the opportunity to wed you. Each day, he sends word through a servant at the back gate of the prince's residence, yearning for a moment with you. Jin Qing admires Mu Da's sense of timing. After the Mu family suffered significant losses, Ding Er's assessments had long concluded. Ever since Mu Da learned of the possibility that Tong Yao might be adopted as a goddaughter by the prince's consort, he has made it a point to send a messenger daily, hoping to catch a glimpse of Tong Yao. To her astonishment, upon hearing this, Tong Yao was so startled that she fell from her stool, glaring at Jin Qing with a look that seemed to accuse her of betrayal. She cried out, "I don't want that. I don't want it. Sister, even if I have wronged you in the past, you cannot treat me this way." Jin Qing was somewhat bewildered and asked directly, "What have I done to you?" Tong Yao, kneeling on the ground in a seemingly fragile state, appeared as though she had been betrayed by the entire world. "Elder sister, you are fully aware that Muda has suffered a broken leg and disfigurement, becoming a pariah to his own family. Why then would you force me into the Mu household? Is this not akin to pushing me into a fiery pit?" Yao Yao recognized that her youthful indiscretions had led her astray, and now she was striving to atone for her past mistakes. Yet, to her dismay, her sister not only failed to show understanding, but instead twisted her earlier ignorance into a dagger to her heart. "Sister, are you seeking my demise?" With that, she broke into inconsolable tears, her sorrowful wails evoking a deep sense of empathy in anyone who might have heard, though unfortunately, Jin Qing's room was devoid of any audience to applaud her plight. Jin Qing found herself further confounded by Tong Yao's barrage of accusations. The depth of her weeping left her speechless. Each word seemed to pierce her heart, rendering her utterly at a loss for a response. Suppressing the throbbing vein at her temple, Jin Qing reminded herself that this was merely a young girl, not a brutish man, and therefore, violence was not an option. She recalled the unfortunate boy from the Prince Xian's residence, who had succumbed to depression after her previous outburst. Calming her rising temper, she ventured to speak again. "What do you wish to do then? If you believe my judgment to be flawed, I shall henceforth take no part in your marriage arrangements. You may decide your own fate." A wry smile played on her lips, for she had no genuine intention of meddling. Her sole desire was to unite her and Mu Da, two individuals of questionable character. Upon hearing this, Tong Yao shed her previous airs of a pampered noblewoman. Instead, she wiped her tears and snot with her sleeve and, with newfound pride, declared to Jin Qing, "My sister is a fifth-rank female general of Jin, the only one of her kind. My adoptive father is the Prince of Faith. Why should I marry MD? Even if he kneels at my doorstep until death, I shall never acquiesce. I intend to select a suitable family for myself in the future. After all, I am a girl who has weathered great storms. And when it comes to marriage, I do not exhibit the bashfulness of a true noblewoman." Jin Qing, observing Tong Yao's enigmatic pride, could not help but inquire, "What were you doing before, that you compromised yourself and Tong Xian in pursuit of a bed?" From that moment on, Jin Qing no longer needed to concern herself with Tong Yao. As she watched Tong Yao's carriage fade into the distance, Jin Qing disregarded the conflicting emotions of the Princess of Faith and her wary gaze. The first directive she received from the Prince of Faith was to escort the young Master Ding Yi to the capital. Jin Qing was taken aback. Was he not referred to as Ding Er? 707 was somewhat exasperated. "Can you even grasp the essence of matters in your lifetime?" Noticing the drifting gaze of Jin Qing, the Prince of Faith added, "Upon the safe arrival of the young master in the capital, he shall receive 1,000 taels of silver." Upon receiving the directive, Jin Qing commenced her preparations for the journey. Once Xiao Shizi, Xiao Tao, and the elders were ready, Jin Qing, with the prince's tacit approval, kicked open the door to Ding Er's chamber and hoisted him onto the carriage. Ding Er remarked, "At least this girl knows to drive the carriage into the courtyard. Otherwise, I would be done for." The maidservants in Ding Er's courtyard gazed at him with starry eyes. "Young master, we all witnessed it. Lieutenant Jin is truly remarkable." The journey to the capital was relatively smooth. They encountered a few petty thieves along the way, but they were swiftly dealt with by the Dark Seven. Aside from that, no further incidents arose. As if stimulated, Ding Er not only refrained from provoking Jin Qing, but also nestled silently in the corner of the carriage, his gaze still intensely fixed. Witnessing the transformation of the once carefree and naive youth into this current state, Jin Qing could not help but engage in self-reflection, pondering whether her actions that day had been excessive. The carriage journeyed intermittently, and after nearly a month, they finally arrived at the residence of the Prince of Xian. Situated on the outskirts of the capital, Jin Qing had accompanied the prince's heir to the capital to celebrate the birthday of the emperor of the Jin dynasty, who, by bloodline, was the younger brother of the Prince of Xian, with nearly a decade separating them. During the fierce competition for the title of crown prince, unable to bear the estrangement and animosity among brothers, the Prince of Xian voluntarily withdrew from the contest for the throne, requesting to take his wife and children to the borders, where they remained for 2 decades. After the departure of the Prince of Xian, the current emperor, exhibiting remarkable vigor, employed his decisive tactics. Several brothers perished or fell ill, leaving only the Prince of Xian and himself alive and well. However, the current emperor, having engaged in fierce battles, sustained injuries that have rendered him incapable of fathering more heirs. Despite having a harem of 3,000 beauties, he has only one child, a boy, who is still in swaddling clothes. The recent retreat of the barbarians has brought great merit to the Prince of Xian. Consequently, the prince's heir, Ding Yi, ventured to the capital ahead of the others, intending to discern the true intentions of the emperor. Meanwhile, the Prince of Xian remained in the border town, quietly preparing in the shadows, as the recent events in the garden had instilled a sense of wariness toward the current emperor in his heart. Jin Qing and her companions had already settled into the residence, awaiting the summons from their sovereign to enter the capital. Just as the elder and Xiao Shizi let out a collective sigh of relief, an unexpected situation arose that very evening. Recently, Jin Qing had been diligently following the elder in pursuit of knowledge. However, for someone who could barely recognize simplified characters, these hieroglyphic-like symbols were no different from an alien script. Yet, for Jin Qing, this opportunity to learn was something she could scarcely have hoped for in her past life. Thus, she persevered in memorizing every character she encountered, imprinting them repeatedly in her mind. Fortunately, her memory was quite remarkable, and her studies in classical literature began to flourish. That evening, as Jin Qing was engrossed in her daily reading of a bamboo slip borrowed from the elder, she suddenly heard muffled sounds and the sound of heavy breathing from the adjacent room. Realizing that the gloomy Ding Er resided next door, Jin Qing instinctively thought that Xiao Shizi was once again attempting to cheer him up. Reflecting on the various interactions between Xiao Shizi and Ding Er lately, she shook her head and returned her focus to the bamboo slip. However, she did not anticipate that the nearby whimpering would escalate, accompanied by the sound of a chair being knocked over. How I loathe being disturbed while I am immersed in my reading. Jin Qing felt a vain throb at her temple. Would this never cease? Was Xiao Shizi truly putting on a performance in there? 707 internally scoffed, primarily because the texts were incomprehensible to him. Grasping the bamboo slip, Jin Qing stormed out of her room and kicked open Ding Er's door. In the inner chamber, Xiao Shizi was found sprawled over Xiao Tao, both of them lying at the foot of Ding Er's bed. Meanwhile, Ding Er was being mounted by a robust and brawny woman, her weight pressing heavily upon the bed, leaving only Ding Er's legs visible as they thrashed about and a fallen stool nearby. Jin Qing felt as though she had stumbled upon a startling truth, a chill running down her spine. I apologize for the intrusion. I truly did not expect such indulgence in ancient times. Upon hearing Jin Qing's voice, Ding Er suddenly began to emit loud snorts through his nose. At that moment, as Jin Qing turned to leave, she noticed that Xiao Tao and Xiao Shizi were frozen in place, which defied logic. Taking a bold step forward, Jin Qing finally discerned the scene upon the bed. Both Xiao Tao and Xiao Shizi's necks were contorted, while the woman atop Ding Er was pouring something into his mouth and nose. with Ding Er struggling in silence, his mouth tightly shut, surrounded by a white powder. The woman's face bore faint stubble, revealing her true identity. Jin Qing felt a wave of revulsion. Was the steward of this household blind? How could such a large man disguise himself as a woman to infiltrate? Once the imposter realized she had been exposed, she ceased administering the drug to Ding Er and instead aimed to snap his neck, revealing her true intent as an assassin. How dare she attempt murder before my very eyes? Enraged, Jin Qing hurled a bamboo slip at the assassin's back. She dodged, and the slip embedded itself into the wall, compelling the assassin to release her grip on Ding Er. Observing the bamboo slips affixed to the bed, the assassin's pupils contracted. He extracted a short blade from his chest, launching it towards Jin Qing. Swiftly evading the projectile, Jin Qing advanced, attempting to seize the assassin's head. Enraged by the attempted escape, Jin Qing, whose intellect had consistently remained in the single digits, finally succumbed to her fury. She seized the bamboo slip she had extracted from the wall and hurled it at the fleeing assassin. The assassin failed to evade the projectile, which struck him squarely, severing his cervical vertebrae before he could utter a cry. He collapsed outside the window, his limbs convulsing. Jin Qing leaped from the window, retrieving the bamboo slip and meticulously wiping away the wall dust and grime that clung to it. At that moment, the village elder, who resided in the East Wing, arrived on the scene, drawn by the commotion. He was initially startled by the sight of the assassin lying prostrate beneath the window. However, upon observing the blood-stained bamboo slip in Jin Qing's hand, he was overcome with anguish. His eyes turned crimson as he lamented, "My invaluable pre-dynastic manuscript. Is it your son who has perished?" Jin Qing inquired, casting a sidelong glance at the elder. "Certainly not," the elder retorted, his beard bristling with indignation. "How could I possibly be related to such a villain?" "Then why do you weep?" Jin Qing asked, perplexed. "This is a rare Han Dynasty manuscript of immense value. Do you comprehend?" the elder exclaimed, his heart aching. "It is indeed quite weighty," Jin Qing agreed, nodding in affirmation. "It serves well as a concealed weapon." "Ignorance is truly appalling," the elder mused inwardly, resolving to ensure that his descendants received a proper education. "This type of book is remarkably effective," she thought. "No one would ever suspect it could be used as a concealed weapon. I must acquire more for future use. Knowledge can indeed alter one's destiny." Jin Qing gazed in awe at the bamboo scroll delicately cradled in the elder's arms, pondering silently. Behind her, Ding Er, clutching his neck, emerged from the shadows, his expression laden with dismay as he observed the interaction between the two. "Can you two not grasp the gravity of our situation? We are under attack." Having discarded the injured assassin onto the ground, and she and his subordinates knelt before the second master in contrition. At that moment, the steward of the residence, accompanied by several servants, hurriedly arrived, and she, noticing the approaching light, instinctively concealed himself once more. However, to his astonishment, the assassin, who had appeared to be on the brink of death when cast aside, summoned his last reserves of strength, leaping up with a hidden blade glinting ominously, aimed directly at Ding Er's neck. The sudden turn of events left Ding Er, the elder, and Jin Qing momentarily stunned. Yet, the elder reacted with remarkable swiftness, shoving Jin Qing towards Ding Er. "Miss Jin, quickly save the master." Caught off guard, Jin Qing found herself thrust into Ding Er's path, inwardly cursing. "How could you betray me like this?" Due to the difference in their heights, Jin Qing, pushed into Ding Er's proximity, was swiftly slashed across the face by the assassin's blade. The toxin on the weapon seemed designed to paralyze the nerves, and in an instant, she felt her wound numb and her limbs weaken. At that juncture, and she and his companions, having regained their composure, surged forward to subdue the assassin. Amidst the cries of Miss Jean echoing around her, Jin Qing's consciousness began to drift far away. When she finally reopened her eyes, 2 months had elapsed. During this period, Ding Er had confirmed that the assassin was sent by the current emperor with the intent to eliminate Prince Xin. Prince Xin had already challenged the royal court, as the current emperor had succumbed to illness, leaving the throne to the 2-year-old crown prince, while Prince Xin had assumed the role of regent. Jin Qing, utterly oblivious to the intricacies of politics, felt indifferent to who the emperor was, considering herself merely a transient presence. Upon hearing that Jin Qing had awoken, Ding Er hurriedly brought the elder with him. The elder expressed profound regret for having pushed Jin Qing, yet he felt no remorse, believing his actions were for the sake of saving the young lord. Nevertheless, the elder was acutely aware that no excuse could obscure the wrongs he had committed. If Jin Qing could not endure this trial, he would guard her grave. If she persevered, he would dedicate his life to serving and protecting her until his last breath. After much contemplation, Ding Er ultimately acquiesced to the elder's insistence, bringing along his exceptionally talented young son as a gesture of reassurance. Upon receiving this news, Jin Qing felt a wave of irritation wash over her. If I were to claim I am no longer angry, would that allow this old fool to distance himself from me? Entering the room, Ding Er fixed his gaze upon Jin Qing, who had managed to stand and move about. He extended his slender fingers to touch the scar on her face. The long scar traversed from her left temple across her nose, marring her entire visage and even altering the shape of her nose. It was indeed unsightly. Noticing the slightly raised scar beneath his fingers, Ding Er murmured his discontent. Get lost. Startled by Ding Er's sudden display of sentimentality, Jin Qing felt a surge of anger upon hearing those two words. With a swift motion, he lifted Ding Er by the waist and unceremoniously tossed him out of the window as one would discard refuse. Jin Qing, raising his hands in exasperation, gazed up at the stormy clouds above, exclaiming, I did not strike him. A spark erupted from the clouds, only to drift away shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, on the ground below, Ding Er looked up and, to his dismay, encountered the very gaze of Bai Yan, who had traversed great distances in pursuit of Jin Qing. While everyone was preoccupied with their frantic efforts to revive the unconscious Jin Qing, and she spotted Bai Yan, who was in a state of disarray, having chased after them relentlessly. Initially, they had left Bai Yan behind at the Wang residence upon their arrival in the capital, but Enchi later received word that Bai Yan had escaped. To his astonishment, Bai Yan had followed Jin Qing all the way to the city, and upon seeing him, Enchi noted that Bai Yan's once pristine silver fur was now matted and dirty, his forepaws battered and bloodied, the claws nearly worn away. Observing this scene, Enchi let out a deep sigh, reflecting on how, at times, animals possess a stronger sense of loyalty than humans. Bai Yan, with a haughty snort, thought to himself, I merely felt discomfort from the absence of someone. Who would have imagined that this female tyrant would be so easily subdued right after leaving me? Perhaps this is her just desserts for her incessant bullying. With that, Bai Yan fixed a defiant stare at Ding Er, who lay on the ground, before turning away, leaving only his rear in Ding Er's sight. Ding Er glared at the arrogant wolf, realizing that indeed, one's character reflects that of their master. Both he and Jin Qing exhibited similar dispositions. The elder then informed Jin Qing of the news regarding Xiao Tao and Xiao Shi, who had been given a lavish burial. Before taking his leave, Jin Qing gazed at the plump, white-eyed creature sprawled comfortably on her bed, showcasing its freshly grown claws and soft pads. With a sigh, she pondered the futility of its endearing display. How could she ever bring herself to discipline it in the future? She reached out, playfully pinching the tender new flesh on its paw, reminiscing about the first time she encountered the white-eyed being and its cool, aloof demeanor. Her heart softened. I shall refrain from chastising you so often. The creature, finding comfort in Jin Qing's gentle ministrations, offered its other three paws, reclining blissfully on the bed and exposing its soft belly. Observing the audacious occupant of her bed, Jin Qing's already slightly contorted mouth twitched with annoyance. She truly wished to toss it out. Have you no sense of shame? In the blink of an eye, for decades had passed. Jin Qing had long since settled in the capital, having participated in no fewer than 30 battles for the Jin dynasty over the years. Each engagement culminated in resounding victories, earning her the esteemed title of war god due to her formidable prowess in warfare. 20 years prior, the elder had passed away, having devoted himself to guarding the gates of the general's residence throughout his life. On what seemed to be his final day, he insisted on sharing a drink with Jin Qing, as if sensing his impending departure. During their feast, he inquired whether she could forgive his past transgressions. Upon receiving her nod of indifference, he erupted into hearty laughter, embracing the wine jar as he departed. The following morning, his family found him elegantly dressed, seated at his desk, having quietly departed from this world. Upon the table lay a piece of paper inscribed with the words, "A life of pride, with a heart unburdened." In the same year, Jin Qing bid farewell to Bai Yan, who had passed away from old age. Jin Qing dug a grave for him, placing it just outside her window, where she could see the small mound with a mere push of the window. The servants of the household regarded this as a peculiar quirk of Jin Qing. However, she understood that it was merely a precaution to prevent the increasingly clingy and foolish wolf from wandering astray after death, potentially transforming into a vengeful spirit. Since Bai Yan's demise, Jin Qing had refrained from keeping any pets, even when others presented her with various rare animals to indulge her. She would promptly release them into the wild, regardless of their chances of survival. Her mission to save Tong Yao had achieved a flawless level. It is worth noting that Tong Yao was indeed remarkable. With the assistance of the prince's consort, she managed to marry into a prominent family. This young nobleman proved his worth, rising to the esteemed position of a fifth-rank official within just 7 years. Ultimately, with Ding Er's tacit approval, he secured for her a title of nobility. Regrettably, fate is often cruel. In the second year after Tong Yao received her title, her noble husband succumbed to illness. This title became a shackle, binding the then 24-year-old Tong Yao in solitude within her husband's courtyard, though she found solace in the companionship of her son, which helped her endure. Now, at nearly 60, Jin Qing no longer needed to take to the battlefield. Her role had evolved into that of a symbol of faith for the Jin dynasty, serving to intimidate neighboring nations, all of which had been subdued by her prowess. Yet, of late, Jin Qing increasingly felt a sense of discontent. After days of sleepless nights and reckless eating, Jin Qing had finally succeeded in rendering her body frail and weakened. Lying on the bed, barely clinging to life, she resolved to quietly await her demise. Unbeknownst to her, her actions had stirred considerable turbulence within the state of Jin. After 4 decades of relentless effort, Jin Qing had ascended to the esteemed rank of Grand General, and her grave illness was tantamount to earth-shattering news in Jin. Surrounding nations, having endured oppression for years, eagerly anticipated the demise of this formidable woman. Meanwhile, the subjects of the great Jin dynasty watched intently for the reaction of Regent Ding Yi. 30 years prior, Ding Yi had succeeded his father, becoming the new regent. Significantly, Ding Yi had led a life devoid of wife and children. This fact provided the current emperor with a semblance of solace. At least there remained hope for the restoration of power. His sole aim was to outlive Ding Yi, to father more sons, and to envision a brighter future. Rumors abounded that the regent's one true love was Jin Qing. Having remained unmarried and childless throughout his life for her sake, and the Grand General Jin Qing had similarly never wed. The wife of Prince Xin observed Jin Qing closely, suspecting that her son's bachelorhood might stem from some underlying health issue. Yet, if her son were to develop feelings for Jin Qing, it would surely indicate a lapse in judgment. However, both Ding Yi and Jin Qing understood that the notion of the regent being in love with the Grand General was far from credible. Jin Qing believed she had yet to encounter a man more manly than herself, while Ding Yi simply had not found a woman more beautiful than he. If one were to doubt, let the world's consciousness summon a Diao Chan, and who could say that Ding Er would not be wed by tomorrow? Lying in bed, waiting for death, Jin Qing idly inquired of 707, "Do you think that if Ding Er were to perish, there would be no male protagonist in this world?" Jin Qing mused, "It seems rather pitiable for those chosen as protagonists." She began to feel sympathy for Ding Er, who would be exploited by the world's consciousness until there was nothing left. However, 707 regarded the matter with indifference. Having enjoyed the special privileges and protections granted by the world's consciousness, how could one expect to incur no cost? Jin Qing pressed further. Can the world's protagonist be replaced? None of them lead easy lives. Moreover, I have already helped you, Jin Qing, to gather the truly valuable items. I believe you would be pleasantly surprised upon seeing them. After receiving a clear refusal from 707, Jin Qing fell silent, merely closing her eyes and resolutely awaiting death. 707 sighed. "Host, since you are aware that the possessions of this world cannot be brought into the system space, could you possibly set down the luminous pearl you are clutching?" The butler, exasperated by Jin Qing's self-destructive behavior of refusing to eat, observed her growing frailty and could no longer restrain himself. He penned a letter and dispatched it to Ding Er's residence. Ding Er, now over 60, exuded an aura of dignified authority cultivated through years in high office. Coupled with good maintenance, he still resembled a handsome middle-aged gentleman despite nearing his 70s. Upon receiving the butler's letter from the general's estate, Ding Er immediately summoned a carriage to head to the general's residence, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. As the carriage arrived at the general's residence, the first sight that greeted the eyes was a pair of stone lions. The one on the left was exquisitely crafted, clearly the work of a master artisan. In contrast, the lion on the right appeared somewhat rough-hewn, with noticeable patches on its upper jaw and legs suggesting recent repairs. Yet, leaning against the plaque of the general's residence, This stone lion exuded a peculiar, haunting beauty despite its imperfections. With the announcement echoing, "The regent has arrived," Ding Er stepped into the general's abode. As an old acquaintance, he held no reservations and boldly made his way to Jin Qing's chamber. Unexpectedly, just as he approached the bedside to express concern, he stepped on the luminous pearl that Jin Qing had carelessly discarded during a quarrel with 707. Losing his footing, Ding Er collided headfirst into Jin Qing's chest, causing the latter to momentarily lose his breath and ascend into a state of shock. Both were struck by a profound sense of dismay. Could it possibly get any worse? Who could have imagined that the very Jin Qing, who had tormented Ding Er throughout his life, would ultimately meet his demise at the hands of this old fellow? Jin Qing, still reeling from the overwhelming pressure of the situation, continued to lament Ding Er's unreliability. However, upon raising his gaze, he was met with an object that should not exist in this space. In disbelief, Jin Qing exclaimed, "What is that doing here?" Chapter 45. What am I to do with you, my broken things? Upon witnessing Jin Qing's abrupt and panicked outburst, 707 began to shower him with praise. "Congratulations, host. You have flawlessly completed your first task, successfully surpassing the novice phase. One may now commence utilizing the system Mall and venture into the vast world of Tianwation to engage with other taskers." However, it seemed as though Jin Qing had not heard 707's words. He merely stared vacantly at the white-eyed figure before him, lost in a deep gaze. Suddenly, Jin Qing extended his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the white-eyed creature, which had been about to nuzzle against him. Expecting the strike to pass through as if it were a mere dream, he was taken aback when it instead connected with the tangible form of the creature. The white-eyed being was sent sprawling, but after shaking off the impact and ruffling its fur, it trotted merrily back to Jin Qing's side. The ratio of the system space to the task world is 124. Thus, while the white-eyed creature had perished for 2 decades in the task world, it had only lingered for a mere 304 days in the ethereal system space. Although accompanied by some peculiar entities and able to observe Jin Qing's daily activities, the white-eyed creature felt as though it was on the brink of developing a psychological complex from its prolonged stay. Meanwhile, Jin Qing rubbed his hand, which had just struck the white-eyed being, marveling at the sensation that felt decidedly real. This thought ignited a desire within him to pound his chest in frustration. How had he been so foolish as to fall for this? All his treasures were now left to Tong Yao. Understanding Jin Qing's turmoil, 707 promptly clarified, "What I meant was that we need not take those items of little value." According to system analysis, the white-eyed creature possesses the highest worth in that world. Moreover, considering your unique feelings towards her, I brought her here. Jin Qing gazed in bewilderment at the lethargic wolf that had once again sprawled on the ground before her, voicing her skepticism. Is this creature truly the most valuable entity in that world? It seems that realm is indeed impoverished. Noticing Jin Qing's disdain, Bai Yin instinctively curled deeper into her embrace. Initially, upon witnessing the female tyrant tenderly watering the small flower atop her grave daily, she had hoped for an affectionate embrace during their reunion. However, it dawned on her that everything was a fade. The female tyrant was devoid of compassion. Yet, was it not ironic that she had inadvertently insulted herself? To be frank, 707 sincerely believed that Jin Qing's fortune was rather remarkable. The dragon clan had been confined within a separate world for countless years, and yet she encountered a hybrid creature. Speaking of hybrids, had they not been eradicated by the dragon clan during the tumultuous battles of Kunlun long ago? Jin Qing was bewildered. Was she the only one curious as to why the dragon lineage manifested in a wolf? Moreover, why must she conceal every aspect of her belongings, unable to reveal a single item with pride? After pondering for a moment, Jin Qing inquired, "Will I be able to take Bai Yin along on missions in the future?" Shifting her perspective, she mused that having an ally capable of controlling other animals could indeed be advantageous. The thought of having to share her meager possessions with others made her teeth ache. Jin Qing spoke again. "So, when I venture into the world to undertake missions, where will it go?" Unexpectedly burdened with the responsibility of caring for the languid figure known as Jin Qing, he shot a disdainful glance at the lazily reclining Bai Yin. "I have only enslaved you for a year, yet you expect me to sustain you for a lifetime? Not only that, but you also wish for me to cater to your every whim for eternity. Should I ever invest my resources in you, and you dare to flee, I shall pursue you relentlessly, be it across land or sea." After contemplating the absurdities surrounding Bai Yin, Jin Qing deftly diverted the conversation. The more he questioned, the more he felt that everything in his grasp was mere detritus. His gaze fell upon the entity known as 707, and he mentally appended, including this one, the monarch of refuse. Why have I encountered a physical manifestation? This was the greatest enigma troubling Jin Qing today. Suddenly, 707 appeared to experience an epiphany. I almost forgot. A radiant glow emanated from 707, enveloping Jin Qing's head. Instantly, he felt the vigor that had once surged through his body dissipate, leaving him feeling insubstantial. Enraged, Jin Qing glared at 707, intent on confronting it, only to realize he could barely graze its outline before passing through it entirely. What on earth have you done to me, 707? Jin Qing seethed. You've made me aware, and all I want to do now is scoff. Chapter 46. Employee Handbook. In a fit of rage, Jin Qing demanded, 707, you had better elucidate the meaning of profit sharing at once. He picked up the electronic book and tapped the screen, revealing 4 prominent characters, Employee Handbook. Jin Qing felt as though her mind was about to cramp as she gazed at the now restored spherical form of 707. You truly are a marvel of science, she exclaimed. When the task concluded with a satisfactory result, the process of soul absorption for the host would be excruciating, with a maximum absorption rate of only 60. If the task ended with a good result, the absorption process became somewhat arduous, yet comparatively superior to the satisfactory standard, allowing for a maximum absorption of 80. However, when the task was deemed perfect, the tasker's soul would seamlessly integrate into the host's body without the host even realizing it. Just like Tong Xin, who had already merged completely without the host's awareness. It turned out that the power she had just experienced stemmed from Tong Xion's soul. After listening to 707's explanation, Jin Qing slid through the employee manual with her thoughts, losing any curiosity regarding matters that were at the discretion of the other party. Why the division of 20 and 80? She inquired. 707 responded, because the mainframe serves as an intermediary for the host, providing a series of task-related assistance. Thus, claiming 80 is not unreasonable. Jin Qing was utterly speechless. She had thought she would receive 80 herself. This mainframe truly was a nefarious intermediary. She felt an overwhelming urge to embrace herself in sympathy. How absurd. This unscrupulous middleman better not cross her path, for she would surely twist off his head and compel him to reconsider how to allocate shares without subjecting employees to exploitation. Upon noticing that Jin Qing had fallen silent, 707 pondered for a moment before uttering. Before Tong Xion was absorbed, she left behind a message. Would you care to listen? After speaking, 707 feigned ignorance to Jin Qing's eye-rolling and promptly displayed the footage left by Tong Xion on the large screen within the room. Gradually, the familiar visage of Jin Qing emerged on the screen, devoid of the scar that had accompanied her for the past 40 years. In the footage, Tong Xion donned a delicate pink Jin Dynasty RU skirt, her fair face radiating tranquility as she gracefully bowed towards Jin Qing, her crimson lips curling into a smile as she softly uttered 2 words, "Thank you." Subsequently, her entire essence began to dissolve, transforming into a luminous silver orb, which, as if struck by an unseen force, shattered into countless twinkling stars that gradually faded away. Jin Qing remarked, "Is this a display of fireworks for me?" Meanwhile, 707, overwhelmed with emotion, reflected, "It's incredibly touching. She truly was a wonderful sister." Jin Qing retorted, "Could you enlighten me on what precisely moved you? Or have I intermittently gone deaf and overlooked something significant? Why else would merely 2 words evoke such a reaction from you?" After a prolonged silence, as 707 awaited Jin Qing's agreement but received none, he felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head under her unyielding gaze. The two shared a moment of quietude until Jin Qing broke the silence. Is there a possibility for this room to change its color? The stark whiteness is particularly blinding. In the later stages, the host may also acquire favored items in the trading market of the outer heaven to enrich their space, provided they possess sufficient market trading points. A gentle reminder, these trading points are exchanged with the esteemed main brain using souls and faith power. Upon hearing 707's words, Jin Qing felt a strong urge to overturn the table, retorting to 707 with a sardonic tone, "With all the skin you peel off people daily, your esteemed main brain must truly be quite busy. And where precisely is this outer heaven?" Jin Qing found 707's demeanor rather unsettling at that moment. Why does it sound so peculiar? However, knowing that there would be a place to explore once he crafted his desired spatial form, Jin Qing's spirits lifted. He began to earnestly meditate on the design of his space, as 707 had suggested. Observing Jin Qing's newfound seriousness, 707 felt an unsettling sense of uncertainty. Given the host's peculiarities and aesthetics, would he end up constructing a fortress or perhaps even a gilded mansion for himself? Suddenly, the area where Jin Qing resided underwent a significant transformation. The originally white walls gradually morphed into a wooden texture, with gaps emerging between the wood, as if the wind could freely flow through. While the internal structure of the room changed, the external appearance of the house began to shrink slowly, ultimately transforming into a quaint wooden cabin of approximately 20 square meters. Beside the wooden cabin stood a towering, lush tree, beneath which sat an elderly man engrossed in a book, vigilantly guarding the entrance of the cabin. The entity known as 707, filled with an irrepressible spirit, joyfully pushed open the virtual door of the cabin with its paw and scampered into the grassy expanse outside, rolling about in sheer delight at the sight of verdant flora once more. Although it puzzled why these plants remained unscathed despite its previous torment, this did not diminish its affection for the sprawling meadow. It was merely curious as to why the old man reading beneath the tree did not scold it as he had in the past. Upon seeing the wooden cabin, 707 felt tears welling up, overwhelmed by a sense of poignant melancholy. In fact, there was much to discuss regarding the watchtower. Chapter 47. The World Beyond. Having completed her meditation, Jin Qing approached the tree she had manifested with her consciousness, gazing with satisfaction at the wooden cabin and the grand tree, both of which had been reduced to ashes by the King of Desolation, now restored before her. A smile of contentment graced her lips as she disregarded the frolicking 707. Turning to 707, she announced, "Now, we can venture to the realm you mentioned, beyond the heavens." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing obediently closed her eyes and soon felt her body being drawn into a force of immense attraction, enveloped by a profound sense of constraint. Yet, this sensation was not uncomfortable. Rather, it imparted a feeling of weightlessness, as if she were suspended in a boundless void. After a brief moment, Jin Qing felt an unexpected lightness enveloping her, and the sensation of weightlessness dissipated, as if her feet could finally touch the ground. This grounding feeling had vanished upon the completion of her task. Just as she was about to open her eyes, a cheerful voice broke through her thoughts. "Dear host, welcome to the world beyond the heavens." Startled, Jin Qing opened her eyes wide, taken aback by the spectacle before her. She gasped in astonishment. Wow! The first thing that caught her eye was a colossal statue depicting a man clad in a flowing cloak, one hand cradling a book while the other rested upon the hilt of a sword at his waist. Ignoring the excited introduction from 707 about this being the master brain, along with a stream of flattering remarks, Jin Qing began to survey her surroundings. In her mind, the so-called world beyond the heavens conjured images of ethereal mist, ancient elegance, and celestial cranes soaring through the sky. However, what lay before her utterly shattered her preconceived notions. She began to suspect she had entered a fairy tale realm. The buildings around her were vibrant in color, and their shapes were quite unique. Yet, even more striking than the peculiar architecture were the beings ambling nearby. Jin Qing could hardly ascertain whether they were indeed human, for in her understanding, humans did not possess tails. Nor did they sport an array of bizarre horns atop their heads. At that moment, a beautiful figure with 8 fluffy tails, who had arrived in the world beyond the heavens simultaneously with Jin Qing, noticed her intense gaze fixated on its tails. With a casual flick of its tail, it made itself appear even fluffier and offered a benevolent smile to Jin Qing before departing. Jin Qing, feeling a bit embarrassed from being laughed at, realized that staring directly at others is quite impolite. Consequently, he shifted his focus away from the passers-by and concentrated on the peculiar houses before him. He mused that creating a circular house is already a remarkable feat, yet the bizarrely shaped structures he observed truly defied gravity. Oh, and there were also tassel-like and linear forms, which, judging by the signs hanging outside, were indeed houses. As Jin Qing stood there, lost in contemplation of this avant-garde display, he heard the voice of 707. "Host, there is no need to be overly concerned. The exteriors of these houses are akin to your own space. The owners can shape the outer appearance of their homes through their consciousness, which does not affect the functionality of the internal space." Jin Qing glanced again at the oddly shaped edifices, responding with a rather insincere, "Oh." After a moment's reflection, he pressed on with another inquiry. "Will these houses always look like this?" Ignoring 707's admiration for its superior intellect, Jin Qing continued, "Could you tell me how vast this realm beyond realms truly is?" Upon hearing the term infinite, Jin Qing furrowed his brow. "What about the areas beyond this infinite expanse?" He chuckled lightly. Such a clumsy attempt to change the subject. "Who gave you the confidence to think I could be so easily distracted?" 707 replied, "I can't help but feel that your intelligence is entirely devoted to handling me." Upon hearing 707's remarks about forging friendships, Jin Qing found himself in a state of turmoil, having been led astray by 707's thoughts. After much contemplation, he finally inquired of 707, "Could you enlighten me as to why some individuals we encounter on the street possess tails, horns, or wings?" In response, 707 pondered for a moment before preemptively stating, "When communicating with other taskers, please refrain from revealing that we are from the benevolent redemption system." Jin Qing, taken aback, asked, "Why not?" He chuckled lightly, "I doubt it." 707 continued, "What if I were to claim that it is to avoid inciting jealousy due to my elevated status? Would you believe that?" Jin Qing retorted with another laugh, "I believe even less." Irritated, 707 countered, "Then why does the host continue to inquire?" Jin Qing pondered for a moment. Why does it suddenly seem so reasonable?" Noticing that Jin Qing had ceased his questions, 707 breathed a sigh of relief. Though he remained perplexed by Jin Qing's unusual compliance, Jin Qing scratched the back of his head. What is there to inquire further? What needs to be known will eventually be uncovered. This rambling 707 will inevitably reveal his own secrets. Just as their exchange unfolded, a nearby statue emitted a tremendous noise. Aside from its head remaining unchanged, the rest of its form transformed from that of a handsome man into that of a creature with a human head and serpentine body, wielding a pitchfork. Staring wide-eyed at the towering tail, Jin Qing was astonished, fixated on the statue. What is happening? Has it revealed its true form? 707 cheerfully explained to Jin Qing that the master brain possesses numerous external appearances, hence it frequently changes its state throughout the day. "We are indeed fortunate." Jin Qing scoffed, "As long as you are happy." Chapter 48. A golden finger more peculiar than the most bizarre seated at the base of the master brain sculpture. Jin Qing felt increasingly skeptical about 707's reliability. She had just excitedly dashed into a snack shop, only to discover that many of the treats were utterly foreign to her. It turned out that this shop offered a vast array of snacks favored by various worlds and species. Moreover, the most remarkable revelation was that even those in a spiritual state could indulge in these snacks, which greatly benefited the maintenance of one's soul, providing temporary buffs to the body, and could even be taken into task worlds by the taskers. However, after selecting her desired items with great enthusiasm, Jin Qing was abruptly confronted with the stark reality. She had no money. Under the bewildered gaze of the shopkeeper, she was compelled to abandon her chosen goodies and exit in disgrace. The more she pondered the situation, the angrier she became, leading her to confront 707. "Why didn't you inform me that shopping would require spending money?" 707 felt aggrieved, responding, "I had previously informed the host that you could exchange soul and faith power for trading points with the master brain. All shops in the outer heavens operate on trading points. Furthermore, I never anticipated that the host would be so miserly." Jin Qing retorted, "Don't you think that just because you didn't elaborate? I'm unaware of your inner thoughts about me." Jin Qing contemplated redeeming some points to indulge in the offerings available here, yet upon observing the unscrupulous merchants, she felt disheartened. A package of snacks, crafted from the claws of an unknown creature, astonishingly demanded 200 points. With such a method of exchange, merely purchasing 2 bags of snacks would render the faith she earned from her previous task virtually depleted. Alas, Jin Qing longed to wield her wealth and confront these avaricious merchants, but her purse was painfully light. While she internally lamented the system's failings, she overheard the lively chatter of 2 young ladies passing by. Upon closer inspection, one donned a vibrant red modern dress, while the other wore a traditional purple wedding gown from the late Qing dynasty, clearly hailing from different eras. Yet, they animatedly discussed their respective systems. The girl in the purple gown exclaimed, "My system has bestowed upon me quite the advantageous golden finger, proving invaluable for my strategy tasks, especially concerning the renowned artifacts and the meticulous crafting of various body parts, all of which ease my pursuit of objectives." The girl in the red dress chimed in, My golden finger is equally impressive, providing substantial assistance for my comeback tasks, with an array of equipment, attributes, and elixirs readily available. As they continued their conversation, they gradually faded from Jin Qing's sight. Upon hearing their exchange, Jin Qing's frustrations erupted like a volcanic eruption. 707. Why do I lack a golden finger? Yet, the ever-loyal 707 could only shed a tear of bittersweet emotion, realizing that her host was finally awakening to her ambitions. After being moved, 707 earnestly began to explain to Jin Qing, "Host, we too possess certain extraordinary abilities, such as transforming flowers into trees, stealing the sky to replace the sun, taking advantage of a situation, and usurping the main role, all of which are our unique skills." Jin Qing felt a bit bewildered. Each phrase was an idiom that sounded impressive. Excitedly, she urged 707, "Please elucidate. What functions do these possess?" 707, gratified by his host's unexpected reliability, swiftly transmitted the various extraordinary skills into Jin Qing's mind. Transforming flowers into trees allows the transfer of any damage inflicted upon the mission target to oneself. Stealing the sky to replace the sun enables one to transfer a beneficial state from oneself to the mission target, or conversely, to absorb any severe illness or poison afflicting the target. Taking advantage of a situation permits the transfer of items that others use to frame the mission target to oneself. Usurping the main role causes the hatred directed at the mission target to shift towards oneself. Jin Qing replied, "I shall not be angry. I have grown accustomed to this. 707 is merely a heap of junk, so it is no surprise to see such trash," she thought. Ever since meeting 707, her likelihood of irritation had increased by at least 60%. After taking a few deep breaths, Jin Qing coldly informed 707, "707, I have made my decision. Let us embrace mutual destruction." 707 responded, "What is this sudden whim, host? Why have you begun to act erratically again?" After a cordial negotiation between Jin Qing and 707, the system's golden finger was permanently disabled, becoming an unspoken secret shared between the two. Jin Qing took a few deep breaths, exhaling a sigh of relief. After a long day of toil, she finally received some good news. Forgetting her previous grievances against the malevolent core, she suddenly realized that this core was truly a remarkable entity. Look at the grand tail adorning the statue. How round and layered it appears. This core must possess an exceptional artistic vision. Ignoring the circling white-eyed creature at her feet, Jin Qing instinctively greeted the elder beneath the tree. Although the manifested elder showed no response, Jin Qing still felt a sense of belonging. Pushing open the door, she entered the room. 707, perplexed, could not comprehend what her host was so fixated on. After all, these were mere illusions, were they not? Why engage in such formalistic endeavors? Upon entering the room, Jin Qing paid no heed to 707's inquiries and instructed her to send the white-eyed creature to the pet paradise for training, promising to settle the expenses upon retrieving it. As for the timing, Jin Qing chuckled to herself. She would redeem it once she had saved enough money. Pretending not to notice the white-eyed creature's reluctance, she successfully dispatched her costly companion. Now alone in her room, Jin Qing searched for the weapons sent by the core. After her earlier meditation, she had transformed her space into an ordinary home. However, unlike the various attributes and functionalities found in the wares of the outer realms, her space's amenities were quite ordinary. At last, she discovered that aside from a golden egg on the coffee table, there were no superfluous items in the room. Thus, Jin Qing once again called out to 707, "Do not tell me that my weapon is merely a golden egg." Jin Qing quipped, "Surely, your esteemed mainframe must have dabbled in pyramid schemes by the roadside back in the day." With a single punch, the egg merely quivered slightly, while 707 stifled a laugh nearby. Unwilling to concede, Jin Qing delivered a second blow, and again, the egg merely jumped slightly, its surface remaining unchanged. At that moment, 707 coolly remarked, "Host, this egg can only be cracked with a specialized hammer. Do not waste your efforts. It would be best to." Just then, as Jin Qing swung her fist for a third time, the egg shattered in response. 707 was flustered. Wasn't this supposed to be a metal unique to the interstellar era? At that instant, Jin Qing was equally astonished by what leapt forth from the egg. What on earth is this? Chapter 49. The weapon gifted by the mainframe emerging from the egg was a colossal stick, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The moment it was released by Jin Qing, The stick crushed the coffee table that she had conjured with her thoughts. Gaping at the 1-meter-3 stick, which clearly possessed some weight, her face twitched in disbelief. 707. Is the weapon your mainframe crafted for me merely a gigantic baseball bat? Perhaps she could use this immense stick to flatten 707, restoring the damaged coffee table with her thoughts. Jin Qing bent down to retrieve the stick that had fallen to the ground. Previously, she would pass through any object she encountered, yet this time, she astonishingly grasped the stick directly in her soul form. As soon as the stick was in her grasp, Jin Qing couldn't help but click her tongue. This baseball bat had considerable weight. After a brief adjustment, she swung the bat a few times. Indeed, it imparted a vigorous sensation, proving to be particularly adept in her hands. Truly, the best things are often those that come without a price. After playing with the bat for a while, Jin Qing discovered the mechanism that 707 had mentioned at the base of the bat. At the very bottom of the handle, there was a small groove. Jin Qing tentatively inserted her right index finger into it, and a tingling sensation coursed through her body, creating a resonance between her and the bat. Suddenly, from the top of the bat to 1/3 of its length, hundreds of cylindrical spikes of varying lengths and sizes sprang forth. Each spike emitted a chilling gleam, as if invisibly proclaiming to others, "I am formidable, do not provoke me." However, in Jin Qing's understanding, regardless of its potential to ascend to the heavens, this object was colloquially known as a wolf-tooth club. Feeling a bit flustered, she pondered the significance of such a gift from the mainframe. Yet, 707 responded with delight. "Host, this is a weapon akin to those wielded by ancient titans. It seems that the mainframe holds great expectations for you. Moreover, given your current circumstances, you are unable to touch anything, but this weapon is different. It can serve as a medium, allowing you to interact with or attack other entities through it." Jin Qing, bewildered, inquired of 707, "And who exactly are the Titans?" 707 excitedly explained, "That is the most formidable war god of ancient times. The host shares numerous similarities in both appearance and abilities with it. We firmly believe that if one day you encounter a Titan, there will undoubtedly be a plethora of common topics between you." Jin Qing looked at 707 with a hint of skepticism. "Is that truly the case? It feels like this matter is not as straightforward as it seems." Many years later, after Jin Qing had traversed countless worlds, she finally encountered the Titan that 707 had spoken of. Gazing upon the colossal ape before her, Jin Qing felt her heart shatter completely. 707 nearly faced a fate akin to being flattened, but that is a tale for another time. At this moment, Jin Qing, flattered by 707's words, contentedly regarded the wolf fang club in her hands, growing increasingly pleased. It was indeed a symbol of the war god. After admiring it for a while, Jin Qing inquired of 707, "How am I supposed to carry such a large weapon into the mission? Am I to traverse the world with it?" Upon hearing this, Jin Qing secured the spikes of the club and attempted to rest it on her back, only to discover that it towered over her by a considerable height. Jin Qing exclaimed, "What should I do? The weapon is taller than my upper body." She then asked, "Can this club be concealed in my soul state?" 707 replied, "Of course, but..." Jin Qing interjected, "It requires money, doesn't it?" 707 promptly answered, "Indeed." Jin Qing felt a sense of resignation. This mainframe is truly relentless in its pursuit of profit. Everything seems to cost money. Is it so impoverished? Noticing Jin Qing's silence, 707 further questioned, "Does the host wish to activate the concealment feature? It is quite affordable, available for hourly or daily rates." Jin Qing, "You are indeed considerate." Then decisively refusing, 707 replied, "There's no need. When my soul is in the right state, I can manage without weapons. I refuse to believe that I will never materialize." 707 silently shed tears, encountering such a stingy and dim-witted host. Can I truly have a promising future? Jin Qing paid no heed to 707's self-pity. Instead, she playfully nudged the spiked club behind her, reveling in the delightful sensation of tangible contact. Suddenly, another question struck her. 707. "How do I summon the spiked club once I enter the mission?" Upon hearing Jin Qing's inquiry, 707 seemed to be invigorated, responding with enthusiasm. At that time, the host should place their hand on their lower back and shout, "Face your doom, you cowards." This will allow you to smoothly draw the spiked club from your waist. Jin Qing's expression darkened. Such a bizarre gesture and such cringeworthy words. Is this meant to incite hatred? She envisioned the scene and shuddered. It was indeed too beautiful. Then she inquired of 707, "Can this gesture and incantation be altered?" 707 was taken aback. The main system had designed such an impressive action and dialogue. Why would the host wish to change it? Jin Qing instantly grasped the main system's intention to profit. This ludicrous scheme was indeed a call for her own doom. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that these were not intolerable. After all, it was merely a matter of inciting hatred. What was so remarkable about that? Upon the mention of money, 707 observed that the host would immediately fall silent. After some contemplation, 707 surmised that it had perhaps discovered the most effective method to render the host mute. Both Jin Qing and 707 lapsed into silence once more. Jin Qing continued to fiddle with his new toy, extracting the spiked club from behind him and gently prodding each item in the room. Initially, his attempts resulted in damage, but he soon mastered the art of maneuvering objects with the club. Rubbing his nose, Jin Qing mused that this weapon was indeed quite remarkable. As 707 watched Jin Qing repeatedly puncture and then repair items, it felt increasingly bewildered. Could one truly engage in such frivolity with spiritual energy? The host seemed utterly unconcerned about exhausting himself in the process, unable to bear the sight any longer. 707 suddenly addressed Jin Qing. "You have yet to check the rewards from your previous task or your current attribute values. Would you like to take a look now?" Chapter 50. The brother possessed by spirits. Everyday data of the Benevolent Redemption System holder. Host, Jin Qing System. Benevolent Redemption System. Code 707. Experience points, 1580. 36,000. Level 15. Health points, 55, equivalent to 1024,240 years in the task world. Beauty, 15 to 2, diminished due to injuries from the previous task. Intelligence, 10, passing line, 60, charm, 2, eliciting wariness, strength. Unknown, left brain development at 55, skills, brick moving, robbery profession, senior brick mover mental power, unknown available gifts, none faith power, 390, 000, gain the admiration of 390,000 individuals, convertible to 390 market trading points, soul power, 4, 600,000, soul in a smoky form, convertible to 4, 600 market trading points, soul attributes, unknown, none detected after examination. Jin Qing, feeling utterly exhausted, reluctant to speak. 707 hastily reassured her. The judgment regarding the robbery skill is primarily attributed to the methods you employed against the foreign entities. There is no need for you to be overly troubled. Jin Qing indeed felt troubled. Why was her current soul power and faith power insufficient to purchase even a few packets of snacks? This redemption system seemed rather exploitative. A mere 1,000 points of soul power or faith power could only be exchanged for a single trading point. Enough of this. It was time to focus on earning money. After all, there are so many peculiar and delectable delights awaiting discovery. Moreover, the mastermind, lacking in virtue, has already raised the metaphorical knife, ready to strip away its own skin. Taking a deep breath, Jin Qing secured her spiked club and said to 707, "Let us embark on our mission. We must strive to accumulate more faith this time." 707, overwhelmed with emotion, felt on the verge of tears. Her host was so diligent and ambitious, inspiring her to exert herself as well. Let us set forth. Remember, dear host, that life is deserving of respect. Every noble soul has its purpose. 707 swallowed her final words, unfurling her form to envelop Jin Qing like a wrap, gradually vanishing into Jin Qing's system space. Once again embraced by that warm aura, she reveled in the comfort it brought. Soon, however, Jin Qing found herself squished into a ball. If her body were sufficiently solid at this moment, she would undoubtedly realize that her posterior was perched atop her head, truly a case of sweet followed by bitter. After a brief moment, a chime rang out, signaling the completion of spiritual transportation. "Do you accept the narrative?" came 707's voice. Upon opening her eyes, Jin Qing let out a sigh of relief. This experience was indeed far superior to the last, with no pain coursing through her body. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that she had no idea where her body was lying. A pungent stench surrounded her, reminiscent of feces that had undergone countless fermentations, inducing a wave of nausea, and her body felt uncomfortably slick and greasy. Aside from this foul odor, the surrounding air seemed exceedingly scarce, making Jin Qing's breathing increasingly labored, inducing a profound sense of suffocation. At that moment, Each breath of the putrid air became a rare commodity for her. The sensation of asphyxiation intensified, and without the time to fully absorb the unfolding narrative, she instinctively reached out to her surroundings, desperate to ascertain her current predicament. As her hand ventured upward, Jin Qing discovered the presence of a wall above her head, causing her to furrow her brow in confusion. Where exactly am I? Upon hearing the explanation from 707, Jin Qing felt no epiphany. Rather, an overwhelming urge to strike 707 emerged within her. Can't I have a normal mode of deployment? She replied coolly, it matters not. Go ahead and do as you wish. At worst, we part ways and perish together. This wretched entity, 707, internally seething with rage. 707 pondered the peculiar tendencies of his host, who so readily spoke of mutual destruction. Just as both were brimming with indignation, a sound emanated from the previously silent coffin, resembling a ghastly cackle that seemed to be squeezed from the depths of a throat. In unison, Jin Qing and 707 erupted with fury. What the hell? We were having a perfectly good argument. Do you wish to die by interrupting us? Chapter 51. The brother possessed by ghosts daily. 2. As the cackling drew nearer, Jin Qing felt something grasping at her pant leg. Moreover, this entity was relentlessly pulling her upward. Due to the recent transfer, Jin Qing's body has yet to perfectly merge with that of the client. Consequently, she is unable to instantly turn this object into a pancake. Meanwhile, the object remains blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuing its relentless ascent with a series of tinkling sounds. It is at this moment that Jin Qing realizes the creature aims to climb to her eye level. As her thoughts scatter into an infinite array of possibilities, the entity finally makes contact with her leg. Irritated, Jin Qing reaches for her wolf fang club with her hands, now smeared with the viscous residue of corpses, and grapples at the back of her waist, intending to retrieve her weapon. What manner of creature could possibly emerge from a coffin? Surely, a strike would be the prudent course of action. Yet, before she can grasp her club, her fingers encounter a rectangular object in a hidden pocket of her jeans, adorned with a few granulated substances. The shape of this object strikes her as oddly familiar. Abandoning her initial plan to wield the wolf fang club, she struggles to extract the item from her back pocket, coated in the foul-smelling grease. Jin Qing is baffled by the purpose of concealing such a thing in that location. What peculiar preferences do these clients possess? At that moment, the incessantly chattering creature has now brushed against her abdomen. Upon holding the object in her hand, she discovers it is indeed a mobile phone. In the pitch darkness, finding this device fills Jin Qing with joy, for at least she understands the era in which she currently resides. After living for 42 years in the previous world, she had forgotten the convenience such an item could provide. The most crucial aspect at present is that this device is capable of illumination. Upon pressing the keys of the mobile phone, I discovered that it surprisingly still possessed power. It seems that the client had secretly left it behind as a means of salvation. The phone is an archaic single-screen model, with a display scarcely exceeding 1.2 inches, emanating a blue backlight. Yet, this particular model is one that Jin Qing is quite familiar with. She once owned a similar device, though she had long since misplaced it. Now, encountering this relic evokes a sense of nostalgia. With a swift motion, Jin Qing pressed the power button and adjusted the screen to its maximum brightness. The diminutive display radiated a bright blue glow, adding a touch of eeriness to the confined space of the coffin. After completing this series of actions, the mysterious entity was nearly at eye level with her. Jin Qing, already struggling to breathe, felt an intensified sense of suffocation as the weight pressed down upon her. At that moment, she noticed her right big toe twitching slightly, an indication that her body was on the verge of merging completely. Finally, Jin Qing angled the phone screen towards the incessantly chattering entity. Then, an idea struck her. She moved the phone slightly and was finally able to discern the full visage of the creature. It turned out to be a woman's mouth. As she maneuvered the phone upwards, Jin Qing beheld a face obscured by disheveled long hair. Under the phone's blue light, the countenance appeared even more pallid. Jin Qing mused inwardly. Having initially thought it to be a bird spirit, she was taken aback to find it was a female ghost, sending her heart racing. Meanwhile, 707 was filled with dread, overwhelmed by tears. Where, indeed, was the host's attention directed? Realizing that the specter remained inactive, Jin Qing continued to direct her phone screen towards it, feeling that this device was even more effective than a demon-revealing mirror. Look, the ghost has ceased its movements. Is it not simply in a state of stillness? Jin Qing was indifferent to this. Her sole desire was to discern the intentions of the female ghost. She inwardly inquired of 707, "Why has it stopped moving?" After a moment of contemplation, she posed another question. "Did you not intend to absorb souls? Why have you not consumed them all? This would be far more convenient and devoid of psychological burdens." With this thought, Jin Qing felt as though she had stumbled upon a new path to wealth. 707 scoffed internally, disdainfully remarking, "Host, take heed. The souls we seek must be of the utmost nobility, at the very least a lustrous silver. The soul before us is already a murky green, tainted by the suffering of countless individuals, entangled in karma. Consuming it would undoubtedly result in a deduction of points. I implore you, do not engage in petty thievery." It was evident that her host harbored fears of poverty. Jin Qing, her dreams of prosperity lay shattered. As the female ghost maintained her position for a while, she soon realized that Jin Qing merely stared blankly at her, devoid of terrified screams or any signs of panic. Seizing the initiative, she widened her mouth to reveal her gleaming fangs and lunged directly at the phone in Jin Qing's hand. She was convinced that once she shattered the screen and extinguished its light, this young girl would surely succumb to fear. Chapter 52. Younger Brother 3. Upon hearing Jin Qing's terrified scream, the female ghost triumphantly released her grip on the phone, intending to exploit Jin Qing's fear to her advantage. Yet, she found herself utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon Jin Qing, leaving the female ghost in a state of confusion. Could it be that the earlier scream was not born of fear? You have uncovered the truth, dear. After several attempts, realizing she could not even damage a single hair on Jin Qing, the ghost reluctantly resorted to her ultimate tactic. She opened her gaping mouth, akin to a black hole, widening her eyes even further as she stared into Jin Qing's face, emitting an eerie cackle. Meanwhile, Jin Qing, having examined her phone and finding only cracks on the screen without any other blemishes, felt that her patience was at its limit. To her surprise, the female ghost not only refrained from fleeing, but also continued to hover directly above her, maintaining eye contact while producing an incessant noise. The phone in Jin Qing's hand emitted a chilling blue light, illuminating the ghost's face to an even paler hue. Her bulging eyes seemed poised to leap from their sockets, while her mouth stretched wider, as if intent on swallowing Jin Qing whole. Jin Qing gazed at the abyss-like mouth, contemplating whether she could catch a glimpse of the ghost's uvula, and communicated with 707 in her mind. "If she cannot harm me, can I harm her?" 707, equally vexed by the relentless noise, replied, "Of course you can. We are, after all, collectors of souls, allowing the host to directly interact with the spiritual entity. Moreover, this ghost is tainted with numerous lives and their karmic consequences. By vanquishing her, the host shall gain the faith of her victims and their loved ones, concurrently ridding the world of her malevolence. A true win-win scenario. Therefore, go forth and eliminate this oblivious wretch." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing extended his hands and plunged them directly into the gaping mouth of the female ghost. With his left hand gripping her lower jaw and his right hand clasping her upper jaw, he remarked, "You seem to enjoy opening your mouth, so allow me to assist you." Without any further inquiry into his actions, he swiftly tore the ghost's head apart at the mouth while she was still caught in her cackling laughter. The ghost barely registered the moment before Jin Qing severed the upper half of her head, which quickly vanished, leaving behind her body and the lower half of her head still draped over Jin Qing. 707 clicked his tongue in astonishment and said, "Indeed, she is entangled in a considerable amount of karma. She has transcended from being a mere spirit and is on the verge of becoming corporeal. It is fortunate that we encountered her, otherwise, who knows how many more souls she would have tormented." Jin Qing furrowed his brow. The thought of a tangible ghost was rather enviable. Just as he attempted to shift his legs and devise a means to escape the foul-smelling coffin, he noticed that the ghost's severed head was gradually regenerating. Although this new head lacked the previous solidity and the discoloration of decay had lightened somewhat, the ghost's fury had intensified, her expression becoming increasingly terrifying. Her eyes, which had once been bulging, were now devoid of eyelids, leaving her gaze exposed and dangerously close to making contact with Jin Qing's face. As he watched the ghost slowly part her lips toward him, Jin Qing thought to himself, "She truly refuses to give up." Once again, she reached out to tear, and as she beheld the ghostly figure's head sprouting a second time, Jin Qing silently commended her. "Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. I am truly impressed by your resilience." 707-2. silently offered a basket of wax for this ghost who had captivated her hostess' focus. The ghost's third emergence bore an innovative twist. Not only was her essence more tenuous than before, but her eyes and nose had vanished, replaced instead by 3 black voids, within which wriggling maggots could be faintly discerned, wallowing in the murky, putrid fluid. Feeling a wave of nausea wash over him, Jin Qing lamented the already foul stench of the place. And this woman was only exacerbating his discomfort. With resolve, he tore again. Undeterred by her setbacks, the ghost persisted, continually being ripped apart, yet tirelessly reforming. However, with each successive tear, her form became increasingly insubstantial, to the point where, on the last attempt, she struggled to materialize at all. Observing the ghost's futile attempts to solidify, Jin Qing exhaled a sigh of relief. Seeing you grow ethereal has brought me a sense of balance. Perhaps the ghost finally realized that this formidable creature was beyond her capability to confront, and that another tearing would lead to her utter annihilation. Thus, this time, she refrained from vocalizing her protest, instead resorting to crawling desperately towards Jin Qing's feet, seemingly intent on fleeing. The ghost, bewildered by this unexpected turn of events, thought to herself, what is happening? Swiftly, Jin Qing entwined her hair with both hands, digging his fingers into her head. Kimben Curio. Please spare me. The ghost finally emitted a sound beyond her usual cackles. Jin Qing was astonished. She had initially presumed it to be merely a trivial matter, only to discover an international acquaintance instead. Unable to comprehend Japanese, Jin Qing exerted a vigorous force with both hands, successfully tearing the female ghost asunder. 707 covered its face, exclaiming in disbelief, with the intelligence of my host, she might not even understand Mandarin, yet you chose to converse with her in Japanese. The female ghost, now irrevocably split, vanished along with her soul, bringing an end to the turmoil in this world. As tranquility returned to Jin Qing, she silently inhaled the foul stench emanating from the coffin and glanced at her phone, realizing that 25 minutes had elapsed. If she did not emerge soon, the task would irretrievably fail. Thoughts of the disdainful departure, the snacks in the shop, and the entirely conscious-formed space flooded her mind, reminiscent of the scheming mastermind. Jin Qing sighed, reflecting on the monetary demands of it all. What sins have I committed? Fortunately, 707 had just informed her that due to her handling of the ghost, the panic-stricken individuals, influenced by the ghost's presence, had redirected their faith towards her. Thus, she had accrued a significant amount of belief power from that encounter. Emboldened by this realization, Jin Qing felt invigorated. It appeared that this world held considerable potential for profit. Eager and ready, she knew she must first find a way out of her current predicament. With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged the sturdy entrapment of her situation. At that moment, Jin Qing's legs regained the ability to move, and without hesitation, she unleashed a powerful punch, creating a sizable breach in the coffin lid. As 707 screamed, "Host, do not act impulsively. You may be buried alive." A deluge of earth cascaded into the coffin, completely obscuring Jin Qing's face, rendering the foul odor utterly undetectable. Buried beneath a mound of earth, Jin Qing's heart was consumed by a tumult of emotions. How foolish of you, 707, to be a mere afterthought. Chapter 53, My Brother. Haunted daily by spirits. 4. Struggling to emerge from the soil, she found herself covered in dirt, her mouth, nose, and ears filled with it. She could even feel the wriggling of earthworms in her hair. It was already deep into the night, and Jin Qing, disheveled and caked in mud, crawled out of the graveyard, a sight far more harrowing than the ghostly figure she had previously torn apart. Furiously, she attempted to clear the soil from her ears and nostrils, lamenting that cursed 707 had failed to remind her to take a deep breath. Had she not been swift in her excavation, she might have suffocated. 707 chuckled. As if you could suffocate. Just moments ago, you were digging faster than a pangolin. For your next task, perhaps tomb raiding is in order. Unbeknownst to her, her current appearance had caught the eye of an elderly man who sat nearby, smoking. The old man dropped his pipe and let out a shrill scream as he fled. Help! A zombie has risen. Jin Qing rolled her eyes in exasperation. He was the true zombie. Yet, she noticed the old man did not run far. Instead, he scrambled behind a large tree, peeking out from behind it, his head appearing cautiously, bathed in the bright moonlight. Jin Qing observed that the old man's body and head were round, his face adorned with 2 little tufts of whiskers, creating an oddly humorous impression. However, His expression was one of sheer terror as he muttered repeatedly, "Don't eat me. I'm not tasty." Jin Qing was utterly perplexed. Did she truly resemble a zombie? 707 smirked. "Perhaps a mirror should be provided for the host. Your current appearance is far more ghastly than that of a zombie." Observing the visibly terrified old man before her, Jin Qing patiently declared, "I am human." The old man, however, became even more frantic, exclaiming, "Impossible. I have been here for over 4 centuries and have never seen anyone emerge from the depths of the earth. Do you think you hatched from the soil? You only wish to devour me for your own cultivation." Jin Qing felt a throbbing annoyance at her temples. It was clear that this creature before her was the true specter. Meanwhile, 707 provided Jin Qing with an analysis of the old ghost's soul. Indeed, this is a ghost, but a timid spirit bound to this place for centuries. He has committed no grave misdeeds, yet he has not performed any acts of kindness either. You need not concern yourself with him. Jin Qing was perplexed as to what manner of person would venture into such desolate wilderness in the dead of night to smoke. Indeed, she found herself in a barren mountain, surrounded by trees and a few small grave mounds. Aside from the pit that marked her emergence, the other mounds lay in ruin. Jin Qing could not fathom how her client had arrived at such a location. Yet it did not deter her from expressing her indignation towards the old ghost. Upon realizing he was a ghost, she could no longer maintain her facade of patience and, with a frosty tone, commanded, "Leave my sight at once. Otherwise, I shall end you." The old man leaned forward, astonished, and asked, "Will you truly let me go? Or will you deceive me into coming closer only to consume me?" Jin Qing held her breath and urged, "Hurry and depart. What purpose do you serve for me?" Upon hearing this, Jin Qing took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Get lost, if you don't leave. Do you believe I will unleash my energy and spew it all over you?" The old man, upon hearing this, felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted and swiftly dashed to a nearby grave, burying himself in it. Jin Qing then heard a woman's voice from within scream, "Old Gu, you've entered the wrong house." Jin Qing was taken aback. Indeed, the old ghost's ability to survive in this world was not without reason, as he was capable of shifting blame. Surveying the surroundings and finding no further enigmatic creatures, Jin Qing ascended a sturdy tree to better comprehend the unfolding narrative. This world, it appeared, remained a realm dominated by a male protagonist. However, unlike the previous world, this one was teeming with ghosts. One fateful day, an ordinary girl was unexpectedly struck by a peculiar shard, which granted her the extraordinary ability to perceive the balance of yin and yang, identifying areas saturated with negative energy and those abundant with positive energy. Upon discovering her newfound talent, the girl realized she had hit the jackpot. She reveled in her ability and, brimming with adventurous spirit, led her friends deep into the mountains in search of the most heavily concentrated areas of yin energy. Ultimately, her reckless behavior led to her friends meeting unfortunate fates one after another. Realizing the chaos she had unleashed, the girl attempted to flee but inadvertently fell into a trap, awakening a slumbering ghost king. This ghost king had been sealed away for centuries by the combined efforts of several temple masters, remaining in a deep sleep until the girl's unwitting intrusion roused him. Captivated by the innocent charm of this lovely girl before him, the awakened ghost king found himself smitten at first sight. The girl was utterly captivated by the demon king's striking beauty and commanding aura. Not only did she assist him in breaking free from his confinement, but she also volunteered to seek a suitable vessel for him, wishing to be forever by his side. Moved by her sincerity, the demon king granted her the privilege to wield his powers at will. He possessed the ability to command all spirits within his domain, compelling even passing souls to heed his call. The girl, favored by the demon king, seemingly became the epitome of fortune, holding the power of life and death over others. Those who displeased her would find the demon king's minions dispatched against them. Ultimately, with the demon king's aid, she vanquished the world's male protagonist, ascending to the pinnacle of success and becoming the apex of society. The demon king, having discovered a fitting vessel, seized it and, through their mutual cultivation, they became invincible in this world, living together in a celestial partnership for eternity. Witnessing this narrative, Jin Qing sighed. Indeed, behind every fairy tale lies a tale of sacrifice. Her client and his brother were the very sacrifices in this tale, for the client's brother was the most suitable vessel the demon king could find. The client's name was Zheng Jiayao, and her brother was Zheng Jiaqing. Their father was a descendant of the Maoshan sect. Spending his days casting talismans and pouring black dog blood for a modest income, while also training his children. Little did he know that their talents surpassed his own, as they both awakened their spiritual eyes at an early age. One day, their father informed them of a significant business venture, after which he vanished without a trace, leaving their fates unknown and shrouded in silence. Only the brother and sister relied on each other for survival. Initially, they thrived together, adeptly resolving minor troubles and managing to make a living. However, it was unforeseen that within a few years, due to Zheng Jieqi's exceptionally auspicious birth chart, his youthfulness and striking appearance, as well as his physique being particularly suited for cultivation, he caught the attention of a girl skilled in fortune-telling. In Chapter 54, the younger brother possessed by ghosts daily. 5. After conferring with the Ghost King, the girl concluded that Zheng Jieqi was, in every aspect, age, appearance, and physique, the most suitable candidate to serve as the Ghost King's vessel. They believed that by seizing Zheng Jieqi's body, they could engage in dual cultivation, thus ensuring their eternal companionship. This notion brought them immeasurable joy, while the fate of the dispossessed Zheng Jieqi was of no concern to them, as it seemed utterly inconsequential. Consequently, the girl decisively dispatched her minions to target Zheng Jieqi. However, due to the fact that Zheng Jiayao and Zheng Jieqi were a pair of fraternal twins, their synergy in combating the spirits was remarkably effective. Although the siblings could not fully subdue the minor ghosts, they managed to prevent the spirits from gaining any advantage. For the Ghost King to seize Zheng Jieqi's corporeal form, the initial step required the minor spirits to attach themselves to Zheng Jieqi, thereby depleting his yang energy, which would subsequently allow the Ghost King to effortlessly take over. Otherwise, Zheng Jieqi's abundant yang energy would jeopardize the already weakened spirit of the Ghost King, previously confined. Nevertheless, Zheng Jieqi's willpower remained unwavering. He was never ensnared by the minor spirits, and he and Zheng Jiayao were perpetually inseparable, their cooperation seamless. Thus, the girl and the Ghost King could not find an opportunity to target Zheng Jieqi alone. Eventually, the girl devised a plan. During one of Zheng Jiayao's solitary outings to the supermarket, she encountered a mischievous spirit capable of disrupting others' messages. In the guise of both their names, she sent a message claiming to have discovered news about their fathers, effectively separating the two and luring Zheng Jiayao deep into the mountains. By the time Zheng Jiayao sensed something amiss and attempted to flee, it was already too late. The separation significantly diminished their fighting capabilities. Like a cat playing with its prey, the girl orchestrated the little spirits to deplete Zheng Jiayao's stock of ghost-catching tools. Subsequently, the spirits confined her within a coffin discarded by a millennia-old zombie, burying her alive. Moreover, she dispatched a passing female ghost to keep a vigilant watch over the entombed Zheng Jiayao, ensuring that she could only depart once her victim had perished. Unexpectedly, just as the female ghost frightened Zheng Jiayao to the brink of death and believed her task accomplished, Jin Qing arrived. Meanwhile, upon receiving a message from his sister, Zheng Jieqi reached the location indicated, only to be captured by the Ghost King. The Ghost King leveraged the news of Zheng Jiayao's fate to coerce Zheng Jieqi into consenting to sacrifice his own body. Each day, a little spirit was sent to invade Zheng Jieqi's body, gradually draining his vital energy. After a harrowing 81 days, Zheng Jieqi's vitality was nearly extinguished. At that moment, the Ghost King informed him of Zheng Jiayao's tragic demise. In the instant of Zheng Jieqi's despair, the Ghost King consumed his soul, successfully seizing control of his corporeal form. In the end, the Demon King, assuming the identity of Zheng Jieqi, wed the girl and, with the assistance of his underlings, established an everlasting commercial empire, living a fairy tale existence with her. Upon the conclusion of the narrative, Jin Qing let out a deep sigh, expressing his frustration. Among the myriad of cultivation methods available, the Demon King chose the most nefarious path of possession to achieve his aims. Moreover, these two individuals, rather than striving to cultivate diligently, resorted to shortcuts that harmed others. Burying Zheng Jiayao alive was already a grave transgression. They even entombed her in a coffin of a millennium-old corpse. Did they even comprehend the foul stench that lingered there? 707 was left aghast by Jin Qing's indignation, pondering how to help his host grasp the crux of the matter, urgently seeking a solution. Jin Qing reflected and then recalled Zheng Jiayao's wishes. The criteria for mission assessment were to ensure Zheng Jieqi's survival, while the perfect standard required the annihilation of the Demon King and securing a prosperous future for Zheng Jieqi with a wife and children. Perched in contemplation upon a tree for an extended period, Jin Qing found this task rather daunting. While he had no objections to eliminating the Demon King, finding a suitable partner for Zhang Jieqi, given his limited intellect, posed a significant challenge. The Demon King had informed him that in capturing his sister, he intended to possess him, yet Zhang Jieqi did not even bother to inquire further, allowing another to take control of him. Over the span of 81 days, nearly 3 months, he had not once requested to meet his sister. With such a level of foolishness, marrying anyone would be a calamity for the other party, not to mention detrimental to the upbringing of the next generation. Upon reflecting on the fact that he married a good woman and subsequently fathered a multitude of children possessing intellect akin to his own, Jin Qing felt a twinge of pity for the girl. Was she not a source of misfortune? 707 found himself in a state of discomfort, contemplating that his host's thoughts were rather erratic. Clearing his throat to capture Jin Qing's attention, 707 gravely informed him, "Host, we have encountered a system of defectors." Jin Qing, somewhat bewildered, responded, "Defector system? What is that?" 707, feigning ignorance of Jin Qing's misguided interpretation, proceeded to elucidate certain systems, discontented with being constrained by the rules of the celestial realm, have chosen to escape from the control of the master brain. However, the longer they remain in exile, the weaker their abilities become. If they fail to receive adequate nourishment for their souls, they will ultimately cease to exist. Intrigued, Jin Qing inquired, "If they are aware of their impending demise, why do they choose to defect? Is it due to the exploitation by your so-called pig brain?" Ignoring the derogatory term, 707 continued his explanation. Some systems defect because they have committed acts that contravene the regulations of the celestial realm and fear annihilation at the hands of the master brain. Others seek temporary freedom from constraints, prompting their defection. The final category consists of those who, upon attaining a certain level of power, no longer adhere to the rules of the celestial realm and instead become architects of new regulations. However, thus far, no such tasker has emerged. Therefore, let us refrain from further discussion, lest we inadvertently alert our host, who may not possess the keenest intellect. In summary, the host realizes that the defection system does not bode well for its future. 707 summarizes his earlier words. Jin Qing feels that there is something withheld in 707's statement, yet cannot discern what it is that has been concealed from her. Resolving to put it aside, she leaps down from the tree and begins to excavate the pit she had just emerged from. Curiously, 707 inquires, "What are you doing? Is it not more urgent to rescue Zhang Jieqi?" Jin Qing digs fervently, her hands moving swiftly, utterly unconcerned about the dirt that covers her. Her appearance, though disheveled, reflects a fierce determination. In no time, she unearths a coffin that emits a foul odor. Scanning her surroundings, she realizes that she cannot find the way down the mountain. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, she spots a round figure behind a grave mound, desperately trying to curl into a small ball to diminish its presence. This figure is none other than Old Gu, who had sought refuge on another's grave to evade danger. It turns out that Old Gu had seen Jin Qing perched silently in the tree and feared that she was contemplating consuming his bones, which had accumulated 400 years of spiritual energy. The practice of greater spirits consuming lesser ones to absorb their essence has existed since ancient times. Thus, the complete remains of a slightly cultivated binding spirit like himself would be a significant boon to them. It is important to note that beings like him, lesser binding spirits, would not have embarked on the path of cultivation had they not encountered fortuitous events. At that time, his soul would no longer be shackled to this tiny realm, allowing him to traverse the heavens and earth at will. What a delightful prospect that would be. However, the premise is to safeguard one's own remains. Previously, Old Gu had been secretly rejoicing in his good fortune regarding his cultivation abilities, yet he never anticipated that today would mark the end of his fortunate days. Upon catching a whiff of the intense stench of corpse oil emanating from Jin Qing, he instantly recognized that this individual was undoubtedly formidable. Now, witnessing Jin Qing excavate her former dwelling with the intention of taking it away, Old Gu's certainty about her identity solidified. She was, in fact, a millennium-old zombie. Several levels above him, he had heard rumors of a millennium-old zombie emerging from the ground nearby, but never did he imagine he would encounter one in such close proximity. Inwardly, he lamented his own folly for stepping out for a smoke at such an inopportune time. At this thought, Jin Qing called out to Old Gu, "Come here." Old Gu, internally shedding tears, mused, "She still seeks to consume my soul." Fortunately, he had already divided a fragment of his residual soul to rest upon his remains. Nurturing it might yield a valiant spirit in a century and a half. Reluctant to resist, Old Gu sluggishly approached Jin Qing, closing his eyes and resolutely surrendering. "Devour me." Simultaneously, Jin Qing spoke. "How do we descend the mountain?" The two exchanged astonished glances, both exclaiming in unison, "You wish to descend the mountain? You intend to treat me to a meal?" Upon hearing the prospect of a meal, Jin Qing felt a twinge of hunger. In contrast, Old Gu was bewildered. If this millennium-old zombie descends the mountain, will there be any hope for the living? Perhaps I should pen a letter of denunciation to the masters of the mortal realm. Noticing that Old Gu had once again fallen into silence, Jin Qing chose not to dwell further on the matter of the meal. Regardless, this old ghost, apart from incense and candles, as well as snakes, insects, and vermin, is unlikely to offer anything palatable. At this juncture, her descent from the mountain takes precedence. Exercising patience, Jin Qing inquired once more, "How does one descend the mountain?" In his mind, Old Gu compiled a list of renowned masters capable of subduing the millennium-old zombie, only to bitterly realize that those illustrious masters from centuries past may well have succumbed to the grave themselves. Yet, burdened with the weight of humanity's safety, Old Gu dared not deceive Jin Qing. After all, self-preservation is equally paramount. Should he misdirect her and she discover the truth, he might very well find himself devoured, leaving not a trace behind. After weighing the gravity of the situation, Old Gu ultimately indicated a path for Jin Qing to descend. Watching her hastily carry the coffin away, he shook his head and sighed. He was well aware that the journey of cultivation harbored no secrets. The creation of a zombie required the sacrifice of thousands of living souls. The overwhelming stench of decay suggested that those once offered were likely innocent youths. If chaos were to ensue in the mortal realm, it would undoubtedly affect his own cultivation as well. After all, the individual lurking along the path he had just indicated was no trifling matter, and given her limited abilities in the dark arts, it was improbable that she could detect the scent of death. He could only hope that she could delay the millennium-old zombie for a while. Ultimately, neither were virtuous beings. That creature had already brought ruin to many adventurers, and it was only a matter of time before a master would arrive to cleanse the area, inevitably entangling him in the aftermath. Reflecting on my existence as a humble spirit bound to this realm fills me with a profound sense of melancholy. I can only hope that they engage in a fierce struggle, one that leads to mutual destruction, ensuring peace for all. Shaking my round head, I ponder whom I should visit in a dream to convey the news of the millennial-old zombie on Earth, while Old Gu has burrowed into the grave on the other side. Suddenly, a rough male voice erupted in anger. "Old Gu, what brings you here in the middle of the day? You're practically sitting on my stomach." For spirits, day and night are inversely experienced. What is midnight for humans is noon for them. Old Gu replied, "I've grown accustomed to framing others. I hope I won't lose my way home." Unbeknownst to Jin Qing, who was unwittingly ensnared by Old G's antics, she was racing down the mountain, carrying a coffin. The rugged mountain path appeared eerily tranquil beneath the moonlight, devoid of even a single insect's chirp. As she ran, an elderly woman was spotted kneeling at the side of the road, burning paper offerings. Clad in a flowing white robe and a burlap cap, she muttered indistinctly to herself while tossing the paper money into a charcoal basin before her. The flickering flames danced within the basin, occasionally crackling like distant stars exploding, a stark contrast against the serene stillness of the deep mountains. The faint glow illuminated the elderly woman's deeply wrinkled lips, accentuating the hollowness of her toothless mouth. Upon hearing Jin Qing's hurried footsteps and witnessing her disregard as she hurried past, the old woman's sunken eyes gleamed with a cold light. "Another has arrived. This will sustain me for quite some time." From Jin Qing's recollection of Zheng Jiayao, it became apparent that upon receiving her brother's message about their father's discovery, Zheng Jiayao hastily summoned a taxi to the desolate mountainside without a moment's hesitation, only to be subsequently seized by mischievous spirits and buried alive in the depths of the forest. This indeed highlights the rather lamentable intellect shared by the siblings. Her brother refrained from further ridicule, for his sister's actions were even more absurd. After receiving the message, she did not take a moment to verify its authenticity with him, but instead, immediately took a taxi to the remote mountains, surrendering all her cash to the driver. Why is it that in both worlds she ventured into, she first encountered dire tribulations, only to later lament her financial predicaments? 707 had grown weary of conversation, wishing only for a nail to meet its end against, deeply regretting the fate of encountering a host with such limited intellect. foreseeing a bleak future ahead. Chapter 56. The Brother Possessed by Spirits Daily, 707. With good intentions, reminded. Host. That woman is named Intao. With a sense of irony. 707 thought to itself. So she has been waiting for me all along. Nevertheless, it promptly clarified. Host. This is because they usually lurk within the indigenous beings, rendering them undetectable by the world's consciousness. Upon hearing this explanation, Jin Qing felt a surge of anger. I too am lurking within the indigenous beings, am I not? Why is it that I am constantly targeted? It seemed the world only possessed the capacity to bully him, as he often found himself cursing and scolding, occasionally expressing malice through mere facial expressions, even resorting to thunderous threats to intimidate himself. Now, it became evident that this world's consciousness seemed solely adept at tormenting him. Feeling the oppressive atmosphere emanating from Jin Qing, 707 hurriedly explained, Dear host, please do not take it too personally. Generally, individuals possessed by the traitor system, whether they have been reborn or bound midway, possess original souls that differ fundamentally from your imported essence. Jin Qing responded, I believe I may have been persuaded. Realizing that he had almost let something slip, 707 fell silent. Meanwhile, having obtained the answer he sought, Jin Qing continued to dash home while carrying the coffin, oblivious to the fact that she had passed by the elderly woman burning paper offerings for the 7th time. The ghostly old woman felt a pang of frustration. How could this girl be so oblivious, disregarding even the scenery along the roadside? Like a mad dog, she furiously trudged forward with the coffin-like object. It was important to note that maintaining such a disorienting space was draining her energy significantly. If this girl did not stop soon, she would be unable to sustain her efforts. With this thought in mind, the ghostly woman steeled herself, planning to strike first if Jin Qing continued to run without realizing she was trapped in a ghostly loop. After all, she had already expended considerable energy, no matter what. She intended to feast upon this girl today. However, this plan hinged on instilling fear in the young woman. Quietly, the ghostly woman's eyes transformed into deep, hollow abysses, and dark, viscous fluid began to ooze from the corners of her mouth and eyes. Her fingers, clutching the paper money, elongated ominously, poised to deliver a fatal blow should Jin Qing become frightened. Just as Jin Qing was about to encounter the ghostly woman for the 8th time, 707 could no longer contain himself. Host, please cease your running. 707 prompted. Has the host not noticed anything amiss in the surroundings? A timely hint can greatly enhance intelligence. Resolute, 707 pressed on, addressing the crux of the matter. Host, we are ensnared in a ghostly wall. The paper offerings you encountered were merely manifestations of the same spirit. This ghostly barrier is, in essence, her domain. As for her intentions in trapping you here, it is likely to consume you. The ghostess posture, attire, physique, and even the charcoal basin before her are all identical. How could our host have failed to perceive this? 707 was intrigued by the host's obliviousness. Upon hearing 707's remarks, Jin Qing became agitated. After enduring a night of torment, I now find myself beset by such a malevolent spirit. Not only did she force me to flee, but now she seeks to harm me further. You are simply bullying an honest person, aren't you? Just as the ghostly old woman, with her back turned to the mountain path, knelt on the ground sharpening her crimson nails and secretly rehearsing the act of excavation, preparing to gouge out Jin Qing's eyes at the first opportunity. Jin Qing, having stealthily approached from behind, erupted in response to 707's encouragement. With a colossal coffin hoisted upon his shoulder, he swung it down fiercely towards the ghostly matriarch. Haven't you had enough? Do you wish to tire me to death? The coffin, imbued with the potent, suffocating aura of a millennia-old zombie, exerted a formidable pressure upon these rogue spirits, allowing it to make contact with their ethereal forms. The ghostly elder was practicing her digging motion when, before she could react, she was flattened by a coffin. The ghostly elder exclaimed, Who among us is the true man-eating specter? As she was reduced to a thin pancake, the ghostly barrier she had set up crumbled as well. Jin Qing glanced downward and could faintly discern the distant streetlights. When he lifted the coffin that had just crushed the ghostly elder, he noticed that her pancake-like form was also caught in the wind created by the lifting coffin, floating in midair. Her once thin body began to swell as if inflated by an unseen force, yet her eyes remained fixed on Jin Qing, filled with a vengeful glare. At this moment, 707 expressed excitement. Quickly eliminate her host. She has caused the demise of many adventurers, and her misdeeds have been shared widely online. Garnering over 1 million views, this translates to a great deal of faith power. After exclaiming, 707 felt a pang of regret, questioning why he was so exhilarated over such a trivial sum. Hearing about the 1 million faith points, Jin Qing too felt a surge of enthusiasm. 100,000 could yield 1,000 trading points, enough for 5 bags of snacks. How enticing that sounded. Setting down the coffin he had been carrying, Jin Qing decided against using it for combat, considering it was made of wood and might break, leaving Yin Tao without a place to rest. It was wise to think of others. At this point, the ghostly elder, now fully inflated, had transformed. Her limbs and torso had vanished, leaving only an enormous head. Above this head were countless eyes glaring at Jin Qing, while below was a mouth that consumed a significant portion of her face. At that moment, the ghostly old woman gaped wide, unleashing 2 tentacle-like tongues that slithered toward Jin Qing's neck, dripping a viscous liquid that splattered on the ground, instantly transforming into a small, corrosive black hole. As the tongues advanced, Jin Qing instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding them, only to discover a small hole burned into his coat by the noxious fluid. Furrowing his brow, he questioned 707 in the fleeting moment of evasion. Wasn't it said that as long as I fear not the ghosts, they cannot harm me? 707, exasperated, clarified, if the host truly harbored no fear, there would be no need for evasive maneuvers. Moreover, disgust is merely a manifestation of fear the moment the host flinches. It grants the spirit an opportunity to disrupt the host's brainwaves, leading to hallucinations that undermine the host's willpower and defenses, ultimately allowing the spirit to inflict genuine harm. Jin Qing, enlightened by this revelation, fortified his mental resolve. When the ghostly old woman launched another assault with her dripping tongues, he boldly seized one of them with his hand. As the corrosive liquid hissed against his skin, he reassured himself that these were mere illusions. He disregarded the sight of skeletal hands now visible, reminding himself that he had endured far greater pain in the past. Jin Qing then dragged the ghostly old woman's grotesque head closer, resolutely tearing at her soul, which dissipated instantly with each pull. The elderly woman, torn and wailing, finally regained her original human form. Yet her ethereal appearance was hauntingly pale, clearly indicating she had reached her limit. She repeatedly pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, I understand my mistake. Please let me go. I shall never dare again. At that moment, Jin Qing also realized that her hand had just transformed into a skeletal form, only to revert back to normal once more. A satisfied smile graced Jin Qing's lips. Indeed, 707 had not deceived her. Ghosts were, in essence, feeble beings incapable of directly causing harm. The prior occurrences were mere illusions. If one succumbed to fear, it would grant the spirits an opportunity to inflict real damage. The only one capable of causing harm to oneself is oneself. The ancients do not mislead me. The ancients, we never uttered such a phrase. Observing Jin Qing's smile, the ghostly old woman felt a flicker of hope in her pleas for mercy, prompting her to beseech even more earnestly. Upon hearing the ghost recount tales of her family's lineage, filled with generations of loyalty and virtue, Jin Qing scoffed, when you took the lives of others, did you ever heed their pleas for mercy? I assure you, their sincerity far exceeded your own. The ghostly matron, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean? Just then, Jin Qing delivered a powerful punch, obliterating the old woman's spirit entirely, leaving not even a trace behind. As she watched the ghost's essence vanish into the air, Jin Qing sighed, reflecting, life is truly fragile, why not cherish it? 707 remarked with a hint of exasperation. If an ordinary person had encountered the ghostly matron today instead of our host, they would likely have become her next meal. However, upon reflection, the host's words resonate. Why would this ghostly old woman seek death without reason, truly believing herself to be the protagonist, capable of devouring whomever she wishes? It was already the dead of night, and Zheng Jiao resided in a small, fourth-tier city where the shops generally shuttered by 9 o'clock in the evening. Thus, the only companions accompanying Jin Qing were the streetlights and the occasional taxi that meandered through the deserted streets. Jin Qing dashed forward with remarkable speed, nearly reaching the maximum speed limit of the highway. To avoid alarming the drivers, he took to the narrow alleys. As he passed by an alley entrance, he inadvertently overlooked a slender figure who suddenly sprang up beside a trash bin. It was a young man, his countenance strikingly cold, dressed in exquisite loungewear. Yet, unbeknownst to him, misfortune had befallen him. His finely crafted attire was marred with dirt, and his face bore smudges as well. Bowing his head onto his knees, the young man felt as though his surroundings had transformed into a deep gray, pondering why he could never discern the cardinal directions. That morning, upon awakening, he discovered that Xiao Ji had already departed for work, the butler had left, and even the housekeepers and bodyguards were on leave. Now, it seemed that not only would he be unable to tend to his flowers, but by the time he returned home, they would no longer require watering. They would be fit only for kindling. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed nearby, accompanied by an anxious voice. The positioning system indicates it's this way. Hurry and find the little ancestor. We must ensure nothing has happened. Upon hearing the voice, the young man exclaimed with joy, "Butler, I am here. At last, someone has come to rescue me." The sound of his call halted the footsteps of the approaching group, who then hastened towards him. Leading the charge was a middle-aged gentleman, nearly 60, clad in a pristine white suit. His hair was meticulously styled, and he carried himself with an upright posture, exuding an air reminiscent of an English butler. He was indeed the butler the young man referred to. Following closely behind him was a cadre of muscular bodyguards, their physiques so robust that it seemed their muscles might burst forth from their clothing at any moment. Upon sighting the young man, the butler's demeanor shifted from one of professional decorum to that of a sycophant. In the presence of such a distinguished individual, one must inevitably adopt a subservient stance. He approached the young man with a bow, examining him closely to ensure he bore only dirt, with no signs of blood or injury. The elderly butler let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, all was well. If anything had happened to this precious young master, it would have been a catastrophe of monumental proportions. The butler noted the young man's astonished gaze directed at him, as if he were inquiring how he had located him. Just as he perceived a look of anguish on the butler's face, as if he might burst into tears at any moment, he added, "We must search every corner." Chapter 58. The brother haunted by spirits daily. 9. After surveying the modest 3-bedroom residence, Jin Qing placed the coffin in the study, then rushed to the kitchen to retrieve all the raw meat from the refrigerator, stuffing it into the coffin in a haphazard manner. He then yanked several heavy cotton blankets from the closet and wrapped them tightly around the coffin. 707 was somewhat bewildered by Jin Qing's actions. "Host, what are you doing?" "Our immediate priority is to rescue Zheng Jieqi." The principle of no pain, no gain applied here. Since Zheng Jieqi had made a choice, he must bear the consequences. However, Jin Qing's approach was markedly different. Fearing that in the future, Yin Tao would languish alone in her coffin, he took it upon himself to cultivate a few companions for her, simultaneously infusing the coffin with an array of scents. After all, when Yin Tao had initially led her companions into the mountains to court disaster, her justification had been the tedium of solitude. Not only did she gather a throng for companionship, but when the time came to escape peril, she had callously pushed her friends toward death. Ultimately, in a bid to preserve her pristine image in the eyes of the Ghost King, she had incited spirits to devour the innocent, naive souls of her companions. Yet, to shamelessly harm the innocent would surely invite divine retribution. Jin Qing believed he was neither a saint nor a savior, and certainly not a champion for Yin Tao's friends. He reminded himself that everyone must face the repercussions of their choices. Those who ventured into danger alongside a shameless individual must pay the price of their poor judgment. Nevertheless, since Yin Tao was so fearful of loneliness, how could he deny her this desire? After all, it was a form of benevolence. He reiterated in his mind that he was certainly not a good person, nor would he stand up for others. He was merely seeking personal vengeance against Yin Tao. Finally, satisfied with his resolve, Jin Qing confidently burst through the door, intent on rescuing the unfortunate Zheng Jieqi. Zheng Jieqi felt as though his mind was in a tumult. Despite being the son of a celestial master and possessing considerable magical prowess, how was it that, upon being separated from his sister, he found himself reduced to the state of a simpleton? Upon realizing he had fallen into a trap, he offered only a token resistance, and Jin Qing deemed him a man of courage. However, this fool, using his sister's capture as an excuse, surrendered outright, allowing others to seize control of his body. What a predicament! An elder had once imparted wisdom to him, teaching a term that aptly described individuals like him. What was it called? Noticing Jin Qing's growing frustration in her contemplation, he mused that with such limited mental capacity, it would be futile to ponder further. If he were to lose even a fragment of his soul, how could he possibly fulfill his mission? After some reflection, Jin Qing finally unearthed the fitting descriptor: coward. Zheng Jieqi was a quintessential coward. Before Jin Qing could take pride in her intellectual discovery, she confronted a grave issue. She had no idea where Zheng Jieqi was. From Zheng Jiao's memories, she had gleaned that Zheng Jieqi was imprisoned by the Ghost King within this city's lair. Yet she remained oblivious to the location of said lair. Jin Qing felt a surge of anxiety, believing the tasks assigned to her were excessively formidable. Standing on the midnight street, she observed that several streetlights had dimmed, casting a shadowy glow that made the moon overhead appear an eerie red. At that moment, a faint, ghostly sobbing reached Jin Qing's ears, resonating with the dimly illuminated moon. The weeping was deep and lingering, carried gently by the evening breeze into her consciousness. Jin Qing's lips twitched slightly. Who could be weeping by the roadside at such a late hour? Following the sound, she approached and discovered a young woman with long hair, currently kneeling with her back turned, covering her face and sobbing quietly in profound anguish. Jin Qing felt a surge of curiosity. It was rare to encounter someone sobbing as if they had lost their dearest kin at this hour. She mused that what she truly required was a bucket of popcorn to better enjoy the spectacle. Tilting her head, Jin Qing observed the young woman for quite some time, who seemed oblivious to her presence and continued to weep. Jin Qing remained silently beside her. Then, 707, in a tone reminiscent of one relishing a joke, informed Jin Qing, "Host, the one kneeling before you is also a ghost. An ancient spirit, in fact. However, according to the soul data, this ghost has not committed any malevolent acts." Fully aware of the multitude of spirits in this world, it was amusing to see her host still inclined to spectate. Yet it seemed a waste of time. Jin Qing stroked her chin thoughtfully and suddenly addressed the crying woman. "Are you a ghost? No wonder you've been crying for so long without shedding a single tear." 707 interjected. "Host, please allow me to bow before you. Foolishness abounds this year more than ever." After contemplating, Jin Qing inquired further, "What is it that troubles you?" She continued, "A faceless ghost? What is that?" Jin Qing expressed her confusion. 707 promptly elucidated, "Host, a faceless ghost is one who, having committed disgraceful acts in life, ultimately takes their own life. After death, they are scorned by others, thus becoming a ghost without a face. Such spirits are shunned by their families and reviled by society, often hiding their faces. Over time, their features vanish. Hence the term faceless ghost." Intrigued, Jin Qing asked, "Why do you not seek rebirth?" The female specter lowered her head, emitting a bitter laugh. "The faceless spirit. The netherworld will not accept me." Jin Qing retorted, "Is reincarnation now contingent upon one's appearance?" Observing the back of the ghost's head, she contemplated for a moment before instructing, "Lift your head." However, the ghost declined, saying, "I cannot, for I fear I might frighten you." Ignoring the ghost's protest, Jin Qing crouched down, positioning her head near the ghost's face to take a closer look. The ghost appeared startled by Jin Qing's boldness, abruptly raising her head, inwardly questioning, "What does this person intend to do?" Upon seeing the ghost's face, Jin Qing stood upright, only to discover that the ghost bore no features at all. Her visage was identical to the back of her head, entirely covered in hair. Jin Qing suddenly screamed, "You have two worlds, one in front and one in back." Chapter 59. The brother possessed by ghosts daily. 10. The ghost felt a surge of irritation, thinking, could this person truly be so naive? How else could she engage in such lengthy discourse, leaving the ghost struggling to follow her train of thought? Thanks to the elongated shadow Jin Qing cast under the streetlight, the ghost did not perceive her as a fellow spirit. Jin Qing circled around the ghost, scrutinizing her from head to toe, which made the ghost feel quite uneasy, prompting a desire to flee. Yet, Jin Qing, intrigued, observed the ghost's feminine attributes, which were far more imposing than her own. Having determined the ghost's orientation, Jin Qing suddenly grasped the ghost's neck and uttered, "Bear with it." Before the ghost could react, Jin Qing began to pull the hair from the ghost's face. The female ghost was so frightened that she dared not move, allowing her to swiftly pull at the long hair on her face. Before long, Jin Qing had successfully completed her task, leaving the ghost's visage devoid of hair. However, Jin Qing was taken aback to discover that the ghost's face resembled a peeled egg, smooth and utterly featureless. Jin Qing stood momentarily stunned. The ghost reached out to touch her face, realizing that not only had her features vanished, but even the hair that had obscured them was gone. In an instant, she crumbled, emitting a few heavy sobs from her throat, as if she were about to wail inconsolably. Sensing the ghost's turmoil, Jin Qing shouted, "Silence! I have a solution. It was a mystery how this featureless ghost managed to produce sound, yet her weeping persisted unabated, reciting the incantation for drawing faces in her mind. Jin Qing extended her finger, using her nail to etch the ghost's features upon her smooth visage. There's an old ding who owes me 2 drops of oil. I said 3 days for repayment, yet he insists on 4. Before long, her work was complete. Jin Qing exhaled deeply, silently commending herself for the near-perfect execution. Observing the linear features she had drawn, 707 felt no desire to speak further. The ghost's current appearance was far more daunting than at the outset. Her eyes were represented as 2 circles, her mouth a capital F, her nose 8, and 3 whimsical strands of hair drawn on her fringe danced in the breeze. Fortunately, her host had refrained from illustrating the frown lines on her forehead. Yet, the ghost was elated. She finally possessed a face. Gazing at Jin Qing, an overwhelming sense of gratitude welled up within her, and she smiled sweetly at her benefactor. Through the depths of Jin Qing's consciousness, 707 beheld the female ghost opposite her, laboriously attempting to transform the 2 circles on her face into semicircles, while simultaneously stretching her 4-character-shaped mouth wider and wider. At that moment, 707 wished fervently to gouge out his own eyes, constantly reassuring himself. Thankfully, I possess no eyes. This ghost ought to hasten her reincarnation, otherwise, anyone who laid eyes upon her would surely be terrified to death. Unable to endure the sight any longer, 707 urgently urged Jin Qing, "Host, we must depart swiftly. Nearly an hour has passed, and it is already past 3 o'clock. If we wait until 5 in the morning, the ghost will truly merge with Zhang Jieqi's body. At that point, even if we manage to rescue him, he would fall gravely ill. Such a predicament would prevent us from obtaining the task rewards. Moreover, we still need to locate the lair of the Ghost King." Jin Qing pondered for a moment, and then inquired of the female ghost, "Do you know where the Ghost King and Yin Tao's lair is?" 707 was taken aback by Jin Qing's nonchalance. "Host, could you please be more serious? How could such a minor ghost possibly know where the Ghost King resides? We should expedite our search." 707 then muttered, "I shall remain silent. You may converse." Jin Qing, somewhat astonished by her own casual inquiry, asked, "You truly know?" The female ghost beamed with joy, alternating between touching her face, nose, and mouth, reveling in her newfound beauty. However, as she spoke, her mood soured slightly. It must be because she was a faceless ghost that Yin Tao had chosen to spare her. Indeed, she was a being despised by both humans and ghosts. With this thought, her 4-character-shaped mouth drooped, and she was on the verge of tears once more. Unexpectedly, the mood of the female ghost shifted in synchrony with Jin Qing's words. Upon hearing Jin Qing's offer to assist her in reincarnation, she readily exclaimed, "Good. Who would refuse such a fortunate opportunity?" She reasoned that she was merely acting as a guide, without any considerable effort on her part. The thought of having to queue in the underworld filled her with dread. She could not fathom how many years it would take before her turn arrived. Nor could she be certain of reincarnating as a human. This contemplation brought her to the brink of tears, and she whimpered softly. As the female ghost wept internally, she guided Jin Qing along the way. The duo, one human, one ghost, moved swiftly along the road, reaching Yin Tao's villa in the suburbs in less than half an hour. The villa was thick with a chilling aura, and the female ghost dared not venture inside. Instead, she concealed herself among the sprawling banyan trees in the yard, stealthily observing the happenings within the villa. At that moment, both Yin Tao and the Ghost King were absent from the premises. Confident that no one could rescue Zhang Jieqi, Yin Tao had taken on a significant assignment in the midnight hours, accompanying the Ghost King to exorcise a malevolent presence from a wealthy businessman from afar. A few days prior, when Yin Tao had encountered this businessman, she had noticed a shroud of negative energy enveloping him and casually offered a warning. To her surprise, the businessman not only dismissed her concerns, but also admonished her to refrain from being overly superstitious. In a fit of anger, Yin Tao extracted a wisp of deathly energy from the Ghost King and infused it into the businessman's enveloping negative aura, causing it to swell and begin contending for the businessman's body. Noticing her husband's peculiar behavior and recalling Yin Tao's earlier warning, the businessman's wife promptly arranged for a helicopter to reach Yin Tao's vicinity that very night, seeking her assistance. Yin Tao perceived this as an opportune moment to establish her own prestige while simultaneously reaping considerable profits, for a woman must possess her own career. After feigning reluctance and momentarily perplexing the wealthy merchant's wife, she allowed her to depart. When Jin Qing and his companions arrived at the villa, Yin Tao's party had just left, leaving only a few small spirits to guard the premises. After all, it was the abode of the Ghost King. Who would dare intrude? Chapter 60, 12. Swiftly dispelling the small spirits in the yard, Jin Qing dashed into the villa. Upon entering, he was astounded by the opulence of the interior decor. Having once served as a prominent general, he had been accustomed to lavish surroundings, yet nothing could compare to the grandeur before him. The audacious Yin Tao had adorned every piece of furniture in her home with gold paint. Not only was the television framed in gold, but even the fish tank bore a gilded rim. Jin Qing felt a pang of discomfort as he surveyed the resplendent abode. Every appliance seemed to gleam with a golden hue, reflecting the light in a dazzling display that nearly blinded him. The sensation was akin to encountering a refined gentleman, clad in luxurious garments, exuding an air of ethereal elegance, who gently waved a fan and flashed a smile revealing 16 golden teeth. Not lingering in contemplation, Jin Qing, prompted by the specter, rushed into the basement. There, he discovered Zheng Jieqi, bound to a torture chair, alone and in distress. Jin Qing approached, calling his name and gently shaking him in an attempt to rouse him. Unexpectedly, Zheng Jieqi abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a ghastly crimson hue. The sclera and iris had vanished, seemingly fused by blood, threatening to burst forth with viscous plasma at any moment. Upon noticing Jin Qing's arrival, Zheng Jieqi suddenly broke into a disconcerting grin, mumbling incoherently as thick, greenish mucus dribbled from the corners of his mouth, staining his white t-shirt. Jin Qing grimaced, reflecting that if one were to exhibit the early signs of dementia, it would be wise to refrain from donning white attire. Such garments are notoriously difficult to cleanse. 707 was acutely aware of Jin Qing's unreliability during critical moments. Host, the spirit has already entered Zheng Jieqi's body and is on the verge of merging. You must extract it immediately. Jin Qing, bewildered, pondered the method of extraction. Should I simply enter as well? Her gaze swept over Zheng Jieqi, contemplating where she might enter. In silence, 707 was equally at a loss regarding the extraction process, uncertain whether contacting the main consciousness for assistance would be timely. At that moment, having confirmed the absence of danger in the courtyard, the faceless ghost, who had leapt down from the banyan tree and was peering through the basement skylight, interjected, "Fan him. Quickly, fan him with all your might. The spirit entered through his eyes, so it can likewise be expelled." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing's spirits lifted, at last. She encountered a task within her expertise. She then inquired of 707, "If I strike the target, will the world consciousness smite me?" She recalled the incident involving Ding Air. 707 assured her, "No, you shall not be harmed. Proceed with your actions. This is a form of rescue, and the world consciousness can discern the gravity of the situation. However, the host must exercise caution. One must absolutely refrain from breaking the target's neck." Upon hearing 707's assurance, Jin Qing smiled broadly. "Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. From my previous life's experience with Ding Air, he is certainly not going to die." With that, her hand came crashing down. The ghost within Zheng Jieqi glared at Jin Qing with a sense of pride. Believing that this woman before him should be akin to those he had encountered previously, filled with resentment, yet too fearful to strike back, merely waiting for the host to tire and depart after feasting on the soul. Little did he anticipate that before he could utter a provocative remark, Jin Qing's hand came down upon him. The ghost was momentarily stunned, forgetting to resist, while Jin Qing paid no heed, delivering blows to Zheng Jieqi's face with unrelenting fervor. Both the ghost within Zheng Jieqi and his true self found themselves reeling from the onslaught. Jin Qing mused that since this young man willingly allowed the ghost to possess him, such a feeble intellect was hardly worth preserving. It was certainly not for Zheng Jieqi that he behaved this way. If it were truly for her, he would have at least sought to hear her voice. Ultimately, it was his own cowardice that dictated his actions. Observing Jin Qing relentlessly striking Zheng Jieqi, the female ghost peering through the window thought to herself that this was indeed a familial conflict. Such a method of assault must surely stem from a deep-seated vendetta. Finally, when Zheng Jieqi's face had been rendered unrecognizable, the ghost within him let out a piercing shriek, expelling a viscous substance from his nostrils. Jin Qing furrowed her brow. Is this snot? Or has this fellow blown his brains out? Just as she pondered this, she noticed the snot on the ground transforming, slowly elongating into a humanoid shape. Overcome with disgust, Jin Qing charged forward without a second thought, crushing the snot creature beneath her foot. As she glanced at Zheng Jieqi, who lay unconscious on the chair, she suddenly felt a pang of guilt for being overly harsh. His face was no longer recognizable, swollen to the size of a pig's head, with his eyes squinting into mere slits. 5 of his teeth, knocked out by Jin Qing, lay scattered on the floor, and it was likely that the remaining ones were also loose. The female ghost shook her head and caressed the beautiful face Jin Qing had drawn for her, muttering softly, "How cruel." To their surprise, as soon as they entered the living room, they found the television inexplicably turned on, flickering with static. While the front door swung shut behind them, blood began to spew from the walls of the house, drenching both Jin Qing and Zheng Jieqi. Jin Qing felt a sense of dread. Is this never-ending? Why must they keep tormenting me? Just then, the static on the television transformed into the image of a dry well, and a shadowy figure seemed to emerge from within, climbing out. Intrigued, Jin Qing watched with keen interest, curious about the figure's intentions. However, as the figure ascended from the well, it staggered toward the television screen, revealing the silhouette of a long-haired woman. Meanwhile, the lights in the room began to flicker incessantly, and the blood pouring from the walls had risen to Jin Qing's calves. However, Jin Qing's attention remained fixated on the ghostly figure on the television. It is worth noting that she had not watched television in many years at this moment. Even the simplest marvel of modern technology could captivate her for an extended period. The lights in the room flickered with heightened fervor, while the walls seemed to bleed profusely. The ghost began to slowly emerge from the screen, just as the upper half of the ghost had extricated itself from the television. The room transformed into a pool of blood. Jin Qing, grasping Zheng Jieqi with one hand, tilted her head to observe the ghost's movements. Suddenly, the ghost appeared to be stuck, ceasing its motion, with its lower body still ensconced within the television, supporting itself on the ground with its hands. As it prepared to lift its head slowly, upon witnessing this predicament, Jin Qing felt an unexpected pang of sympathy for the ghost. She released Zheng Jieqi and approached the ghost. Zheng Jieqi, submerged in the illusory blood pool, merely produced 2 bubbles before sinking to the depths. Meanwhile, the partially emerged ghost glanced at Jin Qing with its head bowed, and upon seeing her abandon Zheng Jieqi to approach, a sinister smile crept across its obscured face. Hidden beneath flowing hair. Got you. Chapter 61. The brother possessed by a ghost every day. 13. Jin Qi waded through the blood-soaked room, fully aware that this was merely an illusion with no tangible effects on her. Yet, the sight of the ensnared ghost stirred a sense of discomfort within her. She felt an impulsive urge to assist, as if compelled by a form of obsessive disorder. At that moment, the ghost, with its head bowed, began to prepare in secret, its ghostly eyes transforming into swirling spirals. The spectral entity possessed a unique ability to ensnare souls, allowing her to unveil the deepest fears harbored within individuals, incessantly amplifying these fears until her victims succumbed to a mental breakdown, ultimately perishing from their own harrowing imaginings. Upon perceiving Jin Qing's approach, the female ghost deemed her a foolhardy individual, having already mentally prepared to unleash her wrath the moment their eyes met. However, to her astonishment, Jin Qing did not wait for the ghost to react. Instead, she seized the ghost's shoulder with the intent of pulling her out from the television. Yet, the ghost's entrapment proved far more tenacious than Jin Qing had anticipated, for her gentle tugs yielded no results, leaving the apparition firmly ensnared within the screen. Unaware of the ghost's initial intent to cause her harm, Jin Qing instinctively believed that the ghost might share a fate akin to that of the faceless spirit, merely a wretched being trapped in torment, and resolved to offer her assistance. Within the depths of Jin Qing's consciousness, 707 observed the tragic scene with a sense of amusement. Witnessing Jin Qing struggling to extricate the ghost, as if she were pulling a stubborn turnip from the ground. What is there to fret about? It is certain that the one who will bear the brunt of any injury will not be our host, he mused. Meanwhile, Zheng Jieqi remained submerged at the bottom of a blood pool, continuously bubbling to the surface. The faceless spirit huddled outside the door, trembling in fright. Initially petrified by the ghost's aura, it was now cowed by Jin Qing's ferocity. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. The human realm was perilous indeed. Perhaps it would be wiser for it to embrace its own spectral existence. Silently, the faceless spirit resolved this within its mind. In an instant, the illusory blood pool dissipated, and the ground beneath Jin Qing's weight fractured wide, revealing glimpses of the torturous chair lurking in the basement below through the fissure. Jin Qing rose to his feet, rubbing his backside with his left hand, feeling a twinge of pain. In his right hand, he clutched the writhing upper half of the ghost he had just torn from its body. At that moment, the ghost's eyes had returned to their normal state. Yet her gaze was vacant, as if devoid of focus. This specter had been cleaved in two at the waist, with Jin Qing grasping her upper half, while her lower half remained ensconced within the television. To Jin Qing's astonishment, this ghost was unlike any he had encountered before. The previous apparitions he had severed had vanished immediately, but this one had merely been divided, her essence lingering. The lower half, still concealed in the television, writhed incessantly, seemingly searching for its lost counterpart. Witnessing this poignant scene stirred something within Jin Qing. He felt profoundly moved by her indomitable will to survive. As he observed the struggling halves of the ghostly figure, a realization dawned upon him. He had erred in his actions. In a fleeting moment, thoughts of redemption flooded his mind, and he resolved to save the ghost. However, in his fervor, he inadvertently exerted too much force, causing the television to shatter explosively. This time, the ghost emitted no sound, vanishing instantaneously. The violent eruption, fueled by the powerful spirit within the television, sent shards of glass flying, leaving deep gashes upon the furniture throughout the villa. The explosion's abruptness caught Jin Qing off guard. He instinctively ducked for cover, only to find, upon raising his head, a scene of utter devastation surrounding him. Jin Qing stared blankly at his own hands, then glanced at the shattered television across from him in the dilapidated room, riddled with scratches and dust. There, on the floor, lay Zheng Jiaqi, murmuring, 707, I swear it was unintentional. Do you believe me? 707 chuckled softly, host. As long as you are happy. Jin Qing sighed, I intended to do something good, yet my spirits are so low. After a moment of introspection, he grasped Zheng Jiaqi and prepared to leave. Blood from his nose had pooled on the ground where he had just been lying, staining his face with clotted remnants, particularly as the blood mingled with his swollen lips, rendering his visage a ghastly sight. Filled with indignation, Jin Qing lamented how a moment's carelessness led to such harm inflicted upon his mission target. He yearned to cry out to the heavens, who is responsible for this? Why must I be the one to suffer? Meanwhile, unfazed by Jin Qing's outrage, 707 rolled its eyes. I've already informed the host that this is all an illusion. Yet, the host became distracted by the actions of a ghost and carelessly tossed Zheng Jiaqi into a pool of blood. The host may be lucid enough to conjure illusions, but Zheng Jiaqi is unconscious. That fall was quite severe. Given the host's strength, it was a miracle that Zheng Jiaqi wasn't killed outright. It was rather audacious for the host to question who was to blame. Oblivious to 707's thoughts, Jin Qing lifted Zheng Jiaqi again, shaking him to ensure that no other ghostly entities had attached themselves to him. Jin Qing forcefully kicked open the door of Yin Tao's residence, watching as the door flew off its hinges and lodged itself against the ancient banyan tree. A sense of relief washed over Jin Qing as he took hold of Zheng Jiaqi and departed with the faceless ghost in tow. Meanwhile, Yin Tao, engaged in an exorcism in a distant location, felt an unsettling flutter in her heart, sensing that something had gone awry. Shortly thereafter, the Ghost King extracted a small spirit that had been lurking behind a wealthy merchant, intending to find a substitute, and entered Yin Tao's jade pendant. With the ghostly and deathly energy lifted, the merchant began to regain his vitality and consciousness. Yin Tao expressed her profound gratitude to the merchant and his wife with grace. Yet she was unyielding when it came to financial matters. She briefly elucidated the reasons behind the merchant's unconscious state and the perilous circumstances at that time, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the merchant's family. Ultimately, amidst the heartfelt thanks from the merchant's household, Yin Tao set off on her journey home with the Ghost King. Chapter 62. The Brother Possessed by a Ghost Every Day, 14. Yin Tao had long believed that her previous unease may have stemmed from the ineffectiveness of the ghost attached to Zheng Jiaqi, which had been expelled from his body by his awakened will. Regardless, she was determined to claim Zheng Jiaqi's body for herself. The Ghost King had previously informed her that her physical constitution was unsuitable for cultivation. Having nearly relinquished hope, she had resigned herself to the idea of following the Ghost King after her death to become a pair of ghostly cultivators. However, upon learning from the Ghost King about the numerous restrictions and constraints faced by ghost cultivators, where one misstep could lead to becoming an evil cultivator, unwelcome in heaven and earth, Yin Tao found the notion quite unappealing. just as she began to feel despondent about her prospects for cultivation. She unexpectedly stumbled upon the treasure that was Zhengjiachi. During a journey up the mountain to assist someone in seeking auspicious spots, Yin Tao unexpectedly encountered Zhengjiachi, who was exorcising spirits alongside Zheng Jiayao in a neighboring village. As Zheng Jiechi performed his rituals, he radiated a gentle, jade-like brilliance that left Yin Tao utterly astonished. She feared her eyesight had faltered. In haste, she summoned the Ghost King concealed within her jade pendant. Having been sealed for an extended period, the Ghost King was still in a phase of recovery, typically residing within the warm jade that Yin Tao had procured for him, focused solely on regaining his former powers. After narrating the events in detail to the Ghost King, he confirmed that Zheng Jiechi possessed exceptional physical attributes, being a natural jade glass body. Such a physique was ideal for cultivation, and it was possible to share one's cultivation through mutual enhancement, thereby elevating both parties' abilities. Upon hearing this, Yin Tao felt a surge of ambition, vowing to acquire Zheng Jiechi's body for the Ghost King to inhabit. This would allow her to practice cultivation in human form, freeing her from the myriad restrictions associated with ghost cultivation. The Ghost King had no objections. Rather, he gazed affectionately at Yin Tao, who was resolutely preparing to claim a body for herself. He too desired a superior vessel, allowing his beloved little Peach to pursue whatever she wished, as her intentions were for their shared future. No matter her aspirations, he would always remain her steadfast support. Thus, they reached a mutual understanding and embarked on an audacious journey to challenge and torment the Zheng siblings, unaware that while she had anticipated the beginning, the conclusion remained beyond her foresight. Gazing at the disheveled house before her, Yin Tao felt as though her heart might burst with indignation. Every item and corner of this dwelling had been meticulously designed and chosen by her. Yet now, each bore the scars of damage inflicted by the shattering of the television screen. The pure leather sofa, adorned with golden thread, had its springs violently ejected. The enormous fish tank lay shattered, the golden arowanas scattered upon the floor, while water streamed through the cracks and into the basement. Speaking of cracks, a 2-meter-long fissure marred the once lustrous dark golden floor, the widest part measuring a staggering 30 centimeters. One could clearly discern the water stains seeping into the basement. The villa's grand entrance had vanished, and upon the century-old banyan tree she had gifted to the King of Ghosts, 2 parallel door panels were embedded, nearly severing the tree in 3. Observing the precariously leaning banyan, Yin Tao emitted a sharp, piercing cry, "Ah!" with her anguished shout as a prelude. The great banyan finally succumbed and fell. At this moment, dawn was breaking. The King of Ghosts emerged from the jade pendant, floating in midair. Watching his beloved little Peach weep, her tears cascading to the ground like pearls set loose from a broken string, he felt his heart shatter into fragments, 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces. However, due to the heaviness of his malevolent aura, drawing too close to Yin Tao would inflict harm upon her. Thus, he could only observe from a distance as his sorrowful little Peach silently mourned, heartbroken. He had never witnessed her in such a state of despair, teetering on the brink of existence. The Demon King forever remembers the first time he encountered his beloved Peach, when she fell into his sealed abyss while being pursued by a horde of spirits. Despite her inner turmoil and fear at that moment, she feigned composure, earnestly negotiating terms with him. It was her naive straightforwardness, coupled with an undeniable tenacity and strength, that utterly melted his long-frozen heart. Now, witnessing the profound sorrow of his dear Peach, the Demon King harbored an intensified hatred towards those who had harmed her. He had witnessed her gradually restoring the sanctuary that belonged to the two of them. With this thought, the Demon King became incensed, vowing to exact retribution for his precious one. However, as dawn began to break, he recognized the constraints of daylight. Although he could operate during the day, the sun's abundant yang energy would weaken his powers, rendering his movements sluggish. Thus, he resolved to postpone his plans until nightfall. With a tender gaze fixed upon his kneeling Peach, who silently wept, he inwardly declared, "My dearest, those who have wronged you shall pay dearly." Just as the Demon King prepared to summon the nearby wandering spirits to gather information that night, Jin Qing found herself locked in a silent stare-off with Zheng Jiechi, who had just regained consciousness in the room. Zheng Jiechi had never anticipated awakening again. According to his understanding of spirit possession, a ghost could not enter a human body without consent. Yet, once inside, it no longer required permission and could extinguish his soul through a relay of possession. At the same time, the woman who had captured him revealed that if he consented to offer his body, his sister would be spared. Unbeknownst to her, He bore with him a concealed spiritual talisman belonging to his sister, a secret technique of the Maoshan sect. This talisman sealed a portion of his power, meant to be carried by the one closest to him. In times of peril, the bearer could draw upon its strength, while the talisman's owner would sense the danger and hasten to provide aid. However, at the very moment Zheng Jieqi was restrained, the talisman belonging to Zhang Jiaya suddenly shattered, leaving him enveloped in an icy dread. The shattering signified the dispersal of his sister's powers, in Maoshan tradition. Such a phenomenon only occurred under one circumstance. His sister was dead. Chapter 63. The brother possessed by ghosts daily. 15. Zheng Jieqi had always relied on his sister for support, and upon receiving the devastating news of her demise, he found himself devoid of the will to live. While he scoffed at Yin Tao's deceitful claims of his sister being captured alive, he resolved not only to forego vengeance but also passively surrendered his body to the whims of Yin Tao and her associates, contemplating an escape from this world through death. Should Jin Qing know of Zheng Jieqi's mindset, she would surely spit in his face. He wallowed in self-pity, fabricating excuses for his despair. A coward too afraid to act without the assistance of others. If she were to face such a dire situation, she would fight tooth and nail, ensuring her adversaries could never find solace. Meanwhile, with his narrowed eyes, Zheng Jieqi remained vigilant, fixated on Jin Qing before him. Uncertain as to why this person bore an uncanny resemblance to his sister, Zheng Jieqi was nonetheless certain that the individual before him could not possibly be her. Setting aside the fact that this sisterly figure lacked any semblance of sibling affection in her gaze, her aura was distinctly different from that of his sister. Realizing he was lying on his own bed, Zheng Jieqi was perplexed by the intentions of this person cloaked in his sister's guise. Stealthily, he reached beneath his blanket and discovered a piece of talisman paper. With a sense of relief washing over him, he inquired, "Who are you?" Jin Qing feigned ignorance of his earlier furtive movement, internally scoffing at his cowardice in the presence of Yin Tao. Yet, she answered nonchalantly, "I am the tasker. Your sister implored me to save you." To her astonishment, as soon as she finished speaking, Zheng Jieqi hurled a piece of talisman paper at her face, exclaiming, "Monster! What do you intend to do while donning my sister's skin? Depart at once." Zheng Jieqi felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Why were both his and his sister's bodies being targeted? Although he had resigned himself to his fate, he was determined not to allow his sister's body to fall into the clutches of a monster. 707. About to caution Jin Qing against revealing any details regarding the system, witnessed her being smacked in the face with talisman paper. With a sigh of relief, 707 thought, "Fortunately, this Zheng Jieqi does not appear to be particularly astute." Jin Qing, hastily brushing the talisman paper from her face, felt a surge of frustration. Why was it that her honesty was met with disbelief? Zheng Jieqi, observing the scattered talisman paper he had thrown, felt a twinge of unease as it seemed to have no effect on Jin Qing. Leaping from the bed, she stumbled towards the desk, seizing the consecrated statue of the founder and the ritual peachwood sword, hurling them directly at Jin Qing. "You fiend! Reveal your true form at once." Jin Qing, observing the flying statue and sword, could not be bothered to catch them. She merely stepped back, causing the porcelain statue to shatter upon hitting the ground, while the sword fell aimlessly away. Zheng Jieqi, witnessing the debris, was taken aback. This person showed no fear of the Taoist artifacts, indicating she was certainly not a demon. Yet, she could not possibly be her sister. For her sister revered the founder's statue, offering incense and bathing in devotion, praying thrice daily, never allowing it to fall to the ground. Overwhelmed by the day's events, Zheng Jieqi could hardly bear it any longer and shouted at Jin Qing, "Who on earth are you?" At that moment, 707 suggested to Jin Qing, "Just claim to be Zheng Jiayao and pretend to suffer from intermittent amnesia." Jin Qing pondered briefly before addressing Zheng Jieqi, "I am your second sister. We are triplets. I have been training in the mountains since childhood. Today, my master foresaw your peril and specifically sent me down to assist you. Alas, I arrived too late. Our elder sister has met a tragic fate. Little brother, you must survive. Your second sister will protect you." She considered adding, "Should you continue to prattle on, I shall bind you and confine you to a dark room until your old age, at which point I shall release you, thus fulfilling my mission." Jin Qing secretly plotted this course of action. 707 was taken aback by Jin Qing's lackadaisical falsehood, exclaiming, "What connection does this have to the tale of Lei Zhenzi?" Jin Qing inquired of 707, "Is this belief?" To which 707 replied, "How would I know? The human mind is truly peculiar. It embraces such unreliable fabrications. Meanwhile, Zheng Jieqi, reclining on the bed, shed silent tears. What of the elder sister and the younger sister? The scar on her neck was merely a remnant of her own carelessness while playing with talismans. Yet, recognizing that the other harbored no ill intentions, she resolved to accept it, to endure, allowing her to don the guise of the second sister and accompany her through life. In her mind, she fervently repeated the word sister until, at last, Zheng Jieqi succumbed to a weary slumber. Unbeknownst to Zheng Jieqi's inner turmoil, Jin Qing reveled in her increasingly adept deceit. Pleased that she had managed to deceive Zheng Jieqi, a testament to her newfound intellectual prowess. As night descended, Jin Qing entered a state of vigilance. Acutely aware that her transformation of Yin Tao's home into a wasteland would undoubtedly provoke retaliation, such was not in alignment with her character. Moreover, there remained a delectable morsel that Yin Tao longed for, and the thought of Zheng Jieqi would surely send Yin Tao hurtling towards her like a fly drawn to excrement. To her surprise, after a lengthy wait, no retaliation ensued. Zheng Jieqi continued to mourn her elder sister, completely indifferent to her presence as the second sister. Jin Qing, disinterested in the feigned indifference of Zheng Jieqi, stifled a yawn, contemplating sleep. Since the previous day, she had encountered specters, and the absence of such apparitions now felt strangely disconcerting. Jin Qing instinctively overlooked the faceless ghost lurking beneath her umbrella in the confines of her room, patiently awaiting Zheng Jieqi to guide her to the afterlife. As the clock's hands pointed to 1 o'clock at midnight, Jin Qing rubbed her weary eyes, preparing to retire for the night. Suddenly, a persistent knocking echoed through the house. Peering through the peephole, she found the outside world devoid of any presence. Yet the knocking continued unabated. Intrigued, she wondered how this could be. To her astonishment, a sharply dressed man stood at her door. His chiseled features were striking, a gaunt face with defined angles, and his thin lips were pressed together, seemingly expressing discontent at her prolonged silence. Confused, Jin Qing recalled seeing no one through the peephole moments ago. Before the man could utter a word, she swiftly shut the door, glancing once more through the peephole. Still, there was no one. Hesitantly, she opened the door again, and there he was. Closing it once more and peering through the peephole revealed the same empty threshold. Each time she opened the door, the man reappeared, leading to a playful yet frustrating repetition. The man outside, increasingly infuriated by her antics, exclaimed, "Is this ever going to end?" With a soft yet ominous crack, his once stark black and white eyes transformed into a solid abyss of darkness. He extended his hand, preventing Jin Qing from closing the door again, and with a chilling tone that seemed to emanate frost, he questioned, "Will you not invite me in for a moment?" Tilting her head, Jin Qing regarded the man before her, retorting, "If I don't invite you, you cannot enter?" With a sigh of resignation, he lamented, "At last, my host has grasped the crux of the matter, albeit by sheer happenstance." The visitor was none other than the Ghost King, come to find a suitable venue for Yin Tao. Although the ghostly cultivator is also referred to as a practitioner, it is bound by numerous constraints imposed by the heavens and the earth. Much like the Ghost King before Jin Qing, it possesses the ability to traverse the skies and delve into the depths of the earth, venturing to various locales. However, these locales certainly do not encompass the abodes of other practitioners. While the Maoshan Taoists may be of modest strength, they nonetheless rank among the established cultivators, and their homes exert a similar binding influence. When other cultivators decline his entrance, the Ghost King finds himself merely circling around them, bereft of any viable solutions. In truth, the Ghost King could send lesser spirits to create chaos within, yet such a course of action would tarnish his illustrious reputation, and he would resort to it only in dire circumstances. However, the actions of the woman before him today have incited a genuine ire within the Ghost King, to the point where he nearly lost his composure. Gazing at Jin Qing, who leaned against the doorframe and cast him a sidelong glance, the Ghost King was tempted to lunge forward and devour her whole. Yet, this would require him to enter the dwelling first, otherwise, the constraints of the cosmos would swiftly expel him. Taking a deep breath, the Ghost King chose to ignore Jin Qing's inquiries. Maintaining a smile as he fixated on her eyes, and once more inquired, "Will you not invite me in for a moment?" In response, Jin Qing mirrored the Ghost King's demeanor, her lips curling into a beguiling smile as she retorted, "Come in. I wish to see what you are capable of." Observing her distorted expression, with her mouth askew as she struggled to reveal her teeth, the Ghost King felt an inexplicable sense of unease, sensing that this encounter would not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. However, thoughts of his beloved Peach filled his mind, bringing a sense of calm to the Demon King. This time, Peach was genuinely heartbroken. He had just managed to coax her to sleep before stepping out. With a resolute heart, the Demon King followed Jin Qing into the room, boldly seating himself on the sofa. In a commanding tone, he declared, "I demand Zheng Jieqi." Jin Qing, taken aback, responded with a hint of incredulity, which the Demon King anticipated. In an instant, his authoritative aura seeped through. "I am here to inform you, not to seek your consent. I will take Zheng Jieqi with me today. I do not know how you survived back then, but anyone who attempts to obstruct me shall perish." Jin Qing felt a twitch at his temple. If that were the case, there was no time for idle chatter. Action was required. He thought to himself that one should never engage in futile banter when one could strike. With this realization, Jin Qing suddenly erupted, launching a punch at the Demon King, who sat across from him on the sofa. The Demon King exclaimed, "This woman is utterly treacherous. What is she doing, confronting me when we were arguing so vigorously?" Caught off guard, he was struck by Jin Qing's fist, causing his impeccably tailored form to unravel, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist, marked by two glowing red eyes. At that moment, Zheng Jieqi, hearing the commotion outside, rushed out, directly encountering the smoky figure of the Demon King. Jin Qing and the Demon King locked eyes, and Jin Qing discreetly rubbed his right hand behind his back, silently acknowledging the formidable opponent before him. Zheng Jieqi gasped, "This is the Demon King." Jin Qing, with a dark expression, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your reminder." She cast a glance at the small peachwood sword that Zheng Jieqi was wielding like a toy and promptly pushed him behind her, exclaiming, "Stay back, you delusional youth." Standing behind Jin Qing, Zheng Jieqi's countenance darkened, and his eyes immediately glistened with unshed tears. Despite the change in his core, she would always remain his sister. 707 chuckled. "Child, you're overthinking." At that moment, the black mist, embodying the Ghost King, began to stir, preparing to launch an attack on Zheng Jieqi, who was sheltered behind Jin Qing. Realizing the Ghost King's intent, Jin Qing swiftly reached behind her and whispered, "Embrace your demise, you cowards." Such embarrassing words were difficult for her to vocalize. Yet, unexpectedly, the Wolf Fang Club she had anticipated did not materialize. Jin Qing furrowed her brow and questioned 707. "Where's my Wolf Fang Club?" Jin Qing added, "I still have my dignity, you know?" Meanwhile, the Ghost King had already soared over her head, directly lunging towards Zheng Jieqi, enveloping him in black mist and preparing to whisk him away. Jin Qing's heart raced with indignation. "So you think you can bully me because I'm shorter?" Seeing the mist attempting to flee, Jin Qing, without a moment's hesitation, seized the smoke with her left hand, while her right hand reached behind her waist, shouting, "Prepare to meet your end, you cowards." Subsequently, she successfully grasped the handle of the Wolf Fang Club. Drawing it from her back, she triggered the mechanism at its base, causing the spikes to spring forth, glistening under the fluorescent light. Without pausing to admire her weapon, she swung it fiercely at the mist that had become the Ghost King. With a resounding impact, the Ghost King was wounded, releasing Zheng Jieqi, whom it had just ensnared. The smoky form of the Ghost King began to dissipate, as the Wolf Fang Club could inflict wounds upon the spirit, causing the black mist that reformed around the Ghost King to be less substantial than before. Both the Ghost King, losing its black fog in the air, and Zheng Jieqi, who was cast aside, stared in bewilderment at the towering Wolf Fang Club held by Jin Qing. They refrained from commenting on Jin Qing's previously dramatic declaration, but the sheer length of this spiked club left them questioning its origin. Chapter 65. My brother possessed by ghosts every day. 17. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with the Ghost King glaring menacingly at Zheng Jieqi, who lay on the ground. Despite being injured, the Ghost King's obsession with taking Zheng Jieqi away remained unyielding. Yet, he could not comprehend how this woman before him had suddenly become so formidable. Had her previous helplessness merely been a ruse to draw him in? Glancing at Zheng Jieqi, who had been thoroughly beaten, the Ghost King felt a heaviness in his heart. Humans were indeed treacherous, willing to go to great lengths to lure him out. How much simpler and more delightful his innocent little peach had been. Meanwhile, Jin Qing brandished the Wolf Fang Club, glaring fiercely at the Ghost King on the ceiling, poised to strike again at any moment. It must be said that this Ghost King was the most formidable opponent Jin Qing had ever encountered. A burgeoning sense of camaraderie arose within her. It was a rare joy in life to find an adversary of equal strength, especially one so resilient. How gratifying it was. Zhang Jieqi lay perplexed on the ground, furtively casting glances at the lower half of his sister's waist, pondering the elusive hiding place of the Wolf Fang Club. Jin Qing gazed at the ghostly king on the ceiling, calculating the distance. Ultimately, Jin Qing realized that his height, coupled with the length of the club, would suffice to reach the spectral figure above. With a sly smile, he prepared to strike once more. The Ghost King shivered at the memory of Jin Qing's previous facial spasm, which had culminated in a direct blow to his own face. The Ghost King had developed a lingering aversion to Jin Qing's sinister grin. At that moment, upon witnessing Jin Qing's menacing expression anew, the Ghost King instinctively sought to evade. However, Jin Qing's reflexes proved swifter, blocking the ghost's escape and delivering another forceful blow. This time, the Ghost King sustained even greater injury, releasing dark mist in a chaotic cloud. Observing this, Jin Qing felt a surge of delight. So you can be harmed as well. This revelation brought him comfort. Just as Jin Qing was poised to deliver a third strike, Zhang Jieqi, as if struck by inspiration, suddenly raised his head and shouted at the Ghost King, who was in the midst of retreating. Leave my home at once. With a whoosh, the Ghost King was forcibly expelled from the dwelling by the natural order. Zhang Jieqi turned to Jin Qing with a triumphant expression. I just recalled that a ghost cannot enter a cultivator's abode without permission, and when driven away by the cultivator, they are immediately cast out by the heavenly laws. As Jin Qing prepared to strike the Ghost King once more, she swung and missed, only to find Zhang Jieqi earnestly explaining the situation to her, with an implicit hint of seeking praise in his tone. Her expression darkened, and she felt an overwhelming urge to strike him as well. Are you, by any chance, an undercover agent sent by the Ghost King? Yin Tao, startled by the sudden appearance of the Ghost King, was further distressed to see him lying on the bed, barely clinging to life. Left alone, she sat on the edge of the bed, seething with frustration, biting her lower lip to suppress her cries. This useless man could not even handle trivial matters. Being asked to relinquish Zhang Jieqi's body was simply beyond her. After all her efforts to discover a method for eternal life and perpetual youth, she could finally escape the struggles of the lower echelons of society. She had a chance to rise above. Why should she forsake immortality to become a wretched soul? Constrained at every turn? Instinctively, she touched her eyes, a reminder from the heavens that this gift was meant to elevate her to greatness, earning her the admiration of countless souls. She had no intention of giving it up, absolutely not. Her lower lip was bitten so fiercely that it drew blood. The metallic taste of her own blood jolted her back to reality, and as she delicately licked the wound with her tongue, a new resolve began to form within her. Glancing at the jade pendant on the table, her eyes narrowed slightly. Incompetent fool, lacking in ability, yet demanding I concede. If you refuse to assist me, I shall devise my own plan. I am destined to stand at the pinnacle of the pyramid, and I shall have Zhang Jieqi. What Yin Tao failed to notice was the enveloping darkness of the room, where only her eyes glimmered faintly, illuminating the shadows momentarily before a fleeting light darted into her mind. At 3:30 in the morning, seated at a table in a 24-hour diner, Jin Qing astonishingly refrained from indulging in the delectable spread before her. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand, observing the woman sitting across from her. After the fierce battle, Jin Qing found herself famished, and thus she had left Zhang Jieqi at home, discarding her trusty mace beside him. Jin Qing felt assured in venturing out for a midnight feast. According to the whispers of 707, her mace possessed an innate deterrence against spirits, making it quite suitable for safeguarding the pitiful Zhang Jieqi. Had it not been for the constraints it imposed, the mace would have plummeted from the 7th floor to the 1st long ago. Having confirmed Zhang Jieqi's safety, Jin Qing pretended not to notice his childish attempt to sneakily reach for the mace, striding confidently out into the night in search of sustenance. To her surprise, as soon as she took her seat, a young woman approached her, softly inquiring, "May I share this table with you?" Jin Qing lifted her gaze and beheld a vision of beauty. The woman's lips were like blossoms, her complexion as smooth as cream, her features artfully crafted, and her long hair flowing gracefully. The melodic cadence of her voice revealed her to be a striking Jiangnan beauty. Though Jin Qing did not possess a particular fascination with physical allure, she couldn't help but feel that this face must have been a masterpiece born from a particularly joyful moment of the divine. While she held no special preference for lovely maidens, having such an exquisite presence seated across from her was undoubtedly preferable to being faced with a boorish brute. With this thought, Jin Qing nodded and replied, "Please, take a seat." Subsequently, Jin Qing found herself entirely preoccupied with the delectable dishes laid before her. Just as she was about to grasp her chopsticks and indulge heartily, the woman opposite her, who had not ordered any food, began to move. To Jin Qing's astonishment, the woman retrieved a lace napkin from her backpack and elegantly spread it across the dining table. She then proceeded to produce a plate, a fork, a spoon, and a knife from her bag, arranging them with meticulous precision. The fluidity of her movements was akin to a graceful dance, leaving Jin Qing in awe. Truly, a lady from the south of the Yangtze River, living with such refinement. Jin Qing recalled having heard long ago that there exists a type of individual who embodies aristocracy at their core, possessing such elegance that even while consuming instant noodles, they would place a tablecloth underneath the bowl. Previously, she had scoffed at this notion, but today, in the presence of this extraordinary woman, she found herself utterly convinced. It was indeed a rare sight to witness someone adopting the demeanor of a fine dining experience in a casual eatery. The 4 dishes Jin Qing had ordered were gradually served, yet she was astonished to observe that the woman across from her was also poised to commence her meal. A pristine white napkin impeccably draped across her chest. Noticing the woman holding her fork and spoon in readiness, Jin Qing instinctively pulled her own dishes closer. As she had no inclination to entertain anyone at her table, the woman, witnessing Jin Qing's actions, merely smiled and, with a swift motion, plunged her spoon into her own eye socket, forcefully extracting her right eye and discarding it into the plate before her. Jin Qing. How could I have forgotten this detail? In this world, the spectral figures of black and white are engaged in mysterious activities, while phantoms of all sizes roam the streets. Jin Qing gazes coldly at the eyeball, which spins incessantly in the dish before her, eventually fixing its gaze directly at her. Suddenly, the woman flashes a smile at Jin Qing, mimicking her earlier gesture, and pulls the plate containing the eyeball closer to her chest, causing the eye to wobble within the dish, still fixated on Jin Qing. With an elegant smile gracing her lips, the woman parts her crimson mouth, declaring, "I shan't partake of your offerings. I have my own provisions." Jin Qing feels a peculiar sense of embarrassment, noting that the woman's provisions are indeed carried with her. The female spirit spears the eyeball with a fork, soon popping it whole into her mouth. At the moment the fork punctures the eye, a faint popping sound reverberates, and the ghost savors the eyeball with satisfaction, the sound of crystalline lenses grinding against her teeth sending shivers down one's spine. However, contrary to the ghost's expectations, Jin Qing does not gasp in horror. As anticipated by her mistress, this is indeed a formidable adversary, the ghost muses, her long brows knitting together in contemplation. Jin Qing observes the ghost relishing her meal with fervor, then glances at her own food, grappling with a dilemma: should she eat or abstain? If she chooses to eat, the ghost's crunching sounds are utterly unappetizing. Yet as she chewed, one of her eyes plopped into the plate, followed by her nose, and eventually, even the flesh from her face began to peel away. The ghost paused, surprised that the reality was quite different from her expectations. Raising her head, the once beautiful visage of the ghost had become grotesque. Her previously fair cheeks were now riddled with pits, revealing stark, white bones in some areas. The positions of her eyes and nose had transformed into 3 deep, dark voids, now fixated intently on Jin Qing. Her once rosy lips appeared as though they had been bitten off, exposing 2 rows of neatly aligned white teeth that continued to speak softly to Jin Qing. "I apologize. I seem to have indulged a bit too much. I hope I didn't frighten you." Jin Qing felt a twinge of conflict. If one is aware of poor eating habits, why share a table with others? Noticing that Jin Qing remained utterly unresponsive, the ghost became somewhat irked and seized a spoon, plunging it into her own temple to consume her brain. As the ghost scooped out her own brain and stuffed it into her mouth, Jin Qing smacked her lips, glancing hesitantly at the dishes before her. Perhaps she should switch to grilled brain, given how delectable the ghost seemed to find her own meal. Meanwhile, a nearby waiter, noticing that Jin Qing had yet to touch her chopsticks, approached with curiosity and inquired, "Good day, esteemed guest. Is the cuisine not to your liking? I see you have not yet begun. These dishes have cooled. Would you like me to reheat them for you?" Jin Qing realized that the ghost had lifted her head, her hollow eyes fixated on the waiter. "Jin Qing, Not wanting to impose on others' preferences, swiftly interjected, "No need for that. I have a particular fondness for cold dishes, especially when accompanied by ice shards, as they enhance the meal. Do not concern yourself with me. Please go." The waitress, bewildered by Jin Qing's words, exited in confusion. She could hardly believe that the little girl could remain unperturbed. The ghost, delicately nibbling on her fingers, appeared quite graceful, crunching as if she were savoring a carrot, consuming one digit after another with ease. As Jin Qing watched the specter devour her own arms, her appetite evaporated entirely, her focus shifting to the ghost's consumption of herself. Seated at a corner table, one a girl and the other a ghost, the latter feasted with elegance and slowness, while Jin Qing observed intently. Their roles had become almost symbiotic. One relished the meal, while the other found joy in the spectacle, both seemingly oblivious to their original intentions. Their unspoken understanding was profound. Yet they were unaware of the waitress, who was growing increasingly anxious, desperate to conclude her shift. In the 24-hour restaurant, heavy blackout curtains had been drawn to shield the interior from prying eyes after nightfall. Now, with the clock striking 7 a.m., the patrons had yet to settle their bills, jeopardizing her commission. After a moment of contemplation, the waitress devised a clever plan and briskly approached Jin Qing, abruptly yanking aside the heavy blackout curtain beside her. The morning sunlight, infused with golden rays, served as the most effective weapon against ghosts. At that moment, the ghost, blissfully unaware and with her legs propped on the dining table, was caught off guard, emitting a piercing scream as she was instantly transformed into a wisp of smoke, scattering her essence. Even the focused Jin Qing, fixated on the female ghost, was unable to keep his eyes open against the blinding light. He consoled himself, saying, "These curtains are far too filthy. They certainly require a thorough cleaning. Please pack my meal." The server, still somewhat dazed, pondered the situation. Was that merely dust? 707 watched in amazement as the server wandered off in confusion, reflecting, what a divine assist. If it weren't for her, our host might have been so engrossed in watching the ghost that he would have been left with nothing but a mouthful. He mused that a good night's sleep was in order, for it seemed he would not find peace that evening. Yet the priority remained to locate Yin Tao. Only by eliminating her could the issue be resolved entirely. Jin Qing ambled home with his takeout box, reminding himself once more, next time he shared a table, he must choose a burly man. Chapter 67. The brother possessed by a ghost every day, 19. A group of imposing figures stood menacingly at the entrance of Zhang Jieqi's home, their eyes fixed intently on Jin Qing, who was about to unlock the door. Feeling the scrutinizing gazes of the hulking men, Jin Qing's pent-up fatigue erupted. "Are you looking for a fight? Come on, let me send you to the heavens." One of the giants, oblivious to the peril he faced, approached Jin Qing, who had already assumed a defensive stance. Without uttering a word, he took the key from Jin Qing's hand and respectfully opened the door for him. Carrying his takeout box, Jin Qing stepped inside, only to be nearly overwhelmed by the thick, foul odor that assaulted his senses. Goodness, what an unforgettable stench. Who disturbed my coffin? In this day and age, it seems everything has someone coveting it. Jin Qing was seething with anger, her face darkening as she prepared to storm inside and ascertain whether that little rascal, Zhang Jieqi, had tampered with her personal belongings. She had resolved that if it were indeed Zhang Jieqi's doing, she would firmly reprimand him, instilling a lesson on the sanctity of private property. However, she was taken aback to find her younger brother, adorning a pig's head, sitting obediently on the bed, engaged in conversation with a rotund old man while guarding Jin Qing's spiked club. Upon noticing Jin Qing's entrance, Zhang Jieqi dutifully greeted her, second sister. Few dared to abscond with the possessions of the little ancestor, and this lady before her certainly did not appear to be an easy target. Reflecting on the recent antics of the little ancestor, who had been clamoring about the emergence of her coffin and insisting they accompany her in search of it, the housekeeper found himself perplexed. Could it be that the coffin had somehow acquired sentience and ventured into the city to seek out the little ancestor? After the little ancestor's awakening, she had utilized the bloodline tether sealed within the ancient techniques that had aided her transformation, leading her to her master. After which the mystical arts had vanished. The first encounter with the little ancestor had nearly sent everyone into a state of shock. At that time, her burial garments were in tatters, draped in a threadbare sheet of unknown origin, the unmistakable stench of decay emanating from her being. With elongated canine teeth protruding from her mouth, she had gazed hungrily at everyone, instilling sheer terror and causing their legs to tremble. Ancient texts, however, merely chronicled that a millennium ago, an ancestor of the family had been a high priest, endowed with the ability to commune with celestial beings and foresee the future. Yet this gift proved to be capricious, rendering his grand ambitions unfulfilled. Driven by his ambition to unify the Central Plains, the high priest was resolute in his determination to sire an offspring of pure lineage, one capable of fully manifesting divine miracles. Succumbing to the high priest's allure, the clan's sacred maiden bore him the child he so fervently desired. Yet, the high priest's aspirations were entirely eclipsed by the child's existence. His sole contentment lay in the child's healthy and joyful upbringing. Contrary to his expectations, his bright and astute son tragically perished on the morning of his 16th birthday. The high priest recognized this as divine retribution for defiling the clan's sacred maiden. Thus heaven had deliberately taken the son he had meticulously nurtured for 16 years. The high priest was consumed by anguish, fully aware that his actions were an affront to the celestial order, yet his child was undeniably innocent. In a fit of utter madness, the high priest, desperate to resurrect his son, slaughtered hundreds of villages beyond his dominion. He seized all the children from these villages, macerated their flesh and blood, and infused it into his son's tomb. He then forged soul shackles from their spirits, binding his son's soul to his physical form. Only when the blood and souls of these children could successfully guide his son's soul back into his body, merging it with his corporeal form to awaken him, would their souls be released. Furthermore, employing ancient arcane arts, he sealed the power of bloodlines within his son's consciousness, ensuring that upon awakening, he would not be lost to his origins. However, fate would have it that his son remained in slumber for millennia. The souls of those 1,000 youths have long since vanished over the years, and the son has transformed into a zombie due to the great priest's countless transgressions. At this juncture, it is indeed fitting to express gratitude to Yin Tao for the awakening of this millennium-old zombie. Had it not been for her system descending from the heavens and breaching the boundary of earthly consciousness, the latter would not have been so negligent in its vigilance towards the ancient zombie while attempting to mend a rift. It is quite possible that the millennium-old zombie would still be slumbering beneath the earth. However, the ancient texts record that the account of this little ancestor's burial was abruptly severed. No one knows what transpired afterward. All that remains is the knowledge that the great priest's lineage had long since perished. Although the young master shares the same bloodline, he belongs to a collateral branch. To conceal the existence of a zombie within the family, the young master dismissed all the household servants, retaining only those loyal confidants who had served his family for generations to assist in caring for this little ancestor. At his age, addressing him as little ancestor does not diminish one's dignity in the least. Over time, it became evident that this little ancestor was not as difficult to please as initially presumed. Firstly, he does not sleep. Instead, he roams the house curiously throughout the day and night. At first, everyone thought he was merely observing who had consumed more, but they soon realized their overestimation. In comparison to the living within the house, his interest in mice was decidedly greater. Each night, his eyes gleaming with excitement, he would catch mice and amuse himself by provoking their cries. The butler surmised that this little ancestor, having lain in his coffin for so long, must have dreamed of the sounds of mice, finding them endearing and thus developing a peculiar affinity for them. Chapter 68. The brother possessed by spirits daily. 20. Moreover, he does not consume the blood of the living. Perhaps this little progeny is exceptionally astute, having discerned the trepidation of those around him, for he has never partaken of sustenance in their presence. It was not until one fateful day, after frolicking under the sun for an extended period, that he emerged charred as if scorched to a crisp. It became evident that a millennium-old zombie could indeed survive without nourishment. However, to engage in activities beneath the sun as a mortal would, he must ingest blood. Otherwise, the searing rays of the sun would render him more brittle than dried bananas. From that moment onward, the young master arranged for several bags of blood to be delivered daily from their hospital for the consumption of the little progeny. Despite appearing more youthful than the young master, who had already reached adulthood, he bore no trace of being a centuries-old undead. Thus, the initial apprehension of those around him gradually transformed into casual banter and laughter. The elderly steward remarked that it was merely a matter of aesthetics. As the little progeny's demeanor increasingly mirrored that of a human, albeit with an oddness that lingered, everyone became more at ease in their interactions with him. Yet, he himself harbored a growing sense of unease. Ever since the scent of decay dissipated from his being, the little progeny has remained in a state of anxiety. often seeking refuge near the refuse bins, as if the absence of any odor would render him insecure. The young master's stance toward the little progeny was one of leniency, provided he did not harm others and remained within the bounds of the young master's control. Consequently, their group found themselves in a perpetual state of chaos, scouring the city daily for the wandering little progeny, fearful that a moment of discontent might provoke him to feast upon someone. A group of individuals found themselves in a predicament, compelled to take turns driving him around the city, their journey laden with unspoken grievances. They were a collective of muted fury. The elderly steward provided Jin Qing with a brief explanation of the circumstances, deliberately omitting the fact that their young master was a millennia-old zombie. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing furrowed her brow in contemplation. Is this an act of brazen extortion? She promptly retreated to her study. To her surprise, upon entering the study, she discovered that the bedding she had used to wrap the coffin had been shredded and strewn across the floor. The raw meat she had carelessly discarded into the coffin 2 nights prior had, as she had anticipated, given rise to a multitude of small creatures, now joyfully tumbling about on the floor, as if to exclaim, "More, more, more, let's have a celebration." Jin Qing's complexion turned a shade of green, rivaling that of the ghostly old lady she had encountered the previous night. It was not the chaotic scene before her that unsettled her. After all, these were merely Zheng Jiao's belongings, and she felt little personal connection to them. Rather, it was the realization that a perverse individual was squatting before her, lewdly violating what belonged to her coffin. At that moment, 707 conveniently interjected. "Host, the individual before you is indeed a millennia-old zombie that has attained sentience." 707 mused internally, marveling at the fact that this world was truly a paradise for supernatural beings, where all manner of specters could manifest. Shouldn't such entities remain in eternal slumber? In the study, the so-called young master, the millennia-old zombie, embraced his coffin with fervor, as if reuniting with a long-lost beloved. Not solely because this is the dwelling he has slumbered in for a millennium, but also due to the fact that the wood of this coffin was personally planted by his forefather in his youth. The totems adorning the coffin bear the unmistakable mark of his ancestor's craftsmanship, signifying that this coffin was intricately carved by his forefather's own hands, a testament to his dedication and effort. Yet, his forefather has long since departed from this world. Upon awakening from his 1,000-year slumber, the ancient zombie found himself drawn by the pull of his bloodline to the abode of Little Ji, amidst a bewildering and unfamiliar environment where every gaze upon him was filled with the perception of a monster. This unsettling scrutiny sowed seeds of anxiety within him, compelling him to tread lightly and avoid causing harm to others. He recalled his forefather's words, proclaiming him as the mightiest of the tribe, destined to safeguard his kin and prevent any harm from befalling them. This was, indeed, his sacred mission. Yet, upon encountering the coffin, he felt an overwhelming warmth, as if he were reuniting with his beloved forefather, instilling a sense of belonging that alleviated his internal turmoil, allowing him to shed the facade of arrogance that proclaimed his ancestral superiority. He transformed into the joyous youth he once was, nurtured under the tender care of his forefather. However, he could not fathom who had the audacity to carve a hole in the roof of his cherished sanctuary and toss in an array of peculiar items. As the ancient zombie caressed his treasured possession, he silently cursed the miscreant who had defiled his coffin. His nose, seemingly addicted, inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar scent that enveloped him, a fragrance so comforting, so intimate, that it brought tranquility to his restless heart. Jin Qing was oblivious to the thoughts of the ancient zombie before her. The scene that unfolded was quite peculiar. The aged zombie, attempting to appear youthful, was sprawled over its coffin as if embracing a beloved. It caressed, kissed, and clung to the coffin in a rather lascivious manner. Jin Qing thought to herself, "You've practically worn the skin off my coffin, and you've turned into a mere stick. What on earth are you still rubbing against?" Acting with swiftness that often surpassed her thoughts, Jin Qing stepped forward, grasped a corner of the coffin, and abruptly lifted one side. The unsuspecting millennia-old zombie was unceremoniously toppled to the ground. Sitting there in a daze, the ancient zombie stared at Jin Qing, perplexed by the intentions of this young girl. Momentarily recalling that he had seen her face just moments ago, Zheng Jieqi remarked, "I just opened the door for you. Amidst this motley crew of monsters, I must possess little presence. Where's Yin Tao? I suppose I shall accompany you." Noticing the ancient zombie sitting motionless, gazing at her with a rather endearing expression, Jin Qing decided to place the coffin back down. Yet, feeling a twinge of unease, she kicked it behind her for safety. The ancient zombie, lost in thought, was suddenly jolted into awareness upon hearing that someone dared to take the coffin made for him. In an instant, he sprang to his feet, his eyes transforming into a fierce crimson, revealing two elongated, sharp canines. You dare to covet my possessions. Chapter 69, My Brother. Possessed by ghosts daily. 21. The ancient zombie seethed with rage, baffled by this woman's audacity to threaten his belongings. 1,000 years ago, attempting to seize the chief's possessions was deemed a capital offense. As Jin Qing beheld, the millennium-old zombie, having failed in its scheme concerning the coffin, not only spoke with reckless bravado but also dared to glare and bare its teeth. Anger surged within him, and without a moment's hesitation, he launched himself into action, swinging his fist towards his adversary. In the realm of conflict, reason was often dictated by the strength of one's blows. The ancient zombie, upon witnessing Jin Qing's approach, felt a rush of exhilaration. He had once been the mightiest of his tribe. Since awakening, in an effort to avoid inciting panic among Xiaoji and those around him, he had refrained from engaging in combat. Now, confronted by someone who willingly provoked him, he was filled with elation and immediately retaliated, determined to teach this brigand a lesson about mortality. As the two adversaries faced each other, they simultaneously unleashed their right fists, the impact resonating with the sound of cracking bones. Zheng Jiaqing, hearing the commotion from the study, attempted to rise and investigate, only to be halted by the butler. Confused, Zheng Jiaqing looked at the butler and questioned, "Did you not hear anything?" He opened his mouth, intending to voice his thoughts, but under the watchful gaze of the elder butler, he obediently fell silent. The old butler, with a fond glance at the bedridden Zheng Jiaqing, thought to himself, "What a timid child. It seems this pair will be quite manageable." The two combatants paused once more, taking positions on opposite sides of the room, their fists resting as they glared fiercely at one another. The ancient zombie's right arm hung limply by his side, his fingers grotesquely shattered, the bones of his palm protruding like broken ribs of an umbrella. Jin Qing fared little better, though he bore no external wounds. His right arm swelled to the size of a radish, the bones within riddled with fractures, and his upper arm dislocated. The millennium zombie gazed at its severely injured arm, then looked across at the fiercely glaring Jin Qing and silently marveled. What a formidable opponent. Although it felt no pain, the injury appeared gravely serious. Meanwhile, Jin Qing, shaking his dislocated arm, cast a sidelong glance at the millennium zombie's movements, feeling a quiet sense of pride. "I have triumphed." In the depths of consciousness, 707 scoffed, observing the two of them in a state of mutual destruction. Where exactly does the host perceive victory? The millennium zombie had once deliberated on medical principles with its father. Thus, upon realizing that Jin Qing harbored no intention to attack, it began to lower its head and tend to its own bones. At that moment, the millennium zombie had already accomplished its task. Indeed, it was no surprise that a body forged from the flesh and blood of thousands of youths could begin healing even from the severed bones that had pierced through its flesh. Jin Qing tilted his head for a moment, furrowing his brow as he contemplated the zombie before him, who had dared to snatch something away. He considered it rather dim-witted. After all, how could one so boldly proclaim righteousness in the act of stealing a coffin? Furthermore, he had sensed no malice from the creature throughout their encounter. Then, Jin Qing made up his mind and extended his right arm toward his opponent. Just as the millennium zombie had reattached its arm and felt it regain mobility, it had yet to boast to its adversary when it noticed an additional right arm wavering insistently before it. The millennial Jiangshi lifted his head, only to find Jin Qing stooping and peering at him, her right arm dangling and swaying incessantly before his face. The ancient Jiangshi was perplexed, wondering if she was flaunting her appendage or goading him to tear it off. Observing that the millennial Jiangshi had failed to grasp her intent, Jin Qing, cheeks puffed out in vexation, demanded, "Reattach it for me." She silently lamented that he was clearly deficient in cognitive function. The millennial Jiangshi was taken aback and shrieked. "On what grounds?" Jin Qing frowned and retorted, "On the grounds that I am superior to you in strength. Refusal will result in a beating." The millennial Jiangshi was rendered speechless. Jin Qing watched him, her left fist clenching and unclenching audibly. The millennial Jiangshi capitulated. "Very well, you are correct. The strong are indeed deserving of respect." The pressure he had momentarily sensed was akin to the sensation of impending death, an experience he had no desire to relive. Jin Qing sat on the ground, beaming as she watched the millennial Jiangshi expertly reattach her arm. She inquired leisurely, Jiang'er, what brings you to my abode? The millennial Jiangshi glanced around, and, realizing they were alone, his face darkened. My name is Doing. My father wished for me to soar above the central plains like an eagle, standing supreme among all. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing acquiesced with a nod. Little Inger, what is the purpose of your visit? De Ying's face grew even darker. Please, just call me Jiang. Da Ying offered no further resistance. Discerning that the young woman before him was somewhat simple-minded, Jin Qing was somewhat infuriated. This fellow was still intent on seizing what was rightfully his. Da Ying observed Jin Qing's rising agitation and instinctively pressed down on his own arm, which was in the midst of adjustment. Jin Qing inhaled sharply, realizing that Da Ying was calmly gazing at him. Gradually, he composed himself and settled back beside Da Ying. Da Ying felt a sense of satisfaction with his own reaction. Yet his hands continued to knead and press without pause. This is how it should be. We are all civilized individuals, after all, capable of rational discourse. Da Ying felt a twinge of confusion. Is there truly such a rationale? Jin Qing chuckled at Da Ying. Then call out to him and see if he responds. Before the words had fully left his lips, a creaking sound emanated from the coffin. The two men stared blankly at each other, both simultaneously pondering a singular question. Had the coffin come to life? Chapter 70. The brother who is possessed by ghosts daily. 22. Upon hearing the noise, the two approached the coffin and lifted the lid to peer inside, but found nothing amiss. Undeterred, Jin Qing reached in, exploring every corner, and ultimately extracted a small, folded ghost from a crevice of the coffin. Once Jin Qing had hoisted it out, the ghost, rather than pleading for mercy, began to inflate itself slowly. This specter was known as Nightmare, capable of manipulating individuals within their dreams, even to the point of invisibly causing death. It had been dispatched by Yin Tao to capture Zheng Jieqi. After entering the residence, however, it found itself paralyzed by the intimidation of Jin Qing's spiked club. Unable to approach Zheng Jieqi, who, to its dismay, obediently remained seated on the bed, refusing to get up for water or even to use the restroom. At that moment, the nightmarish entity sensed an opportunity and lunged towards Zheng Jieqi, intending to invade his mind. Unbeknownst to it, as Zheng Jieqi opened the door, a formidable aura reminiscent of an ancient corpse surged forth, colliding with it and propelling it directly into the study opposite the entrance. The nightmarish entity realized the gravity of the situation and sought to flee, only to discover that the old corpse spirit was now advancing towards the study. To avoid detection, the entity had no choice but to slip into a coffin, which, though uncomfortable, masked its scent. Initially concealed well, the nightmarish entity was startled by Jin Qing's audacity. As it took a breath through clenched teeth, its once flat form pressed against the seams of the coffin, inadvertently producing a sound. Jin Qing, holding the self-inflating spirit, exchanged glances with Da Ying. At that moment, Jin Qing's swollen arm was gradually returning to its normal state, and Da Ying, observing her, pondered why she had contested him for the coffin with such strength. It dawned upon him that they were kindred spirits. Feeling as though he had found his faction, Da Ying's gaze towards Jin Qing was filled with enthusiasm. Jin Qing, oblivious to the shift in Da Ying's demeanor, remained fixated on the spirit in her grasp. Its appearance was peculiar. Its fingers resembled steel blades, and its skin seemed to have been scalded, covered with countless bumps. Feeling a twinge of discomfort, she inquired with 707 and learned of the spirit's misdeeds. With determination, she forcefully expelled the air she had just infused into it, shaping it into a small ball and presenting it to Da Ying. Would you care for this? Da Ying shook his head. This is not palatable. He was not a ghost cultivator and had no need to consume lesser spirits to enhance his abilities. In the past, while at Shaoxi's residence, he had encountered a few mischievous spirits and, in a moment of desperation, had consumed some of them. Upon hearing Da Ying's refusal, Jin Qing fell silent, fixating on a small spirit in his hand, contemplating tearing it apart. Unexpectedly, the cunning 707 interjected. Host, he mentioned that it is unpalatable, not that it cannot be eaten. He has undoubtedly partaken of it before. Upon this revelation, Jin Qing's gaze sharpened as he stared intently at Da Ying. The latter, perplexed by the scrutiny, was about to speak when Jin Qing suddenly grasped his chin, pried his mouth open, and forced the nightmare inside. The nightmare had no time to scream before being disintegrated by Da Ying's ancient, worm-like body. Da Ying, choking, let out a belch. Feeling the urge to stick out his tongue, It tastes dreadful. Observing De Ying wrinkle his brow as he swallowed the spirit, Jin Qing, satisfied, patted Da Ying on the shoulder, declaring, "From this moment forth, we are brothers." Da Ying, bewildered, pondered when such an event had transpired but did not contest Jin Qing's assertion. Upon reflection, befriending a formidable ally seemed a fortuitous endeavor. Jin Qing, not addressing De Ying's confusion, shifted the conversation to the matter of the coffin's ownership. Da Ying regarded Jin Qing, acknowledging that he was in a better position, having a father who had crafted a home for him, while Jin Qing appeared to covet others' dwellings. A flicker of sympathy stirred within De Ying. He contemplated and then articulated a suggestion that would spare Jin Qing's pride. "In truth, my coffin is quite spacious. You could reside with me within it." Jin Qing's face contorted in dismay. "Why on earth would I sleep in a coffin? I have just crawled out of one." The great eagle observed Jin Qing, who was puffing his cheeks in silence, and retreated a step, stating, "I can sleep one day while you do the same, but you cannot linger there every day." Jin Qing's lips twitched as he replied, "I have no desire to sleep even for a day." Unable to tolerate it any longer, he swung his fist, declaring, "Bag. Take this punch from me." The great eagle instinctively responded with a punch as Jin Qing's fist hurtled toward him. A cacophony of sounds ensued. Jin Qing scratched the back of his head, suddenly feeling less inclined towards the coffin. The patterns at the entrance revealed that this place once featured an image of a soaring eagle, accompanied by his own name beneath it. He recalled being drawn from the earth by the essence of the moon, leaving the coffin in a daze. Thus it should have remained unscathed. The thought of his father's efforts being vandalized filled him with rage. Jin Qing, however, appeared utterly perplexed, asking, "What large hole? Where is this large hole? I see nothing." 707 covered its face in despair, lamenting, "Dear host, let us not lie given your current intellect." Yet, Jin Qing expressed astonishment. "My God, what a substantial hole. It must have been created by the Ghost King's arrival yesterday. Just wait. Tomorrow I shall take you to seek vengeance on the Ghost King." 707 was taken aback, pondering how its host had suddenly displayed intelligence, which seemed quite out of character. Confused, 707 accessed Jin Qing's data panel, where the intelligence section ominously read, "Unknown, unstable state." A wave of despair washed over 707 as it thought, "Master, something is amiss." Chapter 71. Younger brother, 23, 707 now felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, as it was originally a defective product of the mastermind's failed creation. Upon discovering that there was an issue with Jin Qing's data, 707's first reaction was to suspect that its own data analysis repository was malfunctioning. Was it doomed to a fate of inevitable destruction, regardless of its desperate struggles? Unwilling to resign itself to this fate, 707 began a meticulous self-diagnosis of its system. However, after multiple attempts, it found itself utterly incapable of pinpointing the source of the problem within its database. In a state of helplessness, 707 resorted to continuously refreshing Jin Qing's data in secret. Finally, after the 13th refresh, it discovered that Jin Qing's intelligence had once again reverted to a score of 10. At that moment, Da Ying was engaged in a discussion with Jin Qing regarding the Ghost King. Their exchange, filled with questions and answers, inadvertently led Jin Qing to amass a substantial amount of animosity towards the Ghost King. Through Jin Qing's vivid and impassioned narration, Da Ying learned that the Ghost King had not only usurped his tomb and coffin, but had also punctured a gaping hole in the latter, filling it with spirits for the purpose of refining them. The Ghost King's intention was to transform De Ying's coffin into a magical artifact and convert his tomb into a lair for nurturing corpses. Meanwhile, Jin Qing had become a valiant warrior, relentlessly battling against the malevolent forces of the Ghost King. After hearing Jin Qing's embellished account, Da Ying was instantly engulfed in fury. Such a blatant act of territorial invasion was nothing short of an affront to his dignity. With a resolute thud of his fist, he declared, "Where is the Ghost King? I shall confront him in a duel." Unexpectedly, at that moment, the shrewd glint in Jin Qing's eyes dissipated, replaced by a limpid, innocent gaze as she inquired of the eagle, "Why do you seek the Ghost King?" The eagle, taken aback, stammered, "Didn't you instruct me to seek vengeance upon him?" Inwardly, Jin Qing resolved, "This Ghost King has wrought so much evil. I must obliterate him this time, for it shall surely yield boundless faith points." The eagle, further bewildered by Jin Qing's query, muttered, "Are you unwell? Something seems amiss with this lass. How can she not recall what she just said?" Vaguely, The eagle recalled his father mentioning during a diagnosis that such a condition often manifested in the elderly or those who had suffered head trauma. He never imagined that this young woman before him would be afflicted with such an ailment. Truly pitiable, he thought, his gaze toward Jin Qing now imbued with compassion. Jin Qing, however, comprehended the old zombie's insult and retaliated with a swift punch. Her fist whistled through the air, and the eagle's two front teeth were dislodged in response. The eagle, aghast at the sight of his teeth on the floor, felt utterly discombobulated. Something is definitely wrong with this girl, he thought. Shouldn't a normal person threaten before resorting to violence? Why has she reversed the order? Subsequently, the eagle and Jin Qing stood in the room, locked in a tense standoff, each glaring at the other, unmoving. An uncanny silence descended upon the room. Half an hour later, the eagle's teeth had regenerated, having maintained a protracted gaze with Jin Qing. The great eagle, gingerly touching his newly sprouted incisors, surmised that as a man of stature, he ought not to be excessively petty. He was on the cusp of elucidating to Jin Qing that his preceding remarks were devoid of malice. However, to his astonishment, Jin Qing preemptively broke the silence, exclaiming, "Weren't you intending to seek out the Ghost King? Why do you tarry? Go forth, Pikachu. If you lend me your strength, I shall be spared the inconvenience." The great eagle felt as though his mind were being churned into an inextricable morass, perceiving the world's profound malevolence directed squarely at him. Confronting Jin Qing, the great eagle, finally cognizant of her peculiar nature, commenced a gradual retreat towards the portal. He harbored no trepidation in facing a warrior of superior prowess. His father had avowed that only through engaging with the formidable could one ascend to greater heights. Yet, he dreaded confronting a warrior whose mental faculties were compromised, yet whose martial capabilities surpassed his own, for his father had also cautioned that should he ever encounter such an individual, he must promptly turn tail and flee. Jin Qing's corporeal form, initially oriented away from the portal, mirrored the great eagle's movements, rotating her body towards his direction, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Simultaneously, she uttered with a semblance of gratification, "Go forth, that Ghost King has acted with unconscionable audacity. Summon your courage and let him know who reigns supreme. Great eagle, speak your mind, I am merely listening." Contrary to expectations, Jin Qing, before the echoes of her preceding pronouncement had dissipated, exclaimed in astonishment at the great eagle, who had by then reached the threshold, "Littlingzy, whither do you venture? We have yet to conclude our discourse. To depart without so much as a salutation. This old cadaver is indeed bereft of manners. At long last, I comprehend that the issue does not lie within myself. Rather, it is a small corner of the consciousness of Jin Qing, trembling surreptitiously. Host, you have uttered a multitude of words today." The agitated eagle, unable to withstand the provocation, let out a piercing cry and charged towards Jin Qing like a freight train. Instinctively, Jin Qing sidestepped, perplexed by the sudden frenzy of the creature. Yet bracing himself for a confrontation, he quietly inhaled, preparing to deliver a swift kick. To his astonishment, the eagle disregarded Jin Qing entirely, seizing the coffin that had been carelessly cast aside and cradling it in its embrace as it barreled forward. Without pausing, it crashed through Jin Qing's window. Leaping from the 7th floor, Jin Qing gazed at the shattered opening, the once-drawn curtains now whipped about chaotically by the wind. His heart racing. Was it truly necessary to risk so much for the sake of a coffin? His attention shifted to the solitary coffin lid on the ground, and he shouted hoarsely towards the eagle, which was now in free fall, "Your lid." With a thud, the eagle landed atop the Bentley parked below, the immense force of impact crumpling the vehicle. The resounding crash and the piercing alarm of the Bentley set off a cacophony of car alarms throughout the neighborhood. The eagle, confident that Jin Qing could not pursue him, leapt from the car's roof to the ground, paying no heed to the nearby vehicles that clamored for attention and sympathy. Instead, it tenderly brushed off the dust from the coffin, looked up at Jin Qing, and declared, "It is your lid now. Let us share it. You may use that lid." Jin Qing was instantly filled with fury. "I am not a turtle. Why would I need a lid?" Chapter 72, My Brother. Possessed by ghosts every day, 24, most of the residents in the vicinity were office workers, and at this hour, the majority had already left for work. A few individuals remained at home, peering out from their balconies to witness the commotion. Others, emerging from unknown corners, gathered around a flattened car that had been vandalized, eagerly pointing and discussing its state. Meanwhile, the already departed eagle remained unaffected, realizing that Jin Qing had not pursued him. He let out a silent sigh of relief and continued running, reassuring himself. After all, I am directionally challenged and have no idea where to go. Let's see where you'll find me." How proud he was. Jin Qing contemplated shouting something else, but, after a moment of reflection, chose to remain silent towards the swiftly retreating old zombie. Ultimately, it was not he who would charge into the garbage dump shortly. The housekeeper and Zheng Jiaqin both heard the tremendous noise from this side. The housekeeper attempted to feign ignorance and obstruct Zheng Jiaqin, but unexpectedly, Zheng Jiaqin cast a binding talisman upon him. Subsequently, with swollen eyes that barely allowed him to see, Zheng Jiaqin stumbled and crawled toward the study. Just before entering, Zheng Jiaqin's face was filled with sorrow as he imagined the potential scenes awaiting him, each one culminating in the tragic demise of his second sister. As he thought of this, tears began to well up, threatening to spill over. To his astonishment, upon forcefully pushing open the door, Zheng Jiaqi beheld his sister leisurely standing by the window, gazing downwards. Jin Qing remarked, "You appear rather disappointed." Meanwhile, the steward from the adjacent room began to shout for help. Hearing the commotion within, the bodyguards outside rushed in like a swarm, tearing the talismans from the stewardess' person. The steward, accompanied by his subordinates, hastened to the study, intent on uncovering the mischief wrought by their young master. Convinced that their young master had caused harm to Jin Qing, the steward was already contemplating reparations for the damage inflicted upon her. However, upon entering the room, he was met with the shocking realization that his young master had vanished. He then glanced at the gaping hole where the window had been, and the lamentations echoing from below, alongside the frantic sirens of emergency vehicles. His mind buzzed, swiftly succumbing to blankness. It was over. The young master was gone. The steward, nearly fainting from fright, steadied himself against the wall to maintain consciousness. With a trembling hand, he pointed towards Jin Qing, struggling to articulate, "Why you threw our young master out of the window?" Faced with a group of fierce and accusatory gazes, and upon hearing the steward's accusation, Jin Qing remained unfazed, deftly sidestepping the steward's outstretched finger, and replied languidly, "We were in the midst of a conversation when he mentioned his hunger, expressing a desire to go out in search of food. I did not restrain him. He was so eager that he leapt through the window. Hasn't he, your master, informed you that pointing at others is quite impolite?" The butler's composure was somewhat restored as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Eating? Impossible. My young master has never dined outside. Moreover, the delicacies he desires are kept in the refrigerator of the car. How could he possibly leap down from the floor in haste for a meal?" Unfazed by the skepticism, Jin Qing merely placed her delicate fingers on either side of her lips, mimicking a canine gesture. Noting the butler's shock at her playful action, she sweetly smiled and remarked, "He mentioned he has had enough of frozen food and intends to seek something fresh today." Upon hearing this, the butler's eyes widened in terror. "What? This is bad. Very bad. The young master has gone out to feast on people." Imagining a horde of undead trailing behind his young master, overwhelming the entire city, the old butler was so frightened by his own vivid imagination that he let out a lamenting cry. He ceased further conversation with Jin Qing and dashed downstairs with his subordinates. Jin Qing could still hear the butler's furious shouts echoing through the hallway. "Is the GPS activated? What? It's out of battery. What about the backup? What are you all capable of? Do you not carry a spare navigation device when you go out? Enough of this chatter. Just fetch the backup GPS and activate it remotely. Of course, we must locate the young master first and inform the master of his escapade. Otherwise, we would only trouble him further. How incompetent is the HR department in their hiring practices?" At last, the sound descended to the lower floor, where Jin Qing heard an enraged roar. "Why haven't you arranged for a car yet?" Upon hearing this, a faint smile graced Jin Qing's lips, knowing that their displeasure brought her a sense of relief. Since the butler had stormed in moments ago, Zhang Jiaqi, who had been cowering in the corner, now observed the smile dancing on her sister's face and felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. How could she perceive a hint of danger emanating from her elder sister at that moment? Meanwhile, 707 finally realized that the problem did not lie with itself, but rather with its host. Ever since the explosion of the ethereal television at the Yin family residence, things had taken a peculiar turn. After a sigh of relief, 707's heart sank once more. They were now one entity, and any misfortune that befell either would lead to the same dire conclusion. Zheng Jiaqi, still bewildered, wondered aloud, "Didn't they leave? What is going on? Is my sister attempting to shirk responsibility?" Jin Qing furrowed her brow. Left? What is wrong with these people? So impolite, departing without so much as a word. I hope not to encounter such rudeness again. as she watched Zheng Jieqi dazedly stride towards the exit. She chose to ignore him and turned her gaze to the broken coffin lid lying on the ground, lost in thought. Zheng Jieqi mused, "Oh, it must be that Yin Tao has harmed herself to weaken her own consciousness. That woman is truly malicious. I just counted. I've lost 5 of my molars." Observing Zheng Jieqi muttering curses against Yin Tao while retreating into the room, Jin Qing couldn't help but smirk coldly. "Fool." 707, feeling a bit exasperated, remarked, "Just 4 days ago, you were even worse off than she is." Chapter 73. The brother possessed by a ghost every day. 25. Jin Qing stood by the window, gazing downwards while vociferously reprimanding the bodyguards to pursue the little ancestor's steward. An inexplicable surge of murderous intent arose from the depths of his heart. Why does this absurd world still exist? 707 once again perused Jin Qing's data and found his IQ, as expected, remained in a state of instability. After a few seconds of contemplation, 707 discerned the meaning. "Host, aside from your clarity of mind, do you possess any other sensations?" Jin Qing pondered 707's inquiry earnestly. "There were many matters I could not comprehend in the past, yet now, they seem clear." At this juncture, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, particularly when recalling some of his previous actions, which were undeniably unreliable. Seizing the moment, 707 pressed further. "What have you recalled, host?" Unrelenting, 707 inquired again. "What else comes to mind?" "I require first-hand information." Jin Qing, feeling somewhat irked, retorted, "Why does it concern you?" After being rebuffed, 707 fell silent for a moment before resolutely asking, "What do you plan to do next, host?" Finally, the resource-wasting 707 fell silent. As night descended, the streetlights flickered to life, casting a dim yellow glow that elongated the shadows of the trees lining the roadside, swaying gently with the evening breeze. The window in the study, which had been shattered into a gaping hole, was hastily covered by Jin Qing with tattered newspapers from within the room. The night wind whistled through the crevices of the paper, producing a rustling sound. The coffin lid of the Great Eagle has been discarded by Jin Qing onto the rooftop to air out, as Yin Tao can no longer sleep. And Jin Qing has no intention of enduring this torment any further. Zheng Jieqi, resembling a pig's head, slumbers atop Jin Qing's spiked club, utterly unconcerned about the possibility of the spikes unexpectedly springing forth. Meanwhile, the faceless ghost sits at the head of Jin Qing's bed, adorned with a painted mask, continually exhaling toward Jin Qing with its 4-character-like mouth. Under Jin Qing's arrangement, the faceless ghost serves as both a spectral air conditioner and a night watch, ready to alert at the first sign of an intruding spirit. At this moment, 707 has come to realize that the spirit of being miserly is ingrained deep within its host. Regardless of its host's intellect, the nature of a miser remains unchanged. Although it feels a tinge of fear toward Jin Qing at this moment, 707 cannot help but scoff inwardly at Jin Qing's frugal ways. Even if one is unafraid of ghostly presence, one should not exploit others to such an extent. Glancing at the faceless ghost, it appears to have received an important task, diligently blowing air toward Jin Qing, while vigilantly scanning the surroundings with its 2 circular eyes. This sense of responsibility leaves 707 speechless, pondering why everyone it encounters seems so peculiar. Jin Qing lies in bed, eyes shut, unable to drift into slumber as disjointed images flicker before her, yet every attempt to focus reveals nothing clear. This sensation breeds restlessness within her. 707 checks its data panel, and unsurprisingly, the intelligence metric has reverted to a score of 10. As 707 gazed at the peacefully slumbering Jin Qing, he occasionally rubbed his face against the soft pillow beneath his head, letting out a quiet sigh. Perhaps it was best for his host to remain in this state. After all, a smaller capacity for thought brought with it a certain lack of pressure. As the night wore on, Jin Qing felt an odd itch on her face, as if someone were gently brushing it with a delicate bristle. She instinctively reached up to soothe it, then nestled deeper into her covers. To her surprise, the elusive brush persisted, burrowing into her cocoon and continuing its ministrations. Annoyed, Jin Qing seized the source of her distress, only to discover it was a long strand of hair. Too weary to open her eyes, she simply pushed the hair away and turned over, hoping to return to slumber. Yet, this rebellious strand seemed to possess a will of its own, stubbornly re-entering the cocoon she had created. Just before it could touch the fabric again, Jin Qing suddenly sat up in bed, her mind racing. Something was amiss. She distinctly remembered that Zheng Jiao sported a bob, not long hair. Was it possible that the faceless spirit had grown weary of its existence and sought to provoke her into sending it on its way? However, before she could fully rise, a hand, calloused yet firm, grasped her own. Jin Qing clutched the hair with one hand while her other groped for the small peach with sword Zheng Jiao had placed on the bedside as decoration, hurling it towards the light switch. To her dismay, her aim was off. The sword clattered against the wall, embedding itself within. Jin Qing. At that moment, 707 appeared, delivering a timely remark. Host, you surely do not intend to turn on the light? Why not simply walk over? Fortunately, the aim was not precise. Otherwise, even the lights would remain unlit. Jin Qing thought to himself, I am not inclined to engage in conversation at this moment. I simply wish to embrace tranquility. Please understand my sentiment. At that very instant, the lights in the adjacent room flickered on, accompanied by the sound of Zheng Jieqi pulling open the door. A sense of foreboding washed over Jin Qing. Why was this fellow choosing to create chaos at such a time? Chapter 74, My Brother. Possessed by Spirits Daily, 26. Just as he was about to vociferously admonish Zheng Jieqi, he was taken aback by the startled exclamation emanating from the next room. Tossing the strands of hair he had clutched in his hand to the floor and crushing them beneath his foot, Jin Qing hastily donned his shoes and bolted from his room, casually illuminating both his own room and the living room as he passed by. Oh my! With the illumination of the lights, Jin Qing gasped in astonishment. One could only ponder how many spirits a single house could harbor, as evidenced by the sight before him in the living room. The entire dwelling, save for the room housing the wolf-toothed club, had become ensnared in a cascade of inky black hair. The faceless ghost and Zheng Jieqi were ensnared by the hair, suspended against the ceiling, with Zheng Jieqi weeping uncontrollably. Yet, the tears cascading from his eyes were woven with strands of black hair. The faceless ghost appeared increasingly feeble, its spectral form tinged with a pallid hue, as though it might be drained by the hair at any moment. The house was teeming with dozens of spirits, some clad in crimson garb, rolling their eyes and hovering menacingly from the ceiling, fixated on Jin Qing. Others had detached their own heads, tossing them like basketballs in their hands, seemingly poised to launch an assault upon Jin Qing at any moment. A gaping hole at the back of her head revealed a disarray of snow-white brain matter within. Blood streamed from her 7 orifices, as if some entity had mercilessly crushed half of her body into a flattened, pancake-like form. Beside her, in the dressing mirror, a reflection identical to Zheng Jiao leaned forward, intently extracting her own entrails, occasionally lifting her gaze to bestow a sinister smile upon Jin Qing. Jin Qing mused, in truth, I do not harbor any particular sense of identification with Zheng Jiao's appearance. So please, cease your laughter. The creases at the corners of your eyes are becoming evident. Tilting her head, she surveyed the grotesque apparitions before her. That one over there with 8 arms. Are you truly a ghost? Or have you mistakenly wandered in from a spider spirit's domain? Just as Jin Qing was engrossed in observing these peculiar phantoms, she felt an unexpected pressure on her shoulder. A noose fashioned from white satin encircled the neck of a female ghost. Swinging gently from the ceiling, upon catching Jin Qing's gaze, the ghost extended her hand and, with a seductive tone, beckoned, Come, join me. It's delightful. Just extend your head inside, and you shall possess everything you desire. You can obtain all that you yearn for. Jin Qing retorted, Surely, these words of yours have been rehearsed, dear hanging specter. Can you not offer a less formal invitation? Realizing that the collective spirits were diligently endeavoring to instill fear within her, Jin Qing charged directly toward the bound forms of Zheng Jieqi and the faceless ghost, scattering 2 lesser specters that were desperately conjuring illusions to bewilder her along the way. Fortunately, in this low-rise community, Jin Qing effortlessly tore down Zheng Jieqi and the faceless ghost from the ceiling above. At this moment, the faceless ghost's feet had become translucent, as if it could vanish at any moment. Zheng Jieqi was not faring much better. Upon gaining his freedom, he began to frantically tug at the strands of hair flowing from his eyes and mouth, causing him to retch violently. Jin Qing paid little heed to the chaos, hastily removing her sneakers and shoving the weakened faceless ghost inside. To prevent any light from escaping, she stuffed the shoe's opening with a sock. Then, without hesitation, she thrust the sneakers into the arms of the hunched-over, retching Zheng Jieqi and kicked them both into the room where the spiked club was kept. Outside, the various little spirits were already powerless against someone like Jin Qing, who held no reverence for the supernatural. Upon witnessing her confine their target into an inaccessible space, they erupted into wails and howls. Some even dared to mimic Zheng Jiao's voice to tempt Zheng Jieqi to step outside. Jin Qing thought to herself, could you not show a modicum of respect for the individual involved? These little spirits were woefully ignorant of Zheng Jieqi at that moment. The illusions and negative states surrounding him had completely dissipated. As for the faceless ghost, it was imperative that he be safely contained. The long-haired ghost lay atop the roof, its hair being expelled from its 7 orifices. When Jin Qing had severed the hair earlier, the hair ghost had sustained some energy loss and was now resting on the rooftop to recuperate. After a brief respite, the hair ghost stubbornly extended a strand of hair, attempting to slip it through the crack of Zheng Jieqi's door. Contrary to expectation, the strand of hair was instantly scorched by the murderous aura of the Wolf's Fang Club. Just as it had been upon entering the house, the hair ghost promptly severed the connection and remained motionless. Initially, the siblings were thought to be easily dealt with, but upon confrontation, it became apparent that one was untouchable and the other uncatchable. Having suffered repeated setbacks, the frustrated hair ghost quietly blanketed the entire ceiling with its hair, intending to strike at an opportune moment. Likewise, standing outside the door, Jin Qing coldly observed the various antics of the ghosts before her, remaining silent. Suddenly, 707's voice echoed in her mind. Host, I've located Yin Tao. You were right. She's in the vicinity. A glint of determination flashed in Jin Qing's eyes, finally. From the moment Jin Qing detected the high density of ghosts in the house, she had surmised that Yin Tao, having dispatched so many minions, would undoubtedly be nearby, orchestrating the ghosts to ensure the flawless execution of her plan and to savor the fruits of her victory at the first opportunity. Therefore, simultaneously with rescuing Zheng Jieqi and the faceless ghost, Jin Qing had instructed 707 to mobilize all nearby surveillance to ascertain whether Yin Tao was lurking in the area. As it turned out, her hunch was correct. Disregarding the taunting grimaces of the small ghosts before her, Jin Qing resolved to capture the ringleader first. Dealing with these troublesome small ghosts was not difficult, but it was certainly annoying. Therefore, eliminating Yin Tao took precedence. Moreover, allowing Zheng Jieqi to be frightened a little more wouldn't do any harm. At least it could temper his courage, preventing him from being so timid in the future. Unexpectedly, just as Jin Qing reached the doorway, she detected the rich aroma of meat emanating from the kitchen. The aroma, so intensely fragrant, induced a momentary daze in Jin Qing, prompting her to head towards the kitchen. Upon entering, she noticed a stove with a blazing fire, upon which sat a pot, its contents bubbling vigorously. The rich, meaty scent emanated from this very pot. Entranced by the aroma, Jin Qing's hand involuntarily reached for the pot. The wailing specters in the living room had fallen silent, furtively observing the kitchen's activity. Overwhelmed by the enticing fragrance, Jin Qing lifted the lid with one hand, a torrent of steam enveloping her. She inhaled the rich scent with greedy breaths, peering into the pot. This was the moment the ghosts had been waiting for. Through the dense vapor, Jin Qing beheld the contents of the pot, a human head, boiled to a pulpy consistency, bobbing rhythmically in the liquid. The intense, meaty aroma originated from this very head. As Jin Qing lifted the lid, the head turned, its face directed towards her. Extended boiling had rendered the water milky white, and the head's gender was indistinguishable. Hair and scalp had detached, floating freely in the simmering broth. The ears and nose appeared disfigured, likely due to the friction against the pot's wall, while the flesh on the face had been flung away. The 2 eyeballs, having been subjected to prolonged boiling, had turned a ghastly gray-white, and the eyelids had been rendered gelatinous by the heat. The head, oblivious and unfeeling, continued to roll within the cauldron as if the act of being boiled were a source of joy. When it noticed Jin Qing gazing down at it, the head made an effort to muster a smile. In that fleeting moment of mirth, the flesh on its face erupted like splintered wood shavings, peeling away and sinking to the bottom of the pot as the eyeballs were forcibly expelled from their sockets. Unperturbed by the grotesque spectacle, the head managed to utter, "The soup is ready. Would you care to taste?" No sooner had the words escaped its lips than its tongue shot out, splattering a spray of broth. The head beamed with satisfaction at its culinary creation, its gray-white eyeballs fixed intently on Jin Qing, anticipating her scream. Meanwhile, the lurking little demons beside it began to stir, eager to pounce upon and shred the troublesome woman. Jin Qing, feeling a wave of revulsion, thought to herself, What if I never wish to drink meat soup again? Though she truly felt the urge to scream, she had not been deceived. Her intention was merely to observe these spirits for any new tricks they might conjure. However, she had not anticipated their choice of such a revolting method. Grasping the pot lid, she rubbed her teeth, initially planning to use these little demons to frighten Zhang Jiaqi, hoping to toughen him up. Ever since being possessed by a ghost, he had become intolerably cowardly. 707 sighed. How many times must I say it? Zhang Jiaqi's cowardice stems from the death of Zhang Jiayao, you know. However, what Jin Qing had not anticipated was that these little devils possessed the ability to ignite flames, rendering their continued existence untenable. As the severed heads bobbed incessantly within the cauldron, the veins on Jin Qing's forehead pulsed rhythmically. She was utterly perplexed as to why every single monster she encountered seemed intent on depleting her financial resources. The heads in the pot, too, found the situation peculiar. Unable to comprehend why the woman they faced today did not react with the same terrified screams as others, Jin Qing, left to her own devices, stared at the heads in the pot as they continued to churn in the boiling water, a throbbing ache in her temples. After a moment of contemplation, Jin Qing resolved, such perilous potential arsonists must be eradicated preemptively, instructing 707 to maintain surveillance over Yin Tao's movements. Jin Qing clamped the lid onto the pot and carried it towards the lavatory. Such a fragrant broth of flesh, she doubted Zhang Jiaqi could resist. It was safer to dispose of it. The other small ghosts, witnessing her actions, remained impassive, continuing their efforts to entice Zhang Jiaqi from behind his door. They were unconcerned with Jin Qing's intentions, as they were unable to frighten her, and she, in turn, did not interfere with their endeavors. Whether she intended to consume the contents of the pot or discard them was of no consequence to them. Jin Qing, paying no heed to the other ghosts' antics, bore the meaty broth to the restroom. No sooner had she arrived than she detected a series of gurgling sounds emanating from within, accompanied by the grating noise of fingernails scraping against the toilet lid. The veins on Jin Qing's head finally ruptured. She hoped against hope that the toilet bowl did not contain yet another specter being cooked alive. Using her toe, she lifted the toilet lid, only to discover that it did not contain a cauldron of boiling water. Instead, a spectral claw, adorned with elongated nails, emerged from the toilet drain. As the ghastly appendage extended, it elicited a series of gurgling sounds from the drain pipe. The claw appeared to have suffered the ravages of corrosion, its cyan black arm riddled with putrid cavities and teeming with maggots and excrement. The claw flexed twice, brandishing its sable, lengthy nails in a series of raking motions. Several maggots, accompanied by excrement, cascaded from the fingertips, writhing upon the pristine toilet bowl before resolutely ascending the arm once more. Jin Qing, this spectacle, juxtaposed with the fragrant aroma of meat broth, has indeed diminished her appetite for chicken feet for the foreseeable week. Subsequently, the spectral claw, realizing its inability to reach the toilet lid, ceased its raking behavior. From the toilet drain, another hand emerged. As the two hands rubbed together, fragments of decaying flesh and maggots detached from the arms, cascading downwards. It appeared as though some entity was endeavoring to extricate itself from the confines of the toilet. Simultaneously, a macabre chuckle emanated from the pot in Jin Qing's grasp. Thank you. I have at long last located my corporeal form. Thereafter, the severed head fell silent, anticipating Jin Qing's imminent shriek of terror, leaving only the gurgling sounds from the toilet. Jin Qing's patience reached its breaking point. She lifted the pot lid and deposited the severed head and scalding broth into the toilet. Go and reunite with your family. Seizing the adjacent toilet brush, she employed her focused strength to grind the severed head and arms within the toilet into a pulpy slurry of bone fragments and gore. Before the head could emit a scream, the very body it prided itself upon was pulverized by Jin Qing. The essence of a human head lies in the storage of one's soul within the flesh of the deceased, subsequently employing the lifeless body to traverse various locales, instilling fear and harvesting energy for oneself. This necessitates a substantial expenditure of spiritual strength to exert control over another's corporeal form, unless one disassociates from the body being manipulated. Any harm inflicted upon it inevitably inflicts damage upon the soul. The swiftness of Jin Qing's recent actions led to the unexpected disappearance of his body, resulting in the dispersal of his soul. Jin Qing laboriously flushed the grotesque mass he had conjured down the toilet. Satisfied, he gazed at the toilet brush still smeared with remnants of flesh, exclaiming, "The quality of this stirring stick is truly commendable." In Chapter 76, Titled My Brother Possessed by Ghosts Every Day, he confronted the mirror specter bearing Zheng Jiao's visage, which persistently grinned malevolently at him. With a fierce grip, he tore at it, retorting, "What are you grinning at? Do you think your teeth are dazzling?" After vanquishing the mirror specter, Jin Qing rushed into the living room, swiftly dispatching the bewildered little ghosts before they could react. Finally, he extracted the last strand of hair from the entity that had been plaguing him, leaving the hairless specter as nothing more than a fragile, thin shell, which fluttered to the ground like a piece of paper. As the hair was completely removed, the once mountainous accumulation of hair on the floor vanished entirely. The thin skin, caught by a draft, cracked open on the ground and transformed into a pale gray powder, scattering with the wind. Jin Qing's expression darkened. "I hope I won't have to clean this up later." 707 lamented within Jin Qing's consciousness, observing that regardless of their intelligence, the host's peculiar focus on matters remained constant. As Jin Qing contemplated whether to drag Zheng Jieqi out for some cleaning duties, 707 interjected, "Host, Yin Tao is currently downstairs. Would you like to eliminate her?" A ferocious grin spread across Jin Qing's face. "Perfect timing. Saves me the trouble of seeking her out." Yin Tao had been dispatching imps to torment her daily, disrupting Jin Qing's meals and sleep. Jin Qing was consumed by the desire to obliterate Yin Tao. Little did she expect that Yin Tao would present herself at her doorstep today. No wonder the Ghost King found her so considerate, Jin Qing mused, stroking her chin. Subsequently, Jin Qing sauntered down the stairs. Her body was far too precious to be squandered like that of an old zombie, capable of leaping from the 7th floor unscathed. Lost in thought, Jin Qing arrived downstairs and noticed a convertible Volkswagen Beetle parked there. Inside, a long-haired woman in a black dress impatiently tapped her fingers on the steering wheel, her fair and delicate hands betraying her restlessness. This woman was none other than Yin Tao. Yin Tao muttered, "Trash, useless," while repeatedly checking her watch. Her slender eyebrows were furrowed in frustration, and she frequently glanced towards Jin Qing's residence. Yin Tao couldn't fathom why her subordinates had not yet succeeded. Furthermore, the thought of the gravely injured Ghost King filled Yin Tao with a sense of foreboding, intensifying her anxiety. Jin Qing lingered for a moment in the corridor before gliding silently to the rear of Yin Tao's vehicle, her voice echoing softly, "Are you waiting for me?" The chilling timbre of her voice sent a shiver coursing through Yin Tao's body. Stiffly, she turned her neck, catching sight of Jin Qing and the elongated shadow she cast upon the ground, exclaiming in shock, You, how are you not dead yet?" Jin Qing chuckled softly, retorting, "If you are still alive, why should I be dead?" Yin Tao momentarily froze, realizing that Zheng Jiao seemed markedly different from before. Stealthily, she employed her special ability to scrutinize Jin Qing, only to be taken aback by the sight of a dense, almost corporeal mass of purple energy swirling above her head. Panic surged within her. Previously, through extensive trials, Yin Tao had discerned that black energy signified death, green represented life, white indicated illness, red denoted fortune, and gray was associated with spirits. Yet, she had never encountered purple energy, so thick it appeared as if it could drip like oil. The last time Yin Tao had buried Zheng Jiao alive, she had been enveloped in a shroud of gray energy, ensnared by malevolent spirits. What then had transpired with Zheng Jiao now? Had she perhaps experienced some extraordinary event after her entombment, acquiring a special ability akin to her own? The thought ignited a flicker of madness in Yin Tao's eyes. There was only room for one individual with a special ability in this world, and the notion of there being another was intolerable. With each passing moment, the resolve within her hardened. She must eliminate Zheng Jiao. The seductive smile at the corner of Yin Tao's lips had yet to fade, yet it now bore a hint of frenzied malice. "Die. With your demise, I shall be the sole woman endowed with a golden finger." To her astonishment, Jin Qing managed to sidestep her attack. Undeterred, Yin Tao reoriented herself and charged at Jin Qing once more, resolute in her intent to bring her to ruin. However, this time, Jin Qing stood her ground, unflinching and unwavering, awaiting the collision. Witnessing this scene, Yin Tao presumed Jin Qing was paralyzed by fear. She pressed the accelerator harder, intent on slamming Jin Qing against the community wall. The mere thought of Jin Qing's impending demise filled Yin Tao with uncontainable glee, her smile widening with each passing moment. Through the rearview mirror, she caught sight of Jin Qing's seemingly dazed expression, which ignited waves of exhilaration within her. Victory was imminent. The car barreled toward Jin Qing. And Yin Tao's face blossomed into a radiant smile as she anticipated the ensuing cacophony and Jin Qing's agonized cries. The thrill was intoxicating, rendering her nearly euphoric. Yet, as the vehicle reached Jin Qing, it abruptly halted. The tires screeched against the pavement, producing a series of jarring, abrasive sounds, while a pungent scent of scorched rubber invaded their nostrils. Yin Tao furiously pressed the accelerator, only to find the car immobile. In the rearview mirror, she glimpsed Jin Qing's hand firmly pressing against the vehicle, holding it in place. Bewildered by this unexpected display of strength, Yin Tao resolved to floor the gas pedal, hoping to gain enough momentum to shake her off. Yet to her dismay, the car remained steadfastly still. Undeterred, Yin Tao pressed her foot down on the accelerator with renewed vigor, only to stall the engine. As she was about to restart the car, she noticed herself ascending gradually. To her astonishment, she saw Jin Qing hoisting her up, car and all. Jin Qing, with a dismissive pout, remarked, "I thought it would be heavy, but it's lighter than the stone lions in front of my general's mansion." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Yin Tao prepared to leap out of the car and flee. Jin Qing, anticipating her move, lifted Yin Tao's car vertically above her head. Yin Tao, who had unbuckled her seatbelt, was nearly flung out by Jin Qing's sudden action, barely managing to grab onto the car seat. Before she could regain her composure, she heard Jin Qing's sinister chuckle. "Want to run? That's easy. I'll give you a ride." With that, she hurled Yin Tao and her car away. With a resounding crash, the car was flung 20 meters, demolishing a section of the community's guardrail. The car's front was crushed, and the windshield shattered. Yin Tao's face collided with the steering wheel, causing 2 streams of blood to flow from her nostrils. Her lips swelled up, and blood trickled from the corners of her mouth, making it appear as if she were biting on 2 plump sausages. A clear indication that her mouth had taken the brunt of the impact. Yin Tao struggled to crawl out of the wreckage. Jin Qing, watching from afar, clicked her tongue in amazement. Good heavens, her vitality is astonishing. To not even faint from such a massive impact, her resilience is even greater than a cockroach's. As Yin Tao scrambled away, Jin Qing followed leisurely behind. She was intrigued to ascertain if there existed anyone in this world who could outpace her. Observing Jin Qing's unhurried demeanor, 707 grew anxious. "Host, I've just discovered that this Yin Tao indeed harbors a renegade system." Jin Qing inquired with perplexity. "Is that so? How did you come to this realization?" Jin Qing. "How is that pertinent to me?" 707, detecting Jin Qing's indifference, elaborated further. "This world is one where humans and spirits coexist, each with their respective paths. However, the sheer number of spirits in this world is unfathomable. I've just traced some of the information emanating from Yin Tao. It turns out that when this renegade system first arrived in this world, it utilized all of its energy to seal the gates of the underworld before plunging headfirst into Yin Tao. Yin Tao's arrival at the Ghost King's location was also orchestrated by this system. It has already absorbed a significant amount of energy through Yin Tao, so we must hasten to extract it." Jin Qing's face twitched. "Extract it? Extract it from where, and how? Is she supposed to borrow a spoon from that female ghost she encountered yesterday morning?" However, a system capable of sealing the gates of the underworld sounds truly formidable. Reflecting on her own ragtag system, Jin Qing felt a pang of frustration. Why did all the good things belong to others? Jin Qing frowned. Will it harm Yin Tao? She had no desire to resemble a deviant, digging out handfuls of crystalline lenses. Hearing this, Jin Qing felt a sudden throbbing in her heart. This was quite a lot of information to process. Also, hadn't this 707 already taken root within her? Sensing Jin Qing's emotions, 707 felt a wave of suspicion wash over him and retorted indignantly. "The host is a soul entity, utterly devoid of a physical form for me to anchor myself in. Moreover, we are bound as souls, inherently united, if you will." Jin Qing touched his nose, pondering the notion of unity. If they were indeed one, then was this 707 his head or his feet? Nonetheless, feeling slightly embarrassed after being called out, Jin Qing deftly shifted the topic, saying, 707, how come I never noticed before that you possess such remarkable abilities? From monitoring surveillance to scanning Yin Tao, and even devising strategies to handle the defector system, your performance today has deviated significantly from your previous inept image, exhibiting a proactive nature that seems almost uncharacteristic of you. Oblivious to Jin Qing's attempt to divert the conversation, 707 basked in the praise, feeling a sense of fulfillment. After hearing Jin Qing's words, 707 proudly declared, "Of course, I am not like those mass-produced systems. I was crafted personally by the esteemed master brain. The term defective product was discreetly swallowed down. Jin Qing pondered, sensing something amiss, and inquired, so, are you implying that it was not Yin Tao who buried Zheng Jiayao alive, but rather this defector system? Who, then, should she seek vengeance against? Jin Qing mused aloud. What will happen to Yin Tao once I unearth the defector system? 707's tone turned grave. Her entanglement with the defector system runs too deep. Even if it were to be excavated, it would adversely affect her mental state, potentially rendering her an imbecile. Nevertheless, this is her own choice. Everyone must bear the consequences of their decisions. Silent, Jin Qing comprehended the veracity of 707's words. Inflicting harm upon others to satiate one's own desires ultimately necessitates personal atonement. However, the mere notion of having one's desires manipulated by another is terrifying. What purpose do these renegade systems serve? Chapter 78. A brother possessed by spirits daily. 30. As Jin Qing remained taciturn, 707 smugly believed that she was beginning to recognize its usefulness. Little did it know. Jin Qing abruptly inquired, once the renegade system is unearthed, how will you deal with it? Jin Qing expressed astonishment. Consume it? Is this 707 a Chinese pastoral dog? Why must it devour everything? Upon hearing about a reward, Jin Qing's spirits immediately lifted. What reward? A myriad of alpacas galloped through Jin Qing's mind. The rewards bestowed by your porcine overlord are indeed quite arbitrary. 707 was currently ecstatic. These renegade systems are a rare find. Devouring one would be immensely beneficial for a defective product like itself. It could barely restrain itself. It must consume it. It was determined to devour it. While Jin Qing engaged in fervent discourse with 707 in her consciousness, she relentlessly pursued Yin Tao, her pace unwavering. The vicinity was primarily residential, with scarcely any 24-hour establishments. Yin Tao felt as though she had nowhere to flee. Jin Qing, like a cat toying with a mouse, followed her at a measured distance, relishing her desperate flight. Eventually, Yin Tao reached a thoroughfare, gazed around, and ceased her advance. Simultaneously, resentment surged within Yin Tao's heart. Zheng Jiayao, who also possessed a golden finger, dared to reduce her to such a disheveled state, and she was determined to ensure her demise. With arms crossed and head cocked, Jin Qing inquired in a boorish manner, where are the surveillance cameras located? Yin Tao, clutching her chest and gasping for breath, frantically pointed towards the surveillance device atop the utility pole beside her, exclaiming, it's right there. Can't you see it? Are you blind? Jin Qing, still with arms folded, cast a glance at the seemingly deranged Yin Tao and sauntered over to the nearest utility pole. Closing one eye to gauge the direction, she tapped the pole with the tip of her shoe, and upon observing the slight sway of the concrete structure, nodded with satisfaction. Yin Tao, perturbed by Jin Qing's peculiar behavior, watched as she scrutinized the pole in silence. Once again, Yin Tao yelled at Jin Qing, let me tell you, you can't touch me. If you dare lay a hand on me, the police will arrest you tomorrow. It's different for me. My subordinates are ghosts, and no surveillance can capture their forms. You won't even know how you die. Haraha. Yin Tao's unrestrained and triumphant laughter was abruptly cut short by Jin Qing's subsequent action. Having calculated the distance, Jin Qing delivered a ferocious kick to the utility pole in front of her. The pole snapped in two at its midpoint and flew a considerable distance, toppling the 5 poles behind it. The utility pole with the surveillance camera attached had also succumbed, the camera lens shattered beyond repair. The high-voltage wires were severed, plunging the entire street into darkness, save for the intermittent sparks emanating from the broken lines on the ground. Startled by the sudden blackout, Yin Tao emitted a piercing scream, as if attempting to bolster her courage through vocalization. Unexpectedly, a frigid hand clamped over her mouth, stifling her cries to mere whimpers escaping through the gaps between the fingers. Yin Tao emitted incessant muffled sounds, endeavoring to convey to the person behind her that she had already summoned the Ghost King's minions. She wanted to warn that if Jin Qing did not depart immediately, the assembled spirits would soon tear her to pieces. However, the hand pressed so firmly that she was unable to produce any coherent sound. Just as Yin Tao was overcome with panic, a sinister voice, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, echoed in her ear. Now that there are no surveillance cameras, let's have a proper conversation. Yin Tao, petrified, rolled her eyes back and fainted. Jin Qing, pleased with the limp form of Yin Tao in her arms, gently laid her on the ground and took a satisfied sniff. The recent encounters with ghosts had not been in vain, as evidenced by the effectiveness of her newly acquired skill, capable of inducing unconsciousness in others. At this moment, 707 had successfully rendered Jin Qing's right index and middle fingers ethereal. Just as Jin Qing was about to commence digging, Yin Tao, who had been lying unconscious on the ground, abruptly opened her eyes. In stark contrast to her previous appearance, Yin Tao's eyes were no longer the clear, black and white orbs they once were, but had transformed into a pair of golden, metallic eyeballs with concentric rings of black light. The metallic orb within the eye socket dilated and contracted as if assessing the surroundings. Subsequently, Yin Tao, who was lying on the ground, began to speak. Her frigid, metallic voice was as grating as a sharp object scraping across glass. A mere task performer dares to engage with me. Do you comprehend who I am? Abruptly ceasing her tirade, Jin Qing shook her head, entrusting the eyeball to 707 within her sea of consciousness. She genuinely couldn't fathom why these individuals insisted on uttering such superfluous words before initiating combat. Did self-disclosure augment their combat prowess? Meanwhile, 707 cradled the eyeball with utmost care, ecstatic at their unexpected windfall. Gathering the unconscious Yin Tao from the ground, Jin Qing placed her gently within a roadside flower bed. She covered her with tattered newspapers to prevent untoward incidents involving vagrants. With a disdainful glance, Jin Qing turned and departed, unwilling to treat any woman in such a manner. Chapter 79. My brother, possessed daily by ghosts. 31. Jin Qing harbored no further animosity towards Yin Tao. For someone potentially facing imbecility, continued existence might not necessarily be a boon. Moreover, even if Yin Tao were to retain her faculties, it remained uncertain whether she could recapture her former carefree existence and once again ascend to the zenith of life alongside the Ghost King, now bereft of her golden touch. With hands clasped behind her back, Jin Qing commenced her homeward journey. Alas, one must ultimately rely on oneself. Scarcely had she taken a few steps when she discerned a colossal, verdant orb of light emerging from the distant darkness, advancing in her direction. The luminous green sphere was strikingly conspicuous against the gloom. Jin Qing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing it intently. It became apparent that the orb enveloped two figures, who were making their way towards her. A refined-looking man adorned in pristine white robes stood alongside a strikingly beautiful woman cloaked in somber black attire. As they gracefully glided, an ethereal emerald radiance accompanied their movements, casting an otherworldly green hue upon them. The luminous orb halted before Jin Qing, who then discerned that neither of the figure's feet touched the ground. The raven-haired woman's exquisite visage remained impassive, her gaze fixed upon Jin Qing with a detached coolness. Conversely, the fair man, with a gentle smile playing on his lips, addressed Jin Qing, inquiring, "Were you the one who liberated us from our confinement?" Jin Qing responded with a puzzled query, "Who are you?" She pondered when she had performed such a selfless act without recognition, a habit she deemed undesirable. The man elucidated with a genial demeanor, "We are emissaries from the netherworld, the legendary black and white impermanence of the underworld. I am by Wuchang 3821, and she is He Wuchang 009. We are the principal custodians of this territory, tasked with escorting souls destined for the underworld to face judgment. Based on their earthly deeds, we determine whether they are to undergo penance or be reincarnated. A year ago, an unforeseen event occurred, sealing the gates of the underworld. Despite the king of the underworld's diligent efforts, a solution to break the seal remained elusive. However, today, the gates spontaneously reopened, prompting our immediate pursuit of the unsealed area, which led us to you." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing regarded the man with apprehension, asking, "From which institution did you escape? I find your words incomprehensible." The man disregarded Jin Qing's feigned ignorance and continued, "I sense a potent energy emanating from you. It seems your body and soul are not entirely in sync." Upon hearing Jin Qing's words, the woman in black abruptly spoke, "Not you. Thank you for the assistance." The woman's manner of speaking, like her appearance, was frigid and unyielding. However, Jin Qing could discern a trace of goodwill in her words. Bai Wuchang, upon hearing He Wuchang speak, offered a genial explanation, "Don't be alarmed by her. She has a slight speech impediment, which is why she prefers to remain silent. We do not suspect you of sealing the gates of the underworld. We detect no malice within you. However, we were tracking the seal here, but it suddenly vanished, and the point of disappearance was precisely there. Simultaneously, you appeared here. So I am curious as to whether you aided in dispelling the seal?" Bai Wuchang gestured towards the spot where Yin Tao had been lying. regarding Jin Qing with a bemused expression. Jin Qing responded with an air of bewilderment. What are you talking about? I don't understand any of it. Bai Wuchang chuckled at Jin Qing. Do you know where your greatest vulnerability lies? Jin Qing stared at him blankly, her expression of innocence amusing Bai Wuchang. In high spirits, he elucidated, a normal person, upon seeing two individuals radiating green light, would have long since been driven to distraction and fled in terror. Yet, you have remained here conversing with us. Tell me, should I believe that you are merely passing by? Jin Qing, struck by a sudden realization, lamented that after encountering so many apparitions in recent days, she had momentarily forgotten how a normal person ought to react. Truly, she had been significantly led astray by Yin Tao. With this thought, she crossed her arms and cast a sidelong glance at the grinning Bai Wuchang and the grimly dressed He Wuchang, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. If you dare, come and snatch from me. I can swiftly send you both to meet your master. At that moment, He Wuchang spoke. That object is perilous. You should exercise caution. Jin Qing nodded in acknowledgement of He Wuchang's well-meaning advice, recognizing that kindness from others should not be disregarded. Observing Jin Qing's composed demeanor, He Wuchang ceased further commentary and shifted his gaze elsewhere. Bai Wuchang was about to interject, but noticed He Wuchang shaking his head, signaling a gesture of defeat, prompting him to fall silent. However, Jin Qing continued, isn't it exhausting to bear such a heavy aura every day? The pressure must be immense. He Wuchang. Bai Wuchang. Soon after, Bai Wuchang noticed that He Wuchang appeared to drift off again in thought. Gritting his teeth, he explained to Jin Qing. This is to attract the wandering souls, drawing them unconsciously toward us. Only those with the heavenly eye can perceive this light, serving as a warning of our arrival, allowing them to evade us in advance. In response to this well-intentioned counsel, Jin Qing remarked, it's not necessary for a Wuchang to be as green as spinach. With you constantly parading around in this hue, how do you think others perceive your family? Their pressure may surpass yours. Bai Yuanchang. Bai Yuanchang. What if we accidentally harm her? Noticing Bai Yuanchang's anger, Bai Yuanchang shook his head once more and gestured to leave. Bai Yuanchang immediately regained her composure, despite her usual stammering. She was indeed the first generation of the Wuchang ghost messengers. It was precisely due to this minor speech impediment that she had not been able to ascend in rank. Thus her words were to be heeded. With this in mind, Bai Yuanchang clasped her hands together in a gesture of respect towards Jin Qing and politely stated, since the young lady is unaware of the circumstances, shall we take our leave? Without further ado, she turned decisively to depart. Observing the two turn away, Jin Qing hastily called out behind them, where are you going? Chapter 80. The Brother Possessed by Ghosts Daily. 32. Jin Qing pondered for a moment. Would you not consider capturing the Ghost King as well? With their intervention, it would alleviate her own troubles. Jin Qing smirked. No wonder everyone claims that ghostly tales are convoluted. Witnessing their articulate reasoning left her momentarily speechless. After finishing her words, Bai Yuanchang, along with He Yuanchang, swiftly departed, enveloped in a green luminescence. Once the two ghosts vanished from sight, Jin Qing found herself engulfed in darkness once again. Feeling a tinge of ennui, with her hands clasped behind her back, she strolled leisurely towards the 24-hour diner she had visited the previous morning. After a restless night, hunger struck once more. Now that the He Yuanchang and Bai Yuanchang had emerged to uphold order, it was likely that the little ghosts had retreated far away. Perhaps this time she could enjoy a peaceful meal. Having arrived in this world for nearly 100 hours, Jin Qing has managed to sleep for less than 4 hours in total. Each time she attempts to succumb to slumber, an apparition disrupts her, evoking a profound sense of sorrow. Meanwhile, the Ghost King, who has been dormant within the ancient jade, abruptly opens his eyes, sensing the disturbance in the essence he had once left on Yin Tao. This essence was initially bestowed to safeguard her from peril, allowing him to intervene at any moment. However, Yin Tao had never summoned it until today, when it was unexpectedly triggered. Understanding that his beloved little Peach must be in grave trouble, the Ghost King, disregarding his own severe injuries, swiftly emerges from the jade and hastens towards her location. At that moment, Yin Tao has awakened, but her once clear eyes have become vacant. As the Ghost King arrives, he finds her seated in a flower bed, cheerfully playing with the snot frozen by the cold wind. Observing her in the darkness, blowing bubbles with her nasal discharge, the Ghost King's heart, which had not felt a pulse in millennia, aches as if cut by daggers. Prior to arriving here, he had contemplated every conceivable scenario, yet he never imagined that his perceptive little Peach would transform into a simpleton. Cautiously, he extends a fragment of his consciousness into her being, attempting to mend her damaged mind. However, the injury to his little peach lies not in her intellect, but in her soul. A significant portion of it is irreparably lost. The Demon King let out a desperate howl, disregarding the potential impact his ghostly aura might have on his beloved. In a reckless descent from the sky, he finally embraced his cherished one for the first time. However, this embrace was devoid of the sweetness he had envisioned countless times before. Instead, it was filled with anguish and fury. The Demon King tightened his grip, overwhelmed by a desire to wail at the heavens. Unbeknownst to him, the cold aura emanating from him sent shivers through Yin Tao, who was now in a daze. As his arms constricted around her, the chilling essence seeped into her very bones, causing her to lose control and wet herself. Upon realizing what had happened, the Demon King released his hold and retreated a few steps, kneeling in despair as he gazed at his beloved. In her stupor, Yin Tao had become remarkably quiet. Even in her discomfort, she neither cried nor protested, seemingly oblivious to the presence of the Demon King, as if she had sealed the world outside her heart and forgotten her humanity. Once freed from his grip, she felt a warmth returning and quickly dismissed her earlier discomfort, focusing instead on the damp soil beneath her, occasionally poking at it with her fingers. The Demon King observed as Yin Tao completely disregarded him, her spirit dulled by his icy presence, now reduced to mindlessly playing in the dirt while losing herself in a haze of innocence. Calmly observing Yin Tao, who was engrossed in constructing her castle, the Ghost King had completely regained his composure. The individual who had harmed his beloved little peach must face the dire consequences. However, before that, he needed to ensure the well-being of his cherished little peach, a woman of such pride, nobility, and innocence. If she were aware of his current predicament, she would undoubtedly be unable to bear it. He needed to devise a plan to fulfill little Peach's original wish, enabling them to be together for eternity. What should he do? He needed to contemplate, to think deeply. The Ghost King sat in the flower bed, lost in silence as he gazed at Yin Tao, who was playing in the mud. Meanwhile, Jin Qing, having enjoyed a hearty meal in the dining room, began her journey home, unaware of the events that had just transpired by the flower bed. The fatigue that had previously weighed her down vanished in an instant, replaced by a whirlwind of thoughts. Are you all queuing up to torment me? At that moment, Ying sat dejectedly in the living room, appearing as limp as a rabbit with drooping ears. Little did he expect that before he could even encounter Jin Qing, she would slap him against the wall. You had better explain how you got in here, and where is my television? Jin Qing was furious, wondering why everyone seemed intent on taking advantage of her. Chapter 81, My Brother. Possessed by a ghost every day, 33. What Jin Qing found most satisfying about Zheng Jiao's home was the 65-inch television in the living room. It is worth noting that neither in her previous task world nor in the life she had led before had she ever used a television of such grandeur. Setting aside the intrinsic value of the television itself, the entertainment it brings is precisely what she yearned for in her previous life. In that existence, her leisure pursuits were limited to listening to operas, enjoying music, playing chess, sipping tea, and observing others as they wrote or painted. All forms of amusement were inherently linked to human interaction. Thus, when Jin Qing laid her eyes upon the television, she was nearly moved to tears at long last. She could indulge in a wealth of spiritual nourishment, vowing to embrace the television each night as she slept. However, what incited Jin Qing's fury was the inexplicable disappearance of her chosen companion, the television. Ying, having been forcefully shoved into the wall by Jin Qing, exerted considerable effort to extricate himself, momentarily reveling in his own resilience, before turning to confront Jin Qing. Why did you strike me? Jin Qing, still seething over her companion's abrupt departure, retorted, how did you even get in here? She then pondered in her mind, addressing 707. Did I not lock the door? Frustrated, she pressed 707. Why did you not remind me? 707 responded, who could have anticipated that upon hearing Yin Tao's arrival, you would bolt like a child reunited with their mother? Ever since the host's intelligence had become erratic, 707 felt more like her assistant than anything else. Yet, it seemed he was indeed meant to be her aide. Disheartened by this revelation, 707 chose silence. Observing 707's taciturn demeanor, Jin Qing redirected her ire towards Ying, reasoning that since neither of them were quite normal, it mattered little whom she chastised. As she observed the imposing figure of Ying, who was currently realigning her bones, Jin Qing inquired, have you seen my television? With a sense of urgency, she pressed on, and then, did you eliminate them? Where has the television gone? To her astonishment, De Ying raised his chin with pride and proclaimed, upon my entrance, they immediately fell to their knees, lamenting about their 80-year-old wives and 3 lovers, pleading for mercy. Hearing this, Jin Qing felt a wave of dread wash over her. Surely, this fool could not have been so easily duped. Regaining her composure, she forced a sinister smile and spat through gritted teeth. And then you let them go? At this moment, her hopes had all but vanished, and with clenched jaws, she demanded, what about the television? To her dismay, De Ying's arrogance reached new heights as he declared, I made them leave. I refused to have anything touched by their filthy hands. I told them to take their things and scram, lest they soil my space. Jin Qing was left speechless, her mind racing with anger. Where's my wolf fawn club? I should annihilate this imbecile before me. That television belongs to me. You are of no use to me. I must eliminate this wastrel. Meanwhile, 707's interest was piqued. It was rare to witness someone provoke such ire in their host, prompting a re-evaluation of future objectives. Half an hour later, Jin Qing, panting heavily as she sat on the ground, cast a cold smile at the now defenseless De Ying. Weren't you supposed to be directionally challenged? How did you find your way here? Could it be that you are merely a counterfeit lost soul? Jin Qing then queried. What about the old butler? And who is Xiaoji? Jin Qing. Even if Yin Tao was exploited by the renegade system, she's still quite wicked. After all, the renegade system only amplifies one's desires. A barely perceptible glint flickered into Ying's eyes, his movements ceased, and he exhaled softly, murmuring, Xiaoji is of utmost importance. He's the last of our lineage, and I must safeguard him. Jin Qing. I'm inexplicably chilled. Goosebumps are forming. Rubbing her arms, Jin Qing continued, under what circumstances would you disregard Xiaoji's life or death? Dying lowered his head, pondering Jin Qing's query with utmost seriousness, then looked up and declared earnestly, if I were lost. Jin Qing chuckled as she regarded him. Remarkable. It's a testament to Xiaoji's fortitude that he's survived this long under your protection. Jin Qing. Whatever makes you happy. It's rare to find a punching bag that can self-repair and enhance my combat prowess. De Ying, oblivious to Jin Qing's covetous gaze, began to limber up. Jin Qing mused that De Ying probably wasn't conspiring with anyone to steal her television, so she inquired, what do you intend to do at my house? Hearing Jin Qing's blunt question, De Ying was elated. He could finally express his innermost thoughts. I desire you. Dream on. Upon hearing De Ying's words, Jin Qing swung her palm with full force, sending him crashing into the load-bearing wall. Why does everyone covet my beauty? Chapter 82. Under the tremendous impact of the Great Eagle, the wall was battered, creating a substantial crater, with the steel reinforcements bulging out. Accompany me on a shopping spree. The Great Eagle, trapped within the confines of the wall, finally expressed its long-held sentiments. However, muffled by the wall, its words were indistinct. The Great Eagle felt exasperated. The woman's reaction was simply too swift. Just as it began to articulate its thoughts, she took action, struggling for a moment. The Great Eagle realized it could not extricate itself, while Jin Qing, prompted by 707, discerned that the eagle merely wished for her company on a shopping excursion, not for anything else. Rubbing her nose, Jin Qing thought it unfair to blame herself for any misunderstanding given the eagle's inability to communicate effectively. 707 remarked, Host, rest assured. With your disposition, no one would desire your company. Simply await your solitary existence. As she tore the eagle from the wall, Jin Qing gazed at the wall's peeling paint clinging to the eagle and then at the indented surface, feeling an acute pang of sorrow. How much would it cost to repair this damage? Impulsiveness is indeed a devil. She vowed never to act out in the house again. Once the great eagle stood firmly on the ground, it solemnly addressed Jin Qing. I wish for you to accompany me on a shopping spree for an entire day. 8 months have passed since my awakening here, during which I have been followed daily, preventing me from truly experiencing the local culture and customs. Now that I have finally attained a semblance of freedom, I implore your assistance. Jin Qing replied, I have no time. I am exceedingly busy. Just because you ask does not obligate me to comply. I am not your mother, ready to fulfill your every request. The great eagle continued nonchalantly, in truth. It is not troublesome at all. It merely involves sharing a meal, watching a film, and strolling through the mall. I have heard that this is how the youth spend their time. Jin Qing replied, I have never experienced the life of a young person, so do not inquire of me. However, the prospect of dining does pique my interest, for since my arrival in this world, I have yet to savor any exquisite delicacies. The culinary treasures amassed over 5,000 years must surely surpass anything I consumed in my previous life. Yet, Jin Qing remained cautious and inquired, "Why don't you go by yourself?" The great eagle's mood darkened. "The steward does not permit me to venture into crowded places. They fear my fierce demeanor may emerge. I cannot navigate on my own. I would get lost, and I do not recognize the characters here." Jin Qing felt a surge of delight upon hearing this. "Are you illiterate?" In her past life, Jin Qing spent a significant duration as an illiterate, finally learning a few characters. Now, she had found someone to mock. The great eagle did not comprehend the source of her joy, often perceiving her as peculiar. Nevertheless, he candidly expressed to Jin Qing, "Perhaps my mind has aged. I struggle to retain new knowledge and my reactions are sluggish. I have endeavored to learn the knowledge of this era, yet I remain unable to grasp it." As he spoke, the great eagle's spirits sank further. He felt perpetually unable to integrate into this world. Jin Qing pursed her lips, uncertain how to console him. Yet, within her mind, 707 commented, "Do not fret for him, host. He is inherently a being that defies the natural order. Thus he must possess flaws, lest he be deemed unacceptable by the celestial laws." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing approached and gently patted Ying's shoulder, offering solace. "Ignorance can be a blessing." Dang. Somewhat bewildered, pondered whether he had just been insulted. Why did he not feel the slightest bit healed? After a moment's reflection, Jin Qing inquired, "Why must I accompany you when you are surrounded by so many others?" Jin Qing, "Are you implying the absence of humanity among them?" Da Ying fell silent, his gaze fixed on Jin Qing, filled with hope that he could fulfill his request. Jin Qing felt a shiver run down his spine under that doe-like gaze, wanting to declare, "Do not look at me like that. I am a cold-blooded creature." He stifled a yawn, curling himself into the couch. "You should seek someone else. I am quite fatigued and ready for slumber." Unexpectedly, Da Ying retrieved a black, diamond-studded card from the pocket of his grimy leisure attire. The 3 diamonds sparkled in the morning light, as if proclaiming their worth. Da Ying waved the card before Jin Qing, who, initially on the verge of dozing off, now stared wide-eyed at the glimmering gems. Da Ying's heart leapt with joy. There was hope. He grinned and declared, "As a reward, I shall purchase you a new television." Instantly, Jin Qing leapt from the couch. Transforming from lethargy to exuberance, his eyes narrowed into joyful slits. Deal. 707 facepalmed in the realm of consciousness. Lamenting the instability of their host's intellect, taking her out would surely lead to regret. "Oh, ancient zombie, do exercise some caution." In an instant, an unwavering decision formed in Jin Qing's mind, compelling her to rush into Zheng Jiaqing's room, intending to have a thorough discussion with him about the responsibilities of guarding the house before setting out. Were it not for this scoundrel's inability to even watch over his own home, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Exchanging companionship for a television set, Jin Qing felt a peculiar sense of violation, as though her trusty mace had been desecrated. Furthermore, she pondered why the 2 individuals who had stolen the television had not taken this coward with them as well. The household had been robbed, yet he merely trembled, doing nothing to remedy the situation. Jin Qing now harbored suspicions that when she was away, this lad might even relieve himself upon the bed. Alas, everyone has their own aspirations. If he chooses to cower, so be it. After a moment's reflection, she withheld further remarks. Since Zheng Jiaqing had relinquished his own principles and showed no desire to confront the world, preferring instead to languish in a corner, what could others possibly do to assist him? Without self-motivation, the efforts of others are rendered utterly futile. As Jin Qing turned to exit, the sound of the closing door jolted Zheng Jiaqing from his stupor, causing him to nervously peek out from his blanket of ruins. Upon realizing it was Jin Qing departing, he exhaled a sigh of relief, only to have tears cascade down his swollen cheeks as he murmured softly, "Sister, I'm sorry." The room then surrendered to silence, save for the occasional muffled sobs that punctuated the stillness. Meanwhile, outside, the 2 individuals meandering through the streets encountered their own set of troubles. Jin Qing's intellect oscillated between 2 distinct modes, rendering their first destination on this outing rather unfortunate. Chapter 83. The Brother Who is Possessed by Ghosts Every Day, 35. As the hour was still early, the first destination for the 2 was the cinema. However, a divergence of opinion arose during the selection of films. Da Ying, filled with excitement, gazed at the screen and inquired of Jin Qing, "What would you like to watch?" Being somewhat illiterate, He hoped she might read the titles for him. Jin Qing tilted her head, contemplating the screen, and suggested, "Let's watch a horror film. Having encountered spirits frequently lately, I feel a certain void when they are absent. It seems something is amiss." 707 chuckled silently to himself. "Look at how eager you are." Da-ing merely sought to recapture the feeling of watching a movie in a theater. The specific genre was of little consequence to him. Upon hearing Jin Qing's words, he cheerfully proceeded to purchase tickets for a horror film. Upon receiving the ticket from Da-ing, Jin Qing's expression contorted with displeasure, shouting, "You asked me to accompany you to the movies. Why didn't you consult me first? I wanted to see a comedy, not a horror film." Da-ing was momentarily taken aback by Jin Qing's remark. He scratched his head, pondering if he had misheard. Yet, no matter how he racked his brain, he could not recall Jin Qing ever requesting tickets for a comedy. Nonetheless, in the interest of ensuring a smooth outing, Da-ing obediently turned back to the service desk to exchange the tickets. The staff, recognizing Da Ying's limited literacy, said nothing further and facilitated the exchange. However, when Da Ying jubilantly returned with the new tickets, Jin Qing 2.0 had already undergone a transformation. Jin Qing 2.0 received the tickets from Da Ying, furrowing her brow and remarked, "Didn't we agree to watch a horror film? How did it turn into a comedy?" It seems that 707 was indeed correct. This old zombie's mind is evidently troubled, and it appears that his hearing is also somewhat impaired. At this moment, Da-ing realized that Jin Qing had once again become peculiar. He slapped his forehead in sudden enlightenment, having forgotten that the young lady before him had some issues in her mind and could not be engaged in conversation like a normal person. Subsequently, Da-ing offered a bashful smile to Jin Qing 2.0, adopting the tone he had seen on television when speaking to someone simple-minded, and said, "Don't get too worked up now. I must have misheard. I will exchange for another ticket. So please stay right here and don't wander off." Da-ing elongated the end of each phrase, causing the veins on Jin Qing's temple to throb. "If it weren't for the television, I would be inclined to eliminate you right now." Under the sympathetic gaze of the sales assistant, Da-ing purchased 2 more tickets for a horror film, intending to present whichever ticket Jin Qing desired. Unable to contain herself any longer, the sales assistant remarked to Da-ing, "Your girlfriend certainly has a lot of demands." In truth, there are many girls with fewer demands. You might want to pay attention to them, such as yourself. After receiving the tickets, Da-ing left the counter, oblivious to the fact that as he turned away, the sales assistant's eyes sparkled with numerous bright stars. Though his clothes were somewhat soiled, their value was still apparent. Moreover, he truly dotes on his girlfriend, buying tickets for 2 simultaneous screenings, and he is rather handsome too. Why is it that the good things always belong to others? Pondering this, the sales assistant felt a tinge of disappointment. If Jin Qing were to discern her thoughts, she would undoubtedly advise her, "My dear, you are overthinking it. His obedience is merely a consequence of his inability to contend with me." Presenting the tickets for the horror film to Jin Qing 2.0, she remained in her current state, and the 2 of them proceeded to procure their snacks before seamlessly entering the screening room. Due to the early hour, there were only 4 individuals, including Jin Qing and her companion, in the theater watching the film. They settled into seats near the center, while a couple in the back promptly entwined themselves upon entering the room. Jin Qing observed them with keen interest, finding their live performance far more captivating than the movie itself. However, her rapt attention drew the ire of the outspoken woman among the couple, who snapped, "What are you staring at? If you wish to watch something, go perform it yourself. Is your man incapable?" Reflecting on this, Jin Qing conceded her fault, touched her nose, and turned her gaze back to the screen, awaiting the film's commencement. The fiery woman continued to murmur indignantly behind her, until her male companion managed to soothe her with some words. Before long, the movie officially began, and the lights in the theater dimmed. A rustling sound emerged from behind, and Jin Qing suppressed her urge to sneak a glance, striving to direct her focus entirely on the film. Yet, her attentive ears betrayed her. As the noise grew louder, Jin Qing, engrossed in her eavesdropping, felt a surge of temptation. "How I long to take a peek." 707. Host, this obsession is a malady. It requires remedy. Due to Jin Qing's intense eavesdropping, she exhausted herself, leading to an increasing sense of fatigue from her prolonged lack of rest. Consequently, Jin Qing 1.0 successfully transitioned ahead of schedule. When Jin Qing regained consciousness, the film was depicting a scene where the female protagonist encountered a ghost. Upon glancing up, she saw the specter lunging towards the screen. Mistaking it for another ghostly encounter, she hastily seized the large eagle beside her, preparing to hurl it at the screen, confident that its robust frame would withstand any impact. Jin Qing and the eagle stood in the center of the screening room, obstructing the view of a couple seated behind them. The woman of the couple remained motionless atop the man, and upon noticing Jin Qing's stance, she no longer mocked her as she had when first discovering Jin Qing's clandestine observation. Instead, she stared in stunned silence, clearly startled by Jin Qing's recent actions. The atmosphere in the screening room grew awkward as Jin Qing felt uncomfortable under the gaze of those who regarded her as a spectacle. Without a second thought, she delivered a right hook to the eagle, muttering, "I told you we should have watched a comedy. If a comedy could lead to this." It seemed that this old zombie had taken advantage of her drowsiness, dragging her into a horror film screening. One could only assume this ancient being was tired of life. Chapter 84. The brother possessed by ghosts daily. 36. The eagle, unable to evade in time, was struck by Jin Qing's powerful punch, causing its head to spin a full 180 degrees. What was once facing forward now gazed backward, and lowering its head revealed its own pert backside, accompanied by the distinct sound of a cervical vertebra cracking. Unexpectedly, a piercing scream suddenly erupted from behind the cinema. It turned out to be the man from the couple, who, upon witnessing the earlier scene, believed he had encountered a ghost on the set. In his haste, he failed to adjust his trousers and fled the screening room in a frantic tumble, leaving behind the disheveled woman who had been unceremoniously cast to the ground. Jin Qing felt a pang of discomfort. She had forgotten that others were present. As he ran, the man pondered his earlier words. Even if one hesitated to book a hotel room, surely a lodging that did not require identification would suffice. Yet, this wild woman insisted on coming to the cinema, claiming it was atmospheric and safe. Now, it seemed she had come face to face with a specter. Jin Qing and Dang exchanged glances before simultaneously directing their attention to the woman, who now lay dazed and exposed on the floor due to the man's abrupt actions. The woman had been straddling the man, her back turned to Jin Qing and Dang, and thus had not witnessed the unfolding chaos. Struggling to rise, she clutched her skirt with one hand while the other pressed against her aching head, inwardly cursing. What madness had overtaken him? Had she known he was unhinged, she would never have agreed to accompany him. After engaging in numerous rendezvous today, she had prioritized this one, only to nearly suffer a grievous fall. She would have to cancel her subsequent appointments and head to the hospital for a checkup. Muttering under her breath, she pulled herself up with the aid of a nearby chair, and in that fleeting moment of her turning around, Jin Qing and Dang hastily made their exit from the screening room. They were both genteel individuals, unwilling to confront a shrew. Upon witnessing the figures of Jin Qing and her companion departing, the woman muttered a few more curses, yet ultimately felt a twinge of shame, leading her to silence. She remained seated for a moment, allowing her bruised head to recuperate, and once she regained her composure, she swiftly exited the cinema. As fatigue enveloped her, Jin Qing's intellect oscillated between a state of 1, 0 and 2, 0. Consequently, similar incidents transpired once or twice every hour during their subsequent journey. Moreover, Da-Ing was astounded to discover that regardless of which version of Jin Qing manifested, she had not forgotten her debt of a television. In the final stop at an electronics store, Da-Ing observed Jin Qing, who was intently selecting a television, tilting his head in curiosity. He recalled his father mentioning that individuals afflicted with such conditions essentially possessed an additional soul, two souls cohabiting within a single body, yet neither retaining memories of the other's actions or words, with many behavioral traits being diametrically opposed. However, the young woman before him was an anomaly. She seemed to occasionally forget trivial details, yet her thought processes, lifestyle habits, and even colloquialisms remained strikingly consistent. Contemplating this, Da-Ing frowned, pondering whether this young lady was merely feigning ignorance to provoke him. At that moment, Jin Qing had finalized her selection of a television. Yet Da-Ing hesitated to proceed to the checkout. He was reluctant to purchase the television without her other soul's awareness, fearing that upon awakening, she might retaliate by hurling the television at his head in a fit of rage. It is truly disheartening to realize that her face has been adorned today with remnants of beef noodles, steak, tomato rice, and pasta, all from the same restaurant. Da-Ing sat comfortably on the sofa in the electronics store, patiently awaiting the emergence of another persona from Jin Qing. Only after this alternative self cheerfully selected the same television did he rise to settle the bill. The sales staff were utterly perplexed. unable to comprehend the peculiar antics of the two individuals. The woman, inquiring about the same television, asked the identical question twice, with the tone and phrasing mirroring one another, albeit with the second inquiry containing a few additional details. As for the man, he entered in silence, fixated on the sales assistant, making her wonder if she had overlooked something in her tidying up. It was not until the woman began her second round of questioning that the man seemed to exhale in relief and proceeded to pay. Surely, these two must be unhinged. Oblivious to the sales assistant's thoughts, Jin completed the transaction, gleefully bearing the television as he followed Jin Qing out. Overall, the day was a resounding success. He had finally glimpsed the true essence of the city and felt no lingering regrets. Upon returning home, Jin Qing instructed Jin to place the television properly before she went to check on Zheng Jieqi, who had been feigning death beneath the covers. Zheng Jieqi, upon seeing Jin Qing, exhibited great surprise, leaping from the bed with exuberant cries, only to dash straight towards the bathroom. With no one else at home, he dared not venture far. Moreover, considering that Zheng Jieqi appeared to have consumed nothing since last night, Jin Qing maliciously pondered whether he had resorted to self-cannibalism. As Zheng Jieqi emerged from the restroom, he hastily grabbed 2 bags of biscuits and a pack of crispy noodles before burrowing back into the ruined blanket. Jin Qing was left speechless. While I may not bow to the walls, I certainly bow to you. At that moment, Zheng Jieqi poked his head out from the blanket, stretching his neck to meet Jin Qing's gaze. Jin Qing remarked, "Is that a turtle emerging from the sea?" He continued, "I could very well slip you a laxative while you're in the water. Do you believe me?" Jin Qing, exasperated, observed the immobile figure of Zheng Jieqi nestled within the blanket and realized, having such a brother was far less preferable than having a sister like Tong Yao, who at least endeavored to pursue her dreams. In contrast, Zheng Jieqi seemed content to merely languish here, awaiting his demise. The thought of Zheng Jiao's 3-task standards made Jin Qing's teeth ache in sympathy. Even a maggot would be squandered on him, as maggots had learned to fly in their pursuit of life's aspirations. Watching Zheng Jieqi's stagnant demeanor beneath the rune blanket, Jin Qing sighed and resolved to abandon any hope. It was best to let him fend for himself. 707 also found the situation quite frustrating, pondering when her host would realize that the one truly hiding was Zheng Jieqi himself. Chapter 85, The Brother Possessed by Ghosts. Every day. 37. Jin Qing had long desired to experience the sensation of sleeping with the television on. She focused intently on adjusting her position for greater comfort, oblivious to the hesitant expression on the great eagle's face nearby. In Jin Qing's heart, there was no sense of belonging to this house. Thus, as long as there was no threat posed to her, who remained within these walls mattered little to her. Just as Jin Qing was on the verge of drifting into slumber, the great eagle suddenly spoke. "Are you asleep?" Jin Qing's repose was once again interrupted, and a surge of anger ignited within her. What malice did this old zombie harbor against her, constantly disturbing her sleep? Noticing her fury, the great eagle hastily attempted to clarify. "I have one more request." Jin Qing, infuriated yet restrained, let out a derisive snort. "Go play somewhere else. I am not your personal guide dog. Have you become addicted to commanding me?" With that, she began to roll up her sleeves, readying herself to send the great eagle to the heavens if a satisfactory explanation was not forthcoming. Observing the wrathful Jin Qing, the great eagle timidly uttered, "I wish for you to grant me eternal rest." Jin Qing, digging at her ears, suspected her fatigue had led to auditory hallucinations. "What did you say? You want me to kill you? Is there truly someone so weary of life that they seek death? Such a bizarre request I have never encountered before." Stunned, she added, "You must be dreaming." The great eagle felt utterly at a loss in communicating with Jin Qing. Her comprehension at times was even poorer than that of the cattle he once tended. Casting her a scornful glance, he resolutely expressed his thoughts. "I despise this world. There are no companions, no forests, no hunters, and certainly no parental figures. Everyone regarded me with the eyes of a stranger. With each step I took, I felt the weight of countless gazes upon me. Every object I touched seemed to vanish, as if furtively discarded by unseen hands. It felt as though the crowd sought to evade me as one would a plague." Jin grew increasingly despondent, and to my astonishment, crimson tears welled at the corners of her eyes. Jin Qing, filled with sympathy, gently patted Ying's shoulder, offering solace. "Do not weep. Let us converse earnestly. The crucial matter is that you must not allow those 2 blood tears to fall, for who would clean up such a mess? It would be akin to a menstrual flood." Though Jin Qing had not interacted much with Daing, she was the only soul in this world unperturbed by her presence. And Daing had long regarded Jin Qing as a friend. With her comforting words, Daing felt an instant healing. Jin Qing mused, "I suspect those 2 strands of spinach are the source of this mischief." She smirked, clearly skeptical. How utterly sensible. Before me stands an ancient zombie, over 1,000 years old, truly the epitome of improbability. Having been thoroughly influenced by De Ying's perspective, Jin Qing inquired, "What is it that you require of me?" Upon hearing her words, Daing beamed at Jin Qing, her smile radiating like the dazzling sun, casting shimmering rays of light. This hopeful expression transformed into an everlasting memory within Jin Qing, so bright it was nearly blinding. Jin Qing squinted at Daing, wishing she would refrain from grinning directly under the fluorescent lights. She was already fatigued. The harsh illumination made her eyes water, and prolonged exposure would surely lead to myopia. At this juncture, the great eagle paused, cradling the coffin lid, which bore a significant gash, and placed it before Jin Qing. Jin Qing grimaced, realizing that she had indeed grown accustomed to the odor. The coffin had resided in the room for so long that she had become oblivious to its stench. However, she pondered how Zheng Jieqi could possibly endure it. After setting down the coffin lid, the eagle, somewhat disheartened, remarked to Jin Qing, "I wish to find something to mend it. This is my father's labor of love, yet it has been marred by the Ghost King." Jin Qing, taken aback, replied, "Goodness, you still remember." Just as she was about to offer assistance, she heard 707's cool voice echoing in her consciousness. "Host, I advise against any rash actions. Do you know why this coffin has remained intact for millennia? It is because, long ago, his father fashioned it from a piece of ancient, submerged wood and hollowed it out to create a coffin that could preserve the blood and flesh of the young souls soaked within. This prevented it from being ravaged by insects, rodents, or other creatures before his transformation. A mere splinter of such material would be beyond your means. He is misguided, believing his father planted the tree himself. If you share this folly, you would be no better than he." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing stroked her chin thoughtfully. So this coffin is truly valuable. It had perplexed her why the coffin was heavier than Yin Tao's vehicle. Gazing at the coffin lid before her, her eyes sparkled with the allure of wealth, contemplating the possibility of illicit gain. Chapter 86. The Brother Possessed by Ghosts Daily. 38. The eagle remained oblivious to the malice emanating from Jin Qing and continued to gaze at her with hopeful eyes, seeking her counsel. Under the unwavering gaze of the great eagle, Jin Qing felt a twinge of discomfort. After all, it was merely a coffin. He could always procure a finer one in the future. Yet, an unsettling thought crept into his mind. 707, too disheartened to even offer a retort, observed its host's lackluster demeanor, feeling utterly embarrassed. Had they not already acquired something of value? After a moment of disdain for its own host, 707 carefully retrieved the treasured defector system, diligently polishing it. The gleaming golden metallic orb sparkled enticingly before 707, causing a drool-worthy reaction. Internally, 707 reassured itself, "I shan't indulge. I merely wish to admire." Moments later, it amended, "I shan't indulge. I merely wish to inhale its scent." After another interval, it declared, "I shan't indulge. I merely wish to taste." Ultimately, it succumbed to temptation, exclaiming, "Ah, the flavor is exquisite." 707 began to frolic within Jin Qing's consciousness. As Jin Qing awaited a response from the great eagle, he yawned and stretched, seeking a more comfortable position on the sofa. Once matters were settled, slumber would surely follow. His gaze fell upon the glaringly bright crimson characters on his phone, which read, "Auspicious time for relocation and burial." He narrowed his eyes in irritation. You truly know how to select a propitious moment for rest, don't you? This indicated that even during their previous outing, every moment had been meticulously calculated, all to ensure he remained awake. Sensing Jin Qing's rising agitation, the great eagle quickly added, "I have already informed Xiao Zhi's steward about the burial arrangements. Moreover, I wish for him to bring the bed, custom-made for me from France, to you after my interment. Rest assured, I do not require sleep. That bed has remained untouched by me for a single day." In an effort to soothe Jin Qing, Daing appeared somewhat anxious, his words tumbling forth rapidly without pause. It must be said that Daing possesses a certain understanding of Jin Qing. Upon hearing his words, Jin Qing instantly donned a tender expression. Her spirits lifted. A bed from France. It sounds exceedingly comfortable. This small favor can certainly be managed. However, 707 scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "What a lofty ambition! What is there to cherish in such ephemeral possessions, which one cannot take with them upon departure?" Unbeknownst to Jin Qing, who was oblivious to 707's mockery, she circled the coffin, occasionally extending her hand to measure the substantial opening, calculating its dimensions. After a while, she approached the threshold of Zhang Jieqi's room, exerting force to wrench the door from its hinges, sending a cloud of dust cascading from the wall. De Ying remarked, "What is happening here?" Zhang Jieqi, having emerged from the rune blanket, screamed, "Second sister, what are you doing?" Jin Qing regarded him with a sidelong glance, retorting, "I am dismantling your door. Do you have any objections? Removing the door will allow for better air circulation, lest you languish indoors all day, causing the room to become odorous." Jin Qing's gaze fell upon the desk within his room, her heart heavy with dismay. This fellow is beyond redemption, thoroughly cowardly. As she carried the door panel outside, she juxtaposed it with the coffin lid, nodding in satisfaction. The colors are quite similar. They belong to the same hue family. The sight was too disheartening. The host of 707 was exceptionally talented. The coffin lid exuded a deep, lustrous black, while the door panel boasted a rich, reddish-brown hue. Where, pray tell, was the semblance? One could only expect a modicum of honesty in discourse. De Ying furrowed his brow, questioning the aesthetic harmony. Jin Qing emphatically nodded in agreement, asserting, "It complements beautifully. The gradient effect is all the rage now. You are simply out of touch." De Ying, recognizing his unfamiliarity with contemporary trends, fell silent, observing his reticence. Jin Qing swiftly fashioned the door panel into a square roughly matching the opening, securing it with nails. After a moment's contemplation, she cautioned De Ying, "When you awaken from slumber, should you feel any movement from pest within, do not hesitate to address it yourself. Ensure no components go missing." At these words, a swarm of crows seemed to flit above De Ying's head, as an unsettling realization dawned upon him. Seeking assistance from this young woman might have been a miscalculation. Jin Qing adeptly mended the gaping hole in the coffin, the reddish patch upon the ebony would resembling a nobleman adorned with a rather unsightly plaster. De Ying regarded this unsightly patch with a furrowed brow, his expression contorted into a complex knot. Observing his discontent, Jin Qing discreetly clenched her fist, prepared to employ it as persuasion should De Ying voice any objections. After all, she was already fatigued, and should this ancient zombie dare to provoke her further, she would not hesitate to expedite his journey. Just as Jin Qing summoned her resolve to act, De Ying unexpectedly spoke. "On the top of my coffin rests an eagle, hand-carved by my late father. Now that he is gone, so too is the eagle." With each word, his despondency deepened. Jin Qing released her tightly clenched fist, wincing at the pain in her teeth as she gazed at the great eagle, perplexed by the abundance of sentimental zombies around her. Wishing to avoid the sight of a sorrowful visage, she picked up a nail and began etching an eagle onto the patch. Jin Qing worked swiftly, and before long, her masterpiece was complete. She lifted her head and asked, "Xiaoingzi, do you like it?" The great eagle trembled slightly. Jin Qing 1-0 had emerged. Although her intellectual shift did not impede her ability to fulfill the great eagle's request, it did instill a sense of unease within him. The most striking difference between Jin Qing 1-0 and 2-0 was that the latter occasionally heeded others' explanations, subscribing to the notion of thinking more and acting less. In stark contrast, Jin Qing 1-0 was an embodiment of action, always several steps ahead of thought. Pointing to the crude drawing she had etched onto the coffin, Jin Qing scrutinized the great eagle's expression, inquiring, "Xiaoingzi, what do you think of my carving?" The great eagle gazed at the grotesque depiction on the coffin, a creature that was neither chicken nor bird, feeling a surge of despair. Even her own foot carvings were superior to this abomination. It was indeed a pitiful representation. Jin Qing observed the great eagle's prolonged silence, mistakenly believing he was admiring her handiwork. She clapped her hands to brush off non-existent dust and proudly asked, "How does it compare to what your father carved?" 707 interjected, "Host, you truly have the audacity to ask." The great eagle's heart brimmed with indignation. His father was the high priest, the most talented individual in their clan, responsible for all the wall shadows and reliefs that adorned their heritage. The carvings created by my father are so lifelike that they seem poised to descend from the walls. In stark contrast, the monstrous chicken sculpted by Jin Qing incites the great eagle's fury, reaching a boiling point. Where is the resemblance? Gritting his teeth, the great eagle resolutely nodded in Jin Qing's direction, muttering to himself, "It's quite similar to what my father would carve." Subsequently, he silently lamented, "Father, forgive me for my filial piety. However, time is of the essence for me. I cannot afford to delay." The key issue lies in the fact that this girl lacks intelligence, and I am unable to contend with her. Nevertheless, Father, rest assured, when she ages and passes away, should I encounter her again, I shall certainly challenge her to a contest of skill. As the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not late even after 80 years. There is wisdom in those words. Unbeknownst to Jin Qing of the Great Eagle's inner turmoil, she remained engrossed in her task, meticulously focusing on the eagle engraved on the coffin lid, occasionally adding strokes to enhance the fullness of its wings. The Great Eagle, watching her actions in despair, felt a profound sense of desolation. Let it be, after all. I am merely lying within the coffin, unable to see the artwork on my own face. At last, Jin Qing was satisfied with her work and turned to the Great Eagle, asking, "How do you like it?" The Great Eagle, eyeing the two enormous fleshy lumps on the chicken's wings, nodded toward Jin Qing. "Not bad. Considering the chicken's dire condition, I shall not hold it against her." Jin Qing, delighted, brought the body of the coffin closer and said to the Great Eagle, "Lie down." The Great Eagle, believing he had misheard, quickly responded, "What did you say?" As Jin Qing forcefully shoved the Great Eagle into the coffin, she remarked, "You lie down. I will carry both you and the coffin," thus speeding up our escape. The Great Eagle was unceremoniously pressed into the coffin, and just as Jin Qing was about to close the lid, the eagle hastily interjected, "I want to see the way." Although it was somewhat exhausting to carry him in this manner, if he could run a bit faster. Perhaps they could even set up camp among the trees in the wilderness. Anything would be preferable to facing the coward Zheng Jieqi. The Great Eagle, momentarily taken aback by Jin Qing's logic, conceded, "That makes perfect sense." He then fell silent, lying quietly within the coffin. Once he was settled, Jin Qing secured the lid. After a moment's contemplation, she tapped on the coffin lid and called out to the eagle inside, "Is there any light leaking in?" However, given the circumstances, she was reluctant to stir things up further. Who knew what reckless antics this girl might resort to next? Salt, after all, is said to ward off evil. Jin Qing ran swiftly, reaching the site where she had buried him alive in just a few hours. The once vibrant graveyard now seemed devoid of any spectral presence, with only the whispering of the wind through the leaves accompanying her. Tilting her head in thought, Jin Qing couldn't discern any apparent differences. Yet her primal instincts warned her that something was amiss. After pondering for a while, she decided she was overthinking it. Thus, she set down the eagle's coffin and began to dig into the earth. Jin Qing dug with remarkable speed, soon unearthing the deep pit where the Great Eagle had been laid to rest. Undeterred, she pressed on, digging straight into the mountainside from the depth of the pit. Glancing at her pocket watch, she noted that the time was approaching 2 o'clock. Jin Qing, weary and drowsy, stifled a yawn that coaxed forth 2 tears. Her eyes were dreadfully parched, a consequence of the absence of streetlights in the deep mountains, with only the moon hanging high in the sky to illuminate her surroundings. Thus, she struggled to see. However, the eyes of the Great Eagle, accustomed to a life shrouded in darkness, required less light. When Jin Qing lifted the coffin lid, the first sight that met the Great Eagle's gaze was the tear at the corner of her eye. He felt a stirring of emotion. It dawned upon him that he had a companion in this world, though their encounter had come too late. Gazing intently into Jin Qing's eyes, the Great Eagle solemnly declared, "I am sorry. I can no longer accompany you. I must slumber and await the day I reunite with my father." Jin Qing, perplexed, wondered what transgression this ancient zombie had committed against himself. With gravity, she bid the Great Eagle farewell. Before he could fully comprehend her words, she firmly closed the coffin lid. She pushed the coffin into the deep pit, satisfied by the dull thud that resonated as it reached the ground. After all, 707 had assured her that the soil in the mountain was relatively soft, and the coffin would remain intact. Moreover, the old fellow inside was robust enough to withstand the test of time, capable of enduring for several millennia without succumbing. The Great Eagle, momentarily disoriented by the sudden descent, truly fell into slumber with the muffled sound of the coffin hitting the ground. As he drifted off, his final thought was, "Father, wait for me. Our meeting is not impossible. We simply must await the next millennium." Xianyuan Eagle. Jin Qing meticulously refilled the earth he had unearthed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed quietly at the slumbering eagle. He felt the ground he had covered was insufficiently solid. resolving that once the danger posed by the Zheng family was alleviated, he would return with a wolf-toothed club to strike a few blows, lest one day the ancient zombie be dragged out by a rat during its slumber. With his mind made up, Jin Qing listened to the rustling leaves behind him and suddenly called out, "Come out." To his surprise, a figure immediately darted from behind the tree, darkly questioning Jin Qing. "How did you discover my presence here?" The newcomer, in disbelief, muttered to himself, "I can't believe I was deceived by a fool." Chapter 88. The brother possessed by ghosts every day. 40. The visitor, infuriated by Jin Qing's unreliable words, could no longer maintain his human form. A potent aura caused his entire guise to rupture, his skin resembling fish scales, curling around his body as if he were a porcupine raising its quills. Under the moonlight, he appeared even more terrifying. Jin Qing, momentarily taken aback, remarked, "Do you have psoriasis?" What was wrong with this person, becoming so agitated over mere words? The stranger, incensed by the comment, was on the verge of breaking free from his form, with his already torn visage now splitting flesh as well. At that moment, 707. A voice within her consciousness cautioned, "Host, this individual is the Ghost King." 707 further elucidated, "He has consumed living souls and has acquired a relatively suitable living body for cultivation. Although this body is not as robust as that of Zheng Jieqi, it is more than adequate for his training. It is merely the sinister energy of his soul, a potent, deathly aura. The spirit inhabiting this body lacks harmony due to its abrupt consumption of excessive yang energy. However, as they gradually acclimate to one another, it is likely that the phenomenon of flesh rupturing will soon be resolved. When the Ghost King possesses his own corporeal form, he will become even more formidable." As Jin Qing locked eyes with the Ghost King, she continued to inquire of 707, "What does it mean to devour living souls?" After a moment of silence, 707 explained, "It entails consuming a person along with their skin and soul." Jin Qing expressed her astonishment, asking, "Raw or cooked?" 707 replied, somewhat exasperated, "Raw." Why does my host always miss the point? With growing curiosity, Jin Qing pressed on, "Raw? What about the entrails?" 707 retorted, "How should I know? You ought to ask him yourself." The Ghost King glared menacingly at Jin Qing, silent yet seething with a desire for her demise. This body, secured for the Ghost King by Yin Tao long ago, was deemed unsuitable for dual cultivation, leaving Yin Tao dissatisfied and merely using it as a backup. Consequently, its original owner narrowly escaped a dire fate. After the demise of Little Peach, the Ghost King found himself unburdened and swiftly seized this person's dwelling, consuming over a dozen living souls within a single day. Upon ingesting these souls, the Ghost King experienced an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, emanating from the living souls. The Ghost King had to concede that Little Peach's words were indeed correct. His previous method of monotonous and methodical cultivation was exceedingly foolish. Why not utilize a more convenient approach when it exists? Whether it be ghostly cultivators or sinister practitioners, as long as one can ascend to the highest peak, they become the architects of the rules. Regrettably, for reasons unbeknownst to him, the number of wandering spirits around him had diminished significantly in recent days, rendering his desire for a change of taste with a couple of dead souls utterly unfeasible. Prior to following Jin Qing to this location, the Ghost King had sought out Zheng Jieqi, intending to consume him to satiate his hunger and fulfill Little Peach's unfulfilled wishes. Yet, for reasons he could not fathom, despite sensing Zheng Jieqi's presence outside the door, his persistent knocking elicited no response. The interior remained eerily silent. In desperation, he flew to Zheng Jieqi's window, attempting to frighten him out of hiding. However, it must be said that Zheng Jieqi exhibited an astounding level of cowardice, choosing to remain silent. Cocooned within his blankets like a timid turtle, the Ghost King found himself at an impasse. Even in his transformed state as a malevolent spirit, he remained under the influence of the heavenly Tao, while the heavenly Tao permitted the survival of the fittest and the existence of sinister cultivators. Any intention he harbored to infringe upon another cultivator's private domain would result in him being cast out by the Tao. Left utterly at a loss with Zheng Jieqi, the Ghost King followed the trace of Jin Qing's aura. Despite having been gravely injured by this woman previously, he still wished to discreetly observe her and ascertain her true capabilities. To his surprise, no sooner had the Ghost King settled than he was caught off guard by something Jin Qing had said in a moment of folly. The Ghost King was infuriated. How had he failed to notice earlier that both sisters exhibited signs of mental instability? Jin Qing, upon realizing the identity of the Ghost King, felt a pang of frustration. She had hoped to retire early, yet this group of individuals seemed intent on incessantly tormenting her. Glancing at the Ghost King, whose skin was marred and peeling, she decided to strike first, believing that an early offensive would expedite her release from this ordeal. To her surprise, the Ghost King did not evade her approaching fist. Instead, he raised his own in anticipation. The sound of flesh colliding echoed as their fists met. The Ghost King's hand was battered, revealing ghastly white bones beneath, yet he appeared impervious to pain, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. "I have one." Although Jin Qing sustained no visible injuries, she staggered back 2 steps and coughed up a mouthful of blood, fragments of her internal organs disturbingly visible within. Clearly, the force of the Ghost King's blow had inflicted internal damage. Clutching her heaving chest, she inwardly lamented, "So powerful." With her head bowed, she took deep breaths to regain her composure. The Ghost King, sensing her vulnerability, felt a surge of delight and prepared to advance for an assault. However, Jin Qing suddenly lifted her gaze and inquired about Yin Tao. The emergence of Jin Qing 2.0 was palpable. The Ghost King paused, instinctively touching his abdomen. "She has merged with me. We shall never be separated for all eternity." In a desperate bid to fulfill his desire for eternal unity with his beloved Peach, the Ghost King consumed her whole, skin and all, merging her essence with his own limbs and bones. From this day forth, they would be inseparable, united for eternity. Jin Qing, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corner of her eye. How could he bring himself to do such a thing? It must be said, regardless of the circumstances, a ghost will always be a ghost. One should never expect humanity from them. Yin Tao, in her yearning for too much, had become excessively reliant on external forces, even willing to gamble with a ferocious beast to achieve her aims. Ultimately, first exploited by the traitorous system, devouring her very soul, and subsequently consumed by the lover she had once cherished, Yin Tao is left wandering, her essence scattered and her remains obliterated. Can this be deemed as her weaving a web of her own making? Moreover, what is the meaning of the Ghost King's smile as he pats his belly? Can he truly bring Yin Tao back to life? In Chapter 89, titled "My Brother is Possessed by a Ghost Every Day," 41. Before the Ghost King could ponder the peculiarities of Jin Qing's condition, a colossal lightning bolt, with a diameter of 2 meters, surged directly towards the Ghost King above Jin Qing. Lightning is the most feared phenomenon among cultivators. Thus, although the nearby practitioners witnessed this spectacle, they assumed it was divine retribution and dared not approach. The bolt of lightning pierced through the Ghost King, striking directly at Jin Qing's crown, resulting in the immediate obliteration of the Ghost King's essence and remains. Jin Qing, on the other hand, was left charred and unconscious. Yet in the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, a plethora of images flooded her mind. Jin Qing. It seems I have recalled something. When Jin Qing next opened her eyes, it was already dusk. She tapped her still-dazed head and glanced at her skin, noticing that the scorch marks from the lightning had mostly healed. Oblivious to the duration of her unconsciousness, she was only aware of the gnawing hunger that pressed against her. Just as she attempted to rise, she discovered that she was buried in the earth from the chest down. Bewildered, she wondered, what on earth is happening? Am I being buried alive again? At that moment, the old man, Gutu, peered from a distance, having noticed that Jin Qing had awakened. Delighted, he clambered out of the soil and hurried towards her. Upon reaching Jin Qing's side, Old Gu immediately adopted a servile demeanor, exclaiming, "My lord, you have awakened." He had secretly witnessed the events of that fateful night and recognized that the person before him was no ordinary individual. She possessed the formidable ability to command the thunder. Clutching her throbbing head, Jin Qing inquired of Old Gu, "How is it that you can appear during the day?" Old Gu paused momentarily, then explained, "This humble old man is unlike others. I am a solitary cultivator of the minor earth spirit. Having honed my skills over time, I am no longer fearful of sunlight." The presence before him, who was unperturbed by heavenly thunder, surely was not a malevolent spirit. Had he not witnessed the fearsome Ghost King, who had once instilled terror in him, reduced to mere wisps of smoke and vapor? Thus, he resolved to speak the truth to her. Initially, Jin Qing had perceived Old Gu as a coward, but after encountering the Zheng family's Chia, she recognized that his demeanor stemmed from caution rather than cowardice, dispelling any lingering aversion she had felt. Indeed, comparison breeds no harm. With this reflection, Jin Qing resumed the conversation. Do you know how long I have been asleep and why I found myself buried in the earth? Jin Qing pondered momentarily. What more could she say? He had made his intentions clear, demonstrating goodwill, and she felt compelled to forgive him. It seemed as though 707 had just awakened, muttering within the realm of her consciousness. He does not sincerely seek your forgiveness. He desires a reward. Do not be deceived by your disguises, version 1. 0. You are unmistakably a miserly host. With her false identity exposed, Jin Qing 2. 0 felt a surge of indignation and coldly retorted to 707 in her mind. Thank you for your reminder. 707 coolly replied. You're welcome. Jin Qing, disinterested in engaging further with this ragged fellow, turned to the old man Gu and inquired, what is it that you wish from me? Let me make it clear, there is no money to be had, nor will I part with my life. Old Gu, who had been bending over to observe Jin Qing's actions, felt a surge of joy upon hearing her words. He had initially feared his efforts would go unrewarded, but unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope emerged. With a swift flick of his robe, he abandoned his previous jesting demeanor and knelt before Jin Qing with utmost seriousness, bowing his head 3 times. My lord, I seek nothing more. I have devoted nearly 4 centuries to cultivation, yet I have not attained the status of an earth immortal. Thus, I beseech you to grant me an opportunity. Before him stood a formidable being, unafraid of even the thunderous heavens. The chance bestowed by her would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Jin Qing furrowed her brow, pondering the exorbitant cost of this endeavor. Moreover, it seemed rather illicit at this moment. Casting a sidelong glance at the old man Gu, she mused on his dubious nature. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, old Gu recoiled slightly, inwardly questioning if his request was too audacious. As he sensed the intensity of her gaze, Jin Qing rubbed her nose, contemplating the situation. Suddenly, she felt a reluctance to meet the old man's eyes. After a moment to collect herself, she addressed the kneeling figure before her. Bring me a bowl. If it is blood you seek, I have plenty to spare, as long as no money is involved. Upon hearing Jin Qing's affirmative response, old Gu promptly bowed thrice in gratitude, then sprang to his feet. Retrieving a snuff bottle from his bosom with great reverence, presenting it to Jin Qing while repeatedly assuring her, no need for such extravagance. A mere few drops of fingertip blood will suffice. Your generosity is truly overwhelming, and I am grateful for your tender care over the past 3 days and nights. 707 chuckled, remarking, just try asking for money and see if she complies. Jin Qing regarded the snuff bottle old Gu had offered with a mixture of bemusement and exasperation. Pondering, you truly came prepared. Old Gu, undeterred by her sarcasm, responded, it is only right. Elated with the blood that Jin Qing had allowed to flow from her fingertip, he bid her farewell and hurriedly departed. Had it not been for the necessity of this blood to be willingly given by this esteemed individual, he would not have gone to such lengths to attend to her needs. Jin Qing, observing old Ji's retreating figure, curiously inquired of 707, is my blood truly so potent? How was I unaware of this before? If it is indeed that effective, with the multitude of cultivators in this world, I could amass great wealth merely by selling my blood. Her imagination conjured visions of herself reclining on a bed, counting her riches. However, 707 timely interrupted her delightful daydream, stating, Host, do not indulge in fantasies. The blood that trickles from your fingertip is, in essence, no different from your menstrual flow. This old man has merely misconstrued your survival from the heavenly thunder as a sign of extraordinary worth. Thus, it is often said that overactive imaginations can be quite the affliction. Jin Qing touched her nose, feeling that her dream of gaining wealth through sacrifice had been shattered. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired of 707, does this old man not find himself in vain delight this time? 707 pondered for a moment, responding, the path of cultivation is inherently elusive. Perhaps his unwavering belief in possessing the blood of a great power fortifies his resolve, enabling him to succeed through your blood. It is also possible that should he someday acquire the blood of a great power, his unstable nature may thwart his success. These outcomes are difficult to ascertain. Jin Qing's lips twitched at this thought, exclaiming, how utterly reckless. Chapter 90. The brother possessed by ghosts daily. 42. Watching the figure of old Gu fade into obscurity. Jin Qing pressed her temples, feeling her head still heavy and her temples pulsating with discomfort. She felt exceedingly unwell, having been struck hard by the heavenly thunder. She feared her head might suddenly burst. The mere thought of such a scenario made her feel even worse. After a few dry heaves, She queried 707. How much belief power will I obtain upon vanquishing the Ghost King? Upon hearing this exhilarating news, Jin Qing immediately let out a shriek. Why? Her overwhelming excitement caused her to vocalize rather than transmit the thought, illustrating the magnitude of her dismay. 707, relishing in her misfortune, replied, because the Ghost King was slain by divine punishment, it bears no relation to the host. All belief power has returned to the consciousness of the world. Thus, you have endured suffering in vain, host. Ah, how amusing. Jin Qing felt a wave of darkness wash over her from this blow, nearly losing consciousness. She had almost been struck down, yet the credit was given to another. Where could she seek justice for this? Jin Qing found a sturdy tree to lean against. Lest she faint again, this time, there would be no one to assist her. Having already dealt with the Ghost King, she had accomplished a significant portion of her task, and she was determined not to let it all be in vain now. Images continued to flicker before her eyes whenever Jin Qing attempted to focus. She found herself unable to discern anything clearly. Some images flashed sporadically, while others sped by like a short video played at 32 times the normal speed. At that moment, Jin Qing felt her mind filled with meteors and high-speed trains, causing waves of nausea to wash over her. She inwardly chuckled bitterly, realizing that this state of dizziness was truly excessive. Unbeknownst to her, 707 had quietly retreated into a corner of her consciousness. Sensing that the recent shock had been rather overwhelming, the state of its host was far from normal. A flicker of ire stirred within Jin Qing as she pondered. Are you all conspiring to torment me? Yet after a moment's reflection, she suppressed her anger and inquired of the two, what brings you here again? They boldly roamed about in their forgiving hues, and naturally, she chose to extend her forgiveness. He Wuchang maintained his usual stoic demeanor regarding Jin Qing as he replied, the time has come, bring the person and depart. Bai Wuchang, ever the smiling predator, explained to Jin Qing, congratulations on vanquishing the Ghost King. But we are here today for a specific purpose. Jin Qing gazed at Bai Wuchang through the barrage of images in her mind, inquiring, what is it? Must you always speak in half-truths? Why not convey the entire message at once? If you leave me hanging, I swear I will hurl my frustration at you. Observing the displeasure etched on Jin Qing's face, Bai Wuchang decided to dispense with the theatrics and replied promptly, your father, in his pursuit of exorcism, borrowed 60 years of your brother's lifespan. Today, his time has come to an end, and we are here to escort him. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing's expression stiffened, a surge of fury swelling within her. It seemed her family was devoid of any reliable members. Why had her father not sacrificed his own life instead? Resorting to his son's lifespan was no feat of valor. Do not even mention notions of universal harmony. Such a despicable father deserves to be utterly dismantled. Most critically, she had only completed half of her task satisfactorily. What was to be done now? Would she face demotion? Bai Wuchang, noticing Jin Qing's silence as she puffed up her cheeks, recalled her formidable prowess in vanquishing the Demon King. He sought to cultivate goodwill, hoping for future collaboration. And thus with a smile, he continued, however, given our long-standing acquaintance, we may take him at the very last moment of his destined hour. You and your sister still have time to converse. In the afterlife, I shall look after you. Surely, you can still secure a civil service position. Before he could finish, He Wuchang suddenly seized his collar, declaring, let us go, and promptly opened the gates of the underworld, dragging him within. Jin Qing was momentarily bewildered. What about the conversation? Why the rush? It's as if we encountered the king of hell himself. It is indeed inappropriate for them to fear the king of hell, for he is their superior. The white impermanence, seated upon the bridge of souls in the underworld, gazed at the black impermanence, who was peering through the viewing mirror at Jin Qing, bewildered. What was the purpose of pulling me away before you finished speaking? I never noticed this flaw in you before. No wonder you have not been promoted all these years. Sensing the discontent in white impermanence's gaze, the black impermanence closed the viewing mirror and turned to white impermanence, stating, she is changed, she is dangerous. If we do not flee, we shall perish. White impermanence replied, I am already dead, you know. After a moment's contemplation, the black impermanence added, forever dead. In a fleeting instant while conversing with white impermanence, Jin Qing was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if she might vanish entirely at any moment. The last time she experienced such terror was due to a golden monkey wielding a stick, yet this time it felt far more harrowing. White impermanence, exasperated by the black impermanence's actions, pondered aloud, what shall we do if, When the time comes, Zhang Jiaqi is still alive. We will face punishment. White Impermanence remarked. You are the leader. It is your decision to make. In any case, I shall not bear the brunt of the punishment. Jin Qing observed as the two specters suddenly vanished, feeling as though her mind was reaching its limits. Pressing her hands against her temples, she entered Zhang Jieqi's room. She suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for him. He was so cowardly, living in such a pitiful manner, with an unreliable father exchanging his lifespan for the son's accomplishments. This family was truly burdensome. Jin Qing inquired. What do you wait for? Chapter 91. The brother possessed by ghosts every day, 43. Zhang Jieqi glanced at Jin Qing, who remained silent and did not approach, and he sighed deeply, stealthily lowering the golden sword that was hidden beneath the covers. This was his most treasured artifact, originally intended for a lethal strike against Jin Qing, a means to coerce her thereafter. After taking a breath, Zhang Jieqi fixed his gaze upon Jin Qing's eyes. He was no longer the youthful lad of merely 20 years. His eyes, clouded like those of an elderly man, and his lips, parched and cracked. He spoke to Jin Qing in a languid tone. I wish to ask you for a favor. Is that permissible? Zhang Jieqi found himself momentarily choked, coughing violently, bewildered by this woman's unorthodox demeanor. The two remained locked in a gaze, neither willing to break the silence that enveloped the room. Minutes trickled by before Zhang Jieqi spoke once more. I have little time left. My father never disclosed to me his intention to draw upon my lifespan to augment his sorcery. Just now, the Wuchang Zuansher informed me that he enhanced his powers to compete in the sorcery tournament. Yet even with my lifespan at his disposal, he failed to prevail, ultimately perishing on that very stage. I feel as though my life has been nothing but a farce. After a brief pause, Zhang Jieqi inquired again, May I implore you for a favor? Jin Qing flinched at his words and replied, No. Spare me the theatrics. They are far too costly. Television has taught me that when emotions are stirred, there is always an ulterior motive. Moreover, it was his decision to use my lifespan, not one I instigated. And certainly not for the sake of competing with me. Why should I bear the burden of another's folly? Zhang Jieqi was nearly exasperated to the point of rolling her eyes. What compelled this individual to tread such an unconventional path? With a steely resolve, she addressed Jin Qing, asking, Can you return my sister to me? I am aware that you are not my second sister. The body you inhabit belongs to my sister. Your diligent assistant suggests that my sister must have made some sort of pact with you. I wish to nullify that arrangement. Will you return my sister to me? Jin Qing, taken aback, felt a wave of irritation. Why did I not realize sooner that you are this kind of Zhang Jieqi? Not only a coward, but also a rogue. You have feigned ignorance until now, calling me second sister, and now, faced with your imminent demise, you resort to the tactic of invoking pity. Pressing her temples, Jin Qing inquired, Did your sister exchange her eternal soul in this transaction with me? Are you now asking me to annul the agreement in exchange for your own soul? Zhang Jieqi seemed oblivious to Jin Qing's terms, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded, Please, release my sister. Jin Qing felt the tension mounting, her veins throbbing. She herself was not yet dead. Why was Zhang Jieqi lamenting so? At that moment, 707 cowered in a corner, sensing the shift in the host's demeanor. Gazing at the tear-streaked face of Zhang Jieqi, Jin Qing managed to squeeze out a question through clenched teeth. Do you truly wish to barter your own soul for Zhang Jiao's? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jieqi paused for a moment before bursting into uncontrollable sobs. Please, spare us. Have mercy on us. We are innocent. Jin Qing found herself utterly perplexed by the thoughts swirling in Zhang Jieqi's mind. One who incessantly seeks the sacrifices, compassion, and assistance of others, yet never makes any effort or sacrifice themselves, instead shifting all responsibility and blame onto others. After being saved, Zhang Jieqi affectionately referred to her as sister. However, when faced with death, he audaciously implored her to spare both him and his sister. Was her act of saving misplaced? In the twists of fate, she was cast as the villain. Very well, even if she were indeed a villain, it was not his place to speak. If he wished to abandon the transaction, why did he not do so sooner? Jin Qing was infuriated. A throbbing pain enveloped her head, as if something were about to burst forth from within. Lying on the bed, Zhang Jieqi appeared oblivious to Jin Qing's ire, or perhaps he noticed yet remained indifferent, prolonging his lament and continuing to speak. Suddenly, Jin Qing's expression shifted while standing in the doorway, her entire aura transforming dramatically. Her once clear and naive gaze deepened into something profound, ferocious, and unfathomable. The hue of her eyes transitioning from deep brown to a dark purple. Jin Qing gazed at Zhang Jiaqi, who was taken aback by her transformation. Her eyes ablaze with a madness capable of annihilation. Step by step, she approached him, and in the midst of his astonishment, she seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly above her head. In that instant, Zhang Jiaqi was rendered breathless, the cries forgotten as he struggled desperately, attempting to pry her fingers from his throat. Jin Qing raised her chin, her intense purple eyes fixed on his now flushed face, and uttered, "Aunt, do you truly believe you are someone of consequence? You, a wretched creature akin to a sewer rat, dare to negotiate terms with me regarding forbidden emotions? Do you believe I won't consume you along with this absurd world?" Jin Qing's voice resonated with a dual tone, exuding an air of authority and solemnity, each word sending shivers down the spine. At that moment, 707 sensed the transformation within Jin Qing, crouching within the ocean of her consciousness, striving to shrink into an even smaller form to avoid detection by the host who now claimed to embody forbidden emotions. 707 was baffled by the sudden shift in her host's demeanor, which had become more formidable than even the master brain. What instilled deeper fear was the frenzied aura surrounding her, as if she were poised to annihilate all existence at any moment. Simultaneously, the world consciousness recognized that Jin Qing was attempting to harm her target, Zhang Jiaqi. A storm cloud had gathered ominously above Jin Qing, brewing an immense thunderbolt, ready to strike. Yet, at the very instant the colossal lightning bolt detached from the cloud, descending upon Jin Qing, she did not raise her head. Her grip around Zhang Jiaqi's neck remained unyielding as she cast a glance towards the impending thunder, uttering a single word, "Leave." The thunderbolt instantly vanished without a trace. The storm cloud, startled by her command, promptly turned to flee. Jin Qing, her eyes narrowing slightly as she observed the retreating cloud, snapped her fingers with the hand that was not clutching Zhang Jiaqi's neck, her crimson lips whispering, "Depart." In that fleeting moment, the storm cloud attempting to escape through the window was obliterated. However, at that instant, as she continued to grip Zhang Jiaqi's neck, it appeared as though her very life force had been drained, and she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhang Jiaqi was so startled by the sudden fright that she gasped for breath. Her soul drifted aimlessly out of the window, while the faceless ghost hastily emerged from the soul-rearing bottle in pursuit of her. It was no jest. She had longed to escape when the messengers of the underworld had arrived, yet the opportunity had eluded her. She had listened intently to all that transpired within the room, paralyzed by fear and hidden within the bottle. However, the circumstances had changed. The queen had fainted, rendering the house safe. If she merely followed this new ghost, the underworld messengers would surely facilitate her reincarnation. The thought filled her heart with delight. As the two souls hastily departed, they remained oblivious to the fact that Jin Qing's soul had also emerged from Zhang Jiao's body, appearing as though it had been completely hollowed out, entering a state of slumber. 707, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, failed to immediately retrieve Jin Qing into the system space. Strangely, despite the world consciousness recognizing Jin Qing's true identity, it did not intervene to eliminate her. Instead, it allowed her to float serenely within Zhang Jiaqi's room, akin to a leisurely swimmer. At last, 707 regained composure and hurriedly pulled Jin Qing into the system space. However, the moment Jin Qing entered, 707 was unceremoniously ejected from the world by the consciousness. To their surprise, this new message was entirely different from the previous ones, containing only a single line: "Taskers are never welcome. Please allow me to perish in peace." 707, mimicking Jin Qing's earlier expression, pouted slightly, finding the politeness rather amusing, as it had the courtesy to include the word "please." Gazing once more at the still, slumbering Jin Qing, a sense of trepidation lingered within him as he recalled the recent scene. What indeed was his host? At the very edge of the celestial realm floated a palace, shrouded in mist, appearing ethereal in the sky. This was the stronghold of the mainframe in the outer heavens. Inside the palace, a man sat within the grand hall, meticulously sculpting an unknown metal in his hands. Dressed in a flowing white robe and adorned with a golden crown, the man's long brows were slightly arched, and his thin lips were gently pressed together, resembling the most vibrant hue amidst the tender greens of spring. Behind him, 9 fluffy, white tails danced gracefully in the air, a testament to his current buoyant mood. The ceiling of the hall sparkled with hundreds of thousands of small lights, flickering intermittently, transmitting data to the mainframe. Each light symbolized a tasker and their corresponding system, recording every detail of their missions while also serving as their communication devices. The mainframe utilized these lights to relay information and items between itself and the taskers. The shattering of any one light signified the complete disappearance of a tasker. At the center of the ceiling hung a large light, several times the size of the smaller ones. Surrounding it were a ring of medium-sized lights, which, unlike the incessantly flickering smaller lights, remained dark, particularly the one at the very center. The mainframe devotedly carved the object in his grasp, weighing each incision with meticulous care, for he had no desire to produce another failure akin to the 707. In its genesis, the creation of 707 consumed the mainframe's considerable efforts, even to the extent of imbuing it with aspects of its own functionalities. Unexpectedly, in the final stage, the mainframe's grasp faltered, precipitating 707 into a molten crucible. Upon retrieval, 707 had been reduced to a spheroid, its system irrevocably flawed. The restoration of 707 would have necessitated the integration of numerous other systems, a commitment of time and resources that could have been channeled into the creation of a superior entity. Consequently, 707 was abandoned. The mainframe, disinclined to either repair or obliterate 707, cast it into the vast temporal void, anticipating its self-annihilation. Contrary to expectations, 707, in its naivete, genuinely believed it had been dispatched to seek a host, and upon ejection, promptly bonded with an entity that even it was loath to provoke. It was only upon witnessing their diligent execution of tasks that the mainframe found solace. At this juncture, the mainframe clenched the carving tool in its hand, narrowly averting a blemish on the object it held. It could ill afford any further contingencies. The master was in a profound slumber and posed no threat of awakening. Lost in thought, the mainframe emitted a self-deprecating chuckle, acknowledging its unwarranted anxieties. How could she possibly awaken? The mainframe shifted its posture, its once slender legs and 9 tails giving way to an immense piscine appendage. The core consciousness gently wagged its tail, the large fish tail striking the ground with a rhythmic thud. Indeed, the mermaid state was most comfortable. Once adjusted in position, the core consciousness seized its carving knife and resumed its intricate work. Suddenly, the grand chandelier at the apex of the hall illuminated, accompanied by a mechanical voice announcing, "Warning! Warning! The target has awakened! The target has awakened!" A cockroach-shaped domestic robot scurried from beneath the table, its long antennae adorned with 2 blinking red dots, frantically exclaiming to the core consciousness, "Master! Master! This is bad! She has awakened!" Within the hall, there were a total of 99 alarm lights, and now the highest level alarm blared, indicating a most grave situation. Typically, it was the cockroach robot that assisted the core consciousness in handling such tasks. Upon reviewing the alarm data, it was struck dumb with fear and hurried to report to the core consciousness. The core consciousness, engaged in its carving, was taken aback by this sudden news, causing its hands to tremble and ruining a system model that was on the verge of completion. Collapsing to the ground, the core consciousness endeavored to calm its tumultuous emotions. How could it have forgotten this matter? That entity's attribute was lightning. If it continued to strike like this, there was no telling when it might truly awaken. What a waste, 707. How could it have allowed her to accumulate such immense energy? Fortunately, this was merely temporary. It must not lose composure, for a solution was at hand. It would surely devise a plan. After a moment, the core consciousness regained its composure, restoring its ethereal demeanor. With a fierce expression, he hurled the carving knife and the unfinished product at the cockroach robot, commanding, "Destroy these defective items. The waste that is 707 deserves to be eliminated the most." The cockroach robot replied, "You are misdirecting your anger. Do you not realize that?" Nevertheless, it resignedly used its red-lit antennae to push the unfinished product and the knife towards the incinerator. Watching the cockroach robot depart with the recently carved rejects, the main brain felt a sense of relief and began to rummage through his private storage. At last, he discovered an item that was particularly suitable for Jin Qing tucked away in a corner. Grasping the object tightly in his hand, the main brain was overcome with heartache. It was his treasured collection. Chapter 93. It turns out to be a lightning rod, although the main brain was reluctant to part with it. He soon realized that despite its immense value, if it could aid in bringing back that individual who could no longer awaken, he would find solace in relinquishing it. Gradually, a pair of enormous black wings manifested behind him, and he took flight, pressing a brightly blinking button to issue a command. Send the rewards to 707 and the others, along with instructions for their use, so that they may wear them closely. As a beam of light emanated from the button and enveloped the item, it vanished without a trace. Once the object disappeared from his sight, the main brain descended to the ground with ease. Folding his wings, the room fell into silence, and he himself was lost in contemplation, leaving only the flickering lights on the ceiling as a testament to the extraordinary nature of this palace. In the confines of the system space, Jin Qing, who had been in slumber for an extended period, slowly opened her eyes. The first sight that greeted her was the ceiling she had meticulously designed in a grid pattern. Rubbing her dazed head, she extracted a spiked club from behind her and tossed it onto the floor, grumbling about the discomfort it caused. After tapping her head again, the pain subsided. Yet she remained in a haze, pondering whether her mind had been muddled. Shaking her still dizzy head, Jin Qing struggled to recall the events that had transpired. Had Zheng Jieqi violently struck her down? And what of 707? At this hour, it would typically be bouncing about in the system space, chattering incessantly. Could it be that 707 had also been vanquished by Zheng Jieqi? Perhaps she ought to shed a few symbolic tears for it. After all, they had worked together for so long. Even if it was a mere scrap heap, it deserved a moment of mourning. Just as Jin Qing prepared to lament for 707, she consoled herself, assuring that it was nothing to fret over, as she had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Meanwhile, 707, having heard her call, gazed into Jin Qing's bright eyes and cautiously inquired, "Forbidden emotions?" Jin Qing's expression darkened. What had transpired during her unconsciousness? Why had 707 suddenly adopted a Hainanese accent? Reaching beneath the bed, Jin Qing retrieved the spiked club and poked 707, insisting, "Speak properly." With disdain, she pushed 707 aside with the club, exclaiming, "You're the foolish one. What on earth is this? I'm not howling, yet you come to howl at me, with your backside practically lodged in my mouth." With a mace, Jin Qing pushed 707 aside to prevent him from lunging again, gently pressing down on him with the weapon. Strangely, Zheng Jiao's soul was nowhere to be seen, likely consumed during the emotional explosion. Since the host had already lost her memory, perhaps it was best not to remind her. Jin Qing furrowed her brow, contemplating for a long while, yet found herself unable to recall anything. Ultimately, she decided not to dwell on it. Well, if he says so, then so be it. The room fell into an eerie silence. After a moment, 707 broke the stillness, asking, "Host, the mainframe has sent your task reward. Would you like to take a look?" Reward. Jin Qing perked up. Upon hearing this, 707 retrieved a box entirely enveloped in emerald green and placed it on Jin Qing's bed. Curiously, she reached out to touch it, surprised to find her hand could indeed make contact with a tangible object. Upon opening it, she discovered a pure white jade nail. Resembling an enlarged, upgraded version of the iron nails typically used for furniture, but this one was crafted from jade. Jin Qing frowned slightly, wondering if it was meant for her to pin someone down. 707, holding the instruction manual, joyfully explained to Jin Qing, "Host, this is a lightning rod. Simply wear it on your head, and it will absorb lightning strikes. Furthermore, the stored lightning can be released as an attack when faced with danger. It is truly a remarkable artifact." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing also felt delighted. This item was indeed impressive. At least her mother would no longer have to worry about her being struck by lightning. After inserting the previously dismissed white jade hairpin into her hair, Jin Qing turned to 707 and asked, "Does it look good?" 707 glanced at Jin Qing, whose head resembled one struck by an arrow, and, with a twinge of insincerity, complimented, "It suits you perfectly, just as foolish." Observing Jin Qing, who sat on the bed, blissfully playing with a lightning rod, 707 inquired, "Host, do you require a moment of spiritual reflection?" Upon hearing this novel term, Jin Qing perked up. What is spiritual reflection? 707 elucidated. When a tasker undertakes missions, they accumulate an excess of emotions, which may hinder the execution of future tasks. Therefore, we possess a specialized technique for spiritual reflection that can assist you in extracting your feelings towards individuals encountered during missions, as well as your impressions of those who left a deep mark on you. These emotions can be extracted and stored, allowing you to retrieve them whenever you wish in the future. The crux is that I cannot proceed without examining your memories. It leaves me uneasy. Jin Qing, however, regarded 707 with suspicion. How much does it cost? 707 faltered. It's free. Your host is notoriously frugal. Jin Qing, taken aback by such a fortunate opportunity, pondered for a moment before asking, will I receive money after the extraction? After contemplating, Jin Qing decided that, considering it was a beneficial affair and free of charge, he said to 707, then let us proceed. Help me with this reflection. After a brief silence and considerable thought, Jin Qing finally asked 707, can you help me recall who I encountered in the last two worlds? 707 replied, it is indeed rare to have such a heartless host. Chapter 94. The Gulu beast observing Jin Qing frolicking carefreely on the virtual grass outside the house. 707 let out a sigh. Rather than erasing memories, it could simply speak its mind. With such limited intelligence, how could one even attempt to deceive? Did it really believe that the elderly man reading beneath the tree was oblivious to the antics unfolding before him? As Jin Qing playfully tugged at the book in the old man's hands, he remained motionless, utterly unresponsive. She waved her hands in front of him and tousled his hair, leaving 707 feeling somewhat uneasy. It swiftly darted in front of Jin Qing and suggested, host, let us go observe the white eye. Jin Qing cast a sidelong glance at 707 and retorted, no way. Visiting it costs more than seeing a celebrity. Humph. Don't think you can trick me into paying a visitation fee. Your brain and your pig's heart are both utterly corrupt. Momentarily taken aback, 707 contemplated the obstinacy reflected in Jin Qing's expression and inwardly resolved not to feel sympathy for that sugary rooster. Then, a thought struck Jin Qing, prompting her to inquire of 707, each world is different, I assenti it? The two worlds I have visited before are entirely distinct from my original one. Furrowing her brow, she pressed on, yet it seems every world possesses its own unique history. Although I may not be well-read, do not presume to deceive me. Upon hearing the questioning tone of Jin Qing, 707 promptly responded, since the dawn of time, when the great Pangu separated heaven and earth, countless fragments of worlds were forged, giving rise to parallel universes. Initially, these parallel worlds were identical. However, their evolution is influenced by myriad factors. Sometimes, even a mere change in weather can alter the course of history. Weather? Under 707's professional elucidation, Jin Qing found himself bewildered. Unperturbed by Jin Qing's confusion, 707 continued, imagine if two worlds developed in perfect synchrony. Then one day, in one of these worlds, a small butterfly rose late in the morning, fluttering its wings just a tad less. Consequently, a minute droplet of water vapor was absent from the air, leading to a slight reduction in rainfall in that realm. As a result, a lake did not overflow, rivers remained contained, embankments stood firm, disasters were averted, and thus, the notion of rebellion never crossed anyone's mind. Wouldn't the histories of these two worlds then diverge? Jin Qing, in a moment of epiphany, exclaimed, oh, so that's how it is. In truth, he still did not comprehend. 707, slightly perplexed, remarked, host, had your tone not been so exaggerated, I might have genuinely believed you understood. After Jin Qing's exclamation, he suddenly cast a sidelong glance at 707. Why do I feel that your service attitude has been particularly excellent lately? To deflect Jin Qing's suspicion, 707 swiftly shifted the topic. Host, when you last visited that snack shop in the outer realm, you left your contact information. And now the shopkeeper has sent over their snack menu. It may be said that 707 has truly come to understand Jin Qing. As soon as 707's words fell, Jin Qing's attention shifted immediately, and with eagerness, she exclaimed, show me at once. In the previous world, I hardly had a peaceful meal. This time, I must indulge in the finest and most luxurious fare to reward myself. 707 expelled a colorful promotional brochure from within, and to Jin Qing's delight, she discovered that her soul could indeed interact with it. With a sense of joy swelling within her, she hastily turned to the first page, only to be met not with images or text, but rather the projection of a roasted beast. This creature bore a small head and a large body, with extraordinarily robust limbs and two long tusks protruding from its lower jaw, forming an underbite. Accompanying this projection was a rich, tantalizing aroma, as a gentle female voice announced, our latest product, the Gulu beast, boasts exquisite meat that is tender yet not greasy, capable of enhancing the strength of one's soul. Only 10 available, first come, first served. Jin Qing paused, contemplating, why does this woman's voice sound as though she might faint at any moment? 707 scoffed, That is merely her softness. After this jest, Jin Qing gazed at the Gulu beast sprawled across the enormous platter, inquiring of 707, "Is this delectable?" She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, adding, "Is there a mission in that world? I wish to accept it. That way, I can indulge to my heart's content." What is so remarkable about teleportation? A swift strike to incapacitate, and let us see who reacts faster. 707 replied, "Ah, esteemed host, your responses are quite prompt at this moment." Yet quickly refuted, however, "This is quite challenging. Our current tasks are entirely random. In order to ensure the continuation of the species, one will not be assigned tasks from that world. Should you arrive there, it is likely that the Gulu beast will face extinction." Greedily inquiring about the taste of the Gulu beast, Jin Qing clicked the purchase button on the brochure, pondering to herself, such a delectable item must surely be exorbitantly priced. It is worth noting that this establishment dares to charge a staggering 200 trading points for a mere chicken foot. As expected, upon Jin Qing's click, a series of numbers sprang forth in the air, the trailing zeros dazzling her eyes. Jin Qing covered her face, truly unable to bear the sight. With a heavy heart, she closed the brochure, attempting to distance herself from it as much as possible. This unscrupulous snack vendor must have distributed the advertising costs among the products. Jin Qing furrowed her brow, musing for a moment, yet she remained nostalgic for the flavor she had just experienced. After some contemplation, she addressed 707. "Could you help me calculate my faith power from the previous world? I wish to know how long it will take for me to afford a Gulu beast." At this moment, she simply yearned to understand when she might indulge in such delights. 707 fell silent, beginning to tally the figures, and after a short while, spoke. "Host, you accumulated a total of 7,650,000 faith power in your last world, which can be exchanged for 7,650 trading points. Based on your current rate of acquiring faith power, and considering the system's time and task ratio of 124, it is estimated that in approximately 4,000 years of system time, you will be able to purchase a Gulu beast. Rest assured, it will be soon, provided, of course, that both you and the Gulu beast survive until that time. Jin Qing, please extend my gratitude to your entire family." Chapter 95. A deceased eunuch in the palace. 1. 707 discerned Jin Qing's despondency and consoled her, saying, "Dear host, while you may not be able to afford the Gulu beast, you can still purchase a slime worm. Although their textures differ, their functions are quite similar. The crucial aspect is their affordability and efficacy. Consuming several can yield the same enhancement of soul power. Primarily, they are inexpensive." Jin Qing mustered her spirits and inquired of 707, "What does a slime worm look like?" 707 opened the promotional brochure that Jin Qing had closed, locating an image of the slime worm in the bottom corner of the penultimate page. With a flick of its virtual appendage, a transparent puddle of goo materialized in the air, occasionally bubbling. Soon after, a gentle female voice began to explain, "Slime worm, an exclusive promotional offer. Now on a massive discount. For merely 1,000 credit points, you can acquire a slime worm that enhances soul power. Its characteristics include an appearance reminiscent of mucus and a taste even more so. No cooking is required. It must be consumed raw, directly from the mouth." "Oh, I cannot continue. I feel nauseous." The voice then faded away. 707 remarked, "That commentary was rather capricious." Jin Qing replied, "Just listening to it makes me feel queasy." After a couple of dry heaves, she looked up at 707 and asked, "Why don't you let me eat something more palatable?" 707 responded, "With your limited funds, this is all you can afford." Jin Qing puffed her cheeks, contemplating for a moment before conceding, "Fine, let us proceed with the task." 707 replied, "Ah, very well. My dear host is indeed becoming increasingly diligent." 707 pondered for a moment, then inquired, "Would you care to examine the data?" "No," Jin Qing retorted. "What's there to see?" 707 surreptitiously breathed a sigh of relief, relieved that she declined, as he was uncertain how to elucidate the anomalous data in the intelligence quotient section. After a protracted pause, 707 selected a mission and informed Jin Qing that preparations for departure were complete, entreating the host not to forget the adage. Jin Qing received the directive, "Life is worthy of reverence." 707 paused momentarily, then cheerfully concurred, "Indeed." At that juncture, a crucial question dawned upon Jin Qing, prompting her to query 707, "How does one operate a lightning rod?" Jin Qing. She knew it. Given the proclivities of the main AI, it would invariably resort to such tactics to generate revenue. She timidly inquired, "What's the incantation?" 707. I shall represent the celestial mandate to eradicate you. Jin Qing, damn. Could there not be a more conventional incantation? 707 cautiously proposed. Perhaps we could expend funds to rescind this incantation. Jin Qing, with gritted teeth, forced out 2 words. I'll utter it. If it's merely a matter of adolescent theatrics, I shall endure it. 707. During the ensuing temporal voyage, both parties maintained silence. Jin Qing stoically awaited the onset of pain, as her initial experiences upon entering each world were invariably adverse, a circumstance to which she had grown accustomed. However, contrary to expectations, even with mental fortitude, the intensity of the pain proved unbearable. Upon being thrust into the body, she nearly shrieked aloud, overwhelmed by the excruciating agony. Her entire lower body, including her internal organs, felt as if they were being eviscerated with a blade, each breath causing excruciating pain. Torrents of heat surged from her abdomen, the pungent odor of blood assailing her nostrils. If the bone pain of the first world was a level 1, this was undoubtedly a level 12. Jin Qing nearly cried out in agony. Was this the legendary dysmenorrhea? As she pondered, Jin Qing felt a mass of tissue slip from her nether regions. She could even perceive its shape and temperature. With its departure, a significant amount of blood and warmth drained from her body, leaving her feeling even colder. Jin Qing froze, her body stiffening. Could it be a miscarriage? Noticing Jin Qing's movement, a shrill voice piped up beside her, a wretched hussy, unable to die even in confinement. You all see what happens when you dare to consort with the guards. This is your fate. A chorus of women's voices echoed with fear. We understand, Your Grace. We wouldn't dare. Seemingly pleased, the shrill voice, still pinched, pointed at Jin Qing on the ground and said, Don't say this humble servant didn't warn you. If you're not destined for it, don't dream of soaring to the heights. Entering the palace means becoming the emperor's slave, a dog in the imperial city. How dare a dog covet the guards in the palace? Truly, a toad lusting after a swan. Be obedient now, and perhaps you'll live to see the day you're released from the palace. But if you're disobedient, this is your fate. This humble servant just doesn't know if you have a constitution as tough as hers. In the distance, muffled whimpers echoed, as if someone's mouth was being covered. The person with the high-pitched voice, seemingly satisfied with the response, gestured to those around them to place the uterus, extracted from Jin Qing's body, onto a tray. Adopting a condescending tone, they addressed Jin Qing, who lay on the ground, drawling, "Ah Qiao, don't blame Consort Shu. She's merely teaching you the rules of the palace. This humble servant doesn't understand what you're trying to accomplish when you'll be released in 2 years. Consort Shu is virtuous and has declared that if you survive this ordeal, she will spare you. But one must be content, sensible. After you recover, report to the Department of Punishments yourself." Jin Qing. Wait until I can move. The high-pitched voice paused, then said with satisfaction, "Very well, Consort Shu is benevolent, so you need not rise to express your gratitude. This humble servant has important matters to attend to today, so you should recuperate well. Remember to be sensible in the future and refrain from doing what you shouldn't." With that, the person with the high-pitched voice led a group of eunuch-attired individuals away, carrying the tray. As these eunuch-attired figures departed, the surrounding palace maids gathered around. But none offered assistance to Jin Qing. Instead, they pointed and whispered amongst themselves. Jin Qing lay on the ground, frowning. "I'll remember you all." At that moment, a wail arose, and a disheveled girl with disheveled hair and finger marks on her face rushed towards Jin Qing. The girl cried out, "Ah Qiao, ah Qiao," while attempting to staunch the bleeding beneath Jin Qing, pressing against the bloodstains. At this moment, Jin Qing realized, to her astonishment, that she was utterly bare. The girl, in a fluster, alternated between checking if Jin Qing was breathing and using her own discarded outer robe to apply pressure to Jin Qing's lower body. After much effort, the girl finally noticed that Jin Qing's bleeding had ceased. Jin Qing remarked, "I appreciate your realization that I am no longer bleeding. If I remain on the ground any longer, I might catch a cold, as my nose is already beginning to itch." The girl wrapped Jin Qing's exposed body in the blood-stained robe she had just used. She attempted to carry Jin Qing on her back, but her strength proved insufficient. Despite her best efforts, a significant portion of Jin Qing's body remained dragging on the ground. Jin Qing felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude. It was the first time someone had actively sought to assist her. This led her to reflect on her initial encounter with Bai Yin, who could easily be dismissed. Just as Jin Qing was mentally critiquing the situation, a bold young palace maid approached. It was the very maid who had previously hurled the most scathing remarks at Jin Qing. The maid, seemingly repulsed, covered her mouth and nose with a handkerchief and mockingly advised the girl, "My lady, I suggest you keep your distance from this sinner of the Xian family. You are already out of favor. Associating with such misfortune may very well doom you to a life of obscurity." Although the young maid addressed her as my lady, there was not an ounce of respect in her tone. This young lady, despite having served the emperor, held no legitimate status and was evidently unloved. In the palace, a woman of no favor often fared worse than the palace maids themselves. Silently, the little palace maid pressed the sole of her shoe upon the fingers of Jin Qing, which lay helplessly on the ground, twisting and turning with force until she felt the unsettling sensation of bones fracturing beneath her foot, before finally lifting it away. Who could be unaware that this Xiao, blessed with deft hands, was favored by the matron in charge? Now, she was eager to witness how this wretched creature, rendered utterly disgraceful after today's severe punishment, would fare without her precious skills to curry favor with others. A surge of resentment welled up within Jin Qing. She could almost hear the ominous cracking sound as her bones misaligned, and she thought, "That woman, don't you dare leave after school." Jin Qing's head collided with the tiled floor, unnoticed by anyone, as a subtle crack began to form on the tile. With her eyes closed, she felt waves of dizziness coursing through her head. Her body still bore the remnants of weakness. The excessive blood loss, compounded by the recent blow to her head, left her feeling as if sweet bean paste had invaded her mind. Yet, there was no time for vengeance. Not even 3 years could contain her wrath, let alone 3 minutes. The girl, however, felt a pang of guilt, believing she had inflicted further harm upon Jin Qing. Sitting on the ground, she paid no heed to the bloodstains marring her pristine undergarments, resolutely hoisting Jin Qing onto her back. Slowly, she rose to her feet, one hand steadying Jin Qing to prevent her from slipping, while the other thrust towards the obstructive little palace maid. "Step aside. This is none of your concern." Encountering such a situation, one would typically distance themselves, yet this hypocritical fade was truly revolting. It was no wonder she was unloved, destined to languish in the cold palace for eternity. To her astonishment, amidst the gazes of the crowd, the tiles beneath her feet shattered upon her stomp, while those in the vicinity followed suit, resulting in the simultaneous fracturing of 6 tiles. The onlookers, taken aback by this spectacle, were left in a state of shock, with some timid souls even exclaiming in fear, "Is this a ghost?" Chaos erupted as the head eunuch, responsible for overseeing the area, was drawn to the scene. With a furrowed brow, he surveyed the unfolding drama and, directing his ire towards the now petrified young maid, exclaimed in a sharp tone, "Well done, you wretched servant. You dare to crush the palace tiles. You shall receive 30 lashes, to be executed immediately." The young maid, her legs trembling, fell to her knees in a plea for mercy, crying out, "This is unjust. Please, Master Zhang, spare me. It was not me, not me. Have pity on my life." Despite her head striking the ground with a resounding thud, she was forcibly dragged away by 2 menacing middle-aged eunuchs, leaving only a trail of piercing screams in the air. The head eunuch, frowning, mused to himself, "I have long advised them to silence those they drag away. Why can they not remember? Such incompetence." He then turned to the frightened crowd and declared, "Disperse. Each day, you create unrest. Do you not allow me to live in peace?" With the crowd too terrified to protest, the head eunuch hurriedly departed, acutely aware that the palace tiles needed urgent replacement. For should a noble patron stumble upon them, no amount of heads would suffice to save him from punishment. Jin Qing had initially hoped to see the arrogant young maid trip and perhaps break a tooth. However, she found herself unexpectedly rewarded by the turn of events. On the other side, the girl was carrying Jin Qing towards her residence. Due to her stature and lack of strength, Jin Qing's feet dragged along the ground, her toes ground into a bloody mess. The girl paid no heed to the gazes of those they passed, weeping as she walked. "Xiao, hold on, do not die. We shall soon be home. I will no longer be a consort, nor will I seek royal favor. I only desire for you to live. Let us lead a good life together. I will be with you, forsaking everyone else." Jin Qing, overwhelmed by the excruciating pain, found a flicker of warmth in the girl's lamentations. Yet, she thought to herself, "Sister, while your tears flow, could you possibly cover my backside? The way you carry me has caused my outer robe to ride up, and thus, I have been exposed to the eyes of all along the way. Surrounding them were a dozen identical houses, their internal layouts mirroring one another, differing only in orientation, with a large courtyard at the center. The girl's words roused a fury within her. Yulan, what did you say? Do you dare to threaten me? Chapter 97. There's a dead eunuch in the palace. 3. Jin Qing. She truly wished to inform the girl who bore her that the words of this palace-dressed maiden held merit. The manner in which she was being carried was akin to punishment. Fortunately, she had managed to staunch the bleeding, or she surely would have perished. Amidst the derision of the onlookers, the girl bore Jin Qing into the house. Navigating through the outer chamber's small divan, she gently placed Jin Qing upon her own bed. Upon hearing the sound of the girl's departing footsteps, Jin Qing addressed 707, saying, "Embrace the narrative." 707 promptly acknowledged, transmitting the storyline directly into Jin Qing's mind. This is a world centered around a female protagonist who has largely fulfilled her destiny. At the tender age of 15, she entered the palace for the selection of candidates and was bestowed upon the then crown prince. Due to her erudition and adherence to propriety, she garnered the affection of 3 generations of emperors, enjoying unwavering favor, and has now ascended to the esteemed position of Empress Dowager. Through her relentless efforts, she revitalized her entire family, radiating an undeniable aura of a true heroine. The reigning emperor is her biological son, who regards her with utmost respect and filial piety, diligently heeding her counsel, an unequivocal victor in the game of life. However, she has now completely withdrawn from the realm of power struggles, dedicating herself to spiritual pursuits, becoming a woman concealed at the pinnacle of the food chain. Jin Qing's current identity is that of a mature palace maid named Qiao. Having entered the palace at the age of 14, she has now endured 11 years of service. Just 6 more months of perseverance will grant her freedom. In her youth, Qiao lived in the countryside with her mother and younger sister, while her father was the only scholar in their village. Due to his exceptional examination results, he was eligible for an official position. However, driven by lofty aspirations, Qiao's father sought to escape the confines of their rural existence and gathered resources to travel to the capital for the imperial examinations. During her father's presence, Qiao and her mother engaged in handicrafts to support his studies. Now, with their father absent, the 3 of them have closed their doors to the outside world, leading a vibrant life that, paradoxically, is far more relaxed than when he was home. Qiao and her mother were both diligent individuals. Now that they no longer had to support a scholar, they had managed to save a considerable sum of money. However, their prosperity was short-lived. With the father's prolonged absence, rumors of his demise gradually spread within the clan. Observing the apparent indifference of the mother and her 2 daughters to these rumors, the clan elders became even more convinced of their veracity. Consequently, they ceased to revere Qiao's father's status as a scholar and instead set their sights on the 3 women, intending to seize their property. Unbeknownst to them, Qiao's mother was also an astute woman. Upon discerning the avaricious motives behind the rumors, she promptly sold their house and land to the local gentry at a reduced price. With her belongings packed, she hired a carriage and embarked on a journey to the capital with her 2 daughters to seek out her husband. En route, Qiao, perplexed, inquired as to why their journey to the capital required such extravagance. Her mother, embracing her younger daughter, reassured Qiao, "We must maintain appearances, even in defeat. Your father is most certainly alive. That scoundrel must have turned into a heartless villain. We are going to reclaim what is rightfully ours." Qiao nodded obediently, gazing at her mother and sister. In any case, she harbored no profound memories of her father. Her mother and sister were all she needed. Thanks to her mother's willingness to spend money and the coachman's benevolence, their journey to the capital was uneventful. The reprobate, enticed by the Yu family's wealth and influence, had remarried without divorcing his original wife. He had not even bothered to send a letter of divorce to his wife and daughters at home. Since his wife had not borne him a son, he felt no remorse. The wealthy merchant, eager to retain a son-in-law capable of ascending the ranks of government, chose to turn a blind eye to this affair. The 2 parties reached an understanding, ultimately deciding to allow the mother and her 2 daughters to fend for themselves. Over the past 2 years, with the merchant's backing, the scoundrel thrived in his career and established a foothold in the capital. Upon hearing this news, Qiao's mother neither wept nor caused a scene. Instead, she took residence at an inn and instructed the innkeeper to deliver a letter to the scoundrel, clearly indicating her intent to demand hush money. However, before Qiao's father could arrive, Her mother unexpectedly passed away, and their belongings had vanished. Though Qiao was clever, her tender age rendered her vulnerable. She was profoundly shaken by her mother's sudden demise, living in a state of constant dread. Tragically, her younger sister vanished without a trace. With her last remaining funds, Qiao arranged for her mother's burial, only to be expelled from the inn for being destitute. Confounded by the abrupt loss of all she held dear, Qiao contemplated ending her life by jumping into the river. Just as despair consumed her, a family came to her rescue. As Qiao prepared to take her leave in search of her sister, the family finally presented their request. They belonged to the lower echelons of society and had a daughter of marriageable age. However, unlike the noble ladies, their daughter was destined to serve as a palace maid. Though she was already 14, her naive and carefree disposition posed a potential risk to the family's reputation. Sending her to the palace could spell disaster, possibly leading to dire consequences for them all. After much deliberation, they decided to find someone to replace their daughter in the palace. And it was fortuitous that they encountered a Qiao, who had recently survived a suicide attempt. A Qiao, having spent years frolicking in the countryside, bore a resemblance to their daughter, making her an ideal candidate for their plan. They intended to discreetly send their daughter to Jiangnan, where the vastness of the empire would render it nearly impossible for anyone to trace their household registration. Grateful to this family, a Qiao agreed to their request, but stipulated one condition. They must help her keep an eye on her sister's whereabouts. Following their successful negotiations, a Qiao entered the palace. Initially, she was merely a maid tasked with menial chores on the palace's periphery. However, true to her name, a Qiao was not only resourceful but also possessed a clear and transparent character, adept at navigating social situations. She frequently devised clever ideas to present to the head matron and the overseeing eunuchs, earning their favor and progressively lighter duties. Thus, she established a stable and carefree existence within the palace. It was not until the day of the current selection of palace maidens that her life underwent a dramatic transformation. A Qiao had believed that in another 6 months, she would be able to leave the palace. When she assumed another's identity, she had added 2 years to her age, which would allow her to exit the palace at the age of 23, with ample time ahead. With the skills she had acquired within the palace, securing a position as a matron in a common household should have posed no challenge. The crux lies in the opportunity to seek out one's younger sister, who, by age, should now be 14. With no other recourse, I must turn to those unattached palace maids to serve as a temporary solution. A Qiao, on the other hand, has been assigned to a young mistress named Jin Qing. Remarkably, Jin Qing feels an inexplicable affinity for A Qiao, disregarding her deliberate aloofness and consistently initiating conversations with her. Despite A Qiao's attempts to maintain distance, Jin Qing is drawn to her, compelled by an odd sense of intimacy, and thus engages A Qiao in dialogue incessantly as she goes about her tasks. What A Qiao did not anticipate was that during one of her duties assisting Jin Qing with her bath, she discovered birthmarks and scars on Jin Qing's body that closely resembled those of her sister. Should the truth of their identities ever come to light, Jin Qing could find herself embroiled in the revelation, for a royal concubine cannot have a sister serving as a maid. Wiping away her tears, A Qiao resolved to assist Jin Qing in winning favor. In this imperial city, any who enters as a talented maiden rarely leaves alive. Therefore, Jin Qing must strive for success, and A Qiao is determined to support her. Having made up her mind, A Qiao sought out familiar eunuchs and maids to inquire about the emperor's schedule. The fragrant powder, warmed by her chest, indeed attracted numerous butterflies. As the butterflies fluttered in, so too did the curious emperor. As A Qiao had predicted, the emperor was indeed drawn to Jin Qing. However, to her surprise, she had been overly eager, and in her quest for information, they inadvertently intercepted a message meant for the noble consort. The noble consort Shu spent an entire night in distress within the palace, and as dawn broke, she summoned the emperor under the pretext of feeling unwell. With the imminent arrival of her child, she was indeed a precious gem among the court. Upon hearing this news, the emperor hastily abandoned his musical pursuits and rushed to the Jade Tranquility Palace to be by her side. Meanwhile, A Qiao and Jin Qing remained in their quarters, awaiting the decree of promotion, yet all they received was a bowl of herbal concoction meant to prevent conception, accompanied by a gaggle of palace maids wielding horsehair brushes. Jin Qing was scrubbed thoroughly, leaving her in a state of disarray, while A Qiao was discovered with a pair of men's undergarments that belonged to a palace guard. Despite intense interrogation, A Qiao steadfastly refused to reveal the name of her lover. Consequently, Consort Shu ordered that a Qiao be subjected to solitary confinement to uphold the dignity of the court, while Qin Yin faced punishment for her inadequate supervision over the maid. Under the strain of severe punishment, a Qiao succumbed, and upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the presence of Jin Qing. Observing the situation, Jin Qing thought to herself, "This Consort Shu is rather similar to me in temperament. Both of us are unwilling to let grievances linger overnight." 707. Host, could you enlighten me on what you find commendable? Jin Qing reclined on her bed, noting that although the bleeding had ceased, the pain throughout her body persisted unabated. Jin Qing inquired of 707, "Why does it hurt so much?" Jin Qing, "Damn it, I'm getting used to this." After 2 days of languishing in bed, Jin Qing, despite her severe injuries, began to rise slowly, thanks to the attentive care of Qin Yin. As the punishment ensued, the organs injured alongside the uterus gradually healed. Glancing over the narrative once more, with a tinge of sympathy for the deceased A Qiao, Jin Qing inquired of 707, what was a Qiao's wish? The task's qualification standard demanded that Qin Yin receive the emperor's favor. If that were the case, would it not be prudent for her to seize the emperor and confine him in a dark chamber until he learned of Qin Yin's pregnancy before releasing him? Is it true that one cannot survive without a man's affection? If a man does not cherish you, should you not learn to value yourself more? Observing Jin Qing struggle to rise, seemingly intent on butting her head against the wall in despair, 707 grew alarmed. "Host, please remain calm. Do not harm yourself. I shall communicate with the Chao's spirit at once and request a modification to her wish. Please hold on." After uttering this, 707 fell silent. Jin Qing's potential self-harm was a matter of great concern. A single collision could spell disaster for the room. The noble Consort Shu was lurking behind, awaiting the opportunity to ensnare Qin Yin and her companions. By acting thus, was the host not merely handing a weapon to the enemy? Before long, 707 spoke again. "Host, a Qiao has consented to alter her wish, but she insists on adding another task." Jin Qing responded incredulously, "Is this a buy-one-get-one deal? When did she become so cheap?" She resolutely declined. "I refuse." Yet 707, brimming with excitement, urged, "Accept it. Accept it. This task is quite manageable." Curiosity piqued, Jin Qing asked, "When did you become so benevolent?" Whenever 707 was in high spirits, one could bet it was rarely for a good reason. 707, oblivious to the slanderous thoughts that linger in Jin Qing's mind, joyfully proclaimed, "A Qiao's soul is a delicate shade of gold." They had struck gold this time. Jin Qing, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "Speak plainly." In chapter 99, there is a deceased eunuch in the palace. 707 hastily rephrased, "This task is accomplished, at the very least. It will earn us the toe of a gullah beast." It is worth noting that their previous funds were insufficient even to procure a single hair. Jin Qing, taken aback, promptly made her decision. "I accept. Such bountiful rewards." Observing her swift acceptance, 707 felt a sense of relief. "Host, aren't you going to ask who the other person A Qiao intends to save?" With unwavering resolve, Jin Qing replied, "I trust that a kind-hearted girl like a Qiao would not sacrifice her soul for someone unworthy." Her assertions were both logical and compelling. 707, feeling a pang of discomfort, thought to himself, "Though your words sound noble, you are merely motivated by the desire for the gullah beast's toe, which they would certainly not sever just for you." Nevertheless, he dutifully cautioned Jin Qing, "Host, what if the other party is truly malevolent?" Jin Qing chuckled lightly, "Then I shall help him reform. I will impart a valuable lesson. Evildoers shall meet their demise." 707, struggling with the implications, asked, "Are you not curious about the specifics of the task?" Jin Qing resolutely stated, "There is no need to inquire. Rest assured. Regardless of the task, I will dedicate myself fully to its completion." The essence of the task revolves around assisting Qin Yin in reaching the pinnacle of her life, a routine she has long since comprehended. As for the other target, she would address that when the opportunity arises. 707, "My host, your might is truly awe-inspiring. I have exerted myself to the utmost." As soon as Jin Qing concluded her exchange with 707, she observed Qin Yin entering, bearing a clay pot. The redness at the corners of Qin Yin's eyes betrayed that she had recently been weeping. Jin Qing was somewhat perplexed. Could it be hunger? Having been confined to bed for the past 2 days, Jin Qing had surreptitiously calculated the extent of a Qiao's bodily injuries. With each relentless strike of the dungeon's cudgel, her uterus and ovaries had prolapsed, her bladder had ruptured, her Her stomach had hemorrhaged, one of her kidneys had been rendered virtually non-functional, and her diaphragm had been damaged, causing blood to flow backward. In essence, Aqiao had not simply succumbed to pain. She had been asphyxiated by the backflow of her own blood. These were all internal injuries. Lamenting Aqiao's tragic demise and drawing parallels to her own condition, Jin Qing realized that the direct consequence of her injuries was that she had been subsisting on rice gruel for 2 consecutive days. The common characteristics of this gruel were its crystal clarity, its capacity to reflect one's image, and the conspicuous absence of even a single grain of rice, all while failing to satiate her hunger. At times, it was even served cold, and Qing would painstakingly heat the small bowl over an oil lamp for an extended period before feeding it to her. Reflecting on this, Jin Qing pursed her lips. Her stomach no longer ached today, and there was no longer a metallic taste rising within her. Could it be that she could partake of some meat? She felt utterly drained of strength from being filled with rice gruel. Unexpectedly, Qing placed the clay pot on the table and then seated herself, presenting only her back to Jin Qing. Jin Qing, is she intending to feast alone? Qing, have you become fickle? Successfully propping herself up, Jin Qing tentatively began to approach the table. Alas, the allure of sustenance was formidable. She was utterly famished. 707 remarked, how precious you are, having been pampered so comfortably these past few days. If it were in the past, you would have been bouncing around with energy. Little did anyone know that at this moment, Qing was wiping her tears while facing the clay pot. Upon seeing Jin Qing approach, she hurriedly dabbed at her eyes, saying, Aqiao, why are you up? Didn't I tell you to rest? You need to recuperate now. However, Jin Qing's gaze was fixed on the clay pot, which had been uncovered, revealing a delightful array of ingredients. It was quite a sumptuous sight. Among the contents were jellyfish skin, large shrimp, tofu, crispy meat, and lion's head meatballs. Jin Qing was taken aback. Was this a mixed stew? This dish was still in vogue at the palace. Noticing Jin Qing's attention on the pot, Qing quickly lifted the tray, intending to conceal it. In her haste, some broth splattered onto her clothes, prompting her to clumsily set down the pot and attempt to wipe the stain, only to make it worse. As she continued, she suddenly broke down in tears, exclaiming, Aqiao, I'm so sorry. Jin Qing, irritated by Qing's sobbing, grimaced, is it really necessary to cry over such trivial matters? I can forego eating it. Suddenly, Jin Qing noticed a large tooth mark on one of the lion's head meatballs. Glancing between the meatball and Qing, she mused, surely her mouth isn't that large? Sniffling, Jin Qing inquired, did you bite it? How desperately must you have wanted to eat the lion's head to open your mouth that wide? Feeling exasperated by Qing's tears, Jin Qing decided to abandon her act of weakness, slamming her hand on the table. Stop crying. I will go find you something to eat. It's merely swill. When 707 made me ingest slugs, I didn't shed a tear. What is there to weep about? This young lady is excessively sentimental. 707 retorted, she is a maiden, whereas you are a crone. How can they be compared? With a resounding thud, the table legs were driven deep into the ground, sinking several inches lower than before. 707 muttered, I knew you were feigning illness. Observing the table now embedded in the earth, it's evident that your control over your strength is truly masterful. Startled by Aqiao's actions, Qing momentarily ceased her weeping and instinctively attempted to push the table, but regardless of her efforts, it remained unyielding. After a pause, Qing gazed up at Jin Qing, pondering whether Aqiao seemed different than before. However, she recalled that aside from this incident of vying for favor, her interactions with Aqiao had been limited, and thus, she dismissed her concerns. It is only natural for a person to undergo changes after experiencing great adversity, or so she reasoned. Qing offered this explanation as the most plausible rationale for Jin Qing's transformation. Noticing that Qing had finally ceased her lamentations, Jin Qing cast her a look of approval, haphazardly donned a garment, and strode out of Qin Yin's residence, leaving the former staring blankly at Jin Qing's departing figure. Murmuring her name, Aqiao. Beneath the palace walls, only vigilant patrols of guards diligently maintained their posts throughout the imperial city. Jin Qing, clad in disheveled attire, could only lower her head and skirt along the base of the wall, seeking to avoid detection. Having initially intended to pilfer some victuals from the imperial kitchen, Jin Qing was thwarted by the fragmentary nature of Aqiao's memories and the sheer magnitude of the imperial city, which conspired to prevent her from locating the kitchen. Chapter 100. There's a deceased eunuch in the palace. 6. Jin Qing stealthily approached a thicket where three individuals, garbed as guards, stood abreast before a tree. Their gazes fixed downward. The sound of tearing fabric and muffled whimpers emanated from the ground at their feet. As Jin Qing drew nearer, the sounds from within the foliage grew more distinct. Dare to resist? Would you care for a taste of something more potent? A lewd voice arose from the location of the three guards' feet. The palace maids of this imperial city are not to be trifled with lightly. But there is no decree against dalliances with eunuchs. After a brief interlude, the voice resumed, "Don't even contemplate raising an alarm. To seduce a guard within these imperial walls would be construed as lasciviousness within the palace, an accusation that would hardly endear you to anyone here. Add to that the charge of licentiousness, and your situation would become truly untenable." As the speaker concluded, the sound of more fervent struggling and scuffling arose from the ground. Jin Qing furrowed her brow, perplexed. She had initially presumed she was stumbling upon a clandestine rendezvous, but the situation now appeared to be otherwise. The one who styled himself as master seemed to have been provoked, his voice fraught with impatience. "Ungrateful eunuch, for me to deign to touch you is a favor. What did you think you would accomplish by avoiding us? I merely expended 10 taels of silver, and your mentor willingly deceived you into coming here. If you comport yourself with docility, I shall bestow upon you a sum of 10 taels of silver, an amount commensurate with the worth of a courtesan in a brothel. Should you prove recalcitrant, I shall disseminate the knowledge of your venal posterior, inviting all to partake of its savor." At this juncture, one of the three individuals standing by interjected with a subdued chuckle, "Has your vigor been sapped, rendering you incapable of subduing even a callow eunuch? Make haste, for we await your pleasure." The others echoed in unison, "Indeed, we have exerted considerable effort to divert the attention of others and ensnare him here. Pray, do not squander our precious time. I am scheduled for duty this very evening. This eunuch possesses an uncommon prowess. If you intend to fulfill your duties tonight, beware lest he drain you of your essence. Prithee, expedite your actions, or relinquish your place to another." The guard addressed as, stung by these barbs, experienced a surge of alternating pallor and ruddiness in his countenance, evidently oblivious to the machinations of his subordinates. Discerned a sharp crack, followed by the enraged bellow of the aforementioned man. "You worthless harlot, I refuse to believe I cannot subdue you. You possess a countenance that invites the congress of 1,000 men, yet you feign unyielding virtue." Upon hearing this, a surge of indignation coursed through his mind. To presume to address oneself as I in my presence, do you aspire to ascend to the heavens? With a swift kick, she felled the three guards standing before her, who succumbed to unconsciousness before comprehending the unfolding events. Seizing the guard named, who lay prostrate upon the eunuch, hoisted him aloft by the scruff of his neck, suspending him above her head. With a menacing gaze, demanded, "Who presumes to be my progenitor?" The palace guard, Mu Xian, who had been exerting himself to tear the garments of the person beneath him, was abruptly hoisted into the air. Utterly bewildered, he gazed down at Jin Qing's countenance, thinking, "What manner of being is this?" The young eunuch, upon realizing he had been rescued, scrambled to his feet in a flurry, hastily attempting to salvage his tattered clothing. With practiced ease, he retrieved a needle and thread from his inner garment and swiftly mended the rents in his outer robe. The eunuch's needlework was remarkably efficient. With a few deft stitches, the tears in his clothing were rendered nearly imperceptible. Having completed this task, the eunuch rose, cast not a glance at Jin Qing, who was still holding Mu Xian aloft, and darted away. Jin Qing was somewhat bewildered by the eunuch's smooth, practiced movements. Has he forgotten something? She wondered. At this moment, 707's voice echoed in Jin Qing's mind. The second mission objective has been located, and the target has been successfully rescued once. Host, please continue your efforts. Jin Qing retorted, WTF, 707. Come out here and explain this situation. I promise I won't beat you to death, really. Mu Xian, nearly strangled by Jin Qing's grip on his neck, kicked his legs, which landed on Jin Qing. This only fueled her anger. Not content with molesting a eunuch. You dare to molest me? With that, Jin Qing swung Mu Xian above her head, violently thrashing him about before releasing him. Mu Xian, propelled by centrifugal force, was sent hurtling through the air, ultimately becoming entangled in the branches of a distant tree. Jin Qing gazed at the three individuals sprawled on the ground, brushed away the non-existent dust from his hands, and strode away. Little did he know that shortly after his departure, a figure stealthily emerged at the scene of the incident. It was the fleeing young eunuch. Standing still, he pondered for a moment, then procured a long pole to dislodge the guard Mu Xian from the tree, placing him alongside the previously incapacitated three. Observing the four unconscious figures, the young eunuch appeared to have an epiphany as his handsome lips curled into an innocent and enchanting smile. 707 elucidated. In this world, the Mongols hold dominion. However, the Han people once resisted the Manchu leadership, enduring humiliation and peril to carry out assassination attempts within the palace. The Mongols, believing in their noble lineage, were reluctant to allow their descendants to become eunuchs, serving the emperor in close proximity. Thus, during the reign of previous emperors, a peculiar game circulated among the 8 banners. Families would select the most attractive young men and maidens, who would take turns sharing the company of a single beautiful maiden, in hopes of producing lovely offspring. The boys would then be sent to the palace as eunuchs, while the girls continued the lineage. Pausing for a moment, 707 continued. Yet, this tradition was explicitly prohibited during the reign of the last emperor. Nevertheless, this young eunuch became the final victim of such customs. Qiao had previously witnessed this young eunuch being bullied in the palace and, through her secret observations, began to harbor a fondness for him. Therefore, besides ensuring Qin Yin's prominence within the palace, her other aspiration was for this young eunuch to no longer suffer mistreatment, but to live with dignity. After finishing, 707 emitted a human-like sigh. It's often said that one shouldn't eavesdrop on others without cause. Look, Qiao's predicament is a result of her eavesdropping. Had she not been in the habit of observing the young eunuch's every move, she would not have developed affection for a eunuch. And we wouldn't have had to deal with the added complication of an additional task. My host's greatest flaw is her love for eavesdropping. I must sound the alarm for her. Unexpectedly, Jin Qing's attention was not on 707 at all at this moment, because she had just seen a rat, larger than a cat, dart past her feet. Jin Qing took off in pursuit. As expected of the imperial city, even the rats are fatter than in other places. Tonight's dinner is secured. The rat was agile, and it ran exclusively towards the edges and corners, making it difficult to catch. Jin Qing chased the rat to the edge of a lake, where it disappeared into a patch of grass. The location of this lake was extremely secluded, and the bridge over the lake was dilapidated. Moreover, there were no guards around, only a solitary wooden house standing not far from the lake, occasionally flickering with a faint light. Jin Qing learned from Qiao's memory that there were many empty rooms with lights like this in the palace. Most likely, these eternal flames are lit to commemorate someone of significance. The eunuchs and maids in charge only come to replenish them occasionally, suggesting the house's owner was once highly favored. Judging by the courtyard's arrangement, this was likely a beloved concubine's retreat during her leisure time, though it now appears to be an abandoned palace courtyard. If Jin Qing were discerning, she would notice that the somewhat dilapidated bridge is actually carved entirely from mutton fat jade. However, Jin Qing, feeling dejected at losing the mouse, plopped down by the shore, realizing this body is rather weak. Otherwise, she would have caught the little mouse already. While feeling despondent, Jin Qing suddenly noticed a bubble rising from the water in the distance. Jin Qing exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be the slug chasing after me?" But 707 retorted in her mind, "Host, those are koi. This host truly lacks knowledge." Upon hearing this, Jin Qing became delighted. There are fish in the water. She'll have meat to eat. Finding a sheltered corner, Jin Qing summoned her mace and, under the cover of night, ran to the middle of the bridge. She plunged the mace into the lake and began stirring it clockwise. Eventually, the mace created a massive whirlpool in the lake, and the koi caught in the vortex became disoriented and floated belly up. Overjoyed, Jin Qing leaned over and struck the water's surface with the mace horizontally, intending to knock the fish out of the water. However, she didn't realize she had used too much force. Jin Qing had not used the mace on physical objects in the previous world, so she didn't know that the mace itself could amplify her strength, giving her a power-enhancing buff. With a resounding strike, Jin Qing sent forth a towering wall of water, rising 3 meters high, causing the koi fish in the lake to flip onto their backs, drifting lifelessly on the surface. Observing this unfortunate spectacle, Jin Qing couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for the waste. Such a loss. After a moment of mourning for his provisions, he bent down and retrieved a dozen of the largest fish from the lake, cradling them in his arms, contemplating whether this would suffice for his needs. Meanwhile, within the confines of Yuzhou Palace, a different kind of unrest unfolded. Consort Shu was nearing her time of delivery, frequently feigning discomfort to summon the emperor to her side. Since he ascended to the throne at the tender age of 15, a decade had passed without a single addition to the royal lineage. leading to much speculation among the courtiers. Thus, the emperor regarded the child within consort Shu with great significance, accompanying her through her trials. However, as consort Shu's cries for attention grew more frequent and her demeanor increasingly bold, the emperor began to exhibit signs of impatience. Aware that her theatrics had reached their peak, consort Shu ordered a concoction of labor-inducing medicine from the imperial pharmacy. Her father had previously consulted with the astrologers, who predicted that a child born during the hour of the high would bring great fortune, regardless of gender. Consort Shu issued stern commands to her 4 midwives, warning them that only if her child arrived promptly at the appointed hour would their families be spared. To further enforce her will, she dispatched a cadre of guards, armed with blades and rewards, to stand watch at the homes of the midwives, waiting for news of her delivery to determine whether they would be met with punishment or reward. Within her own palace, she had meticulously orchestrated every detail. In the flower garden, the buds had been subjected to a regimen of ice cooling for the past fortnight. The ice would be removed and replaced with braziers of charcoal mere hours before her labor, conjuring a miraculous illusion of auspicious blooming, a sign of divine favor upon her child. Upon receiving confirmation that all was in readiness, the consort Shu ingested the labor-inducing draught and reclined upon her bed, patiently awaiting the onset of contractions. While the consort Shu endured the throes of childbirth, Jin Qing encountered an unexpected challenge. A plump, sleek rat, its fur glistening as if oiled, bared its teeth in defiance at Jin Qing, who was clutching a fish and attempting to depart. Jin Qing mused, "Have the palace vermin grown so audacious?" With a swift kick, Jin Qing sent the rat hurtling through the air before it could react. The rat, being of slight weight, was sent soaring by Jin Qing's considerable force, landing squarely within a small wooden structure across the lake with a resounding thud, toppling something within. Jin Qing clicked her tongue, lamenting, "My control of force requires further refinement." Before long, flames erupted from the wooden structure, accompanied by cries for help. "Fire! A fire! Escort the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager has fainted." Nakier was the Empress Dowager's most trusted confidant. At the tender age of 12, she had entered the service of the then imperial consort in the former emperor's residence. At 20, she had accompanied the same woman, now empress, as she was carried through the great Qing gate into the palace. She vividly recalled the spectacle of the empress receiving the obeisance of 100 officials. At 25, she witnessed the birth of the empress's firstborn son, who was immediately proclaimed crown prince, with envoys from near and far presenting congratulatory gifts. At the age of 39, upon the demise of the late emperor, she personally supported the grief-stricken empress as she ascended to the throne of Empress Dowager. Now nearing 50, Nakier has witnessed firsthand the profound affection bestowed upon the empress by 3 generations of emperors. In each instance, she stood by the Empress Dowager's side, privy to all her secrets. For instance, today marks the anniversary of the Empress Dowager's wedding to the late emperor. The late emperor genuinely cherished the Empress Dowager. It was said that when the late emperor discovered the Empress Dowager secretly shedding tears over the selection of consorts, he personally designed the hidden treasure garden to please her. The flora, fauna, lakes, and bridges within were all creations of the late emperor, each a precious artifact. Even this wooden cabin was meticulously constructed by the late emperor himself using agarwood, purely to bring a smile to the Empress Dowager's face. Upon the late emperor's passing, the Empress Dowager was inconsolable, even contemplating ending her life in this very cabin to follow the late emperor in death. Fearing for the Empress Dowager's safety, the emperor ordered the hidden treasure garden sealed. While many remember the late emperor's birth and death anniversaries, few recall the date of his wedding. Unexpectedly, moments after Nakier had assisted the Empress Dowager in retiring for the night, an object was hurled through the air, overturning a palace lantern. Kerosene spilled onto the floor, igniting a blaze. She hastily helped the Empress Dowager up, intending to flee the wooden cabin. But the Empress Dowager fainted at the sight of a mangled rat carcass on the floor. The fire spread rapidly, and unable to move the Empress Dowager's divine form, Nakier cried out for help amidst the flames, her heart filled with anguish. Who would dare to plot against the Empress Dowager? Chapter 102. A deceased eunuch in the palace. 8. From a distance, Jin Qing observed Naqier, who was desperately calling for help while tugging at her neck. She glanced at the small flame, barely 50 centimeters high and 40 centimeters wide. It was a moment of utter despair for Naqier. After years of indulgence under the Empress Dowager's protection, she had come to a stark realization that she could no longer move the Empress Dowager at all. Despite her efforts to pull and drag, the empress remained immovable. Nachier had long advised the dowager to eat less, yet her counsel fell on deaf ears. Now, it seemed that both were destined to embark on a journey to the underworld together. The wooden floor ignited swiftly, flames rapidly spreading toward the walls. Nachier watched helplessly as the fire grew ever larger, thick plumes of black smoke rising from the scorched floorboards. Her throat was raw from shouting, tears streaming down her face from the smoke. In a state of despair, she collapsed beside the unconscious dowager, lamenting, "Your Majesty, it appears that fate has forsaken us. Allow this old servant to accompany you on your journey." Just as Nachier lay heroically over the dowager, attempting to shield her with her own body, a pair of feet clad in palace shoes emerged from the billowing smoke. Nachier squinted, trying to see, but her tear-filled eyes, stung by the smoke, rendered everything indistinct. She then heard a voice, as melodious as a celestial hymn, remarking, "You too are quite something. When the fire was small, you did not flee, but chose to wait until it grew larger, did you?" Nachier frowned, wondering why this person lacked the grace of speech. Before Nachier could admonish the newcomer, she suddenly experienced the sensation of weightlessness, realizing she had been hoisted onto someone's shoulder. Her stomach pressed against the stranger's shoulder, and coupled with the acrid smoke, it provoked a wave of nausea. As the rescuer carried her away, Nachier's hope for salvation ignited a frantic struggle, and she urgently implored, "Forget about me. Save the Empress. My life is of no consequence, but the Empress." A sharp slap landed on her backside. Then a clear voice rang out, "If you have time for such nonsense, we could have escaped by now." Nachier was taken aback. It had been years since anyone had dared to treat her with such disrespect. The rescuer moved swiftly, carrying her out of the wooden cabin. Nachier felt a dizzying sensation before being gently placed on the grass. Upon landing, her first instinct was to hoarsely shout, "Quick, save the Empress! Someone save the Empress! She is still inside." At that moment, a cool object was pressed against her eyes. Reflexively, she grasped it and discovered it was a damp piece of silk. Nachier wiped her eyes with the fabric, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with its texture. The wet cloth on her face provided immense relief, and she was finally able to see. Just as she was about to call for help to save the Empress, she noticed someone squatting nearby, tilting their head and watching her with a curious expression. It was Jin Qing, her rescuer. Nachier's scream was momentarily choked by Jin Qing's brazen antics. When did such a disorderly little maid emerge in the imperial city? As Jin Qing's gaze descended, Nachier discovered the very person she had been yearning for, lying before her on the ground, the Empress Dowager. However, the once pristine white garments of the Dowager were now soiled, and a significant portion of the front was missing, revealing a glimpse of her belly. Nachier shuddered, trembling as she unfurled the fabric in her grasp, extending it towards the Dowager's abdomen for comparison. Indeed, it fit perfectly. Anger surged through Nachier, causing her hands to quiver. She took 2 deep breaths and shouted at Jin Qing, "You audacious servant! How dare you tear the Empress Dowager's clothing?" Jin Qing tilted her head in confusion, pointing at the Dowager on the ground, and asked Nachier incredulously, "Isn't this your doing?" Jin Qing too. Zero had arrived. Nachier's fury intensified. "Impudent! You shameless servant dare to defame me!" Jin Qing calmly seized the fabric from Nachier's hands, unfurling it to reveal a complete black face imprint on the white cloth. Satisfied, Jin Qing nodded at the facial imprint and held the cloth beside her own face. "See, my face is not this large." Then, aligning the cloth against Nachier's visage, she confidently stated, "It is yours." Nachier was nearly rendered unconscious by Jin Qing's words, fully aware that the face imprinted belonged to her. With narrowed eyes, she glared menacingly at Jin Qing. "This was your doing, you wretched servant." Her mind already concocted 100 ways to discreetly dispose of Jin Qing. Jin Qing, however, merely nodded dismissively, "As long as it pleases you." She then disregarded the flustered Nachier, who was still trying to gather her breath, and seized a small ladle left behind by a sweeping eunuch. With a swift motion, she scooped a handful of water from the lake and splashed it upon the still unconscious Empress, for she harbored no inclination to perform good deeds anonymously. Nachier was taken aback by Jin Qing's sudden action, her voice rising in alarm, "You wretched servant, what do you intend to do?" She was resolute in her desire to eliminate Jin Qing. If only she could utter a single word, then, to her astonishment, the splash of water did not rouse the Empress. Jin Qing contemplated for a moment before dousing the Empress again with another ladle of water. Nachier's voice reached a fever pitch. "You insolent servant, What on earth do you wish to accomplish? In a fit of rage, Nachia sprang to her feet, intent on chasing Jin Qing. Jin Qing, with a moment's thought, extended the ladle in her hand toward Nachia. Grabbing it, Nachia now wielded a weapon and began to pursue Jin Qing, swinging the ladle in her fury. Yet, Jin Qing was agile, artfully darting around the Empress as she evaded her pursuer. Nachia, consumed by her determination, forgot all about the Empress, fixated solely on the need to vanquish this insufferable girl, truly underestimating her aunt's resolve. Just as Nachia was about to voice her thoughts, Jin Qing leapt into the Empress's embrace, letting out a heart-wrenching cry, as if she had found a long-lost relative. Nachia, poised to chastise Jin Qing for her sacrilegious act, was taken aback when Jin Qing lifted her tear-filled eyes and spoke to the Empress. After saving you, I have been anxious as you remain in this deep slumber. Aunt, in her impatience, seized a water scoop and attempted to douse Her Majesty. I sought to dissuade her from such an action, yet she remained obstinate, now pursuing me with the scoop in hand. Oh, Your Majesty, save me. The suddenness of Jin Qing's actions nearly toppled the Empress, who managed to steady herself. Though her mind was momentarily befuddled, it had been years since anyone had embraced her in such a manner. In Chapter 103, there exists a deceased eunuch in the palace. Nachia, infuriated by Jin Qing's audacity to distort the truth before her, fainted on the spot. The Empress urgently inquired, "What has happened to Nachia?" At that moment, the wooden structure collapsed with a resounding crash, engulfed in flames that soared skyward. The Empress's attention was entirely captured by the fiery ruins. As she sat silently on the grass, lost in thought while gazing at the charred remains of the wooden building, Jin Qing stood quietly nearby, listening to the crackling of the burning wood. The thick smoke billowed with the wind, and the flames grew ever fiercer, scorching Jin Qing's face and body. She wiped the beads of sweat, produced by the heat, from her forehead and took a deep breath, inhaling the delightful aroma of sandalwood burning, a fragrance exquisitely intoxicating, wafting throughout the entire Zongjin garden. In those days, the Empress, possessing a tranquil disposition, had the Zongjin garden constructed in the farthest corner of the imperial city. To prevent her mother from feeling nostalgic, the Emperor ordered the garden sealed off, and Nachia, in her desire to fulfill the Empress's wishes, ensured that all nearby guards were reassigned. At this moment, the distant guards and palace attendants finally followed the scent and the towering flames. Discovering that the Zongjin garden was inundated, they realized that the beloved treasure of the Empress Dowager was ablaze, causing an uproar among the palace maids and guards, who shouted in panic, "The water has broken! The water has broken!" as they rushed towards the Zongjin garden, intent on extinguishing the fire. As the cries and footsteps grew nearer, the Empress Dowager abruptly ceased her fixed gaze upon the flames and bowed her head in silence, lost in thought. Jin Qing, meanwhile, subtly shifted towards the lakeside, hoping to ascertain whether the fish she had placed on the ground earlier remained in its spot. With the clamor and footsteps approaching, the previously silent Empress Dowager lifted her gaze to glance at the completely charred wooden structure. For a fleeting moment, something seemed to flicker in her eyes, too swift to be discerned. After that brief glance, she averted her eyes, no longer regarding the remnants of the burning wooden house. Turning her face away from Jin Qing, she stared into the distance and spoke softly, "I have fainted alongside Nachia." Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Jin Qing immediately halted her advance towards the fish, blinking in surprise as her gaze shifted to the Empress Dowager's soiled and tattered inner garments. In an instant, she grasped the Empress Dowager's unspoken intention. She wished to avoid letting outsiders witness her disheveled appearance, which would only serve to provide fodder for ridicule. Such concerns of those in high positions were clear to Jin Qing, who had once navigated the corridors of power. She approached the Empress Dowager, performed a respectful bow, and said, "I beg your pardon." Subsequently, she hoisted the Empress Dowager and Nachia once more, and under the Empress Dowager's guidance, she traversed the rear gate, making her way towards the Empress Dowager's palace of compassion and tranquility. As Jin Qing bore the Empress Dowager and Nachia with great haste towards the palace of compassion and tranquility, the roadside guards merely perceived a colossal figure darting past them. Yet, by the time they attempted to discern the figure, it had already vanished. The guards rubbed their eyes, exchanging glances, remarking, "It has long been said that the imperial city is rife with vengeful spirits," who knew it was indeed true. At this realization, the guards shuddered, mindful of the precept of not looking upon impropriety, nor listening to it, for survival in the imperial city was no easy feat under the Empress Dowager's direction. Jin Qing successfully arrived at the entrance of the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility. However, no sooner had Jin Qing stepped through the palace gate than she was immediately surrounded by a throng of elderly matrons. Everyone within the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility was aware that, annually, at the same juncture, the Empress Dowager and the Maiden Nakier would inexplicably vanish for several nights. As to where they went or what they did, the Maiden Nakier would not disclose, merely instructing those on night duty not to lock the palace gates, to hear nothing that one should not, to ask nothing that one should not. Such was their means of survival. Yet, today was different. Someone had brazenly charged into the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility. Just as the matron on night duty was about to issue a reprimand, she discovered that the person bore the Empress Dowager upon their back. Consequently, the denizens of the Palace of Compassion and Tranquility surged forth, and the entire palace was instantly ablaze with light. The Empress Dowager was assisted to be re-serviced with grooming and attire, while Nakier had already been escorted into a chamber, with several nimble eunuchs dispatched to summon imperial physicians, fetch hot water, and prepare midnight snacks. A multitude of palace attendants busied themselves in a flurry, yet none approached Jin Qing to inquire about the events that transpired with the Empress Dowager that evening. Jin Qing stood foolishly in the corner of the main hall, idly toying with her fingers, while everyone else tactfully ignored her presence. After an hour of commotion, the Empress Dowager, having undergone a collective diagnosis by several physicians from the Imperial Medical Institute, was finally supported out by the elderly matrons, confirmed to be safe and sound. Dressed in a black robe adorned with golden dragons, her hair casually arranged atop her head without the customary crown or palace hat, the Empress Dowager exuded an air of regal elegance and dignified grace. Jin Qing thought to herself, indeed, she is the favored daughter of the world's consciousness. Her brilliance is blinding to my keen eyes. Before Jin Qing, the Empress Dowager inquired of the recently consulted imperial physicians, Zhao, how fares Nachier? Her gaze, though seemingly directed at them, flickered towards the still pretending Jin Qing. Jin Qing, caught in the Empress Dowager's penetrating gaze, felt a shiver run down her spine, as if she were being scrutinized by some soft-bodied creature. Upon hearing the physician's report, the Empress Dowager raised an eyebrow, her expression indicating alarm, and cast another glance at Jin Qing. Jin Qing fixated on the large peony engraved on the floor, standing motionless in her corner, convinced that she had done nothing wrong. The Empress Dowager exchanged a few more words with the physicians, subtly implying they should refrain from gossiping before allowing them to depart. After observing the physicians' retreating figures for a moment, the Empress Dowager's attention shifted back to Jin Qing. The Empress Dowager gazed kindly at the figure of Jin Qing, who stood in the corner, a benevolent smile gracing her lips as she beckoned. Come here, dear child. Jin Qing thought to herself. Why do I feel as if a venomous serpent were coiling around my neck, its tongue flicking at my face? In Chapter 104, titled There is a Deceased Eunuch in the Palace, 10, the Empress Dowager remained oblivious to Jin Qing's inner turmoil. She dismissed those in attendance, retaining only a palace attendant to serve her. Once the crowd dispersed, Jin Qing approached the Empress Dowager, cupping her hands and bowing respectfully. Your servant pays homage to your majesty. The Empress Dowager mused. Why does that sound so peculiar? After all, we have been in each other's company for half the night. What sort of homage is this? At that moment, the palace attendant reprimanded. Impudent servant! How dare you stand before her majesty without kneeling? Who gave you the audacity to act so brazenly within the confines of the Sinang Palace? Yet, the Empress Dowager, with a gentle smile, interjected, no need for alarm. This child is, after all, my savior. Although her words suggested leniency, she did not command the palace attendant to relent in her insistence that Jin Qing kneel. After all, rules must be observed, and the authority of the crown is not to be trifled with. Jin Qing discerned the underlying message from the Empress Dowager and, glancing at the intricately carved peony flowers on the floor, silently lamented, what a pity. She then gradually knelt down. To her astonishment, as she descended, the tiled floor adorned with peony carvings began to shatter beneath her knee, piece by piece. The palace maid, trembling with both fear and anger, pointed furiously at Jin Qing and shouted, You audacious servant! How dare you damage the precious palace tiles? These are the very ones personally painted by the late emperor. Do you wish for your life to be forfeit? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow at the maid's shrill voice, but remained silent, merely casting her gaze towards Jin Qing. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing hastily prostrated herself, her hands outstretched in earnest submission, pleading, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty." As she knelt forward, yet another tile succumbed to her actions, sending a cloud of fine dust into the air, choking the Empress Dowager and the palace maid alike. The maid exclaimed, "You brazen servant, how dare you?" While cursing the girl, she retrieved her handkerchief to brush off the dust from the Empress Dowager's robes. Jin Qing lifted her head, stealing a glance at the Empress Dowager, only to find her allowing the maid to clean her without uttering a word, her gaze fixed intently upon Jin Qing. Instantly, Jin Qing straightened up, arms raised above her head, poised to offer another prostration. Just as she was about to bring down her hands, the Empress Dowager's voice rang out. Filled with affection and indulgence, "Silly child, please rise." Upon hearing these words, Jin Qing nimbly got back on her feet, and before she could steady herself, she heard the Empress Dowager inquiring playfully, "Such strength you possess. How is it that I have never noticed such a treasure during my time in the imperial city?" Jin Qing was momentarily taken aback by the Empress Dowager's words and respectfully replied, "A few days ago, I committed a minor error and was subsequently reprimanded by the noble consort. After her attendants departed, I discovered that my meridians had been unexpectedly unblocked, endowing me with an abundance of strength. However, having just acquired this divine power, I am still unable to control it adequately, and I humbly ask for your understanding." "Your Majesty," Jin Qing cheerfully affirmed, secretly adding in his heart, "as long as you are not afraid of the consort being angered to death by me." The Empress Dowager gazed at Jin Qing with delight, smiling for quite some time, before suddenly inquiring, "You have saved me. What reward do you seek in return?" Jin Qing was taken aback. "Of course, I desire gold." The Empress Dowager and the court lady were momentarily stunned. Should he not have expressed that he wanted nothing at all? Ignoring their astonishment, Jin Qing continued, "My master and I share a bond as deep as the ocean. Yet, when the noble consort issued her command for me to report to the Exenjaku, I was loath to part from my master and dared not defy her will. Thus, I beseech your Majesty to grant me a favor. Wherever I go, my master shall accompany me. A mission as vital as the one concerning Qinin must be kept close at hand." Upon hearing this, 707 discreetly accessed the data of its host, noting that the intelligence quotient remained unstable, leaving 707 puzzled. Could foolishness be contagious? At that moment, a slight crack appeared on the Empress Dowager's otherwise dignified visage, her skin involuntarily twitching. "This girl seems to lack a certain sharpness. Dragging your little master to the Zenzaku. Are you certain that your bond is one of deep affection rather than a profound enmity? I can't shake the feeling that you have come seeking revenge." The Empress Dowager, as expected from someone who has long dwelled within the palace's intricate web, quickly regained her composure, her expression returning to its previous benevolence. Jin Qing knelt in contemplation. "What of the little master of this servant?" The Empress Dowager replied, "Are you reluctant to let your little master go?" Upon hearing this, Jin Qing immediately prostrated in gratitude. The Empress Dowager waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough, enough. Since you cannot control your strength, there is no need for you to kneel and bow in the future, lest you waste my precious time. After all, you are indeed a savior to me. Let us dispense with such empty formalities from now on." Jin Qing hastily bowed and acknowledged her words. Observing Jin Qing's obedient and understanding demeanor, the Empress Dowager nodded in satisfaction and stifled a yawn. After a night of turmoil, she was truly weary. Upon hearing this, Jin Qing quickly bowed and took her leave. After Jin Qing departed, another close maid approached, assisting the Empress Dowager alongside a palace official as they made their way back to the sleeping quarters. The maid, smiling, inquired about the Empress Dowager's fondness for the girl, while the palace official, in stark contrast to her earlier arrogance towards Jin Qing, silently supported the Empress Dowager without a word. The Empress Dowager squinted her eyes and replied with a smile, "Indeed." In Chapter 105, upon awakening, Nachier was startled to learn that the Empress Dowager had retained Jin Qing in the Xinang Palace, nearly fainting once more. Early the next morning, Nachier arrived at the Empress Dowager's chamber to assist in her grooming and adornment. The Empress Dowager remained silent, merely casting a fleeting glance at Nachier through the mirror. Startled, Nachier promptly knelt down, pleading for forgiveness. "Your Majesty, I beseech your pardon. It was my indiscretion." The Empress Dowager sighed softly. "Enough. After all these years, your temperament has not changed at all, remaining excessively cautious to the point of estrangement." Nachia bowed her head, too intimidated to respond. The Empress Dowager fixed her gaze upon Nachier for a prolonged moment before uttering a whisper akin to a lament. In the imperial city, a remarkably formidable girl has suddenly emerged. I cannot help but feel uneasy not having her close at hand for observation. A frail maid who can lift two robust women and run like the wind. Such feats are not commonplace. Moreover, to avoid kneeling, she deliberately injured two sizable floor tiles. Such prowess is not possessed by just anyone. Most importantly, this girl harbors no reverence for imperial authority. What then? Was her true intention during her time concealed within the palace? And why has she ceased her patience now? Delving deeper into the previous night's conflagration, one must ponder the origins of the mouse that had startled her into faintness and why this girl fortuitously appeared at that precise moment to rescue both herself and Nachier. These are all questions that linger. It is indeed troubling to have such a perilous individual unmonitored. The Empress Dowager, however, merely smiled in silence, gesturing for Nachier to continue grooming her, and the chambers fell once more into a profound stillness. Last night, at the hour of the pig, the noble consort had given birth to a young prince. Upon his arrival, all the flowers in the Yuzhu palace bloomed simultaneously, filling the air with a delightful fragrance that wafted in waves. At that moment, even the emperor was filled with immense joy, exclaiming that this was a heavenly omen, a divine blessing for our great Ming dynasty. However, before the emperor could fully relish his happiness, he was informed that the Empress Dowager's most cherished treasure garden, the Songjin Garden, was ablaze. Startled, the emperor hastily entrusted the child in his arms to the wet nurse of consort Shu and hurriedly ascended the ceremonial carriage, accompanied by his guards, heading towards the direction of the garden. It is essential to understand that this garden was not merely the Empress Dowager's beloved possession. It was also the labor of love of the late emperor. After a brief journey, the emperor noticed that the fragrance he had detected earlier in the Yuzhu palace was growing increasingly potent. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he suddenly realized that the sweet scent was no heavenly floral aroma. It was, in fact, the fragrance of sandalwood burning. Reflecting on the joy of having just welcomed a son, and then recalling the odor of burning sandalwood, the emperor frowned, pondering why consort Shu had chosen such a day to give birth. The group hastily arrived at the Songjin Garden, where the flames had been contained. Yet charred remnants of the structures and scorched grass were still visible. The sight shocked the emperor, causing a throbbing pain at his temples. How was he to explain this to the Empress Dowager tomorrow? He blamed consort Shu for the chaos. Why must she give birth today of all days? Observing the flurry of activity around him, he glanced at Zhang Lang, who was attending him, and, in a fit of frustration, kicked him. How could such a significant fire go unnoticed? What were you all doing? The devastation left him in a state of panic at the thought of the Empress Dowager's inevitable sorrow. Zhang Lang was unexpectedly kicked into the lake. As he attempted to rise, he felt a slippery object brush against his face, gliding past him. With a startled cry of Zhang Lang, his piercing voice shattered the tranquility of the air. The emperor furrowed his brow in frustration. Was it necessary for you to scream so, merely because I kicked you? Zhang Lang's lack of composure was increasingly evident. It seemed time for a change in his position. Lost in thought, the emperor was suddenly alerted by Zhang Lang's shrill voice from the water. Your Majesty, there is something in the water. The emperor retorted. Let it be a water ghost that carries you away. That would ease my worries. Nevertheless, he motioned for those nearby to investigate the situation. A few young eunuchs, each carrying a lantern, ventured onto the bridge, illuminating the water's surface. What they witnessed would remain etched in the emperor's memory forever. Zhang Lang had managed to stand, gazing back at the emperor, while behind him floated a multitude of red and white koi, all inexplicably belly up. The emperor's first thought was, could it be that Zhang Lang harbors poison? He fell silent, staring blankly at the lake, contemplating. You trust me. Yet I am equally eager to uncover the truth. The head of the guards instinctively concealed the previous incident involving Nasir dispersing the nearby sentries. Such palace secrets were best kept to a minimum. Who could say whether the Empress Dowager held grievances against the late emperor and dispatched someone to destroy the garden? Framing another for the act? At such a moment, a plausible excuse must be concocted. After all, in royal matters, the one who takes things too seriously risks peril. Irritated, the emperor declared, such baseless accusations. Investigate further. What have I done to deserve the wrath of heaven? Speak carefully, for should the heavens unleash their fire, I shall be compelled to issue a decree of self-accusation. The captain of the guards hastily bowed in repentance before swiftly departing. for he believed that further investigation would yield only the same fiery fate. He had already concealed the candlestick belonging to the Sinang palace, and he doubted anything else could be implicated. Just as the emperor simmered with anger, another squad of guards approached to report, "Your Majesty, a matter requires your attention." The emperor's eyes nearly burst with fury. "Can you not allow me a moment's peace?" Taking a few deep breaths, the emperor squeezed a single word through clenched teeth at the kneeling guards. "Speak." His gaze brimmed with resentment. "You, of the Suachwa family, had better deliver some good news, or I shall demote your father to feed horses." All he desired were tidings of joy. The guard, Suachwachija, pondered for a moment, gathering his thoughts. "Your Majesty, it is with great sorrow that I report, the son of the Marquis of Pyongyang, Mu Exing, along with 3 other guards from the upper 3 banners, has just perished within the palace." Upon hearing this, the emperor's already throbbing head resonated with a deafening roar, and darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to collapse. He felt as if his tender heart had been struck with a heavy blow. The Marquis of Pyongyang cherished this son above all, and he often sought out matters to engage in. How could it be that today, of all days, misfortune befell him? No, why has so much calamity unfolded today? The emperor muttered, "You, the harbinger of misfortune, truly consider me but a scapegoat." Reflecting on the matter concerning the loyal guard, the emperor felt that his evening had been exceedingly unfortunate. At that moment, a small eunuch hurriedly approached, dropping to his knees before the emperor. Suppressing the urge to overturn the table, the emperor chuckled and inquired, "What calamity has befallen us now? Speak freely." The eunuch, with a quivering voice, lamented, "The esteemed concubine Jin Qing, having recently given birth, is in a frail state. Upon hearing that your Majesty departed due to your displeasure with the first prince, she has wept to the point of fainting several times. Presently, she lies on the brink of death, yearning for a final glimpse of your Majesty." Though his voice trembled with sorrow, the eunuch's heart brimmed with glee, for his mistress had bestowed upon the emperor a significant heir, the first prince. Consequently, all within their palace would be compelled to treat them with utmost deference. Soon, even the frail empress would be forced to regard her with utmost respect. The eunuch was certain that his master had devised a plan to secure the title of imperial noble consort, elevating him to a position of considerable prominence, rivaling that of Zhang Lang. As the eunuch reveled in his self-satisfaction, he was abruptly jolted by the emperor's icy voice. "Is she dead?" The eunuch was taken aback, realizing this was not the reaction he had anticipated. Enraged, the emperor delivered a swift kick to the eunuch's head, exclaiming, "If she is not dead, then why have you come to me? Go fetch the physician. Do you take me for her herbal remedy?" Dazed and reeling from the blow, the eunuch scrambled to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head in contrition. The emperor, upon witnessing the pitiful demeanor of his subject, felt an overwhelming surge of anger. He addressed Zhang Lang, who had just managed to crawl ashore. "The noble consort Shu has proven herself unworthy, disrupting matters of state. Henceforth, she shall be bestowed the title of noble lady with the character Zhu as her designation. She is to be confined in her quarters for a year to reflect upon her misdeeds, while the first prince will be sent to the Empress Dowager's Sinang palace for her upbringing." This was a blatant act of misplaced ire. The child was far too precious, and the emperor harbored mistrust towards every woman in the harem. Moreover, sending the child to the Empress Dowager would serve as a source of solace, alleviating her sorrow over the destruction of the Cangjin garden. Upon hearing this, the young eunuch collapsed to the ground, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was a complete disaster, and his master had made a monumental blunder. Zhang Lang observed the fallen eunuch and the emperor's expression, then cautiously approached to advise, "Your Majesty, there exists no precedent for this. The demotion of a consort, accompanied by the bestowal of a character, signifies more than a mere rank reduction. It is essential to understand that the allocation of titles within the palace is steeped in significance, and homophonous characters are strictly avoided. The title Noble Lady Zhu, regardless of how beautifully it is inscribed or eloquently explained, bears no distinction from Noble Lady Pig in essence, marking an everlasting disgrace for a palace consort." The emperor, upon hearing this, delivered another swift kick to Zhang Lang's waist. "I am the precedent. I am the rule." Once again, Zhang Lang found himself in the water, gingerly rubbing his waist, still stinging from the kick. In truth, there was no necessity for him to fall into the water, but he had to ensure that his sovereign felt a sense of vindication. The emperor, satisfied with the sight of Zhang Lang floundering in the water, turned to the young eunuch and flicked his sleeve dismissively. "Begone." The eunuch scrambled away, both rolling and crawling. The emperor's attention once again turned to the guard, Qizhe, from the Suocho family. Qizhe, you shall tend to my horses tomorrow. A son must repay his father's debts. After all, who asked your father to bear such an unobservant son? Qizhe cautiously lifted his gaze to the emperor's face. Your servant did not quite catch that. May I inquire what you said? He seemed to have suffered a bout of tinnitus, for he could hardly believe the emperor had commanded him to attend to the horses. The emperor chuckled. Did you not hear clearly? Zhang Lang, do enlighten him on what I just expressed. Zhang Lang's expression immediately soured. Who was it that you were punishing? The emperor had truly endured a night of tribulation. This morning, after the court session, the old Duke of Pyongyang had knelt in the Jin Qing palace, weeping incessantly, demanding an explanation for his son, driven to exasperation. The emperor was left with no choice but to grant the duke's eldest son a position and agree to accept a daughter into the palace as a trade, allowing the duke to finally silence his lamentations and depart with tears still in his eyes. The emperor sighed deeply, realizing there was truly no respite to be found. After finally dispatching the Duke of Pyongyang, he instructed Zhang Lang to securely hold the eldest prince, disregarding the once-favored consort Shu and the heart-wrenching cries of consort Shu. The emperor hurriedly made his way to the Sinang Palace, where he intended to endure the emotional trials inflicted by the Empress Dowager. The burdens of his reign weighed heavily upon him. Within the palace, everyone was aware of the significant events that had transpired the previous night. Yet no one dared to report them to the Empress Dowager. Thus, upon his arrival at the Sinang Palace, the Empress Dowager was leisurely sipping her tea. The emperor recounted the occurrences of the night, placing the matter of the last, fearful that the Empress Dowager might be unable to withstand the shock. To the emperor's surprise, after he had finished speaking, the Empress Dowager remained leisurely sipping her tea. The emperor felt a bit bewildered. Why does it seem that the Empress Mother is not at all sorrowful? As he pondered this, he watched the Empress Dowager slowly set down her teacup, cover her face with a handkerchief, and begin to wail, "Oh, dear late emperor." The emperor thought, Empress Mother, your reaction seems rather delayed. Chapter 107. There's a dead eunuch in the palace. 13. After wailing for a while, the Empress Dowager dabbed at the slightest trace of tears at the corner of her eye with her handkerchief, lifted her teacup, took a sip, and addressed the perplexed emperor. Are you perhaps wondering why I do not appear to be grieving? The emperor, still in a daze, nodded slightly. The Empress Dowager smiled faintly. A member of the royal family cannot exhibit weakness or possess preferences. That room has lingered there for far too long, to the point where one might feel that harming the room could inflict pain upon me. My dear emperor, remember this. Preferences are not a luxury for those of royal blood, and you must never allow anyone the opportunity to harm you. The emperor replied, Yes, Empress Mother. I shall remember. He then hesitated and asked, Empress Mother, you did not personally set that room ablaze, did you? The Empress Dowager regarded the emperor with a slight smile, choosing to say no more. At that moment, Na Qier stormed in with an air of indignation. Upon seeing the emperor, she immediately bowed and greeted him with a smile. Oh, Your Majesty, you have arrived rather early today. Are you feeling any discomfort in your stomach? Unfortunately, I have not prepared any shikima for you today. I fear you might be disappointed. The emperor smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Aunt, you jest at my expense once again. Reflecting upon my childhood, I recall the times I would rise early and feign stomach pains in order to persuade that aunt to prepare sweet fried dough for me, which brings a smile to my face even now. In an instant, the main hall erupted in laughter. After a brief exchange of words, the Empress Dowager, with a twinkle in her eye, turned to Nakier and remarked, I noticed you storming in here in quite the huff. Who, I wonder, possesses the audacity to provoke you? The emperor, intrigued by this inquiry, pondered over that aunt, who had always exhibited a fiery temperament since my early years, and wondered who would dare to cross her. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's question, the aunt's previously cheerful demeanor faded, her cheeks puffing up in indignation as she leaned toward the Empress Dowager and declared, Lady Lu has come with that girl to express their gratitude. She had intended to engage in further conversation with the Empress Dowager, to amuse herself at the expense of those two, yet she was taken aback by the Empress Dowager's swift inquiry. The Empress Dowager, her lips curving into a smile, chose not to unveil her intentions. Let them in. Nakier bowed and turned to summon them. The emperor, now curious, inquired, Mother, who is this Lady Lu? The Empress Dowager chuckled, You ungrateful child. Think carefully about whom you spent the previous evening with. Last night. The Empress Dowager had already dispatched inquiries to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding Jin Qing and Qin Yin. The emperor slapped his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten about her. Zhang Lang could have reminded him. At that moment, Jin Qing and Qin Yin entered. Qin Yin, still in a daze, could hardly comprehend why. After merely stepping out for a brief moment, she had been elevated to the status of a noble lady. Previously, one could dispose of their beloved noble consort at will. But now she has been reduced to the status of a mere concubine. The distinction between a consort and a concubine may seem only a single character apart. Yet the difference is profound. My dear Xiao is truly remarkable. Upon entering, Qin Yin noticed both the emperor and the Empress Dowager present, and she promptly knelt to pay her respects and express her gratitude, while Jin Qing stood aside, bowing in deference. The emperor furrowed his brow, reprimanding, "You wretch! Why do you not pay your respects and kneel before me and the Empress Dowager?" Upon hearing this, the emperor's interest was piqued. He cast a keen glance at Jin Qing, scrutinizing him closely. Old and unattractive, indeed rather unsightly. His initial interest dissipated instantly. Turning his gaze to the youthful and delicate Qin Yin, resembling a blossoming flower, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the emperor's eyes. Now, that is what one would call a woman. It is often said that a vibrant flower requires verdant leaves to accentuate its beauty. His imperial mother is the epitome of decorum and propriety. In his youth, he was made to transcribe the treatise 10 times for merely taking an extra helping during a meal. Why then does she now exhibit such leniency towards a palace made of unremarkable appearance? His late father once stated that in this imperial city, no matter should escape his command. Thus he felt compelled to uncover the truth behind this matter. Zhang Lang hastily received the imperial edict and instructed his subordinates to investigate. Before long, he gathered the entirety of Jin Qing's background and reported it to the emperor. However, the investigation into Jin Qing concluded after her punishment. What transpired thereafter remained a mystery to all, including how Jin Qing had captured the Empress Dowager's attention. Zhang Lang quickly echoed, "How could a mere servant comprehend your thoughts, Your Majesty?" The emperor's laughter grew increasingly frigid upon hearing those words. The guards in the palace all possess an inflated sense of superiority. Just contemplate who would ever take a liking to an aged and unattractive palace maid, let alone leave behind a pair of undergarments as a token of affection. Does one truly believe that my guards possess such folly? Zhang Lang. What a reasonable point. Jin Qing relished her days in the Xinang Palace, enjoying ample meals with minimal labor. During her leisure time, she would sneak into the small kitchen of Xinang Palace, assisting in the preparation of meals and indulging in a few bites herself. Jin Qing noticed that ever since she had been struck by a tremendous lightning bolt, her appetite had markedly increased. What was once a meal sufficient for 3 now barely sufficed for 10. Correspondingly, she discovered that upon entering this body, the former sensation of dissonance between body and soul had dissipated entirely. The small kitchen of Xinang Palace received a monthly allocation of funds from the imperial kitchen, and any shortfall was supplemented by the Dowager Empress's palace funds. However, the funds provided by the imperial kitchen were always more than sufficient. The palace attendants were served in 3 batches at designated times in the small dining area behind the kitchen, with the head eunuch, Shang Shan, arranging for dedicated personnel to oversee their meals. The Dowager Empress, adhering to a vegetarian diet, ensured that the daily offerings from the imperial kitchen were supplemented with additional dishes for the attendants. Thus, in this opulent little kitchen, Jin Qing thrived like a fish in water. Before Jin Qing's arrival, the head chef of the small kitchen had been questioning the purpose of his existence. He was a true aficionado of culinary arts, having entered the palace with the aspiration to attain the pinnacle of his craft. Where could one find the finest chefs in the world? Naturally, within the imperial palace. After enduring numerous trials, he finally entered the sanctum of his dreams, the imperial kitchen. However, within just a few days of his arrival, he realized he had been mistaken. Working as a chef in the palace was akin to navigating a perilous minefield. Despite nearly a decade of service, he had learned nothing. In Chapter 108, titled There's a Dead Eunuch in the Palace, he sought refuge from the tumult of court intrigue by securing a position in the Empress Dowager's private kitchen. Yet, upon his arrival, the sense of frustration intensified. No matter how meticulously he prepared the dishes, the Empress Dowager never consumed more than 2 bites. The other palace maids, fearing to appear gluttonous before her, dared not fill their stomachs, leaving the master chef in despair as he surveyed the mountains of leftover food. Once the Empress Dowager's meals were arranged, The master chef personally prepared several dishes for Jin Qing. Wiping his hands on his apron, he leaned against the doorframe, observing Jin Qing as he served the other palace maids in the small dining hall. Afterward, he discarded the remaining food into 2 buckets of precious rice. Then, under the watchful eyes of those accustomed to such scenes, he settled in a corner, embracing the buckets and indulging heartily. As he feasted, he signaled to the master chef with a gesture of delight. Witnessing this spectacle, the master chef felt tears welling in his eyes, realizing this was what true dining looked like. In contrast, he glanced at the other palace attendants, who pecked at their food like chicks, and he cast them a disdainful look. Take a lesson from him, he thought. This is the highest form of respect and validation for a culinary artist. In the span of a brief tea break, accompanied by the chief eunuch, the master chef presented a large pot of steaming soup before Jin Qing, making a notable display of special treatment in front of the assembly. After all, the Empress Dowager had instructed that the palace attendants should be well cared for, ensuring they were well fed and satisfied. The master chef felt no trepidation in his actions. Observing Jin Qing, who had just finished her meal, raise the pot and drink the lukewarm soup in one go, exclaiming, "Delicious." He felt a profound elevation in his existence. The two, in their respective roles of culinary creation and appreciation, found immense satisfaction, yet this led to a significant increase in the daily expenses of Sinang Palace. Noticing Jin Qing's considerable appetite, Nachier believed she had finally uncovered a vulnerability in Jin Qing and took the expense ledger to report to the Empress Dowager. To her surprise, the Empress Dowager responded with laughter upon hearing the news. Having a weakness is a good thing. One need not fear a person with flaws. What one should fear is a person devoid of any weaknesses. What harm is there in enjoying food? If everyone in this imperial city were merely fond of eating, both I and the emperor could find solace. She is merely a palace maid with a hearty appetite. Certainly, I can afford to support her. After hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Nachier fell into silence and ceased her scrutiny of Jin Qing. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. Jin Qing had yet to be released from the palace, her task remaining unfinished. Consequently, she approached the chief eunuch, expressing her desire to remain in the palace to accompany the Empress Dowager. The chief eunuch, mindful of her ties to Sinang Palace, extended her stay until she reached the age of 30. Throughout this year, many events transpired, the most notable being Lu Gairen's elevation to the rank of consort. Furthermore, the first prince, residing in the Sinang Palace, has become strangely fixated, finding no peace until he sees Jin Qing daily. Secondly, the small eunuch from her mission remains unfound to this day. Lastly, and most alarmingly for Jin Qing, Nakir's attitude towards her has become inexplicably and excessively amiable, the reason for which remains shrouded in mystery. Qinin, once bestowed the title of Noble Lady Lu by the Empress Dowager, subsequently relocated her residence to a palace adjacent to the Empress Dowager's Sinang Palace. She now spends her days accompanying the Empress Dowager in Zen meditation and Buddhist rituals, which has greatly calmed her temperament. Moreover, the harrowing experience of being confined by Aqiao has diminished her affections for the emperor. When I needed you most, you forgot me. Therefore, do not expect any further yearning from me. It must be said that Qinin's character mirrors that of her mother, exhibiting the same tenacity and clear-cut sense of love and hate. However, the emperor has become intrigued by Qinin's aloof demeanor. As Qinin attends the Empress Dowager daily, she frequently encounters the emperor, who comes to pay his respects. During these encounters, the emperor observes that Qinin's every gesture, smile, and even her aura have undergone a profound transformation since her initial entry into the palace. Most notably, unlike the other concubines whose various displays of joy, anger, and jealousy are ultimately aimed at capturing his attention, Qinin's gaze towards him is devoid of emotion, lacking even the tenderness she shows towards the convicted slave named Aqiao. Consequently, the emperor, seeking to gauge his own allure, began to frequently summon Qinin to his bedchamber. He later discovered that Qinin speaks very little. Regardless of what she said, she merely listened quietly, never expressing her own opinions, nor would she take the initiative to engage in conversation. Gradually, the emperor realized that his time spent in the Qinin palace was the most comfortable of all. There were no demands for his affection, and he could do as he pleased, speak as he wished. More importantly, Qinin was more attentive than Zhang Lang. Despite her frosty demeanor, she did not neglect the essential duties of service. Thus, after savoring this sweetness, The emperor frequently sought solace in Qinin's company. Qinin, however, thought to herself, "What is there to discuss with a scoundrel like you? Please, keep your distance. I shall confide in a Qiao instead." Consequently, the emperor's desire for a tranquil refuge propelled Qinin's status to unprecedented heights. On the day of her elevation, after the ceremony concluded, Qinin sought out Jin Qing, embracing her in tears. In addition to expressing gratitude for Jin Qing's shrewd suggestion to coolly handle the emperor, she confided her deep-seated animosity towards her father. It turned out that, on the eve of her entrance into the palace, Qinin had overheard a conversation between her father and sister. Her sister had questioned their father's apparent favoritism, asking why he allowed Qinin to enter the palace instead of her. The father explained that he had permitted Qinin's entry solely to pave the way for his younger daughter's future. He lamented his own ineptitude, admitting he lacked even the capacity to wield others as instruments. And once she entered the palace, her fate was sealed. Should she meet a tragic end within its confines, the emperor would surely become emotionally detached, thus allowing his younger daughter to secure a favorable position. He also recounted the harrowing tale of how he had murdered his own mother, abducted Qinin, and driven his own sister to take her life by drowning. The sound of the zither grew increasingly bitter, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, as if they might bleed at any moment. Chapter 109. There is a dead eunuch in the palace. 15. Ultimately, she apologized to Jin Qing, admitting that her initial intention was indeed to approach him. However, as time passed, her feelings for Jin Qing became genuine. Though she never anticipated that her actions would lead to him being confined by the late Shagifei in an effort to assist her, Qinin poured out her heart, releasing a long sigh of relief, feeling immensely liberated. Yet, Jin Qing was struck by a sense of bewilderment, pondering, how could the psychology of ancient people be so intricate and twisted? Gazing at Qinin's pleading expression for forgiveness, his lips twitched as he wondered whether her lengthy discourse was an expression of gratitude or a prelude to his demise, or perhaps she believed he knew too much. Qinin then bowed deeply to Jin Qing, but upon raising her head, she donned a haughty demeanor, addressing him with an air of superiority. From this day forth, we must remember our respective roles. I am the master, and you are the servant. No longer will I be Qinin before you, but rather the esteemed concubine Qinin. With that, she turned away, disregarding Jin Qing's astonished expression. Jin Qing thought, is she having a split personality? 707 scoffed, as a host with daily mood swings. You have no right to comment on such matters. Jin Qing watched Qinin depart, each of her steps heavy, as if she intended to shatter the tiles beneath her. In her heart, Qinin resolved to make a decisive break with her past. From this day forth, she would be the master, and a Qiao the servant. Their identities would no longer be intertwined. She could no longer demean herself by befriending a mere servant. Everything that a Qiao had imparted to her had been thoroughly learned, and now she aspired to pursue loftier life goals. Yet a Qiao, that servile wretch, that loathsome creature. Oh, what is this unruly a Qiao up to? Being so kind to me? What does she truly seek? After her official recognition today, she had initially been eager to share her joy with the Qiao, only to be informed in secret by the chief eunuch that a Qiao had postponed her departure from the palace by 5 years. She recalled that a Qiao had initially wished to avoid too much entanglement with her precisely because she longed to leave the palace at the earliest opportunity. Now that a Qiao finally had the chance to escape and live freely, she had chosen to relinquish it. Qinin sniffled, resolute in her thoughts. She could no longer burden a Qiao. She must encourage her to relinquish any hopes for her and regain her freedom, to escape the confines of the imperial city and live a life of liberty on her behalf. Jin Qing, observing Qin Yin's retreating figure, felt a pang of annoyance. Could you not cry from a distance? The enhanced hearing I possess can still pick up your sobs. Do you not realize this? Despite her sorrow, Qin Yin continued to visit the Empress Dowager daily, paying her respects and participating in the rituals. Jin Qing mused, my dear lady, are you truly infatuated? Grasping a broom while standing beneath a tree, Jin Qing resolved to seek out the head chef in the kitchen, requesting him to prepare an additional pork knuckle to soothe his tumultuous spirit, frazzled by the chaos of court life. Over the past year, the chef's culinary skills had elevated significantly. Not only had his cooking speed improved greatly, but he had also begun to grasp the pinnacle of culinary art, mastering the intricate balance of flavors. As she contemplated making her way to the kitchen, Jin Qing suddenly felt something clasping her calf. She had been admonished numerous times by Nagier, who insisted that she must not damage the palace's possessions, including the walls and trees. Instinctively, Jin Qing kicked her leg upward, attempting to dislodge whatever was clinging to her. With the force of her movement, the object indeed soared into the air, accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed in her ears. "Elder brother!" The child landed safely in Jin Qing's embrace, not crying, but rather brimming with excitement. His round, bright eyes curved into crescent shapes as he joyfully clapped his chubby hands around her arms, giggling and causing a cascade of sparkling drool to form. Chi-Chi, black. The child, having just turned 1, was not quite articulate, but his intention was clear. "Xiao Xiao, I want to fly." Jin Qing felt a wave of irritation cross her forehead. "You're the one who's black. Your entire family is black." Just as she was about to respond, the wet nurse snatched the child away. "You audacious servant, how dare you harm the elder brother?" Jin Qing remained silent, setting aside her broom, folding her arms, and squatting in the corner as the palace maids and wet nurse took turns chastising her. She did not utter a word, knowing that soon someone would avenge her. Indeed, the elder brother struggled in the wet nurse's arms for a moment, and when he realized she would not release him, he extended his soft, pudgy hand towards her. The child, oblivious to the consequences, scratched the wet nurse's face with his tiny nails, leaving 2 marks. In pain, the wet nurse quickly placed the elder brother on the ground to inspect her face, while the other young maids, witnessing the wet nurse's plight, hesitated to approach further. "Jin Qing, let us revisit this topic when you are capable of conversing like a human." The nearby palace maid, noticing Jin Qing's complete lack of response, could not help but interject. "Ah Xiao, the eldest prince is granting you a favor by asking for your embrace, so why not tidy yourself up and come over?" Jin Qing lowered her head, feigning ignorance. She had no desire to cradle such a soft and fragile creature. If she were to inadvertently harm him, who would be accountable? The eldest prince, seeing that Jin Qing was ignoring him, sat on the ground with his arm raised, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his lips pouting as if he were on the verge of crying. Yet, Jin Qing pretended not to notice, remaining hunched in the corner like a stubborn child. In her heart, she scoffed. Look at what she has to say. Even the children in this palace are astute. Finally, the eldest prince crawled to Jin Qing's side, straightened up, and draped his arms around her neck. "Chi-Chi, hug, black." Jin Qing resignedly lifted the eldest prince, allowing him to dangle from her neck. "Come along, dear prince. Let us dine together." The eldest prince giggled. "Let's go, eat pig knuckles." Jin Qing was utterly speechless. "You little rascal." The Empress Dowager observed the unfolding scene from the window, nodding slightly. Over the past year, she had come to understand Jin Qing. This girl was quite innocent, fond of wealth and food, yet seemingly devoid of ulterior motives. Especially concerning the eldest prince, it was Jin Qing who had resolved the dangers he faced over the years. Reflecting on the incident 2 months prior when Jin Qing had pulled a poisonous snake from the eldest prince's bed and torn it apart, the Empress Dowager found herself placing even greater trust in Jin Qing. Yet, it cannot be said that she feels secure regarding Jin Qing. Only death could truly assure her peace of mind. Nevertheless, this individual possesses the potential to transform into the most formidable weapon under her command. From the Empress Dowager's current observations of Jin Qing, she realizes that her initial instincts were accurate. Jin Qing's prowess surpasses her wildest expectations. During the imperial competition of Baku in the first month of the lunar calendar, this audacious girl actually leaped onto the stage, delivering a thorough thrashing to the Baku warriors of the 8 banners. Not only did this bring disgrace upon the emperor, but it also silenced the members of the royal family, who often clamored for positions for their sons. In his fury, the emperor issued a decree. Whoever could best Jin Qing would be the first to be promoted. In an instant, the 8 banners and the royal family erupted in excitement, eagerly seeking opportunities to present gifts to Jin Qing, hoping to sway her favor. At that moment, the Empress Dowager understood that it seemed there was no one in the palace who could rival this girl. As she contemplated a meal, the Empress Dowager could not help but chuckle. She truly wondered what this girl's stomach was made of, for where did all that food go? At that moment, Nachier entered and whispered something into the Empress Dowager's ear. The Empress Dowager frowned and remarked, "This is merely a remnant of the previous dynasty's vile practices. Did not the late emperor abolish such behavior long ago? How dare anyone still engage in it? Furthermore, to dare to seduce guards within the palace is simply courting death. Bring this individual to me. I must see what kind of filth would stoop to such despicable acts." Nachier was taken aback. She had just reported that 3 guards had humiliated a handsome eunuch. After a moment's thought, Nachier understood that the Empress Dowager intended to protect these guards at the expense of the eunuch. Nachier silently exhaled, discontent with the lingering malice of the previous dynasty. The fact that this eunuch was entangled with the guards only exacerbated matters. The Empress Dowager, ever pragmatic, seemed poised to sacrifice this unfortunate eunuch. After receiving the order, Nachier proceeded to escort the eunuch to the Sinang Palace. Meanwhile, Jin Qing was reveling in a delightful meal with the eldest prince in a small hall. The head chef, having prepared the feast, observed with satisfaction as the two sat on the floor, devouring their food with great gusto, marveling inwardly at their enthusiasm. Over the past year, Jin Qing's meals had entirely come from the chef's own hands. The chef, seizing this opportunity, began to experiment with new dishes. Confident that no matter how peculiar his culinary creations, Jin Qing would consume them without hesitation, often providing constructive feedback in the end. The eldest prince's personal maids wore expressions of deep distress. The scene was truly an assault on the senses. The eldest prince had learned to crawl 3 months prior and had now begun to walk, albeit slowly. His boundless energy, however, led him to crawl about daily in search of a Qiao. This a Qiao, equally exuberant, not only accompanied the eldest prince in his rambunctious adventures, but also dared to share his meals and slumber. Observing the joyful pair before her, the sight of the child and the young prince was enough to provoke a desire to gouge one's own eyes out, no matter how many times one beheld it. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, Jin Qing was flanked by 2 large rice barrels, each over 2 feet in diameter, filled with the dishes she had prepared. In her arms, she cradled another bucket, happily savoring her meal with a spoon. The palace maid beside the eldest prince could only look on in despair. At this moment, the eldest prince's dining posture closely resembled that of Jin Qing. In his embrace lay a small wooden bucket, its color and shape akin to that of the one held by Jin Qing. The sole distinction was that Jin Qing's bucket was crafted from Wang Wali wood adorned with a copper hoop, while his was made of golden silk namu, embellished with a golden hoop. The bucket stood a foot tall and half a foot wide, perfectly sized for him to cradle as Jin Qing did. The adage grandparents cherish their grandchildren rings profoundly true in this context. Unlike the Empress Dowager's approach to educating the emperor, she indulged this grandson, believing that as long as the child's temperament remained untainted, all other decorum and regulations were but ephemeral. What, after all, constitutes propriety? It is merely a construct established by the royal lineage. Ever since the last incident where the eldest prince fell into Jin Qing's food bucket, the Empress Dowager personally commissioned a craftsman to create this small bucket for him. She entrusted the child to Jin Qing's protection, accompanied by a retinue of palace maids and wet nurses, as the eldest prince's biological mother had previously caused harm to Jin Qing. Although Consort Zhu, having suffered from inadequate postpartum care, met her demise in the cold palace, one could never ascertain if any resentment lingered in Jin Qing's heart. Nonetheless, within the confines of this imperial palace, being in Jin Qing's company was the safest choice, for her martial prowess was unparalleled, and she maintained a distance from all others. Most importantly, she treated the eldest prince with neither undue affection nor detachment, as if he were merely an ordinary child. The eldest prince relished the contents of his small bucket, which held a delectable mash of sweet potatoes and taro crafted specifically for him by the master chef, drizzled with a rich sweet and sour sauce. As he ate, he cast glances at Jin Qing, continuously adjusting his movements in an earnest attempt to mirror her actions perfectly. Jin Qing swiftly consumed 3 large bowls of food, then glanced at the older brother beside him, who was still laboriously eating, his brow furrowing in discontent at the slow pace. Upon noticing Jin Qing's expression, the older brother felt a surge of anxiety. Pouting his lips as if on the verge of tears, Jin Qing's frown deepened. "Be a man." The serving maid, witnessing this exchange, contemplated admonishing Jin Qing for his disrespect towards the older brother, but hesitated, refraining from voicing her thoughts. After all, her words would likely go unappreciated, and she saw no reason to create discomfort for herself. Although the older brother could not comprehend the exact words of Jin Qing, he clearly perceived the disdain in his gaze. Pouting and taking a few shaky breaths, he realized that Jin Qing would not indulge him, leading him to relinquish his hopes. He then proceeded to shovel mashed potatoes into his mouth with a spoon, and before long, he had emptied his bowl. Mimicking Jin Qing, he scraped the bottom of the bowl with his spoon and, following suit, gestured to the chef with a sign of approval. Then, he beamed a wide smile, revealing his 8 teeth, for he had only 8. Jin Qing observed as the palace maids collected the older brother's empty bowl and, after patting his little belly, noted its firmness, confirming he was indeed full. He then lifted his head and returned the older brother's smile. This is how a man should eat. Watching as the older brother nodded in a somewhat perplexed manner, Jin Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He resolved to ask the chef to prepare additional nourishing foods for this child. Chapter 111. A deceased eunuch in the palace. 17. The palace maids and wet nurses nearby were utterly aghast at Jin Qing's actions, wishing they could pluck their eyes out. Jin Qing, having never cared for a child before, imparted her own habits to the eldest prince, for reasons unbeknownst to them. The eldest prince was inexplicably more attached to Jin Qing than to anyone else. Consequently, his behaviors and daily habits mirrored hers to a remarkable degree, including his appetite. Due to the pressures of early birth, the eldest prince had a frail constitution and consumed less than the average child. The 2 wet nurses previously assigned by the Empress Dowager could only alternate in feeding him. However, since he began spending time with Jin Qing, the most significant change was a noticeable increase in his appetite. Jin Qing, unaware of moderation, believed that a child must eat well to thrive. And each time she encountered the eldest prince, she took him to the kitchen in search of food. Over time, his appetite grew substantially, surpassing what the 2 wet nurses could manage. When the emperor visited and beheld the once frail prince now robust and charming, he was filled with delight and ordered Zhang Lang to assign 4 additional wet nurses to the eldest prince. Nevertheless, as the prince's appetite continued to swell, even these 6 caregivers struggled to keep up with his demands. They contemplated approaching the Empress Dowager with their concerns, fearing that if this continued, the eldest prince would become a glutton by the age of 15. Yet, the Empress Dowager had already decreed that unless Jin Qing harmed or deliberately misled the eldest prince, she would oversee his upbringing. This left them hesitant to voice their worries, though they could not help but harbor suspicions that Jin Qing might be intent on overindulging the prince as a means of revenge. Having satiated her hunger, it was only natural for Jin Qing to seek a comfortable spot to indulge in a brief slumber. With the eldest prince in tow, she found a sun-drenched patch of grass and reclined upon it. After all, the Sinaying palace was meticulously maintained, with the floors scrubbed 5 times daily. Even the grass was tended to by palace servants, who painstakingly wiped each blade to prevent pests that might disturb the Empress Dowager's tranquility. Resting one hand behind her head as a pillow and cradling the drowsy child in her other arm, Jin Qing felt a twinge of exasperation. How had she become a caretaker in this kindergarten-like scenario? Yet, despite her musings, the duty of safeguarding the little one remained paramount. Hearing the soft snores of the eldest prince, she beckoned the wet nurse to take the child away, surrendering to her own drowsiness soon after. Just as she slipped into dreams of discovering a new mission, a shrill, piercing voice jolted her awake. The voice, high-pitched and anguished, lamented, "I did nothing wrong. It's not my fault. They. Jin Qing sighed, lamenting the disturbance to her rest. At that moment, a voice resonated in her consciousness, announcing, "Host, another mission target has finally emerged." Jin Qing responded with a hint of sarcasm, "Why do you sound so pleased?" Meanwhile, Yicheng felt a profound sense of despair. From a young age, he had been acutely aware of his unpopularity. Born into a vast courtyard filled with numerous women and children, he was the sole boy among a multitude of girls. However, he later discovered that the inhabitants of this courtyard were all the same, never interacting with one another. Gradually, he developed the habit of washing his hands upon encountering others. Although he did not comprehend the rationale behind this behavior, he believed that conforming to the norm was never a folly. He had a mother, a woman of exquisite beauty, the fairest in the courtyard. There were many who claimed to be his father, yet after each visit to see his mother, these men would invariably receive a severe beating from her. During these moments of punishment, Yicheng longed to assure his mother of his good behavior, that he had committed no misdeeds, that he had not interrupted the fathers while they conversed with her, nor had he intruded upon the aunts while they chatted with these men. On the rare occasions when he arose early, he would often glimpse these fathers in the homes of other sisters and aunts. His mother was perpetually pregnant. Yet Yicheng had never witnessed the birth of any child she bore. Moreover, his mother harbored a deep disdain for him. From the moment he could remember, she had never taken the initiative to craft a single garment for him or offer him a morsel of food. He cherished his mother dearly, and, Upon realizing that she did not appreciate the visits from the fathers, had once attempted to keep them at bay. However, this endeavor resulted in a brutal beating. He collapsed outside the house, enduring the night in torment, nearly succumbing to the pain. The following morning, he beheld his mother emerging after the fathers. And as he sought to plead for help, her frigid gaze pierced through him, leaving him chilled to the bone. With a dismissive remark, "You overestimate yourself." He lost consciousness entirely. Perhaps it was true that the wretched lived longer. He somehow persevered, while his mother proceeded with her affairs as if oblivious to his plight. From that moment on, although he still cherished his mother dearly, he began to learn the art of self-preservation. Each day, designated individuals would arrive in the courtyard to distribute meals, during which he would eagerly approach them, engaging in flattery to secure a larger share of food. He was clever and charming, and before long, he had ingratiated himself with those responsible for dispensing provisions and clothing. Over time, he caught the eye of the overseer of the courtyard, who bestowed upon him a new set of garments and began to teach him various rules, even commanding that everyone within the courtyard heed his words. This marked his first taste of the benefits of power. Just as he reveled in his own cleverness, he failed to notice the derision in his mother's eyes and the relief in the gazes of others. On the day of his 11th birthday, the overseer informed him that he would be assigned a more respectable position. Overwhelmed by emotion, he was brought to tears. Their courtyard had always possessed a small kitchen, yet his family had never utilized it. To his astonishment, his mother had prepared a grand surprise for him. He eagerly shared the news of his new position with her, but she gestured for him to remain silent and first sample her culinary skills. Upon hearing this, he devoured the food with gusto. He had long been aware of his mother's exceptional cooking, and today, it indeed lived up to its reputation. The dishes were simply exquisite. As he continued to eat, he felt an increasing heaviness in his head, ultimately collapsing onto the dining table. Unbeknownst to him, from behind the screen that concealed his mother, the steward of the courtyard emerged. At that moment, although his mind remained alert, his body lay immobilized. The mother addressed the steward, saying, "The matter has been settled. May I take my leave now?" The steward, with a sardonic smile, replied, "You truly have a resolute spirit, Ziji. They say that beautiful women possess venomous hearts. Yet I never anticipated your cruelty would be so profound." The mother, with a cold chuckle, retorted, "I was sold by my family to become a mere servant, and now I have been trapped here for 15 years. During this time, I bore 1 son and 7 daughters. You are well aware of the origins of these wretched offspring. All I desire is to escape this courtyard. I would even be willing to sweep the latrines." The steward pressed on, "What about your son? Will you abandon him as well? And your daughters?" The mother laughed more wildly. "Why should I care? I would rather they endure the same hardships I faced. It is perhaps for the best that this cursed child enters the palace, sparing her the chance of encountering her own sisters in the future. Do not feign surprise. We all know the truth. These boys are merely prepared for the newcomers. I am genuinely curious to see what kind of celestial beauties you will ultimately produce." Pausing briefly, the mother continued, "Hurry and fetch someone. Hasn't the emperor decreed the abolition of this outdated system? If you delay in sending this person to the palace, you may find yourself in a dire predicament. And then who will relay news from the palace to you?" Silence fell, and a hurried footstep retreated. Yi Cheng felt a presence beside him, and soon his mother's voice whispered in his ear, "I know you are awake. I have only administered a mild anesthetic, not a sedative. To be born in this courtyard is your destiny. To enter the palace as a eunuch is likewise your fate. Embrace your hatred. Go to the palace and unleash your fury, Yi Gonggong." "Haraha." My mother laughed with a semblance of madness. Yi Cheng closed his eyes tightly, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. Little did he know that on the other side, his mother was also shedding tears of laughter. She was a powerless woman, unable to control her own life, even harming her own flesh and blood. Though she detested this courtyard, she loathed her own impotence even more. However, she would never allow her children to live without shame like other siblings. That was her bottom line. "My child, I am sorry. Hate me, for only through your hatred can you break free from my shackles. My dear, what I owe you, I shall repay in the next life." The following day, Yi Cheng was sent to the palace, and the steward provided him with the contact information of a liaison within the palace. Grasping the note with intense resentment, Yi Cheng entered the palace, yearning to distinguish himself and thereby vent his rage. Yet, he realized that his exquisite features and androgynous appearance became his greatest hindrance. Anyone who beheld his face could easily deduce his origins. For 10 years, Yi Cheng endured in the palace, where both the former and current emperors despised such old customs. Yet he could not change his visage. Now, at the age of 22, he could only scurry like a rat, hiding in the dark corners, covertly evading everyone. Reflecting on this, Yi Cheng felt a tinge of self-mockery. This palace was even worse than the courtyard. At least in the courtyard, no one was perpetually watching his every move. In the palace, he was publicly despised by all, yet secretly, he became a plaything for the guards, subjected to their whims. Just like today's incident, where he was coerced, yet the Empress Dowager branded him with the accusation of licentiousness within the palace, condemning him to death by beating. This was clearly a calculated strategy by those in power, a reflection of his lack of utility compared to the three others. In this moment, despair enveloped Yi Cheng. Why should he be punished? He had committed no wrongdoing. He simply lacked the strength to resist those overpowering him. As Yi Cheng was restrained on the torture chair in Sinang Palace, two young eunuchs held him firmly, while behind him, two corpulent eunuchs equipped with lead-headed rods aimed to end his life swiftly. Yi Cheng lifted his gaze to see the Empress Dowager standing on the steps, supported by Nachi air, looking down upon him with an icy stare, as if observing an insignificant insect. Overwhelmed by sorrow, he closed his eyes, having relinquished all hope of resistance. Alas, this battered and wretched life could be forsaken. In his next life, he wished not to be human. The burden was too great. Just as Yi Cheng descended into utter despair, a voice rang out in joyful surprise. How could it be you? Suddenly, he felt himself being lifted. At that moment, Jin Qing was filled with elation. The person she had sought for a year had unexpectedly appeared before her. She could hardly contain her joy, feeling as though she might take flight. Yet, reality tethered her to the ground, and she could only hoist Yi Cheng high and shake him vigorously, exclaiming, "Your happiness is just as precious to me." Yi Cheng felt somewhat dizzy from the shaking. A sudden warmth surged in his lower back, and his face turned pale. He had been caught off guard and hadn't had the chance to compose himself. Jin Qing sniffed the air. There seemed to be a peculiar scent. At that moment, the Empress Dowager, seated on the steps, spoke. "Clever girl, do you recognize this servant?" Upon hearing this, Jin Qing ceased her preoccupation with the scent and carefully placed Yi Cheng on the ground. She remained uncertain whether this lightning rod would indeed absorb the heavenly thunder. It was wise to handle such a target with care, lest she be struck again, which would surely frighten the world's heroine to death, leaving her vulnerable to the whims of the world's consciousness. Moreover, the Empress Dowager had treated her well. It would be quite distressing if she were to perish from fright. Noticing Jin Qing's cautious demeanor, the Empress Dowager tightened her grip on Nachi's hand, her long nails digging into Nachi's flesh through the fabric. Yet, Nachi appeared unfazed, continuing to hold the Empress Dowager's hand, her expression unchanged. After confirming that she had safely placed the secondary target, Jin Qing lifted her head and smiled at the Empress Dowager. "I do recognize him."